I woke up on a mountaintop, surrounded by monsters, and I was one of them. Bam! Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before my eyes, system activated. I could see every monster's weaknesses and stats, a cheat code in this bizarre new world. This time, I'll not only survive but conquer. July. The sun beat down like fire, the sky a flawless blue. I was on top of a Langlangshan peak, under a leafy tree, sound asleep on the grass. Then, bam! Something slammed into me. I asked you to patrol the mountain and you actually fell asleep here, a voice roared. I woke up, furious. Which grandson is it? I started to yell, but then I opened my eyes. Two monsters. One with a black bird's head, the other a brownish-red pig's head. Grass skirts, wooden sticks, spears. My cordial greeting died in my throat. My eyes widened. What are you looking at? The crow-headed one sneered. Stupid in your sleep? They told me the king was calling a meeting, warned me about the bear leader's whip if I was late, and then took off. I was completely bewildered. My brain was fried. Then, I glanced down. White hair. Everywhere. Fuck. My hands, covered in white fur, trembled as I touched my head. Erect ears, a long nose, fangs. I'd time traveled. I was a monster, like them. A dog? Wolf? Fox? Probably not a fox, given my size. Wolf or dog then? A more pressing question occurred to me. I pulled up my grass skirt. Phew. Relief. Then, a flood of memories. Lang Lang Mountain. I was a newly intelligent, newly transformed little monster. A wolf demon. Bai Mao, the memories whispered. The crow's words made sense now. I grabbed a long, iron-tipped stick, my weapon, and shouted after them, wait. Why is the king calling a meeting? Catching up, I learned their names, or lack thereof. The crow, just Crow, and the pig-headed one, Red Skin. They were my closest friends, apparently. They'd come looking for me when the king called the meeting. No idea. Red Skin shrugged when I asked. Crow stopped, looked around conspiratorially, then whispered, we might fight the Snake Pan Mountain monsters. How do you know? Red Skin asked. Crow preened. 3 years ago, we fought the Snake King. I heard something yesterday. He pointed at his feathered ears. His hearing was his gift, and his curse. He was a gossip, I realized. What did you hear? Red Skin pressed. Crow, loving the attention, slowed, glanced around cautiously, and said, I heard our wolf commander tell the king time's up. Too many monsters on the mountain. He rambled on about a previous fight, 6 years prior, and the 3-year cycle. My hackles raised. Besides Red Skin and me, who else have you told? I grabbed Crow's beak. He shook his head, terrified. I released him. Don't say anything more. Before I could finish, a roar split the air. A giant, bare-headed monster, twice my size, appeared, whip in hand. Want to eat the whip? He cracked the whip. Sparks flew. We scattered. Terror propelled us towards the king's cave. I saw the other monsters heading there too. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Crow whispered, clutching his chest. I'd saved him from the bear leader's wrath. My sharp senses as a wolf demon were a double-edged sword, though. Crow, ever the blabbermouth, was already regretting his loose tongue. White hair. Crow started. Shut up. I snapped, wait till we get back. Red Skin was watching me, sensing something different. He couldn't place it. Silence fell as we joined the other monsters heading to the king's cave. Half an hour later, as we reached the winding mountain path, Crow beamed. I told you, Your Majesty. He clapped a hand over his mouth. I said Snake Panchon isn't that dangerous? Red Skin asked. Crow hesitated. I haven't been, but yes, probably. Good thing, though. Only through fighting can we earn rewards, food and treasures from the king, the two little monsters were saying. That's how we get stronger, like the bear leader. I listened, a little distracted. Crow noticed. Bai Mao, why the silence? Let's hurry, I said casually. Latecomers get soup. They reacted instantly. Crow yelled, hurry. I'll be late and hungry again. He bolted. Red Skin, surprisingly, was even faster. I chuckled. Lang Lang Mountain only feeds us bottom feeders once a day. Starvation's the norm. Lunchtime is when we're most active. My stomach growled. I watched my friends run ahead. I had to follow. We reached the open-air mess hall, a clearing in the woods, and found scraps, licked clean buckets, and the mocking stares of the already fed. Some always go hungry. What now? Red Skin asked. Crow's eyes darted. Back to bed. We'll figure something out tonight. We needed to be self-sufficient. We split up. Crow and Red Skin went to sleep. Sleep cures hunger. I decided to patrol the mountain. My memories guided me to a thicket. I summoned my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. Pale white light coalesced before my eyes. Host, Lufei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 33100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 12100 Ability, Spearmanship Beginner 18100, Archery Beginner 6100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, None. My eyes widened. My golden finger. I'd noticed it during the King's meeting, but now I had time to study it. Realm is my strength level, bottom of the barrel. Demonic breathing method is the exercise all low-level monsters use, taught by the bear leader. Spearmanship and archery are self-explanatory. Supernatural power is magic, which I lack. Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon is my innate talent, faster cultivation under moonlight. Soul power? No clue. Plenty to learn. This spot was perfect for a lazy afternoon. Screw patrolling. I found a comfortable spot, sat cross-legged, hands in the correct mudra, tongue on the roof of my mouth, eyes half closed, and started the breathing method. Evening came. I finished my meditation, stretched, brushed off the dirt, and headed home with my spear. Night vision is a perk of being a wolf demon. I hummed a patrol song, resigned to my situation. On Earth, I was a nobody. Being a low-level monster wasn't much different. Besides, I have this golden finger. Back at our cave, it was dark. I heard Crow and Red Skin. Where's Bai Mao? He's probably coming. I'm starving. Me too. Less food than before. Let's fight, get rewards. Fighting's dangerous. I entered, an old oil lamp illuminating the cave. You're finally back, Crow exclaimed. I'm starving. He laughed. I sat with Red Skin. Is your gourd full? I asked, seeing the yellow gourd on his back. Yes, he said. My mother filled it. I change the water every 3 days, it's clean. I hesitated, hungry and thirsty, but shook my head. Not thirsty. He shrugged and put it away. Crow returned. Hungry? I know where to get food. Where? I asked. He looked outside, then whispered, the village at the mountain's end. Chickens, ducks, pigs, it's far, Red Skin warned. Lots of humans, bows and arrows. Crow scoffed. We're monsters. Food's worth the risk. Listening to Crow and Red Skin, I sighed. My first day as a monster? Starvation and thievery. But I couldn't argue with Crow. The mountain's been stripped bare. Years of unchecked hunting have decimated the local wildlife. The closer you get to the monster dens, the worse it is. Our mountain is practically barren. To hunt, we have to venture far into the wilderness. Stealing from the village at the foot of Langlangshan is safer than that. Many have tried it, though some paid with their lives. Red Skin fell silent. Crow turned to me. Bai Mao, what do you think? I'd thought about fishing in the river below Langlangshan, but it's night. Let's go to the village, I said. But it's too early. We'll be seen by other monsters, and the humans might be awake. Let's wait. I was uncomfortable. A hungry monster's not a thinking monster. Right. Crow agreed. Too early. We'll be caught by Huapi and the others. He sat back down. Silence fell. Hunger makes focus hard, for humans and these newly sentient little demons. Most of us are lazy, sleeping, or playing, not meditating. Only a few are naturally diligent, the ones who rise to become leaders. Redskin quietly removed his gourd, rolled over, and meditated. No surprise. He was always the most driven of us three, even back then. Since it was early, I joined him. I sat on my stone bed and began to meditate. I saw Crow and Redskin following suit. Crow grunted a bit before settling into it. Before meditating, I checked my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme host, Lufei realm, level 1 demon soldier 34100 exercise, demonic breathing method introduction 14100 ability, spearmanship beginner 18100, archery beginner 6100 supernatural power, none talent, heavenly wolf swallows the moon beginner 7100 soul power, none. My realm level showed slightly more experience than before. My breathing exercise also went up 2 points. 4 hours of meditation yielded that. 24 hours would give me 6 points. 11 days to level up. But I can't meditate constantly. I need to work and eat. I could devote 8 hours a night to it, gaining 2 realm points a day, or about 33 days to level up. That's fast for a monster. 8 hours of skill practice adds 4 points, 20 days to improve my breathing technique. Plus any extra meditation during the day or on moonlit nights. My future looks bright. First, though, Snake Pan Mountain. I dismissed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme and meditated. Time passed. Crow's voice woke me. It's late. Everyone's asleep. Let's go. I checked my status, host, Lufei realm, level 1 demon soldier 35100 exercise, demonic breathing method introduction 17100. My realm increased slightly, skills by 3. 6 or 7 hours of meditation. It must be past midnight. White hair, Crow said. Let's go, I said, standing. A blade of grass fell off my skirt. I need a better one. We emerged, the only sounds being the grunts from other nearby caves. This way, Crow said, leading the way, shifting into a large black crow a meter tall, 2-meter wingspan. Redskin became a 2-meter long boar. I followed suit, howling as I transformed into a 3-meter long, pure white wolf. We were ready. Crow and I are far from ordinary beasts. Redskin smaller because he transformed young. Follow me, Crow called, taking to the air. Redskin and I, in our true forms, followed swiftly. We reached the edge of the forest in no time. After more than 2 hours, Crow pointed excitedly towards a village in the distance. Dinner! We'd encountered fleeing animals, but ignored them. The village was our target, food and a glimpse into the human world. Redskin and Crow had only heard stories. I asked Grayskin, Crow said, listen carefully. Redskin nodded. I looked at the village, walled and fenced, more a fortress than a village. I knew little about humans in this world. Let's go, Crow said, and off he flew. We followed. The night was dark, starless. We crept up to the tall, spiked fence. Only Crow could easily fly over. I could manage 7 or 8 meters, but 10 meters of spikes? No way. Redskin was out of the question. I'll open the gate, Crow said, flying over. He saw a snoring human through a window, just as described. He found 6 large wooden bars blocking the gate, not the 3 he'd heard of. He removed them. The gate creaked open. Dogs barked. More barks followed. From the watchtower, a bleary-eyed watchman grabbed his bow and rushed out. The village erupted in barking and lights. I knew we'd been spotted. Crow appeared, his face alight with excitement. "We're in," he crowed. "Run," I said, turning to flee. "Wait," he called. I just opened the door. An arrow whizzed past him. Monsters in the village, human shouts followed, as villagers charged out with weapons. Crow panicked, flapping away from the incoming arrows. "Wait for me." Red Skin and I were already 100 meters away. Crow escaped, yelling, "Wait." From the village fence, an old man addressed his people, just some small fry wanting a taste of human flesh. He then scolded a sleepy young watchman. "Wait!" Crow cried, as he flew to catch up. I stopped at the edge of the forest. Red Skin hesitated, then followed. I looked back, no humans. I asked Crow, "Are you hurt?" He landed, shaking his head. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme call. I sighed. "You heard about the guard dogs, right? And you ran?" He shook his head. Grayskin only said the dog meat was good. Redskin, who hadn't seen the humans, asked, "Why run at the dogs?" "Dogs wake humans," I replied. Grayskin lied. Crow exclaimed. "Was everything else he said true?" I asked. "Yes, the gate, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme. When was Grayskin here last?" "Who with?" "A year ago, a yellow bull monster and 2 rat spirits." "Were they hurt?" "The bull is dead. The rats were injured, but he was fine." "He's embarrassed and wants you to suffer too," I said, understanding. The fence was a serious deterrent to most monsters. The lack of powerful monster attacks suggested human protectors. Beasts can become demons, perhaps humans can too. Intriguing. "What now?" Redskin asked. "We hunt," Crow replied. "We saw plenty on the way. Langlangshan only provides one meal, and we can't kill intelligent beasts." "Let's hurry," I said, heading into the woods. An hour later, around a campfire, we feasted on a roasted grizzly bear. Crow saw me using the bear skin as a makeshift garment and hesitated before asking, "Baimao, aren't you worried the bear leader will give you trouble for this?" "What's to worry about?" I said, laying the skin to dry. "Do you think you're like those unenlightened crows, squawking all day?" He shook his head vigorously. "Of course not. They're uncivilized fools." "The bear leader thinks the same," I replied. Soon, the bear meat was roasting, its juices sizzling, the aroma filling the air. "It's done!" Crow exclaimed. "Can we eat?" I glanced at Crow's eager face and Redskin's drool. "Go ahead." I grabbed a leg. Crow and Redskin pounced on the meat, no salt, pepper, or seasoning, barely cooked, but it tasted surprisingly good. Maybe my changed body changed my taste. That night, I finally had my first proper meal. Dawn broke by the time we returned to our cave. Crow and Redskin, full and happy, were already asleep, snoring away. I wasn't tired. I could go 2 or 3 days without sleep. I sat cross-legged and began meditating. The sun rose, and a monkey demon appeared outside our cave, gong and mallet in hand. He banged the gong, duong. Dang dang dang. Dang 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 dang. The sound reverberated across the mountain. The noise-sensitive little monsters, including me, jolted awake. We're creatures of habit, rough awakenings are the norm. Consciousness and self-discipline? We follow the strong, the forceful, instinct. The gong continued its cacophony. Crow woke up confused, Redskin with a groan. "Did I just lie down?" Crow mumbled. "You did," Redskin said, rubbing his eyes. My phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme appeared. Host, Lufei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 36100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 19100 Ability, Spearmanship Beginner 18100, Archery Beginner 6100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, None. My realm level had increased, as had my skill level by 2 points. 4 hours of meditation. The bear leader will have tasks for us today, Crow said. Let's go, I said, dismissing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme, getting up. I tightened the bearskin around my waist. Red Skin, walking behind, touched the bearskin. I spun around. What are you doing? I snapped. He scratched his neck, grinning. Checking how soft it is. Now you know, I growled. I want one too, Red Skin said. Crow chimed in, Red Skin, aren't you afraid of the bear leader? Nope, Red Skin said, I'll get some soft bird feathers, too. Crow was stunned. I didn't think of that. Hurry up, I said, or the bear leader will whip us. We reached the usual gathering spot, already crowded with monsters. The king is a bison demon, under him are 2 commanders, wolf and sheep, then the 9 little leaders. Around 200 monsters in total. We were under the bear leader's command. I spotted the bear leader. Crow, eager to boast about our human village raid to a gray-skinned rat demon, strutted over. I didn't need to ask. The bear leader, a towering bear demon, seemed to be awaiting something. I recalled yesterday's king's meeting. Low-level monsters like me couldn't get near the cave. I barely heard the king announce the Snake Pan Mountain battle at the end. All I need is time to train. But I'm weak. To survive, I need strength. I had to obey orders. My biggest concern was when the Snake Pan Mountain attack, announced yesterday, would begin. I hoped for a delay. Then, the sky turned dark. A fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme howled, carrying screams and curses, chilling every monster on the mountain. I looked up, bracing myself against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine slash phoneme, and saw a colossal shadow, mountain-sized, looming over us. It was the king, the bison demon, I realized. Even without seeing him yesterday, I recognized the immense pressure, the massive horned bull head. The terrified monsters started chanting, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the king. Someone started it, soon, everyone joined in. I joined the chorus, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the king. Compared to ancient emperors, this bison king seemed to deserve the title. I didn't know his exact strength, but the original owner's memories suggested he'd lived for centuries, perhaps millennia. The bullhead shadow opened its mouth, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. What a long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. I, old Nyo, will become immortal, an ancestor, living as long as the heavens. The roar shook the mountain. Then, another voice, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the king in heaven. The chant morphed into, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the king. The king seemed pleased. I noticed the monster who'd first shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme the king in heaven. It was a gray-headed sheep demon, a small leader. He'd also time-traveled, I realized. This long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme obsession is a human thing. I was surprised a simple sheep demon knew it. And if he traveled here, others could too. He seemed to sense me watching. He turned. I quickly diverted my gaze and pretended to cheer. The king, basking in adoration, retracted his shadow form, transforming into a bull man, flanked by a black-robed wolf demon and a leather-armored sheep demon, the commanders. I quickly scanned them but couldn't linger. The bull demon addressed us, "What if monsters try to take our land?" A roar went up, "Kill them! Kill them all! Eat them!" The bull demon smiled, "You're right. We'll kill them, take their land, their banshees, and make those banshees bear our children. We attack Snake Pan Mountain in 5 days." The monsters howled their approval. Good. Good. Wise king. Capture the snake banshees, have babies with them. I felt the excitement, the infectious fervor. I wanted to join in, to shout my lungs out. But I've seen so much cynicism in the human world, the poisonous positivity, the corporate BS. The king's speech was so different. Yet, oddly exhilarating. The king disappeared. The commanders instructed the lesser leaders, who then delegated tasks to their teams. The bear leader barked orders at us: "You 5, make 50 shields in 3 days. Fail, and I'll make you into shields." The tasks were grueling. He continued, assigning wood for spears: "You 3, make 50 spears in 3 days. Fail, and I'll make you into spears. You 3. He growled, "Make 1,500 arrows in 3 days. Fail, and you become arrows." The bear leader glared at Crow, Red Skin, and me, his words dripping venom. The arrow-making task loomed large in my mind. Crow and Red Skin's faces, though furry, showed their worry. The bear leader seemed satisfied with our fear and moved on. He left soon after. 1,500 arrows. Crow groaned. "We're doomed." He knew how long it took. 3 days was impossible. Red Skin mirrored his despair. After reviewing the arrow-making process from the original owner's memories, I asked, "Did we use wood, and if so, what kind?" Crow nodded. "Birch. Hard to work with. 1,500 arrows in 3 days? No chance," Crow said, his voice laced with defeat. "Maybe I have a way," I said slowly. Crow and Red Skin looked at me expectantly. Our lives depended on the king, the commanders, and the lesser leaders. The king and commanders could kill us at will. The lesser leaders, while they couldn't kill us outright without a reason, could easily find one. The biggest threat, outside of war, was the malice of these petty leaders. Failure for us meant serious consequences. "Get the tools," I said. Soon, we each had a hatchet. We shifted into our true forms and headed down the mountain, past the king's cave, to a dense bamboo forest. "This is it," I announced, as my wolf form surveyed the forest. Crow dropped his hatchets, confused. Red Skin mirrored his bewilderment. "We're making arrows," I said, my human wolf form grabbing a hatchet. I chose a straight, thick bamboo stalk and chopped at it. It took several clumsy hacks. The hatchet was dull. Then, I showed them what I'd done. I'd sharpened a section of the bamboo. "Look," I said, handing the arrow to Crow. "Wow!" Crow exclaimed, "It's straighter and sharper than anything I've ever made." These bamboo arrows were far superior to the ones the original owner made from tree trunks. "Let me see," Red Skin said, taking the arrow. He nodded in agreement. "This is good. With all these bamboos, we can finish this." Their worry vanished, replaced by optimism. I could feel how different a monster's emotions were compared to a human's. After showing them, I began teaching them how to sharpen their hatchets. "Sharpen your knives well. Mine needs sharpening too." "I'll be back after I relieve myself," I said, heading to the nearby river. I discovered this bamboo forest after our failed village raid. The bear leader's task reminded me of it. I also remembered that our arrows had no arrowheads, just sharpened tips. This was doable. I didn't worry about the bear leader's ill will. It's his standard MO. He uses violence to control us. Worse than violence is the lust of certain monsters, like goat or snake demons, especially when banshees are scarce. The river was wider than I thought, 6 or 7 meters. The water was crystal clear. I could see countless fish. Fishermen would go nuts over this, I thought, remembering online fishing memes from my old life. I washed my hands. I'd used a leaf to clean up after myself. Then, looking at my reflection, I stopped. My human form had paws and fingers, but I was still covered in fur, with erect ears, a long nose, and amber eyes. A handsome wolf, yes, but still just a wolf. I shook my head. I'd learned to accept reality a long time ago. I studied the fish, then headed back. My belly was still full from last night. Completing the bear leader's task was the priority. I wasn't hungry enough to bother fishing. Back at the bamboo forest, Red Skin was sharpening a hatchet. Crow shouted, "Bye Mao, is my knife ready?" I took the hatchet, tested it on a bamboo stalk, and cut it cleanly in two. It wasn't perfectly sharp, but it was good enough. You can't expect perfection from monsters. "Try it yourself," I said, tossing the hatchet to him, and then turning my attention to Red Skin. His hatchet was much better than expected. Sharpening a knife is second nature to me. This hatchet was sharp. I organized Crow and Red Skin to make arrows. Crow, quick-tempered but efficient, chopped bamboo. Red Skin, despite his goofy appearance, was surprisingly thoughtful and steady, so he sharpened the arrowheads. I prepared the shafts. By noon, a large pile of arrows lay before Red Skin and me. Crow arrived, panting, carrying a bundle of bamboo. How many arrows? Can I rest? Haven't counted, I said, without looking up. Not enough. The bear leader's task is huge, we can't stop. But I'm starving, Crow whined. The mess hall should be ready. We're not going to the mess hall today, I said. Then what do we eat? Crow yelped. Red Skin also paused. Fish, I said calmly. Fish? Crow cried. Where? The river, I replied. I grabbed a hatchet, found a suitable bamboo stalk, and began crafting a harpoon of forked spear. I'd seen the abundance of fish in the river, the other monsters seemed to ignore this resource. I also knew, from the original owner's memories, that the monster food was basic, boiled meat and wild vegetables. Filling, but not exactly delicious. Only stronger monsters, with secure lives and broadened horizons, sought better food. What's that? Crow asked, looking at the harpoon. A harpoon, I said, making 2 more. You'll see how effective it is. We went to the river. Schools of fish swam everywhere, unafraid of us. I plunged my harpoon into a large fish. The water erupted as fish scattered. I pulled out a mostly dead grass carp. By nightfall, a fire blazed. Crow, Red Skin, and I sat around it, roasting fish on sticks. Crow sniffed his fish, hesitant. By Mao, is this edible? I looked at his doubt. These land monsters rarely ate fish. Of course. Eat slowly, there are bones. Before I could finish, Crow bit into it and shrieked, Ah! What's wrong? Red Skin asked. Bone in my mouth, I said. Red Skin saw Crow pull a fish bone from his mouth. Darkness fell. We devoured a dozen fish. Delicious? I asked. Delicious. Crow exclaimed, burping. Delicious, Red Skin agreed. Never had it before. Crow licked his fingers. I heard fish were good, but I never tried them. Today, I know. I warned him, don't tell anyone, especially that rat demon. Red Skin agreed, this fish will feed us for a while. If others find out, we'll be starving again. Crow, despite his loose tongue, understood and nodded, I won't. Hide the arrows, I said. We'll continue tomorrow. We extinguished the fire, hid the arrows, shifted back to our true forms, and headed back. 2 days later, I sat counting arrows, 65, 66, 100. Crow and Red Skin sorted and stacked. 1,500 arrows in 15 stacks. I'd made extra, just in case. 1,538, I confirmed. Enough? Crow asked. Yes, I said. Now we take them back, but first, let's eat. Their eyes lit up. 3 days straight of fish. We hid the arrows and returned to the river, each of us now armed with 2 harpoons. We caught over a dozen fish. Red Skin made a fire. I hunted. Crow cleaned fish. Then, a large, black shadow appeared upstream, drawn by the scent of blood. Crow was complaining about the heat when something leaped from the water, grabbed Crow, and dragged him under. I saw it all. I plunged my harpoon into the water. Help! Crow cried. Crow yelped. Red Skin, tending the fire, saw something dragging Crow into the river. Before he could react, I jumped in. He grabbed a harpoon and ran to the riverbank, but all he found were ripples. White hair, he cried. Crow! The river was calm, but I knew we were gone. Though I jumped in willingly. White hair, he called again, following the current. Minutes ticked by. Red Skin's anxiety grew. Then, a dark head appeared. Crow. Crow! Red Skin cried, running to pull him ashore. Crow, gasping for breath, pointed at the river. Bai Mao. Bai Mao's still down there. Save him. Red Skin panicked. He could swim, but not well enough to fight underwater. He was better on land, but jumping in recklessly could harm me. Yet, even though Red Skin usually seems slow-witted, he never panicked in a crisis. Quick, get out, he said, pulling Crow onto the bank. Where's Bai Mao? What happened? I was fishing, Crow gasped. A monster attacked, Bai Mao fought it underwater, and I escaped. He grabbed Red Skin's harpoon and peered into the water, but the current was too strong. Downstream, he said, they must have been swept away. He ran downstream. Red Skin followed. Bai Mao can't win that underwater monster, we need the bear leader. Red Skin didn't respond. By the time the bear leader arrived, I could be anywhere. Then, we saw blood-red patches in the water downstream. Blood! Crow shouted, sprinting towards it. We saw a white head emerge. White hair! Crow yelled, relieved. I gasped for air. My monster body was strong, my human body would have been long gone. I'd held my breath, fought the fish monster, and rescued Crow. I gasped, call. Crow and Red Skin ran over, Crow nearly impaling me with the harpoon. The other way around. Red Skin yelled. Oops. Sorry. Crow said, reversing the harpoon. I grabbed it and let them pull me out. Bai Mao, you okay? Crow asked. Yeah, but you almost stabbed me, I panted. Hey, as long as you're okay, Crow said, grinning. What happened? Red Skin asked. I looked at Crow. He took over. I was fishing, he began, the monster attacked, and Bai Mao saved me. He described the underwater fight. I thought back to the fight, I was a strong swimmer even in my old life. This body gave me an edge. I also felt responsible for Crow, he was my friend. Did you kill it? Red Skin asked. I remembered the final blow. Even if it didn't die, it's seriously injured, I said. I hit its eyes. By nightfall, we'd carried the arrows back to the cave. Crow, his wing injured, couldn't fly, so we carried everything. Oof, Crow sighed, collapsing on a stone bed. I'm beat. Why is my luck so bad? Wrong bed, dummy, Red Skin said. Just let me rest, Crow protested. Your bed's next door. I ignored them, lying down, and my phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals det data slash phoneme appeared. Host, Lufei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 40100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 27100 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 18100, Archery Entry Level 6100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, 1. My eyes widened. A new skill, Harpoon Art, appeared after 2 days of fishing. 15 points. And soul power? 1 point. Where did that come from? Staring at my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, I fell into deep thought. I'd checked my panel that morning, no changes. I'd skipped the morning gathering to continue arrow making. By noon, the 1500 arrows were done. Then we fished, Crow was attacked, I rescued him, injuring the fish monster. We ate, then hauled the arrows back. The only unusual event was my fight with the fish monster. Everything else was routine. This led me to a question, did I kill the fish monster? If not, where did the soul power come from? If I did, that explains it. Soul power, I muttered. My theories about soul power raced through my mind. Then it hit me, could soul power be soul power? My system resembled game mechanics. Games give experience for killing monsters, maybe I got soul power from killing the fish monster. This theory explained the source of my soul power. If so, the fish monster is likely dead, and its corpse is probably waiting downstream. Monsters who gain sentience and transform phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme do so through elixirs or spirit herbs. The same probably holds for that fish monster. The corpse would be highly nutritious for other monsters. This explains why dead monsters on Lang Lang Mountain are quickly collected. The leaders eat them, or offer them up to commanders or the king. I remembered Crow mentioning the Lang Lang Shan Snake Panshan War. I'd assumed it was to cull the lower-level monsters and save resources. Now, I realized there might be more to it. They might be doing it for the bodies of the fallen monsters. A win-win situation for both sides. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My life as a low-level monster, 1 meal a day, protection from the king, but no pay, no overtime, constant work, beatings, punishments, even death, and the ever-present possibility of becoming food in battle. The weak are prey for the strong. It hit me hard. To survive, I had to train harder. I decided to retrieve the fish monster's corpse. It was getting dark, I'd wait. I turned back to my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme panel. I noticed plus signs next to my skills, abilities, and talent. I clicked the plus sign next to demonic breathing method. A prompt appeared. This enhancement consumes a bit of soul power. Do you want to strengthen it? Yes, no, I clicked yes. My panel glowed. New information flooded my mind, refined breathing techniques, optimized routes for spiritual energy absorption, and more. I felt a deeper understanding of the method. Meditation will be more effective now, I thought. My panel had changed. Host, Lufei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 40100 experience value, 0200 soul power, none skill, Demon Breathing Method proficient 0500. My soul power was gone, used to upgrade. There's now an experience value column above the soul power slot. This must be the experience needed to gain soul power. My demonic breathing method skill had upgraded from beginner to proficient. I sighed. Since arriving here, I hadn't rested. I meditated in the evenings and squeezed in practice during the day. All that, plus the original owner's experience, yielded only 27 experience points. That little bit of soul power saved me nearly a month's worth of meditation. Was this system encouraging killing? I dismissed the panel. Crow and Redskin were asleep, snoring softly. I was tired, but excited. I couldn't sleep. I meditate before sleeping anyway. And I wanted to see how the upgraded breathing method worked. I sat cross-legged, hands in the madra, tongue on the roof of my mouth, eyes half closed, and began meditating. Hours passed. The snoring became rhythmic. I opened my eyes. My sense of time was sharper now. It was past midnight, my usual wake-up time. I glanced outside, then at the sleeping Crow and Redskin. A thought occurred. My phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appeared. Host, Lufei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 42100 experience value, 0200 soul power, none skill, Demon Breathing Method proficient 5500. 5 more skill points than before, I mused. My realm level also increased by 2 points, seemingly the same as before, but I knew the skill increase would accelerate realm progression. Knowing the upgrade's impact, I dismissed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. I woke Crow and Redskin. Get up, let's go, I said calmly. Didn't we have other plans? Crow asked. Plans change, I replied. Redskin just looked at me seriously, then silently got up, grabbed his gourd, and looked at us both. We hid the arrows and slipped out, transforming into our true forms as we passed the watch monsters. Crow, flying ahead, asked, Baimao, what's the plan? I suspect the fish monster from today is dead, I said calmly. Crow's eyes widened. You mean the river monster died? July. The sun is like fire. The sky is cloudless. Lang Langshan Mountains. The top of a green mountain peak. Under a lush tree. A white-haired figure was lying on its back in the green grass, soundly asleep. Beside him, the two humanoid monsters, one with the head of a black bird and the other with the head of a pig, looked at each other. The black bird-headed monster immediately raised its foot and kicked the white-haired figure in the grass, and scolded, "I asked you to patrol the mountain and you actually fell asleep here." Grass. Zhenshan Lu Fei, who was sleeping, was kicked awake and immediately stood up angrily. "Which grandson is it?" The words have not yet finished. Lu Fei opened his eyes and looked at two monsters in front of him, one with a black bird's head and the other with a brown-red pig's head. They wore grass skirts around their crotches and held wooden sticks and spears in their hands. His eyes widened in an instant, and he swallowed back all the unfinished cordial greetings in his mouth. "What are you looking at?" Seeing the white-haired wolf's eyes widening, looking like he had never seen the world before, the crow monster said again, "Are you stupid in your sleep? Why don't you get up quickly? The king is calling us for a meeting. If you go late, you will be whipped by the bear leader." After saying this, the crow monster turned and left, and the pig-headed gourd monster also turned and left. Lu Fei listened to what the bird-headed monster said in a daze, half understanding, and watched the two monsters turn and leave. Even though he was usually calm, he was in a state of confusion at this time. The CPU in his head was running like crazy and it was almost useless. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Until he glanced at himself subconsciously. Hair all over the body. Fuck. Lu Fei looked shocked and stretched out a pair of hands also covered with white hair, trembling slightly, and touched his head. It has two furry erect ears, a long nose, and four long fangs on the upper and lower jaws of its mouth. At this moment, Lu Fei finally understood. He traveled through time and became a monster similar to the two monsters just now. Erect ears, long nose, canine teeth. He was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme a dog, a wolf, or a fox. But judging from his size, he estimated that the foxes could be eliminated, leaving only dogs and wolves. Soon, he remembered a more important question. So, he reached out and pulled open the green leaf grass skirt under his crotch. So far so good. Lu Fei felt a little relieved. At this time, he found something extra in his head. He felt it right away. Soon, he understood. This is Lang Lang Mountain, and he has transformed into a little monster that has just awakened its intelligence and has just transformed. Wolf Demon. With the memory of the original owner, the little wolf monster, Lu Fei now immediately understood the meaning of what the bird-headed crow monster just said. Without any time to think about it, he immediately stood up, looked left and right, and found his own weapon, a long wooden stick inlaid with a low-quality iron tip. Then he looked at the two monsters who had walked away in front of him and shouted quickly, "Wait a minute. Why has the king called us to a meeting?" Quickly catching up with the crow monster and the pig-headed gourd monster, Lu Fei asked. With the memory of the original owner. At this time, he already knew who the two monsters in front of him were. The one with the black bird's head is a crow in the form of a crow. It has no specific name, but is usually called crow, black hair, or something like that. The one with a pig's head and a yellow gourd on its back is a wild boar. It also has no specific name. It is usually called a wild boar monster with red skin. These two little monsters are the little monsters that the original owner has the best relationship with and play the best with. No, the king convened a meeting, and these two little monsters came out to look for the original owner without seeing him. As for the original owner, it was a wild wolf with white hair that transformed into a demon. Because he has white hair all over his body, he naturally got the name Baimao, have no idea. Faced with Lu Fei's inquiry, the little wild boar Hompi shook his head. I heard. The crow monster stopped, looked around, then looked at the two companions and whispered, "We may have to fight with the monsters in the Snake Pan Mountain to the west." How do you know? The little wild boar Redskin asked immediately after hearing the sound. The crow monster chuckled and said, 3 years ago, we fought the Snake King in Snake Pan Mountain once. After the fight, I just transformed and followed our king. But just yesterday, I heard some news. The crow monster said with proud eyes and pointed at his ears covered with black feathers, and then walked forward. With the memory of the original owner, Lu Fei knew that the crow monster's natural talent seemed to be related to his ears. His ears could hear very far and could hear some sounds that other little monsters could not hear. This is also the main reason why crows are so gossipy and loudmouthed. What did you hear? The little wild boar Redskin was very curious and immediately chased after him and asked. Lu Fei followed closely behind. The curious eyes of the two companions greatly satisfied the crow's desire to appear before the strange man. Having been beaten for gossiping, he also knew to be careful. He slowed down, paid careful attention to his surroundings, then looked at his two friends and said again, I heard our wolf commander telling the king that time is up, saying that we have too many little monsters on the mountain. I also heard that we also fought against Snake Panchon 6 years ago. In this way, it's once every 3 years. Now it's exactly 3 years. It will definitely happen again. The crow monster hasn't finished speaking yet. Lu Fei, who had already heard that something was wrong, immediately stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the crow monster's sharp beak, and then said seriously, besides me and Red Skin, who else have you told this matter? As if he had never seen Mai Mao in front of him with such an expression, the crow monster immediately shook his head, except you two, I didn't say anything to anyone. Lu Fei then let go of the crow monster and said, that's good, don't say anything anymore. The words have not yet finished. The king has called a meeting, why are you three hanging around there? A fierce voice suddenly sounded. The three monsters were startled. They turned around immediately and saw a bare-headed monster with a height of more than 2 meters, a huge and strong body, appearing at the fork in the road not far ahead, staring fiercely at the three little monsters. The monster said, do you want to eat the whip? As he spoke, the bare-headed monster took off the black whip from his waist and swung it violently. Snapped. A spark exploded in the clear and harsh sound of the whip. Lu Fei, the crow monster, the little wild boar and the three little red-skinned little monsters suddenly turned pale. They said they didn't dare, and then ran quickly in the direction of the Dwang cave. He ran so fast that he couldn't see the figure of the bear leader, and ran to the mountain road not far from Dwang cave. Watching many strange monsters gathering towards the king's cave. Only then did Lu Fei and the three little monsters slow down, so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The crow monster finally realized that he was afraid, and immediately reached out and patted his chest. If Bai Mao hadn't covered his mouth just now, he would probably have been heard by the bear leader if he continued to speak. The stronger the strength, the sharper the 5 senses. The crime of arranging the big boss and the king will definitely be executed if found out. It's just that when the crow monster heard the secret, he wanted to find someone to share it with, he wanted to tell it, and he wanted to show off in front of others. He would slip up and say things he shouldn't have said if he wasn't careful. He would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme regret it afterwards, but he couldn't help it once the atmosphere got the better of him. White hair. The crow monster looked at his partner, the white-haired wolf, who was obviously a little different today, and spoke again. Shut up. Lu Fei glanced at the crow monster and said, if you have anything to do, wait until we get back. Oh. The more Lu Fei behaved like this, the more the crow monster wanted to say in his heart, but he also knew that at any rate, he had just been frightened by the bear leader, so how could he dare to say anything at this moment? The little pig demon Humpy, who was carrying a yellow gourd on his back, kept turning his head to look at his partner Bai Mao. He also noticed that Bai Mao was a little different today. But he couldn't tell what was different. For a while, the three little monsters fell silent and followed the other monsters towards the Dwang cave. Half an hour later, 3 little demons appeared on a winding mountain road. The crow monster's face was beaming, you must have been right. I'm just saying, Your Majesty. As soon as he said this, the crow monster who had suffered a loss immediately covered his mouth, and after watching carefully, he continued, I said we were going to fight Snake Panchon. Isn't this dangerous? The little pig demon Redskin suddenly asked. The crow monster was stunned for a moment, and then said, I haven't experienced it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme. It should be dangerous, but this is a good thing. Only by fighting can we make merit, and only by making merit can we be rewarded with treasures and food by the king. Only in this way can our strength improve faster, and we have the opportunity to become as powerful as the bear leader. The 2 little monsters asked and answered questions. Lu Fei listened and said nothing along the way, looking a little distracted. The crow monsters saw this and couldn't help but ask, "Bai Mao, why don't you speak?" Lu Fei came to his senses and said casually, "Let's leave quickly. If we go late, we can only drink soup." Listen to Lu Fei's reminder. The two little monsters reacted immediately, and the crow monster even screamed, "Hurry up! I'm going to be late and I'm going to be hungry again." After calling, he immediately ran forward. At this time, the red-skinned pig demon showed a reaction that did not suit his appearance. When Lu Fei reminded him, he had already rushed out, faster than the crow monster. Look at the speed at which the two monsters grab food. Lu Fei couldn't laugh. Lang Lang Mountain only provides one meal a day for the little monsters at the bottom, so starvation is the norm. So, during lunchtime, the little monsters at the bottom are at their most active. Goo 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 goo. The feeling of hunger in his belly made Lu Fei have no time to think about it, and looked at the two little demons who had already rushed far away in front of him. I had no choice but to run forward honestly. Not long. When the three little monsters and several other lagging monsters arrived at the open-air canteen where meals were usually held, a spacious woodland. What I saw was a few of them lying around, and one was spinning around, and even the bottom of the bucket was licked clean. As well as the mocking onlookers of a large number of monsters who had finished or were eating. There are always many unlucky people who go hungry every day. What to do? The pig demon Redskin turned to look at the crow monster and Lu Fei beside him and asked, "Let's go back to bed now." The crow monster's little eyes quickly moved and he whispered, "I'll think of something else at night." In this case, they must find food on their own and become self-reliant. Soon, the three little demons separated. The crow monster and the pig monster Redskin went back to their residence to sleep together, because they would not be hungry while sleeping. Lu Fei wanted to continue his mountain patrol work today. There are memories of the original owner in his head. Lu Fei followed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme in his memory while patrolling the mountain. It didn't take long before we got into a dense bush of weeds and thorns. Then, he couldn't wait to summon the things in his body. Brush brush brush. Virtual characters emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 33100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 12100 Ability, Spearmanship Beginner 18100, Archery Beginner 6100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, None. Look at the virtual handwriting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme that looks like ink in front of you. Lu Fei's eyes widened. This should be his golden finger. I noticed it before when I listened to the meeting of the king of Lang Lang Mountain. It was only then that I had time to summon it. Lu Fei looked at the virtual panel in front of him, combined with the memory of the original owner, and couldn't help but think to himself. The realm column on the panel in front of him is easy to understand. It should be the strength of his white wolf monster body at this time. A first-level monster soldier also means that he is the lowest-level monster on the mountain. Under the realm column, the monster breathing method after the gong technique column is the demon practice taught by the leader Xion when the original owner opened his spiritual wisdom, transformed into a demon, went to Lang Lang Mountain to worship the queen, and kung fu. This is also the technique practiced by all the low-level monsters on the mountain. As for what kind of techniques the big monsters above the leader level practice, please check with Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. Lu Fei doesn't know. As for the lance skills and archery skills in the ability column below, it is easy to understand. Lu Fei estimated that the supernatural power below could be understood as skills, spells, and the like. However, as the lowest level little monster, the original owner obviously has not yet mastered any magical power. Below that is the talent bar. This is easy to understand. As long as every monster can open up its spiritual intelligence and successfully transform, it will definitely be able to realize its natal talent. Just like the crow monster's ears can hear far away, the bristles on the pig monster's red body are particularly hard and sharp. Lu Fei's body's natural talent is to assist in cultivation. As long as there is moonlight at night, his cultivation speed can be faster than usual. As for the soul power column at the bottom of the panel, Lu Fei really didn't understand. But there is a long way to go, so just study slowly. Think of this. Lu Fei turned around and looked around and found that this was a good place to be lazy. Suddenly, he no longer wanted to continue patrolling the mountain. So he moved to a more comfortable position. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground in the way the original owner remembered, with his hands in the madra, his tongue touching the roof of his mouth, his eyes half closed, and started to perform the demonic breathing method. Time passed slowly. When the light group in the sky sinks to the west, the sky begins to darken. Lu Fei also woke up from his meditation. Looking up at the sky, he stuck his head out and looked around, finding no other monsters. Then he took his spear and emerged from the weeds and thorns. He stretched out first, then patted the dust on his butt, and then walked forward with the spear in his shoulder. The sky is getting darker and darker. It was already dark in the forest. However, no matter how dark the sky is, it has no effect on Lu Fei, who has turned into a white wolf demon. He can see at night. Humming a mountain patrol song all the way towards the residence. Lu Fei has resigned himself to his current situation. Anyway, when he was on Earth, he was just a yellow knight at the bottom of society, and he had no worries. Now that he was dressed as the same lowest-level little monster, he changed his mind and found that he didn't have much resistance to becoming a monster. What's more, I still have a golden finger, and I have the opportunity to practice and attribute great power to myself. Lu Fei's mentality changed quickly. When he returned to his residence, a cave made of rocks, it was completely dark. Just walked into the cave with a faint light. Lu Fei heard the sounds of the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin coming from the cave. Crow monster, why hasn't that white-haired guy come back yet? Little pig demon Redskin, it's almost time, he might be on his way back. Crow monster, I'm almost starving to death. I didn't have enough to eat yesterday. Piggy demon Redskin, I haven't eaten enough. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It seems like there isn't as much food now as before, it's become less. Crow monster, let's fight quickly, so that we can achieve success. I can't wait any longer. Piggy demon Redskin, I still think it would be dangerous to fight. Of course it's dangerous. Lu Fei said as he walked into the cave and saw the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin sitting on their respective hard stone beds chatting. Yes, Lu Fei, the crow monster, and the pig monster were assigned to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the same cave. This is also the reason why the three of them have a good relationship. An old oil lamp was placed in the corner beside the cave, emitting a faint light. Although the three little demons could see each other without an oil lamp, the light gave them a significantly different feeling. You guys are finally back. Seeing Lu Fei's figure, the crow monster immediately shouted, "Let's go, I'm starving to death." He stood up and left. Where? Lu Fei said and sat beside the red-skinned stone bed of the little pig demon. He looked at the big yellow gourd on his back and asked, "Is your gourd filled with water?" The little pig demon Redskin nodded, "Yes, my mother prepared it for me." Lu Fei, can you give me something to drink? The little pig demon Redskin nodded, "Okay, I change the water every 3 days, it's very clean." Change it every 3 days. Hearing what the little pig demon said, Lu Fei was stunned for a moment and looked at the gourd handed over. Even though he was hungry and thirsty, he hesitated again and again and waved his hands and said, "I'm not thirsty now." Oh. The little pig demon didn't care. Seeing Lu Fei's refusal, he put the gourd on his back again. The crow monster on the side saw this and said immediately, "Aren't you hungry?" "Of course we are looking for food. I know we can find food there." "Where?" Lu Fei continued to ask. The crow monster quickly walked to the entrance of the cave to take a look, then came back and whispered, "Let's go to the village at the end of the mountain. There are chickens, ducks, and pigs raised by humans. We can steal them there. Under the mountain." The little pig demon Redskin answered, "I heard it's very far away. I also heard that there are a lot of humans there. They have bows and arrows, so it's hard to deal with them." The crow monster was immediately dissatisfied when he heard the sound, we are monsters, how can we be afraid of humans? Besides, as long as we can have enough to eat, there is nothing to be afraid of at a distance. Listening to the conversation between the two little demons, Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a shame. Not only did I starve on my first day dressed as a monster, but I also had to steal for a bite to eat. But he had no way to deny the crow monster, because the large group of monsters on the entire mountain are preying on them without restraint. Over the years, the number of animals running and dying in the mountains and forests has become less and less. The closer you get to the mountains where the monster's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, the more so. As for the main mountain at the foot of Lu Fei, there are almost no animals on the mountain now, because they have been eaten up long ago. If the monsters in the hunting team want to hunt, they must go further into the mountains and forests. This is why Lu Fei can't deny the crow monster. After all, compared to trying your luck in the distant forest, it is obviously more reliable to go to the village at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain to steal chickens and dogs. Because many little monsters have already tried it. Although a lot of little demons died because of this. Seeing the little pig demon, Redskin stopped talking. The crow monster looked at Lu Fei and asked, "Bai Mao, what do you think?" At this time, Lu Fei had already thought that there was a river at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain, and he might be able to find a way to catch some fish or something. But it's night now, so that's definitely not possible. Facing the crow monster's question, Lu Fei nodded after thinking, then let's go to the village. But it's too early to leave now, and it's easy to be discovered by other monsters. Those humans are probably not asleep yet, so we'll go later. I feel hungry and uncomfortable, so I'd better fill my stomach first. After all, you can't expect a hungry monster to have a high level of consciousness. Yes, Bai Mao, you are right. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster immediately reacted and nodded. It's too early to go now. Looking for Shuyuan www.zayashuyan.com will easily be discovered by Huapi and the others. Then let's wait until they all fall asleep before going. The crow monster said and sat back down. As soon as he stopped talking, the cave suddenly became quiet. It's hard to focus on things when you're hungry. Not only this is true for humans, but it is naturally even more difficult for the ignorant little demons who accidentally get the opportunity to open up their spiritual wisdom. Therefore, most of the time, the little monsters at the bottom are lazy, sleeping, and playing, instead of sitting and breathing, meditating and practicing. Only a small number of monsters develop their spiritual wisdom early, or are precociously intelligent. This kind of monster is smarter than ordinary little monsters. After transforming, it will know how to practice hard and improve its cultivation. In the monster group, most of the monsters who can be promoted to leaders are this kind. Hear the conversation between Lu Fei and the crow monster. The little pig demon Hongpi silently took off the gourd on his back, turned over and got into the stone bed, and leaned against the stone wall in a meditation posture. Lu Fei took a look and didn't find it strange. In the memory of the original owner, the little pig demon has always been the hardest working one among the three little demons. It was still early to go down the mountain. Lu Fei didn't think much, got up and returned to his own stone bed, sat down against the stone wall, and assumed a training posture. I saw both my friends starting to practice breathing. The crow monster, who had already laid down to sleep, couldn't lie down anymore. After muttering a few words, he turned over and sat down against the stone wall, and was led to start breathing and meditating. Two little demons are practicing. Before Lu Fei meditated, his mind moved slightly. Brush, brush, brush. Lines of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Post, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 34100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 14100 Ability, Spearmanship Beginner 18100, Archery Beginner 6100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, None. Look at the ink handwriting that keeps appearing in front of you. Lu Fei quickly saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme changes on the virtual panel. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme after the realm bar has a little more experience value than before the inhalation at noon during the day. Also, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme after the exercise column has increased by 2 points of experience compared to before practicing at noon. There are no other changes. Lu Fei estimated that he had spent at least 4 hours hiding and meditating while patrolling the mountains at noon. Just count it as 4 hours. That means that if he meditates for 4 hours, his realm value will increase a little. If you meditate non-stop 24 hours a day, you can increase your realm value by 6 points. Based on his current realm value, it only takes about 11 days for him to level up. But continuous meditation 24 hours a day is obviously impossible for him now. Because he is just a little monster at the bottom of the mountain. I have to work and eat every day. The time that can be used for breathing and practice is only the period after getting off work in the evening until getting up to go to work the next day. He had felt that breathing meditation had a certain resting effect, but it could not replace sleep, at least not for Lu Fei now. Therefore, in addition to meditating and practicing, he also needs to set aside a certain amount of time to sleep to replenish his mental strength so that he can go to work the next day. He calculated that he usually got off work when it got dark, which was around 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. The next day, the morning sun rose and the sun shone into the mountains and forests. Then we gathered at work. It was almost 8 or 9 o'clock. This was about 15 or 6 hours. Lu Fei thought about it and decided to devote about half of it, which was 8 hours, to practicing breathing. Judging from his experience today, 8 hours should allow him to increase his realm value by 2 points. With an increase of 2 points a day, at his current level, it only takes him 33 days, which is about a month, to upgrade to a second-level demon soldier. Considering the slowness of monster cultivation, his speed is very fast. As for the skill value, it is also easy to calculate. If you practice for 4 hours, it will increase by 2 points, which is 1 point for 2 hours. It went up 4 points in 8 hours a day. Based on his current skill value, it only takes about 20 days for him to fill up the skill value and upgrade the monster breathing technique. Moreover, this does not include Lu Fei using his lazy time to meditate and practice during the day at work. There is also an increase in practice on moonlit nights. In short, after such an analysis, Lu Fei immediately felt that he had a great future in the future. Of course, he first has to survive the future battle with the monsters in Snake Pan Mountain. Think of this. Lu Fei didn't think anymore and dismissed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him. Holding back the hunger in my belly, I began to breathe and meditate. Time passed slowly. I don't know exactly how long it took. Lu Fei woke up to the sound of the crow monster talking and opened his eyes. It's very late now. I checked and they were all asleep. We can go. The crow monster's excited voice sounded. Lu Fei did not respond, but immediately summoned the virtual panel. Brush, brush, brush. Lines of pale white phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme began to flash and emerge. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 35100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 17100. Look at the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme that is constantly emerging in front of you. Lu Fei couldn't help but secretly thought, the realm value has increased by a little, and the skill value has increased by 3 points. Based on the calculation of the skill values at shorter intervals, he should have been meditating for about 6 to 7 hours just now, less than 8 hours. So the time now should be past midnight. White hair. At this time, the strange crow's voice sounded. Lu Fei then dispersed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, looked at the crow monster and said, "This time is just right, let's go." He stood up as he spoke. Wow! A blade of grass in the lower body's grass skirt was stepped on and was directly trampled off. Lu Fei looked at the rough-made grass skirt on his body and thought to himself that he must change it into a cloth one as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might fall apart one day while walking on the road. Soon, the 3 little demons walked out of the cave and looked around. Apart from hearing the grunting sounds of other cave monsters of different sizes around the cave, not a single monster was seen. Go this way. You can avoid those night watch guys here. The crow monster said and led the way, followed closely by Lu Fei and the pig monster Red Skin. It didn't take long. After leaving the little monster's residential area, the crow monster immediately transformed into a large black crow with a height of about 1 meter and a wingspan of 2 meters. The pig demon Red Skin transformed into a brown wild boar more than 2 meters long. As for Lu Fei, when he saw that the two little demons had transformed into their original forms, he raised his head and howled, and his body quickly grew larger and longer, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a pure white giant wolf nearly 3 meters long. The prototypes of the three little demons, except that the red-skinned pig demon is slightly smaller. The prototypes of Lu Fei and the crow monster are far beyond ordinary beasts. The reason why the little pig demon Red Skin is small is because he is the youngest. He got the opportunity early before he grew up and turned into a monster. Follow me. The crow monster flew into the air, greeted the two companions below, and then flew forward. The giant white wolf and the little wild boar quickly followed. After transforming into their prototypes, the three little demons were very fast. Under the leadership of the crow monster, it didn't take much time to rush down the mountain and speed toward the distant mountain where the human village was located. More than 2 hours later, three monsters appeared on the edge of a mountain forest. Looking at the village appearing in the distance in the darkness, the crow monster flying in mid-air said excitedly, "That's it. We must have a good meal tonight." Although I had encountered many wild beasts that had fled on the way here, none of the three monsters had the intention to pursue them, but still chose to go to the human village. That is because of food. But I also want to see the world. Except for Lu Fei, the other two little demons had only heard other people talk about humans before, and all the information they knew about humans was basically what they heard. They had never actually seen one, let alone a human village. I have carefully asked Grayskin, who has already been here. The crow monster continued, "Listen to me for a while." The little pig demon Red Skin hummed and nodded, "I will." Lu Fei looked at the building in the distance that was surrounded by a huge wooden fence. It was more like a village building than a village. He nodded and did not refute the crow monster's words. After all, he is still too unfamiliar with humans in this world. "Then let's go," the crow monster said, spreading its wings and flying forward. The giant white wolf and wild boar followed immediately. There is no moon in the night sky tonight, and there are very few stars. I couldn't see my fingers in the pitch black. The three monsters approached the simple wooden castle smoothly. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. Standing outside the village, I looked at a giant wooden fence that was more than 10 meters tall and had its tips cut into spikes. Among the three monsters, except the crow monster, it can fly easily. Lu Fei estimated that in the prototype state, a height of 7 or 8 meters would be no problem for him. But if it exceeds 10 meters and is still a spike-shaped fence, there is no need to try it. As for the red skin of the little wild boar, there is no need to mention it. I'll go in first and open the door wide. You guys wait here. The crow monster confessed, then flapped its wings and flew over the fence. While flying over the lookout room above the fence, the crow monster looked through the window and saw a human being, just like what other monsters said, sleeping under a weak oil lamp and drooling a lot. Below the observation tower is the gate. The switch of the gate is inside, and there are 3 big wooden sticks blocking it. Recalling the information he had obtained in his mind, the crow monster quietly flew over the giant fence. After scanning the inside of the village, he immediately looked for the big wooden stick that controlled the gate. Because it could see clearly at night, the crow monster easily found the big wooden stick blocking the door. But instead of the 3 he had heard of, there were 6. The crow monster carefully removed the sticks one by one. When he took off the last wooden stick and then opened the door excitedly, creak! The wooden door immediately made a sound. This usually insignificant sound was particularly harsh in this silent night of the night. The next second, woof woof woof. The barking of dogs immediately sounded from inside the village. Woof woof woof. As the first bark sounded, a large number of barks immediately followed. At this moment, in the small room of the observation deck above the giant wooden fence, the sleeping night watchman suddenly woke up. He immediately realized what had happened. He didn't even bother to wipe his saliva. He grabbed the longbow and quiver beside him and rushed out of the room. At the same time, the originally dark village was also filled with the sound of barking dogs. Small lights began to light up quickly. Outside the wooden fence, Lu Fei, who was waiting in front of the gate, immediately realized something was wrong when he heard the barking of dogs. At this time, the gate of the wall was opened, and the figure of the crow monster appeared in front of the two monsters waiting outside. "We've been discovered, let's go." Lu Fei looked at the excited-looking crow monster inside the gate and immediately spoke, then turned and left. Etc. The crow monster quickly shouted, "I just opened the door." The words have not yet finished. Whoosh! An arrow fell from the sky, grazing his big wings and hitting the ground. Immediately afterwards, the monster has entered the village. The monster has entered the village. Kill the monster! Human shouts came from above. The crow monster quickly turned his head and saw that the village behind him had suddenly become bright. A large number of humans were rushing out of the house with bows, arrows, spears, long sticks and other weapons. "Come out! Wait for me!" The crow monsters, who have never seen such a battle before, changed their expressions, screamed, and immediately flapped their wings and flew out of the gate. At this time, Lu Fei, who had transformed into the prototype of a giant wolf, had already fled 100 meters away. The wild boar monster Redskin followed closely behind. Looking at the two companions who quickly ran into the darkness, the crow monster flew out of the fence gate in panic while avoiding the arrows shot from behind while shouting, "Wait for me!" Soon, when the crow monster also rushed into the vast darkness. Above the village fence, an old man with white beard and hair, surrounded by villagers, looked in the direction where the big bird monster disappeared, and said, "It should just be a little monster who wants to come to our village for a tooth sacrifice." After speaking, the old man looked at the young man next to him who still had sleep marks on half of his face and scolded, "I asked you to watch the night, not to sleep. Wait for me." In the dark night sky, the crow monster looked at the two figures in front and shouted, "Wait for me." Lu Fei ran until he reached the edge of the forest and then stopped. The red-skinned little pig demon also stopped after hesitating. Lu Fei turned around and saw that no humans were chasing him. Then he looked at the crow monster in mid-air, which was flying normally except for some panic, and asked, "Are you not hurt?" The crow monster flew phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme quickly, and after landing on the ground, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, but it's only a little bit short." Looking at the frightened look on the crow monster's face, Lu Fei was speechless and said, "When you listened to their bragging, didn't you hear them say that there are dogs on guard in human villages? Do you run away when you hear a dog barking?" The crow monster shook his head, "No, Gray Skin and the others only said that dog meat is delicious." "Why do you run when you hear a dog barking?" The little pig demon Humpy, who followed Lu Fei in advance and failed to see the humans behind him, looked up and asked Lu Fei. Lu Fei replied, "Because dogs barking will wake up humans." Crow monster, "Bai Mao, do you mean that Gray Skin lied to me?" Lu Fei knew that the gray skin in his mouth was a rat spirit, but the original owner was unfamiliar with it, so he continued, "Then what he told you is true?" Crow monster, "That's all true. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme he mentioned and the gate of the human village are all the same as he said." Lu Fei continued to ask, "When did Huapi come here last time? Who did he come with?" Crow monster, "A year ago, he was with a yellow bull monster and 2 rat spirits." Lu Fei, "Were they injured when they came back?" Crow monster, "The ox demon is dead, and the other 2 rat spirits were also injured, but he is fine." Lu Fei, "That's clear. He's afraid of being embarrassed, but he might also want to see you be as unlucky as him." Lu Fei now understood why a village was located at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain where monsters lived. With such a tall wooden fence, unless a leader-level monster takes action, it would be difficult for ordinary little monsters to even get in. As for why no more powerful monster took action, Lu Fei estimated that he was a practitioner who was concerned about human beings. After all, beasts in this world can become demons and can cultivate. Humans certainly do the same. Thinking about it this way, Lu Fei became more and more curious about the world. What should we do now? At this time, the little pig demon Redskin asked. The crow monster answered, let's catch some wild animals in the surrounding mountains and forests. We saw a lot when we came here. Lu Fei nodded. Lang Langshan only provides one meal. The leaders of the little monsters will not care if they rely on their own efforts, but they have to hand over the elixirs and other things they find, and they cannot kill beasts with intelligence turned on when they encounter them. Hurry up, it's not far from dawn. Lu Fei said, turned around and walked into the forest. The crow monster and the pig monster immediately followed after seeing this. After an hour. In a dark forest. The fire was dim. 3 monsters who transformed into human-like animal heads sat around the fire. On the simple grill in front of them, a skinned grizzly bear was roasting. The crow monster saw Lu Fei carefully picking out the meat on the bear's skin and gesticulating with it on his body. After hesitating, he still asked, Bai Mao, if you wear this thing, aren't you afraid that the bear leader will give you trouble? What are you afraid of? As he spoke, Lu Fei picked up the grizzly bear's skin that had already been peeled off, put it in front of the fire and began to dry it, and asked the crow strangely, do you think you are the same kind as those crows who are not yet enlightened and crow all day long? The crow monster immediately shook his head, of course not, they are just a group of uncivilized stupid birds. Lu Fei nodded, the bear leader would also think so. Not long. When the grizzly bear meat on the grill is roasted, oil will rise and the aroma of cooked meat will begin to emit. The crow monsters sitting around couldn't help but ask again, it's already cooked. Can I eat it if I find it at Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com? Lu Fei glanced at the eager-looking crow monster next to him, then at the red-skinned pig demon who was already drooling, and said, that's it. As he said that, he reached out first and pulled off a hot bear leg. The impatient crow monster and pig monster immediately swarmed up. Chew the bear meat that has no salt, no pepper, no seasoning, and is not even fully cooked. Lu Fei actually found it not unpleasant to eat. Perhaps the change of body has also changed the taste in the mouth. In short, on the summer night after his first attempt at entering a human village, Lu Fei finally had his first meal in this world. When the 3 little demons returned to Lang Lang Mountain and their caves, the eastern sky has already glowed with white clouds. After eating and drinking enough, the crow monster fell asleep. The little pig demon Red Skin did not continue to express his thoughts at this time, and also fell asleep. Listen to the rapid sound of purring. Lu Fei didn't sleep. With his current physical strength, he estimated that it would be no problem to go without sleep for 2 or 3 days. Besides, I can't sleep for long at this point. After getting on the stone bed and sitting cross-legged, Lu Fei quickly entered into meditation. When the light group rises in the eastern sky and the sun shines into the forest. Outside the cave, a little demon with a monkey face and human body, carrying a gong in one hand and a mallet in the other, appeared in front of the cave where many little demons lived. Listen to the many stone caves with endless snoring. The little monkey-faced demon looked excited and banged the gong in his hand. Duong. Dang dang dang. Dang 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 dang. Dang 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 dang. The huge, harsh, and penetrating sound of the gong instantly resounded throughout the entire mountain. The little monsters who are extremely sensitive to the sound of the bell that wakes them up every day will be awakened immediately when they hear the sound of the gong. Then, after the little monsters were stunned for a few seconds, they finally remembered, oh, it's time to get up. Lu Fei, who was practicing meditation, was also awakened immediately when he heard the sound of the gong. Although he wanted to complain in his heart that if he was woken up like this every day, sooner or later he would have a nervous breakdown. But he also knew that if they weren't so rough, those little demons wouldn't be able to wake them up at all. For the little monsters at the bottom, what is consciousness and self-discipline? They are accustomed to obeying the strong, obeying force, obeying roughness, obeying instinct, and nothing else. Dang 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 dang. The shrill sound of the gong continued. When Lu Fei opened his eyes, he saw the crow monster sitting up on the stone bed opposite him, with confused eyes, as well as the little pig demon Redskin, who woke up with a groan. "Why does it feel like I just lay down?" The crow monster spoke as his eyes returned to focus. "You remember correctly, we did just lie down not long ago." The pig demon Redskin turned over and sat up, and as he spoke, he stretched out his hands to rub the shit out of his eyes. While the two demons were talking, Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. Brush, brush, brush. Lines of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 36100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 19100 Ability, Spearmanship Beginner 18100, Archery Beginner 6100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, None. The realm value has increased a little, and the skill value has increased 2 points. Look at the handwriting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme that is constantly appearing in front of you. Lu Fei, who kept all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme on his panel in mind, immediately saw the changes in the panel. Such clear phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, I spent 4 hours meditating on it. Lu Fei secretly thought that he had already used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme change information on the virtual panel to calculate time to a certain extent. Although now as a monster, he is very sensitive to changes in weather and time. The bear leader will definitely assign us tasks today, we have to go early. We should go. White hair. At this time, the strange crow's voice sounded. Walk. Lu Fei came back to his senses, said something, then dismissed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, got up and got off the stone bed. Although his attention was mainly focused on the virtual panel, he still heard what the crow monster said. He has mastered the ability of multitasking better and better now. He tightened the gray bearskin on his lower body. Lu Fei followed the crow monster and walked out of the cave. The little pig demon Redskin who was walking at the end couldn't help but reach out and touch Lu Fei's shiny gray bearskin around him. Lu Fei was startled when he noticed his butt being touched. He turned around and looked at the pig demon Redskin behind him, and couldn't help shouting, "What are you doing, kid?" The little pig demon Redskin stretched out his hand and scratched the bristles on his neck, smiled and said, "I want to see if it is very soft." Lu Fei looked at the silly little pig demon in front of him and said angrily, "Then you know now, right?" Redskin nodded, "I know, I'm going to get one too." The crow monster answered the question at the right time, "Redskin, are you not afraid of the bear leader?" Redskin shook his head, "Don't be afraid, I'm going to get some bird feathers, they will definitely be softer." The crow monster was stunned for a moment when he heard the sound. Why didn't I expect? Listen to the conversation between these two monsters. Lu Fei couldn't help but said, "If you are slower, we will definitely be whipped by the bear leader today." When the three little demons arrived at the top of the mountain where they usually gather, a large number of little demons have gathered here. According to the memory of the original owner, Lu Fei already had a rough idea of the situation at the top of Lang Lang Mountain. The Great King is a bison transformed into a spirit. Under the king, there are two commanders. They are respectively the wolf leader and the sheep leader. Under the leadership is the little leader. There are currently 9 little leaders in Lang Lang Mountain. Each little leader manages 10 to 20 little monsters. In this way, we can easily calculate the number of monsters on Lang Lang Mountain, which is roughly around 200. Lu Fei, the crow monster, the pig monster and the redskin 3 little monsters belong to the bear leader. After looking for the tall figure of the bear leader, the 3 little demons soon came to the group of little demons who also belonged to the bear leader. When the crow monster saw a group of familiar monsters, especially a gray-skinned rat spirit that was just over 1 meter tall and had a rat's head, the desire to show off and chat was immediately ready to start. So he held his head high and walked with noble steps. Lu Fei glanced at the crow monster, and without even asking, he knew what the guy was talking to the rat spirit. He was just bragging about his experience in going to the human village last night. Looking at the front of the team, the tall and strong bear leader, who is more than 2 meters tall and has a human body and a bear head, seems to be waiting for something. Lu Fei recalled in his mind the scene when he woke up yesterday and attended the king's meeting. Because the king's cave is too small, and because there are too many monsters, low-level monsters like Lu Fei are not qualified to enter the cave. Find Shuyuan www.zaishuan. Even if he gathered outside the cave, he would still be blocked from sight of the cave entrance by a large number of naturally large monsters such as bull monsters, bear monsters, tiger monsters, and elephant monsters. Therefore, he and his two friends did not see the king at all yesterday, that is, the buffalo spirit with the strongest cultivation and the highest strength. Even the last time I heard the other party's voice was at the end of the meeting. The king finally informed me about the battle with the monster on Snake Pan Mountain, and then gave a few words of encouragement to the little monsters at the bottom. This is the whole process of his participation in the meeting convened by the king yesterday. Speaking of which, there is a virtual panel inside the body. What Lu Fei needs most now is time. As long as he is given enough time to breathe, meditate and practice, he will continue to grow stronger. But now he is just a low-level little demon with low strength. If you don't want to leave Lang Lang Mountain, go wandering, and become a wild monster whose life is not guaranteed at any time. He must obey orders. What he is most concerned about now is when the battle with Snake Panshan, which was notified by the king yesterday, will begin. The previous article has been slightly modified if possible. He hopes this time will be as long as possible. Just when Lu Fei was praying secretly in his heart, suddenly, the originally sunny and clear sky was quickly obscured by large dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, bursts of dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme carrying shrill screams, curses, and cries rose out of thin air, making the little monsters all over the mountain turn pale and tremble. As if he felt something, Lu Fei endured the extremely weak feeling caused by the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blowing through his body, and looked up with difficulty. Then he saw a huge shadow that was as big as a small mountain appearing over the top of the mountain. Feeling the great pressure coming from the phantom of the bull head with huge horns above the mountain. Even though Lu Fei hadn't seen it with his own eyes yesterday, he could guess at this moment that the phantom should be the king of Lang Lang Mountain, transformed by the buffalo spirit. Looking at the huge shadow that suddenly appeared in the sky above his head, the little demons who were still shivering and struggling to persevere in the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme quickly became fanatical. They looked at the huge shadow on the top of the mountain and kept shouting for the king. At this time, I don't know which monster suddenly shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Then all the monsters shouted. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Listening to the shouts of many monsters, Lu Fei looked at the huge, extremely realistic scarlet bull's eyes on the huge bull's head above the mountain, and shouted accordingly. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Lu Fei quickly glanced at the many fanatical monsters on the mountain. At this time, I couldn't help but think that compared to the emperors who were shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in ancient times, this king who became a spirit from a buffalo was obviously more worthy of his name. Although Lu Fei didn't know the opponent's current specific strength. But based on the information heard in the memory of the original owner, it seems that the king of Lang Lang Mountain has lived for hundreds of years, and there is absolutely no problem in living for 1,000 years. At this time, the huge bull-headed shadow suddenly opened its mouth and said, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. What a long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Sooner or later, I, Lanyo, will become an immortal and become an ancestor, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme as long as heaven. A roaring sound like muffled thunder immediately resounded throughout the entire mountain. When all the little monsters are getting more and more enthusiastic. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king and the heaven. Suddenly, another voice shouted. The little demons found it pleasant to hear and immediately started shouting along. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king and the heaven. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king and the heaven. The phantom of the bull demon in the sky seemed quite satisfied with this sentence, and there was an obvious smile on the face of the giant bull. It was just that the little monsters were shouting, and they didn't know whether it was because they disliked the sentence because it had too many words, or because their culture was too limited, so they quickly shouted it into a simplified version of long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. The bull monster above didn't care phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme. Hearing the fanatical shouts of the monsters below, there was obvious enjoyment on his face. Lu Fei was shouting along with many little monsters, but his eyes were looking at the monster who had shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king and long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king before. In this world, there are only monsters who are born with roots. Generally, the culture of monsters born in wilderness mountains and forests is extremely limited. Although after encountering the opportunity to open up spiritual wisdom, you will gradually understand a lot of things through practice. But some words cannot be shouted by ordinary monsters. Lu Fei looked carefully and finally saw the figure of the monster who shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme before. It turned out to be a sheep demon with a gray head, but judging from its size and imposing appearance, it looked like a little leader. The sheep demon is not the same as me. He has also traveled through time. Looking at the sheep demon, Lu Fei couldn't help but complain in his heart. After all, Chinese people are too obsessed with magical and alluring words such as if you were ordered by heaven, you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Lu Fei was a little surprised when an uneducated sheep demon shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. And if he can pass through it, it's not that difficult to understand that other people can pass through it too. It seemed that he was aware of being watched. The little leader of the sheep demon who was originally looking at the figure of the king in the sky slowly turned his head. Lu Fei immediately turned his head when he saw this, and then pretended to shout and cheer. The bull demon shadow seemed to enjoy being cheered and worshipped by the little demons below. After a while, the bull demon finally took back his magical powers, transformed into a bull's head and a human body, and appeared on the top of the mountain. Appearing with him, there was also a white wolf demon wearing a black robe, and a black sheep demon wearing leather armor. Wearing armor, with 2 horns on his head, and a face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he is the king of Langlang Mountain. As for the ones with the white wolf head and the black sheep head, they should be the 2 commanders whose status is second only to the king. Lu Fei stared at the 3 big monsters on the top of the mountain. After scanning them quickly, he didn't dare to take a closer look. At this time, wearing armor and a dark complexion, the bull demon stepped forward, looked at the demons on the mountain below and said, "Children, what if there are monsters now that want to take over our mountains and forests and drive us away?" The bull demon spoke loudly, and many little demons below immediately became excited and shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill them all, eat them all! Kill them!" In an instant, the crowd of monsters below was filled with excitement. Looking at the attitude of the monsters at the foot of the mountain, the bull demon looked satisfied, and then loudly said, "The children are right. To deal with those monsters, we need to kill them, then occupy their mountains and forests, their hunting grounds, and their banshees, and let their banshees give birth to babies for us. So, I hereby announce that we will attack Shipan Mountain in 5 days. What do you think about capturing those snake banshees alive and letting them give birth to our babies?" The bull demon finished speaking. The monsters at the bottom of the mountain immediately started howling when they heard the sound "good. Good. Your Majesty is wise. Kill the snake mountain and capture the snake banshee alive. Having a baby, I want to have a baby with those snake monsters. Kill all the snake monsters. The king is wise, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the king. Listening to the extremely enthusiastic and passionate emotions of the little monsters around, Lu Fei only felt a little hot when he was in it, and he felt a little excited, as if he was infected. He wanted to shout as loud as he could along with the other little monsters around him. However, for Lu Fei, who has survived all kinds of beatings in modern society, poisonous chicken soup, expert opinions, bosses painting cakes, capitalists cheating on leaks, etc., a series of difficult journeys comparable to those in the West. The speech of the bull demon in front of me was too different. It's just that this guy didn't have any martial ethics, and his words seemed to have added buff, which made Lu Fei excited with his words, as if he had been pumped. The bull demon disappeared as soon as he finished talking. The remaining 2 commanders, White Wolf and Black Sheep, summoned the 9 junior commanders and gave instructions before leaving quickly. The little leaders who nodded and bowed in front of the 2 commanders immediately raised their heads after the commanders left. One by one, they returned to the little demons under their respective command and began to give specific tasks. You. The tall bear leader returned to his little demons, raised his hand and pointed directly at the 4 little demons, saying, "The task for the 5 of you is to make 50 wooden shields. The deadline is 3 days. If you can't finish it, I'll give it to you. Make you into a shield." The shield was the most difficult to make. Each of the 5 little demons who were named immediately grimaced, but no one dared to say no to the bear leader. Because he really does what he says. You. Leader Xiong continued to nod and assign tasks. You 3 are responsible for making gun rods, the same 50 gun rods, and the deadline is 3 days. If you can't finish it, I will make you into gun rods. And you. The bear leader gave tasks to his little demons one by one. What do you think our turn will be? At this time, a slightly shrill voice rang in Lu Fei's ear. Lu Fei turned around, and it was the crow monster that had returned to him at some point. Have no idea. Lu Fei said casually, "Why don't you ask?" No. The crow monster immediately shook its head into a rattle. At this time, the bear leader suddenly glared over with violent eyes. You 3 dare to be distracted and chatting privately while I am talking. I order you to make 1,500 arrows within 3 days, otherwise I will make the 3 of you into arrows. The bear leader stared at Lu Fei, the crow monster, and the pig monster Red Skin with furious eyes, and spoke viciously every word. The hard work of making arrows was quickly recalled in his mind. Lu Fei's face looked like a crow monster and a pig monster, and he frowned as fast as he could see. Although there was no expression on their hairy faces, their eyes could clearly reveal their mood at this time. The leader Xiong was very satisfied with the look in Lu Fei's little demon's eyes, so he looked away and continued to give instructions. Not a moment. The bear leader left after completing his mission. 1,500 arrows. The crow monster looked at the bear leader's leaving figure, and immediately said with a bitter face, "We are finished." He had made arrows before and knew that it was not difficult to make, but it was very time-consuming. Now he has to make 1,500 arrows, but he is only given 3 days. If this doesn't cost his life, why? The little pig demon Red Skin on the side also had a frown on his face. After Lu Fei recalled the part about making arrows in the original owner's memory, he looked at his 2 companions and asked, "You, look for Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan.com. Did we use wood to make arrows?" Success? The more senior crow monster nodded. "Yes, it is made of birch wood. It is very hard and difficult to peel. 1,500 arrows, given only 3 days, the 3 of us will definitely not be able to complete it." The crow monster was trying to scare his head, and the more he talked, the more desperate he became. After Lu Fei thought about it, he slowly said, "Maybe I have a way." The words fell. The crow monster and the pig monster Red Skin immediately looked over. As the lowest level little demon in Lang Lang Mountain, their lives were almost completely tied to the king, the 2 commanders, and many small leaders. The king and the 2 commanders can kill any little demon at will without any reason. However, due to their strength and status, they are superior to others. If they are not offended, the little demon's life will basically not be in danger. On the contrary, the little leaders, under the orders of the king, although they cannot directly kill the little demons for no reason, they can just find an excuse to kill the little demons they don't like, but it is just a casual thing. In the absence of a battle, the biggest danger to the little monsters is the malice from the little bosses. Although the bear leader does not say it every time, the price of failure is too dangerous. Neither the crow monster nor the piggy monster Redskin wanted to try. When they heard Lu Fei's voice, the two monsters immediately turned their heads and looked over, facing the expectant eyes of the two friends. Lu Fei did not explain directly, but whispered, "Go and get the tools first." It didn't take long. The three little demons all received tools for making arrows, a hatchet. Under the leadership of Lu Fei, the three little demons transformed into their original forms and walked quickly down the mountain. Go over the main hill where Dwang Cave is located. The three little demons appeared at the foot of the next mountain peak, in a large dense bamboo forest. This is it. The giant white wolf transformed by Lu Fei looked at the dense bamboo forest in front of him and said, "Bang bang bang." The crow monster dropped the three hatchets he held in his claws and asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" The little pig demon Humpy, who transformed into the original form of a wild boar, also raised his head and looked at Lu Fei in confusion. Lu Fei did not answer directly, but transformed into a wolf-headed human body, picked up a hatchet on the ground and said, "Of course it's to make arrows." As he spoke, he walked straight to the bamboo forest ahead with his hatchet in hand. Select a bamboo with straight branches and suitable thickness, and chop it with your hands. It ended up taking 2 or 3 cuts to cut it off, as the hatchet was too dull. Then, under the gaze of the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin, Lu Fei took one of the pieces, sharpened it, and then handed it to the crow monster that had turned into a human body and a bird head, and said, "Look." Ha! After receiving the bamboo arrow, the crow monster was immediately surprised. After looking at it carefully, he quickly expressed surprise on his face. "This is sharper, straighter, and better than what I made before, you do not say." Compared to the arrows split from the tree trunk, thinned, and then sharpened in the memory of the original owner. Arrows made from bamboo poles are obviously better in terms of straightness and sharpness. "Show me." The little pig demon Redskin heard the sound and stepped forward, taking the bamboo arrow handed by the crow monster. After looking at it, he immediately nodded and said, "This is good." As he spoke, he looked up at the vast bamboo forest in front of him with no end in sight, and said happily, "With so many bamboos, we will definitely be able to complete the task this time." Look at Lu Fei making a qualified arrow so simply and easily. The worries of the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin were immediately wiped away, and their expressions became happy. Looking at the expressions of the two monsters, Lu Fei could feel that the mood and anger of the monsters were indeed different from those of humans. With Lu Fei's demonstration just now, the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin were about to start making arrows. However, after Lu Fei tried the sharpness of the 3 hatchets, he became a teacher again and taught the two monsters to sharpen the knives. Sharpening the knife will not make you a chopping wood. This is a wise saying. Grind it well. My knife needs to be sharpened as well. I'm going to poop first and will come back later to check. Lu Fei said and walked towards the small river at the foot of the mountain. Speaking of which, Lu Fei discovered almost the entire mountaintop covered with arrow bamboo forest after he failed to steal chickens from a human village last night. After the bear leader gave the task, he quickly thought of the bamboo mountain behind him. In addition, it is known from the memory of the original owner that the arrows made by these monsters have no arrowheads at all, and they simply have the tips sharpened. Lu Fei knew that this mission should be completed. As for the bear leader's ill will towards him and his 2 little demon companions, Lu Fei didn't care. Because the bear demon has almost the same attitude towards the little demon below. Use violence to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the monsters below. This is what all monsters do. Besides, just violence is fine. I am afraid that some monsters are more lustful in nature, such as goat monsters and snake monsters. Encounter this boss monster. When banshees are scarce, the little demons under their control, even if they are male demons, may be violated. That's the scariest thing. Finished solving the large size, Lu Fei walked to the river. Although it is said to be a small river, it is actually not small, because the river is about 6 or 7 meters wide. The river water is very clear. Even standing on the shore, Lu Fei could clearly see a large number of fish swimming in the water, both large and small, densely packed. With such a resource, if fishermen saw it, they would go crazy with joy. Suddenly I remembered the ridicule of fishing guys on the internet when I was on Earth. Lu Fei smiled, squatted forward and bent down to wash his hands. He had just scraped his butt with a leaf, and his hands were inevitably contaminated with dirt. After washing his hands, he flicked the water and was about to wash his face when he saw the white figure reflected in the water and stopped. Although he transformed into a human form, his feet and hands also transformed into soles and 5 fingers. But the whole body is still fluffy. Lu Fei looked at his appearance carefully. He had white hair all over his body, a pair of vertical ears on his head, a long nose, and a pair of cold amber eyes. This is a very typical wolf look. And judging from his size, coat color, and eyes, he is definitely a handsome wolf. No matter how handsome he is just a wolf. Shaked his head. Lu Fei didn't think much about it. Learning to accept reality was something he already understood before he was a minor. After washing your face, he carefully looked at the fish in the river. Turn around and walk towards the mountain. The big meal yesterday made his stomach still full. It is important to complete the tasks ordered by the bear leader. Before he was hungry, Lu Fei had no intention of catching these fish. Return to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. The little pig demon Humpy has finished sharpening one hatchet and is sharpening the second one. The crow monster who was sharpening his knife immediately shouted when he saw Lu Fei's figure, "Bai Mao, do you think my knife is ready?" Lu Fei stepped forward, took the knife without looking, walked to a bamboo and chopped it down. The bamboo pole was cut in 2 instantly. Although it's still far from the sharpness Lu Fei wants. But it's much sharper than before it was sharpened, which is enough. After all, you can't ask too much from a monster. Okay, try it yourself. Lu Fei said and threw the hatchet to the crow monster and walked towards the pig monster Red Skin. Picking up the sharpened hatchet, Lu Fei looked at it carefully and found that the knife was sharpened much better than he expected. For a yellow knight who was born in an orphanage and learned how to chop vegetables and cook since he was a child, sharpening a knife is just a small skill. The hatchet is sharp. Find Shuyuan www.Zayashuan. Lu Fei took his 2 monster companions and started cutting bamboo to make arrows. For faster efficiency, Lu Fei divided the labor between the 2 demons. The crow monster has a relatively irritable personality. Lu Fei asked him to chop bamboo specifically. Although the red-skinned pig demon looks silly, Lu Fei knows that he is obviously better at thinking than the crow monster and has a stable personality. Therefore, he gave the other party the task of sharpening arrowheads. As for Lu Fei himself, he was responsible for taking the arrow shafts. Time passed slowly. With the cooperation of 3 little demons. It was just after noon. A large number of bamboo arrows piled up in front of Lu Fei and the little pig demon Humpy. At this time, the crow monster came over panting, carrying a large bundle of arrow bamboo, dropped the bamboo, looked at the 2 busy friends sitting on the ground and said, "How many arrows have we made? Can I rest, meeting?" Lu Fei was busy with his hands and said without raising his head, "I haven't counted, but it is definitely not enough." He neatly cut off the last useful length of the bamboo pole in his hand, then raised his head and continued, "It's still very early, go ahead and keep working hard. The task assigned by the bear leader is very heavy and we can't stop." Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster said feebly, "But I'm very hungry now. I want to eat, and the food in the mountain kitchen is almost ready. We should go up the mountain." Lu Fei continued to shake his head, "We won't go up the mountain to eat today. The words have not yet finished. Then what shall we eat?" The crow monster screamed immediately. The little pig demon Humpy, who was busy at the side, also stopped what he was doing and looked over. Lu Fei said calmly, "Eat fish. Eat fish." The crow monster immediately asked, "Where are the fish?" Lu Fei, "In the river." As he spoke, he stood up, took a hatchet and walked to the sparse bamboo forest aside. He found a slightly thick and straight bamboo pole and chopped it down. Then start taking action. It didn't take long. A bamboo pole harpoon with 2 sharp forks is ready. Lu Fei was surprised and pleasantly surprised when he saw that the fish in the river were so dense before, but the monsters on the mountain turned a blind eye. What's more, he has the memory of the original owner. He already knows that the food made by the monsters on the mountain is basically simply peeling the skin of animal meat, removing the internal organs, then cutting it into small pieces and throwing it into a big pot to cook, and then adding some of the food. They are beasts. Some wild radishes, wild onions, and other wild vegetables that I had eaten in the past were put in and stewed together. It's okay to fill your stomach, but as for the taste, it's completely imaginable. After all, a group of wild beasts who originally only knew how to eat raw meat have turned into monsters with enlightened intelligence, and their eating ability is far inferior to that of real humans. Only after some monsters become stronger, after their property and life safety are sufficiently guaranteed, and after their horizons are broadened, will they be able to think more and pursue more. What weapon is this? The crow monster looked at the bamboo fork in Lu Fei's hand and couldn't help but ask. Lu Fei, this is called a harpoon. You will know how powerful this thing is after a while. As he spoke, he cut 2 more suitable bamboo poles one after another and began to make them. Not a moment. The 3-handled bamboo pole harpoon is completed. Then, Lu Fei took his 2 companions all the way to the river. There are schools of fish swimming everywhere in the river. This place is inaccessible and there is no human disturbance. These fish schools are not afraid of the sound of the footsteps of the 3 monsters on the roadside. Lu Fei looked at the fish in the water, raised a harpoon, and plunged into what seemed to be the largest fish at the water's edge. The violent movement immediately caused the fish to turn into birds and beasts and flee in all directions. Soon, the turbid sand and gravel dispersed. Lu Fei saw a not quite dead grasscarp on his bamboo harpoon. When it gets completely dark. On the grass near the river, a bonfire was burning brightly. Beside the bonfire, 3 monsters, one with the head of a white wolf, one with the head of a bird, and one with the head of a tusked pig, were sitting around the bonfire. Each little demon holds a bamboo pole in its hand, and a big fish is strung on each bamboo pole, which is being roasted on the bonfire. Smell the aroma of cooked meat emanating from the grilled fish. The crow monster who couldn't wait put the grilled fish in front of his nose and sniffed it vigorously. Then he looked at his partner Lu Fei opposite and asked, "Bai Mao, is this fish really edible?" Lu Fei, who was concentrating on grilling fish, raised his head and saw the crow monster's hesitation. It was not surprising. After all, these land monsters had too few opportunities to eat fish. It was normal for them to have never seen the world. So he said, "Of course, but you'd better eat slowly and be patient. There are fish bones on the fish." But before he finished speaking, he saw the crow monster eagerly opened its sharp mouth and bit it. The next second, the crow monster opened its mouth wide and screamed "Ah ah." What happened to him? The pig demon Red Pie, who was grilling fish, looked at the crow monster's outrageous actions and asked Lu Fei. Lu Fei was happy. "It hit my mouth. Pricked in the mouth." Just when the little pig monster was puzzled by Lu Fei's words, he then saw the crow monster reach out and pull out a white spike from its mouth. The night is getting darker. In front of the bonfire, more than a dozen big fish also entered the belly of the 3 monsters. Is the fish delicious? Lu Fei dropped the fish bone in his hand, wiped the stain on his mouth, looked at the 2 little demons in front of him and asked, "Delicious?" "Well." The crow monster twirled its fingers and nodded quickly, not forgetting to burp, "Tasty." The little pig demon Humpy also nodded and said, "I've never eaten it before." The crow monster wiped every finger clean, and then said with satisfaction, "I seem to have heard someone say that fish in the water is delicious before, but I have never tried it. Today I finally know." Although we didn't get along for long. But Lu Fei obviously already knew what the urinary nature of the crow monster was. After hearing what the other party said, he immediately warned, "You are not allowed to tell this matter, especially to that rat spirit." "Yes." The little pig demon Redskin also answered, "The fish here can feed the 3 of us for a long time, but if other demons find out, we will definitely be as hungry as before." Although the crow monster has a loud mouth, he still understands the importance and nodded, "I won't." Facing the crow monster's assurance, Lu Fei nodded, "Hide the arrows we made today first, and continue tomorrow." Soon, the 3 little demons extinguished the fire. Then he put away the bamboo arrows made today and hid them. Then he transformed into his original form, left the bamboo mountain, and walked quickly towards the main mountain of Lang Lang Mountain. 2 days later. Noon. The sun is hot. In the vast bamboo forest. Lu Fei was squatting in front of a large pile of bamboo arrows, counting them one by one, 65, 66, 67, 100. The crow monster and the pig monster Red Skin, who were completely confused about the numbers, were responsible for the transportation and sorting. After a while, there are 15 piles of arrows neatly placed in the spacious bamboo forest. A pile of 100 arrows. 15 piles, exactly 1500. To prevent accidents, Lu Fei also deliberately made a lot more arrows. Find Shuyuan www.zayashuancom 1538. In order to prevent a miscount, Lu Fei counted the arrows for the second time and finally confirmed the number of arrows made by the 3 little demons in the past 3 days. Seeing Lu Fei finish counting, the crow monster immediately asked, "Is the number enough?" Lu Fei nodded, "That's enough. Next, we need to bring all the arrows back to our residence. But before we go back, let's fill our stomachs first." The words fell. The red-skinned eyes of the crow monster and the pig monster lit up instantly. They had been eating grilled fish for 3 days in a row since Lu Fei took him to eat grilled fish on the first day. Put away the arrows and hide them. Lu Fei took the 2 little demons to the river again. This time, each of the 3 demons had 2 harpoons in their hands. After some stabbing activity. Not long. There were more than a dozen fish on the shore, including grass carp, crucian carp, and carp, all of different sizes. It's still division of labor and cooperation. The little pig demon Hompi took out the kindling he had brought with him and lit a fire aside. Lu Fei carried the harpoon and continued to look for big fish on the shore. The crow monster was squatting by the river processing fish offal. At this time, a huge black shadow came upstream from the lower reaches of the river, looking for the smell of blood. When the crow monster complained that the sun was too hot while cleaning the fish. Sudden. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the water, bit the crow monster and dragged it towards the water. Lu Fei, who was not far upstream, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Seeing the crow monster being dragged into the water, he tightened his harpoon and plunged into the river without having time to think, "Help me." The crow monster suddenly heard a scream. The little pig demon Redpi, who was lighting a fire in the shade on the bank, turned his head and saw the crow monster being dragged into the river by something. Before he could react, he saw Bai Mao jumping into the river. After finally realizing what had happened, Red Skin immediately stood up, picked up the harpoon on the side and rushed towards the river. Just wait until he rushes to the river. Except for the large ripples of waves that are constantly swaying on the river, there is no trace of the white-haired and crow monsters. White hair. The crow monster. The little pig demon Redskin looked anxious as he walked down the river and kept shouting. "It's just that it has returned to calm, and nothing strange can be seen on the water surface, as if nothing happened just now." But he knew very well that his 2 partners had just been swallowed by the river. Although Bai Mao obviously got into the water on his own initiative. White hair. The little pig demon Redskin continued downward along the direction of the water flow, shouting continuously. Time passed by minute. There was still nothing strange on the river. The red-skinned face of the little pig demon became more and more eager and anxious. At this time, a dark bird head suddenly appeared in the river below. "It's a crow monster." Crow monster. The red-skinned pig demon suddenly became happy, shouted, and immediately ran down. Quickly rushing to the shore corresponding to the crow monster, he immediately stretched out the other end of the harpoon to pull the crow monster ashore. But he saw the crow monster, which was breathing heavily, pulled the harpoon pole and pointed at the river below, and shouted urgently towards Redskin, Bai Mao is still down there, save Bai Mao." Just faced with the crow monster's cry for help, the red-skinned little pig demon's face became even more anxious. Although he was born to swim, he had almost never stepped into a river like this, so his swimming skills were comparable to those of a crow monster, maybe a little better. He could still be of help on shore. But when he went underwater, he didn't even know if he could fight. If you jump into the water rashly, I'm afraid Bai Mao will be hurt. Although the pig monster usually looks naive and its reactions seem to be half a beat slower than other monsters, it will never be confused at critical moments. Quick, come up. Redskin pulled the soaked and extremely embarrassed crow monster onto the shore and immediately asked, "Where is Bai Mao? How is he?" Bai Mao is in the water. He was fighting with the monster just now, and I was able to escape from the fish monster, the crow monster said quickly. After that, he picked up the red-skinned harpoon of the little pig monster and looked carefully into the water. It's just that although the water in the river is not too fast, it is not slow. Where can the crow monster see something under? They must have been washed down, the crow monster said and hurriedly ran downstream. The little pig demon Redskin immediately followed. Just looking at the still calm river, the crow monster looked anxious and turned to Redskin as he ran and said, "No, Whitehair will definitely not be able to defeat the monster in the water. We have to go to the bear leader for help." The pig demon Redskin didn't answer when he heard the sound. Although he knew that the crow monster was anxious, what he wanted to say more was that when the bear leader arrived, Bai Mao didn't even know where he was washed away. Just when the two little demons were extremely anxious. On the river not far downstream, large areas of blood red suddenly appeared. There's blood there. The crow monster noticed something strange and immediately pointed to the water downstream and shouted, then accelerated and ran downward. Just when he and the pig demon Redskin quickly ran to the corresponding water surface and looked underwater with wide eyes. A white head suddenly emerged from the water downstream. Whitehair. The crow monster suddenly looked overjoyed and shouted immediately. Lu Fei didn't bother to reply at this time. He was breathing heavily. Fortunately, this monster body is so strong. If it were his body on Earth, he wouldn't be able to hold on for so long even by holding his breath, not to mention fighting the fish monster to save the crow monster under the water. Call. Call. Lu Fei gasped for air in the water. At this time, the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin ran over, and a bamboo harpoon suddenly stretched out in front of him, startling Lu Fei who had just recovered. It's the opposite. The pig demon Redskin was also frightened when he saw the crow monster hurriedly extending the sharp end of the harpoon to the Whitehair, and shouted quickly, "No. Sorry. The crow monster smiled awkwardly, immediately took back the harpoon and replaced it with the other end. Lu Fei then grabbed the harpoon and let the crow monster pull him to the shore, exhausted. "Bai Mao, how are you? Are you okay?" Looking at Lu Fei who climbed ashore and collapsed on the ground, the crow monster immediately stepped forward and asked. "It's okay, but I almost got stabbed to death by you." Lu Fei panted heavily, looked up at the soaked and embarrassed crow monster in front of him and said, Hey. The crow monster heard the sound and said with a silly smile, "As long as it's okay, it'll be okay." Whitehair. At this time, the little pig demon Redskin asked, "What happened just now?" Lu Fei, who was still breathing heavily, was too tired to speak and looked at the crow monster beside him. Seeing the look in Lu Fei's eyes, the crow monster was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said immediately, "I know this best. Let me tell you. I was killing fish by the river just now. You know the weather was too hot." Without realizing it, the monster suddenly rushed out of the water and dragged me down the river. Fortunately, Bai Mao came quickly and fought the monster with a harpoon underwater, so I was able to take the opportunity to escape. Redskin, you don't know how dangerous it was underwater just now. Listen to the crow monster telling the pig monster Redskin about the situation under the water like a story. Lu Fei, who was sitting aside to rest, couldn't help but think of the thrilling scene underwater. He was very good at water when he was on Earth, and he once worked part-time as a swimming pool lifeguard. This was one of the reasons why he dared to jump into the water and fight the fish monster when he saw the crow monster being dragged into the water. Of course, the most important thing is because his current monster body gives him confidence. What's more, he already regarded the crow monster as his future younger brother and one of his team members, so how could he just watch him being dragged away by the fish monster? Then, did the monster die in the end? At this time, the voice of the little pig demon Redskin came in. Lu Fei immediately remembered the last fork he gave to the fish demon with a harpoon. Crow monster, I have to ask by Mao. Listening to the conversation between the two partners, Lu Fei slowly stood up and continued, even if the fish demon is immortal, he will definitely end up seriously injured. Because I severely damaged the monster's eyes. When it gets completely dark. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan. Lu Fei took the crow monster and the pig monster red skin and moved the last pile of bamboo arrows back to the cave. Because the crow monster's wings were bitten by a sneak attack at noon, it was very difficult for him to fly after transforming. As a result, the airlift plan failed. The three demons Lu Fei could only use their transformed human bodies to transport all the arrows back. The cave is a bit far away from the bamboo forest. This has kept the three little demons busy until now. Whoosh whoosh. Putting down the arrows in his arms, the crow monster turned around and fell on the stone bed beside him, sighing, I'm so tired, why am I so unlucky today? Little pig demon Redskin, get out of the way, you're lying on the wrong bed. Crow monster, let me lie down for a while, I'm really tired. Redskin, your bed is next door. Turning a blind eye to the two demons' daily behavior. Lu Fei got on the stone bed and lay down, his thoughts moving slightly. Brush brush brush. Lines of virtual handwriting emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 40100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 27100 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 18100, Archery Entry Level 6100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100 Soul Power, 1. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme that kept appearing in front of him, Lu Fei suddenly widened his eyes. Ha! Seeing the changes on the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme panel in front of him, Lu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The first is the harpoon skill that appears after the ability bar. This skill emerged on the second day after he made arrows, that is, after spearing fish in the river for 2 days. Yesterday, the experience value was only 4 points, but today it suddenly increased to 15 points, which surprised him. However, I have gone into the water today and used a harpoon to fight the fish demon, so it is not surprising that the experience value has increased significantly. However, the soul power column further down, which had always been 0, actually had a little more soul power. This really surprised Lu Fei. How did this bit of soul power come out? Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme in front of him, Lu Fei fell into deep thought. He carefully thought about everything he had done today. When he got up in the morning, he checked that the panel phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme had not changed. Because I had a mission, I didn't need to go to the gathering. I went directly to the bamboo forest yesterday and continued the repetitive work of making arrows. At noon, the 1,500 arrows required by the bear leader were finally made, and the task was completed. Then we went to the river to catch some fish to fill our stomachs. Immediately afterwards, the crow monster was attacked by the fish monster. He jumped into the water, fought with the fish demon and saved the crow monster. The fish demon was stabbed in the eye by himself and was seriously injured and ran away. Finished grilled fish again. Finally, all the arrows were moved back to the cave. Until now. After sorting through everything that happened today, Lu Fei felt that the only thing that was strange was his fight with the fish demon. As for the rest, it's basically the same as the previous day. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately thought of a question: did the fish demon who was stabbed in the eye by him die in the end? If he is not dead, there will be nothing strange about him. Where does his soul power come from? If he dies in the end, then the source of his soul power can be explained. Soul power. Mutter the word. Lu Fei's mind was racing at high speed, and all his previous speculations about soul power came to mind at this moment. At this time, he suddenly thought, could soul power be the meaning of soul power? After all, the virtual panel system on my body is similar to the game panel mechanism I have played before. In the game, you can gain experience by killing monsters. In reality, it seems reasonable that you can get soul power by killing the fish demon. Thinking of this, Lu Fei felt that the soul power and its source on the virtual panel in front of him could be matched and explained. If this is the case, then the fish demon who was stabbed in the eye by himself during the day is probably dead now. This is also the source of his soul power. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately realized that there was probably a fish demon waiting for him to pick up the corpse downstream of the river. Beasts that can develop spiritual intelligence and transform into monsters can only transform into monsters when they encounter opportunities. This kind of opportunity usually comes from spiritual herbs or elixirs. I believe the same should be true for the fish monster in the water. The corpses of spiritual creatures that have been eaten in this way will definitely have a great tonic effect after being eaten by other monsters. This is also the reason why whenever a little demon dies on Lang Lang Mountain, he is quickly taken away by the leader. The corpse was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme eaten by the leader alone, or presented to the commander-in-chief above, or even delivered to the king's dining table. I thought of this. Lu Fei suddenly thought that he had heard from the crow monster about the war between Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Pan Mountain. He thought it was because the monsters at the top wanted to reduce the number of little monsters below and save food and expenses. Think about it now. The other party may have the idea of maintaining quantity and saving expenses. But the reason is probably more for the little demon below. After all, the body of a spiritual creature that has eaten it can still be regarded as a discounted spiritual creature. By using the hands of hostile forces to fight each other, both sides can harvest a wave of little demon corpses. This is a completely profitable and harmless transaction. Think of this. Lu Fei felt beads of sweat break out on his forehead. He thought carefully about the treatment of a little monster like him on Lang Lang Mountain. Treatment, 1 meal a day, regardless of whether you are full, and protection from the king of Lang Lang Mountain. The obligations that the little monsters have to fulfill: no salary, no overtime pay, they must work hard every day without any complaints, be beaten, punished, and even killed. Now there is one more thing to add: regular, randomly selected opportunities to become food through battles. The more you think about it, Lu Fei understood more and more that the little monsters at the lowest level were, at best, struggling to survive, but at worst, they were just pigs raised by monsters with higher levels of strength. The weak eat the strong. For the first time, Lu Fei felt that this idiom was so naked. And if he wants to avoid this fate, he has no other choice but to practice hard. This is the thought. Lu Fei immediately made a decision in his heart. He was going to find the fish demon that should have been seriously injured and died by him. He must not waste it. But it was just getting dark now, so it was too early. Wait until later. A decision was made. Lu Fei stopped thinking about it and returned his gaze to the virtual panel in front of him. Only then did he realize that there was a ++ sign looming behind the skill column, ability column, and talent column. His thoughts moved slightly. Clicked on the plus sign behind monster breathing method in the skill column. The next second, a virtual prompt appeared in front of me. This enhancement consumes a bit of soul power. Do you want to strengthen it? Whether look at the virtual prompts in front of you. Lu Fei understood immediately. This soul power is equivalent to the free attribute points in the game, which are specially used to add points for strengthening. This is really good stuff. Lu Fei was a little excited, but he was not confused yet. Soul power was rare, so he had to use it in the right place to maximize his benefits. He was careful whether he clicked on the prompt. Then take a closer look at the entire panel. Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 40100 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Introduction 27100 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 18100, Archery Entry Level 6100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100. In addition to the skill column, there are looming plus signs behind the ability column and the talent column, which means they can all be strengthened. But these are important. Lu Fei's eyes still stopped at the top realm bar. Realm is the most basic strength that determines his body, and it is also the most important foundation. It's just that he looked left and right, but he couldn't see the plus sign after the realm column that was similar to the other columns. What do you mean? After observing carefully again, Lu Fei finally understood that the realm could not be directly strengthened. But that's okay. It's already very good to directly strengthen other abilities. Lu Fei is still very grateful. The virtual panel system, the appearance of experience points and proficiency in various abilities, allows you to clearly see your step-by-step growth and be more motivated to persevere. The emergence of soul power will allow him to become stronger faster based on the above. What else is he dissatisfied with? Quickly throw away the little bit of depression caused by the inability to strengthen the realm value. Lu Fei began to look at all the abilities that could be strengthened. The monster breathing method in the exercise column is not important. Although it is a cultivation method practiced by the lower class of the demon tribe, it determines Lu Fei's ability to embark on the path of cultivation, and it is very precious. Although the lance technique, archery technique and harpoon technique behind the ability column are skills, they are just skills he learned casually as a low-level demon. They are obviously much less valuable than the skills. As for the last talent column, Sirius swallows the moon. As Lu Fei's natural talent, its importance is beyond doubt. After comprehensive consideration, Lu Fei decided to use the soul power on abilities that would make him stronger faster. Think of this. His mind moved slightly, and he clicked on the plus sign after the monster breathing method. This enhancement consumes a bit of soul power. Do you want to strengthen it? Whether there was no hesitation this time, Lu Fei clicked. The virtual panel in front of me suddenly glowed brightly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fei could feel that there was a lot of information related to the demon clan's breathing method in his mind. For example, it deepened his understanding of tuna method. The optimization of some running routes when running the breathing method can allow him to slightly improve the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during meditation practice and other aspects of information knowledge. In short, at this moment, Lu Fei could clearly feel that he had a deeper understanding of the monster breathing method imprinted in his mind. When you meditate again, the effect should be better. After secretly feeling the changes in my mind, Lu Fei's attention quickly returned to the virtual panel in front of him. Only then did he realize that the panel had undergone many changes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 40100 Experience Value, 0200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 0500. First of all, the little soul power that had just been obtained and not warmed by the soul power bar disappeared and returned to nothing again. And the sorting also appears in the front. Above the soul power column, there is an additional experience value column. According to Lu Fei's estimation, this experience value column should correspond to the experience value needed to earn soul power. After the skill column, the suffix of monster breathing method has changed from beginner to skilled. Look at the changes on the panel in front of you. Lu Fei sighed in his heart. In the past few days since he traveled through time, he has not rested at all. Not only does he spend a lot of time in the evening breathing and meditating. Even when he has a chance to be lazy during the day at work, he will take time to meditate. After such efforts, coupled with the experience left by the original owner, I only got a total of 27 points of experience points in the vomiting method. Now, with a little soul power, he could save nearly a month of breathing meditation time and directly upgrade the monster breathing method to a higher level. Such a gap, such a shortcut. Is this system encouraging him to kill? Disperse the virtual panel. When Lu Fei's attention returned to reality, he raised his head and saw that the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin were already asleep. The snoring sounds came and went, although physically tired. But Lu Fei's spirit was obviously a little excited at this time. You definitely won't be able to sleep in this situation. What's more, Lu Fei is also used to meditating first and then sleeping. It just raised the breathing practice technique to a higher level. He also wanted to see how the upgraded demon breathing method performed compared to before the upgrade. Then, Lu Fei turned over, sat cross-legged with his back against the stone wall, made a mudra with his hands, put his tongue on the roof of his mouth, half closed his eyes, and started to use the breathing and breathing meditation method. Time passed by minute by minute. The night is getting darker. When the snoring sounds inside and outside the cave sound very rhythmic, one after another. In the cave, Lu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. This body's sensitivity to time is much stronger than his previous one. Even without summoning a virtual panel to calculate, he could probably tell what time period it was. It must have been past midnight. Because in the past few days, he basically ended his meditation and woke up at this time. Lu Fei turned his head and glanced outside the cave, then looked at the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin who were still sleeping. A thought came to my mind. A series of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appeared in front of me again. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 42100 Experience Value, 0200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 5500. The skill value has increased by 5 points. In the same time, it is a little more than the previous 4 points. Looking at the virtual panel in front of him, Lu Fei secretly compared in his mind. The realm value also increased by 2 points, seemingly the same as before. But Lu Fei knew in his heart that the increase in skill value and experience meant that the realm value would definitely increase faster. It doesn't show up now, maybe it's just that the improvement is not that obvious, and the accumulated meditation practice time is just enough. Search for books www.zayeshuan.com learned about the upgraded effect of monster breathing method. Lu Fei didn't look at it anymore, dismissed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, stood up, walked to the stone bed of the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin, stretched out his hand and slapped each of the two little monsters. Get up! Soon. The two monsters were woken up, and then looked at Lu Fei in front of them with confused expressions. Lu Fei said calmly, "Get up, let's go out." The crow monster immediately shouted, "Did we not have such a plan before?" Lu Fei, plans change at any time. Listening to the conversation between the two partners. The little pig demon Redskin just took a serious look at Lu Fei's face. Then without saying anything, he silently turned over and got off the stone bed, then silently picked up the yellow gourd beside the bed and carried it on his back, and finally looked at the two companions silently. It didn't take long. The three little demons concealed the arrows in the cave and then sneaked out of the cave. Then, under the leadership of the crow monster, the three monsters transformed into their original forms and walked quickly down the mountain. He ran all the way past the sight of the little demon watching at Lang Lang Mountain. The crow monster flying in the air in front couldn't help but look at the giant white wolf below, and asked again, "Bai Mao, you are all here, what on earth do you want? Can you tell me now?" The giant white wolf transformed by Lu Fei said calmly, "I suspect that the fish monster that attacked you during the day is dead." "What fish demon?" As soon as the irritable crow monster opened his mouth, he immediately reacted, then stared at Lu Fei below, suppressing his voice and said in surprise, "You mean the monster in the river died during the day?" Lu Fei still said calmly, "Yes." Hear Lu Fei's answer. The crow monster was really surprised and happy. He went to Lang Lang Mountain earlier than the little pig demon Humpy and earlier than Lu Fei. In addition, the natural talent is related to the ears, so you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme hear a lot of useful information, and there is also enough reason to gossip. The crow monster obviously knows more than Lu Fei and Redskin. He told Lu Fei whether it was a good thing to replenish the corpses of other monsters. Therefore, after hearing Lu Fei's words, he immediately reacted. Then The crow monster looked at the giant white wolf below and asked excitedly in a low voice, "Can't we enjoy the whole corpse of the monster?" Facing the excited crow monster, Lu Fei continued calmly, "Then we have to find the monster's body first." Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster's excited expression immediately sobered up a little, and he immediately said, "Yes, we have to find that monster first, and don't let other things get that great benefit in vain. I know where the river leads. Let's go this way." The crow monster said and immediately changed direction and flew forward. Lu Fei didn't find its strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The crow monster was much more familiar with the area around Lang Lang Mountain than he was, so he followed him immediately. Although the little pig demon Red Skin is the least talkative among his friends, he is definitely not stupid. As a friend who lives in the same cave, he has certainly heard from the crow monster that monster corpses are good things. Although his face looked as naive as ever, he was still very excited in his heart. Unexpectedly, Bai Mao called them out because of such a good thing. He didn't ask any more questions and quickly followed Bai Mao's footsteps. The night is getting darker. Amidst the rather eerie chirping of birds that appear at night, the three monsters shuttled through the dark mountain forest and moved quickly forward. Half an hour later, the three monsters left the forest and appeared in front of a large shoal. That's right there. The water there is very shallow. Everything washed down by that river will basically be brought here. The crow monster pointed to the shoal ahead and shouted, "Given the size of the monster that attacked me during the day, as long as he is not intercepted halfway, he will definitely be washed here. Walk." Hearing what the crow monster said, Lu Fei nodded, looked at the shoal in front of him where there seemed to be other things moving around, and walked forward. A large crow with a wingspan of 2 meters. A giant white wolf nearly 3 meters tall. In addition, the red-skinned wild boar demon is more than 2 meters long and has exaggerated fangs. The three monsters walked towards the shallows in their original form. As soon as they got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, a black bear that was looking for food on the shallows noticed something and immediately stood up on its feet and looked in the direction of the three demons. As soon as he saw the three monsters, the black bear immediately screamed, turned around and ran away. The same action as the black bear was made by several wild wolves that were foraging on the shallows a little further away. They reacted faster than black bears. After seeing the figures of the three demons in the distance, they immediately clamped their tails, turned around and ran towards the forest behind them. Roar! At this time, a low roar suddenly came from a distance. Lu Fei looked up and saw that a large white-fronted insect with a hanging crystal appeared on the far edge of the opposite shoal. The big tiger looked at the three monsters coming from the opposite side, and after letting out a low roar, he made the same choice as the black bear and wild wolf, turned around and fled into the forest. Watching all kinds of wild beasts that were foraging on this wide shoal flee one after another, Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even if the three of them are just cannon fodder at the lowest level in Lang Lang Mountain. But in front of all the wild beasts in the mountains and forests, they are the ones that they don't dare to provoke at all. Hey hey! Looking at the various beasts escaping, the crow monster immediately screamed, "It seems there are still a lot of food around here. Walk to the shallows." Lu Fei turned his head and scanned the entire shoal, and finally stopped at the top of the shoal, which was the end of the river under Lang Lang Mountain, a deep pool. The shoal is very shallow, and anything big can be seen clearly. With the size of the fish monster, as long as it is not kidnapped halfway, it will definitely be washed into the deep pool. If nothing else happens, the body of the fish demon should be there. Walk. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he waded through the shallow water towards the deep pool ahead. Wait, I want to go down too. At this time, the crow monster suddenly spoke. Realize that the other person is about to transform. Lu Fei immediately stopped him and said, "Don't transform, we are not necessarily the only ones there." After understanding Lu Fei's words, the crow monster who was about to transform stopped and said, "Okay, as long as I don't go into the water, I'm not afraid." Hope so. Lu Fei said and strode forward. It didn't take long. 3 monsters appeared in front of a dark pool. How to find this? The crow monster flying in midair looked at the dark water below and immediately said, "Are we going to go into the water?" Hear the words of the crow monster. Lu Fei felt a little confused when he looked at the dark water in front of him. Although they both have night vision. But when you go into the water, your eyesight will definitely be greatly compromised. It would be fine if it was daytime, but in the middle of the night, let alone whether you can see clearly underwater, if you encounter a fish monster in the middle of the night, it will be a big trouble. As for the deep pool in front of him, Lu Fei had no doubt that there was a monster hiding underneath, otherwise how could it have come out during the day? But if he didn't go down, the body of the fish monster that should have been killed by him would definitely be cheaper for other monsters, which really made him a little unwilling. Just look at how excited the crow monster was when he heard the news about the corpse of the monster. Lu Fei suspected that the benefits of the corpse were greater than he thought. If it just keeps going like this. Looking at the vast deep pool in front of him, Lu Fei thought carefully and shook his head. It's too risky. But don't go down. Facing the looks from the crow monster and the pig monster red skin, Lu Fei looked at the deep pool in front of him for a long time, and finally said, it's too dangerous to go down hastily. Let's search around first. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster sighed in his heart. Although he knew that Bai Mao's words were right, it was indeed too risky to go down now. But it would be a pity to abandon the fish demon corpse like this. As for the little pig demon Redskin, he agreed with Bai Mao's words. It was too dangerous to go down now, and he didn't think as much as the crow monster. It's great to be able to eat the fish demon corpse, but if you can't eat it, it doesn't matter. After all, this is all an unexpected surprise. But what the two little demons didn't realize was that over the past few days, they had been unconsciously tending to follow Lu Fei's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. Red skin. Lu Fei looked at the little pig demon and said, you are left and I am right. The red skin heard the sound and immediately asked, where is it on the left? Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, and then realized that many educated adults couldn't tell the difference between left and right. It was a bit difficult for a monster who had never been to school and was born to distinguish between left and right there. Lu Fei immediately raised his mouth and said, you go over there, I'll go over here. Redskin understood this time and nodded. Lu Fei then looked at the strange crow in the air and said, Haimeo, just look up there and pay attention to see what. The words have not yet finished. Wow! A slight sound of water splash suddenly came from far away, from the corner of the deep pool near the forest. Lu Fei and the three demons all turned their heads. It's just that the distance is a bit far, and the corner is blocked by branches hanging down from the water, making it difficult for the three demons to see clearly. Black hair. Lu Fei looked at the distance where the sound was coming from, and immediately said softly, fly higher, fly closer, and have a look. What was that sound about? Okay. The crow monster also became energetic when he heard the noise. After responding softly, he immediately spread his wings and flew high into the sky, and then flew towards the corner from the high altitude. Lu Fei and the pig demon Humpy below not only stood still. Lu Fei, who knew that his fur was white and dazzling, lowered his figure and tried his best to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. The crow monster leaves quickly and comes back even faster. Watching the crow monster fly back quickly, Lu Fei immediately felt a sense of expectation in his heart. And when the crow monster flew closer and looked at the opponent's excited eyes, the anticipation in his heart increased a bit. Before Lu Fei could speak, the crow monster quickly swooped down and said quickly with great excitement, Bai Mao, I saw it. I saw a shrimp monster dragging a corpse to the corner of the bank. Are you sure you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that correctly? Looking at the excited crow monster, Lu Fei suddenly felt happy and asked again. Faced with Bai Mao's doubts, the crow monster immediately said, that's right. That corpse is the fish monster that attacked me during the day. I will never mistake it. He's dead, his body is there, and there's a shrimp demon. Hear this. Lu Fei no longer had any doubts. He looked at the two companions beside him with a solemn face and said, it seems that we came at the right time. The body belongs to us. We must get it back. For those visiting Lu Fei. The crow monster laughed when he heard this. The red-skinned pig demon's eyes were extremely firm. But considering that if we rush over there, it is very likely that we will alert the shrimp demon. When he sees us, he will definitely bring the corpse into the water again. Lu Fei continued to speak, then looked at the crow monster thoughtfully, and said slowly, in this way, Haimeo, just fly over and stare at him. Then, Redskin and I sneak over. If he spots us and wants to run away, you will go up and stop him immediately. You must stop him to buy time for Redskin and I to pass. Lu Fei said, looking at the crow monster and asking seriously, how is it? Can it be done? Hearing Lu Fei's plan, the crow monster immediately nodded, no problem, as long as they don't let me go into the water, I won't be afraid of those guys in the water. Well. Lu Fei nodded. Without further ado, you can go over now. Okay. The crow monster flaps its wings and is about to fly away. Lu Fei said again, be careful, otherwise you will be discovered before we are discovered. The crow monster snorted and said no more. He just gave Lu Fei a confident look, turned around and flew towards the sky. Watch the crow monster fly high quickly. Lu Fei looked at the little pig demon Redskin next to him. It's our turn. If everything goes well, our midnight snack today will not only be one fish monster, but two. Faced with Lu Fei's cold humor, Hong Pai smiled naively. Then he followed Lu Fei and walked around the corner of the deep pool in the distance. In the sky, the crow monster quickly flew towards the target direction. Under the sky, the giant white wolf transformed by Lu Fei lowered his figure, almost lying on the shallow water, and slowly approached the front. Behind him. Due to physical reasons, the little pig demon Redskin couldn't be like Lu Fei in front, so he could only move as gently as possible. However, because the reddish-brown hair on its body is not obvious at night, it is still safe at a long distance. The night is getting deeper. There was silence in the shallows. The three little demons kept getting closer. A corner of a deep pool. In semi-deep shallow water. The shrimp demon white but is slowly tasting the grass carp feast in front of him. Today is definitely a good day for him. I don't know which deity was so merciful that he just went out to get some air, and then he picked up a big grass carp. He would never be mistaken. The 2-meter-long giant grass carp corpse in front of him must have recently become a demon. Because he hasn't seen it yet. But it doesn't matter, they see each other better now. And in order to prevent his good brother, the hairy crab guy, from sharing the feast that was delivered to his door, Shrimp Demon Bai but then worked tirelessly to drag this unlucky guy, who had just become a demon, to be stabbed in the eye by a bamboo thorn and died, ashore to enjoy it. The sharp fingertips shaved off a piece of flesh with just one stroke. The white ass of the shrimp demon kept chewing the chewy grass carp meat one bite after another, enjoying it to the extreme. At this time, he suddenly seemed to feel something. He stood up and looked out at the gap between the branches and leaves hanging down from the shore, and saw the shoal not far ahead. A wild boar appeared, not big in size, and seemed to be moving this way. It was no surprise that wild beasts foraging at night would appear in this shoal. Sometimes when he got tired of eating river food, he would grab some game on the ground to try. Just when he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly found that the wild boar stopped when he looked over. Also, what was that big white thing lying on the water in front of the wild boar? Before he could take a closer look. Find Shuyu on www.zshuan.com. Then he saw the white thing suddenly jumped up and turned into a giant white wolf. That kind of body type. No, it's a monster. That's a wolf demon. The shrimp demon's white buttocks reacted very quickly. Looking at the giant white wolf that was rushing toward him, he immediately realized that it was a bad person. He could no longer think about eating. He stretched out his hand to grab the grass carp demon's body and was about to drag it towards the deep pool. Go! At this time. Whoosh whoosh. A jet black thing fell from the sky, smashed open the sparse branches above the head, and hit the shrimp demon below. How dare you steal my fish? The crow monster rushed down with great anger, stretched out its claws to grab the shrimp monster below. Kakaka. The collision between the sharp claws and the shrimp shell immediately made a harsh sound. The crow monster immediately flapped its wings and flew high after a sneak attack. The white ass of the shrimp demon below was attacked suddenly from above his head. He felt pain in his cheeks and at the same time, his body was kicked to the ground by the huge force. No, the wolf demon has accomplices. At this moment, Shrimp Demon Bai but was shocked. He decisively abandoned the corpse of grass carp demon beside him, turned over and ran towards the deep pool not far away. At this time, a white shadow quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. Boom. The shrimp monster was violently overturned, flew straight to the shore behind, and smashed to the ground. I felt my head spinning, and every part of my body ached. The shrimp demon struggled to get up, and when he saw the big white wolf demon walking in front of him, he was horrified. Kuyi, my life is at stake. My life is at an end. Looking at the big white wolf demon walking in front of him, a wild boar demon appearing behind it, and a big blackbird demon with a ferocious face in mid-air surrounding it, the shrimp demon's white but eyes became more and more desperate. Faced with the siege of 3 shore monsters, he even forgot to resist. He could only keep mumbling and repeating a sentence he learned from the drowned people he had eaten: "My life is at stake." Looking at the shrimp demon with a shrimp head and a human body in front of him, his eyes desperate and almost scared to death, Lu Fei did not hesitate at all. He raised his front paw and slapped the shrimp demon on the head as he fell to the ground. The huge white wolf demon with a body length of nearly 3 meters and a strong physique faced the shrimp demon with a height of only 1.5 meters and which had not yet recovered its original shape. Just a slap, boom. The desperate eyes of the shrimp demon were frozen forever, and the hard shrimp shell head was immediately shot several meters away with great force, and the demon brain separated immediately afterwards. There is no maintenance of demon power. The shrimp carcass that had lost its head quickly changed into its original shape, turning into a headless shrimp body that was more than half a meter long and had a pure white tail. Coupled with the fact that the shrimp head was completely covered with a hard skull, Lu Fei could see that the shrimp monster's original form was not counting the shrimp's whiskers, but was about 1 meter long. It was indeed a super giant shrimp. But now, it has turned into a dead shrimp. Bai Mao, your method is really useful. At this time, the crow monster in mid-air landed on the shore. Looking at the prawn corpses on the shore and the 2-meter-long grass carp corpses in the shallow water, he said with excitement on his face, "Hey, this monster is simply vulnerable. We can have enough to eat tonight." This is ashore. If it were in the water, this shrimp monster would be difficult to deal with. As he spoke, Lu Fei stepped forward, plucked the black prawn head that he had broken off with his front paws, and then picked up the prawn head. As a low-level little demon, even the bear skin covering his dick was killed and skinned before. He is truly penniless now. The shrimp shell has good hardness, so he should be able to use it. Picking up the prawn head in his mouth, Lu Fei looked around, then looked at the crow monster who was sniffing around the body of the headless shrimp demon and said, "This place is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Snake Pan Mountain. We just couldn't move. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid there will be something wrong, trouble." Hearing Lu Fei's voice, the crow monster who was admiring the trophies immediately reacted and said quickly, "Yes, this is the junction of our Lang Lang Mountain and Shi Pan Mountain. If we attract the kids over there, we will be in trouble." At this time, Red Skin, the wild boar demon who was guarding the corpse of the grass carp demon at the shallow water, withdrew his gaze from the deep pool not far away, looked at Lu Fei and the crow on the shore and said strangely, "There is something in the water watching us." Lu Fei immediately turned around and saw a black shadow quickly disappearing into the pool, leaving only ripples. "Don't worry about it, we'll leave right away. They have all blocked the door of the house. It would be strange if the monster in the pool didn't notice it," Lu Fei said, looking at the crow monster, pointing at the big grass carp corpse and saying, "You can move easily, take that corpse with you." "Okay." The crow monster chuckled, spread out its big wings and flew to the big grass carp monster corpse. A pair of sharp claws like hooks slammed down on it, and immediately scratched the fish scales and dug them into the flesh. Then it flapped its wings and carried the nearly 2-meter-long corpse with it. The grass carp swayed into the air. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not a big problem. Lu Fei then looked at the pig demon Hompy. When transformed into the original form, although the combat effectiveness is greatly increased, it is troublesome to have no hands. So, Lu Fei and the pig demon Hompy, one held the shrimp demon's head and the other held half of the shrimp demon's body, and then ran away in the direction they came from. Not long after the 3 demons left. In the middle of the deep pool, a black figure suddenly emerged from the water, looking at the backs of the 3 demons as they left. The black shadow turned his head and observed the surroundings carefully. Not long after, he appeared at the corner of the shore, where the 3 Lu Fei monsters fought against the shrimp monster. Looking at the traces of battle around him, he looked at the broken shrimp shells all over the ground, as well as a large amount of cyan blood. Black Shadow knew that his plastic brother, the shrimp demon White Butt, should have returned to the underworld. It was also roughly clear that the reason why his brother came ashore was to eat alone. Looking again at the direction where the 3 monsters on the shore left, the Black Shadow couldn't help but cursed, What a fool, he deserves to die. After a while of scolding, the black shadow quickly left the shore, walked into the deep pool, and disappeared. Silence returned to the shoal, as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, in the forest not far from the shoal, suddenly there was a rush of footsteps. Quick! Are you sure you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that correctly? I'm absolutely right. I swear, those three monsters must be facing the group of brats from Lang Lang Mountain, because I've never seen them before, and I don't even know them. That's good. This time I risked being discovered by the leader. Since they dare to come here, we will prevent them from coming. 3 monsters are barely enough. Hurry, hurry up. Soon, a big rat with a body length of 1 meter took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, followed by 5 monsters of different species, rushing out of the forest and running towards the shallows. The night is getting darker. After leaving the shallows and getting into the forest, the crow monster holding the corpse of the grass carp monster flying in the air in front looked at Lu Fei below and asked, "Where are we going now?" "Go to the bamboo forest," Lu Fei said without thinking. It was impossible to go up Lang Lang Mountain with the corpses of 2 monsters. Under normal circumstances, as long as nothing happens to the little monsters when they go out at night, the leaders will basically turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't see anything. But Lu Fei's 3 demons were discovered with 2 monster corpses. Then not only would they not receive the reward from the bear leader, but more likely, their 2 monster corpses would be confiscated. Find Shuyuan www.Zaishuan. Come then, the 3 of them will be severely punished for going out without permission, and it is not impossible that they may even lose their lives. Therefore, I will definitely not go back to the mountain for the time being. They need to find a place as soon as possible to get rid of the 2 fish demon corpses. The bamboo forest that we worked hard for 3 days is a good choice, okay. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster happily responded and immediately changed its flight direction. And looking at the crow monster flying in the air in front of him, and the little pig demon red skin next to him, Lu Fei was very lucky to have brought his 2 companions with him at this moment. In fact, at the beginning, after realizing that the fish demon might die, he had thought about finding it alone. This way he can eat alone. But after thinking about it for a while, he gave up the idea. I brought the crow monster and the redskin just to prevent more situations. He has decided to accept these 2 as his younger brothers and take them to improve their strength together. After all, it's not okay if my younger brother's strength is too low. Anyway, he has a system and his strength will only improve faster. And that's exactly what happened. If he planned to be a monster eating alone tonight. Although there was no crow monster to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way, he could still follow the river and finally find the shoal. But the speed will definitely be much slower. In this way, it is difficult to say whether he can get the body of the grass carp demon, let alone that of a shrimp demon now. Moreover, if Lu Fei's behavior is discovered by the crow monster and the pig monster red skin, their originally good relationship will definitely be affected. In short, in the early stages of starting a business, partners are very important. Eating alone will not end well. Just like that shrimp monster. The night grew darker. Not far from the main mountain of Lang Lang Mountain, at the foot of the bamboo mountain that has been cut down in a mess. Riverside. A meadow surrounded by overgrown weeds. Lu Fei, who had transformed into a human, was busy around the campfire with the crow monster and the pig monster Humpy. It didn't take long. Each of the 3 demons held a sharpened bamboo pole with large pieces of meat on it, roasting it on the bonfire. Just a little different. The meat on the bamboo poles in the hands of the crow monster and the pig demon Humpy was thick and large pieces of meat cut from the grass carp demon, with a lot of thorns attached. The bamboo pole in Lu Fei's hand was filled with a large piece of shelled meat taken from the shrimp demon. Put. When he looked at the thick piece of meat on the bamboo pole in his hand, it just started to sizzle and become oily. The crow monster couldn't bear it any longer, so he immediately brought it to his mouth and took a big bite. Hey! Just after chewing it twice, the crow monster screamed. He opened his pointed mouth, reached out and took out a long thorn from his mouth. although much thicker. But Lu Fei still recognized that it was indeed a thorn. It seems that even if the grass carp becomes sperm, there are still thorns in the meat. Lu Fei couldn't help but think to himself. The pig demon Hongpi on the side saw the crow monster eating deliciously, and couldn't help it. He immediately forgot that Lu Fei said that it tastes better when grilled, and immediately picked up the big piece of oily meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing how these two guys were eating, Lu Fei became a little uneasy. This is no different than the fish and meat that I ate just to fill my stomach. No demon can have too much of this kind of treasure that can increase his cultivation strength if he eats more of it. So, Lu Fei immediately put the half-cooked shrimp meat into his mouth. Strong, and very elastic. With just one bite, Lu Fei felt the unusualness of the shrimp monster meat. This meat, he dared to say, was definitely the most delicious meat he had ever eaten in his 2 lives. Next, it's time to compete in eating speed. As a little monster at the bottom of Lang Lang Mountain, the original owner Lu Fei had never tasted monster meat before. There is no red-skinned pig demon phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. As for the crow monster, because of his seniority, he was lucky enough to drink soup made from toad essence once, although he only took a sip. Now there is a chance to eat 2 monsters at once. Such a great opportunity. How can the 3 demons not be active? Even the crow monster, who always talked the most, had no time to talk and just kept eating. It's a pity that he has a sharp mouth, and the flesh in his mouth is too tender, so his mouth is constantly pricked by the grass carp demon's thorns. He eats, curses, and pulls it out. The little pig demon Red Skin is a very ruthless character. Even if his mouth is pierced by a thorn, he will not say a word or pull it out. He will just hold on, chew hard, and keep eating. As for Lu Fei, it was a great pleasure to have a giant prawn all to himself. Because the crow monster and the red skin are novices in eating fish, they naturally choose to eat the more meaty grass carp monster carcasses instead of the shrimp monster. Of course, it is also possible that the crow monster and the red skin did it deliberately after seeing what Lu Fei did today. After all, without Lu Fei's information, Lu Fei's methods, and Lu Fei's leadership, how could the 2 of them have such an opportunity and good fortune? The shrimp tail, which is more than half a meter long, will definitely not satisfy Lu Fei's stomach. After quickly finishing the shrimp tails, Lu Fei put the shrimp heads into the campfire for barbecue. The shrimp heads and shells, which cannot be cut through by ordinary swords, are naturally not afraid of being burned by ordinary flames. After eating the whole body of a shrimp demon until only the shrimp shell is left, Lu Fei looked at the big grass carp aside. At this time, one side of the body of the 2-meter-long fat grass carp demon had been eaten by the crow monster and the pig demon Red Skin. Lu Fei immediately joined the battlefield. Seeing that the 2 demons were already using the campfire as decoration, they directly took out the raw meat from the grass carp with their knives and hands and ate it directly, almost gnawing it. In order to eat more pieces of meat, Lu Fei also showed his amazing adaptability by eating it raw. It seemed that it was due to the structure of his mouth and body. Apart from feeling a little unaccustomed, he did not experience any other discomfort such as nausea and vomiting. The 3 demons seemed to be competing, eating faster and faster. It didn't take long. The grass carp demon corpse, which was nearly 2 meters long, was completely eaten including the head. Pooh! The crow monster sat on the grass, spat out a mouthful of blood, touched his slightly bulging belly and said, "It feels really good to eat, but there are too many thorns." Facing the crow monster's side, the little pig demon Red Skin sitting next to him who was adding fuel to the fire nodded, "Well, that's right, there are a lot of thorns." After saying that, he swallowed the warm blood that was constantly overflowing from his mouth. It was normal to eat at least half of the red-skinned belly of the fish, just like before. Let me briefly mention here that even if it transforms into a human form, the monster's belly is still the same as when it was in its original form, and it will not change due to the transformation. As for Lu Fei, with his current nearly 3-meter-long original form, he could easily eat the grass carp demon alone. I'm looking forward to the battle with Snake Panchon in 2 days. The crow monster leaned back with his hands on the fire, looked at Lu Fei who was busy at the side, and continued, "I don't know if I can eat like today after the battle." The little pig demon Redskin also looked at Lu Fei and heard the voice and said, "Maybe." On the side, Lu Fei was tinkering with the burned prawn shells to see if he could make himself an armor or something. He would never forget the battle with Snake Panchon 2 days later, when the first white clouds of fish belly begin to appear in the eastern sky. The three demons Lu Fei returned to the cave on Langlang Mountain. Returned late this time. It was rare that the crow monster and the pig monster Red Skin didn't just lie down on the bed and go to sleep. Instead, they all sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. Obviously, Lu Fei was not the only one who felt that his body was obviously heating up and his whole body seemed to be full of power. This is the natural reaction after eating the corpses of the shrimp monster and fish monster. Find Shuyuan www.zaeshuan.com. They were compensated. Not in a hurry to go to bed, Lu Fei finished checking the hidden arrows. Then he sat on the stone bed. Thoughts moved slightly. Brush, brush, brush. Lines of virtual handwriting emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 63100 Experience Value, 72200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 5500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 18100, Archery Entry Level 6100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, None Talent, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100. The realm value has increased by 21 points? Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme that appeared in front of him, Lu Fei was immediately surprised. He kept every physical phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme in his mind, and every subtle change could not escape his eyes. He remembered clearly that the realm value was 42 points before this, and now it is 63 points. Unexpectedly, the blackjack price suddenly increased sharply. This was undoubtedly the result of eating the bodies of the shrimp demon and grass carp demon. The effect was immediate. For these blackjack experience points, based on his previous breathing and meditation speed, he would have to meditate continuously for 70 or 80 hours. In a normal 8-hour day, it would take him 10 full days. With such an amazing effect, no wonder the other party was so excited when he told the crow monster before. No wonder the king of Langlang Mountain wants to launch a war. He would do the same thing himself. Experience for yourself the amazing effects of monster corpses. Lu Fei finally understood why Leader Xiong and the other little monster leaders were so cruel to the little monsters below, and they kept their word. Because these little demons are the moving tonics and elixirs in their eyes. Finding an excuse to kill one and eat one is an accomplishment. How could this keep them from being tempted? Take a deep breath. Lu Fei's attention returned to the virtual panel in front of him and continued to look down. Experience value 72200. Look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of you. He remembered it very clearly, before the early hours of last night. After the soul power is consumed, the experience value phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme is still 0. Now the experience value has increased from 0 to 72. According to his previous calculations, this should be the experience bar for the birth of soul power. As long as the value is full, soul power will appear. The 72 experience points in front of him should have been obtained by breaking the head of the shrimp demon before. Just like when he stabbed the grass carp demon to death with a harpoon and gained soul power for the first time. However, compared to the little soul power he gained directly from killing the grass carp demon, the person who killed the shrimp demon only received 72 experience points, which was a bit shabby. But considering that the grass carp monster was the first monster he killed in this world, his soul power value was also opened. Maybe the system has bonuses. Just like the first level in a game is always the best to level up. In short, Lu Fei had no way to reason with the system, nor could he ask questions. No one answered him, so he could only slowly explore on his own. According to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme displayed on the panel in front of him, as long as he kills 2 more monsters like the shrimp demon and fills up his experience points, he should be able to gain soul power again. Kill a shrimp demon and let him gain soul power experience points. And by eating the opponent's corpse, you can gain realm value and gain cultivation level. If he had just suspected that the virtual panel system was encouraging him to kill. So now Lu Fei knows very well, and there is no need to doubt that this system is encouraging him to kill and cause trouble. His eyes returned to the panel again. Lu Fei continued to look down. The rest of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme remains unchanged. After a quick scan, Lu Fei didn't think much about it. He felt the heat coming from his body and knew that it was the effect of eating the shrimp demon and grass carp demon. It was the best time to practice breathing at this time. So he immediately started to spit out the magic from the demon clan. When Lu Fei was woken up again by the harsh sound of the gong. Outside the cave, it was already bright. It's so comfortable. The crow monster, who was the first to wake up from the breathing practice, stood on the stone bed and stretched, and then shouted, "I feel that I am full of power at this moment." Listening to the excitement of the crow monster, Lu Fei opened his eyes and saw the crow monster jumping off the stone bed and continued to shout, "I can feel that my cultivation level has increased a lot this time. How about you, Red Skin?" The little pig demon Redskin picked up the gourd on the side and slowly carried it on his back, yawned and said, "It's okay." The crow monster was a little dissatisfied with Redskin's answer. "What do you mean it's okay? How much has your cultivation level increased?" Listening to the conversation between the two demons. At this moment, Lu Fei also wanted to know the effect of vomiting after eating the shrimp demon and grass carp demon. Then my mind moved slightly. A series of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appeared in front of me again. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 65100 Experience Value, 72200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 9500. The realm value representing cultivation has increased by 2 points. The proficiency of the representative technique has increased by 4 points. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him, Lu Fei was a little surprised. When he returned to the cave, it was already dawn, and it had only been 3 or 4 hours at most. The breathing effect in front of me was almost double that of usual. Coupled with the skyrocketing blackjack level after eating last night. The shrimp monster and fish monster last night were really worth eating. He had only meditated for 3 or 4 hours, and Lu Fei estimated that the double training effect provided by the fish demon had not yet passed. But today was the day to hand in the task, and he didn't dare to delay. The more he knew, the more he understood that the bear leader would really do what he said. "Bai Mao, it's time for us to go." At this time, the voice of the crow monster coming. Lu Fei jumped off the stone bed and followed quickly. "I'm looking forward to the battle with Snake Panchon the day after tomorrow." Walking on the way to the hillside where they gather to check in every day, the crow monster kept saying, "I think we will definitely be able to get the corpses of other monsters after the fight, just like last night. As long as we do it again, I feel that my cultivation should be able to. There has been considerable growth." But he didn't finish his words. Lu Fei interrupted and said, "Can't you just shut up and stop talking about what happened last night?" As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at the little monsters all over the mountains and plains who had gotten up early to gather. Then he looked at the crow monster and said softly, "Do you think if the bear leader knew that we not only sneaked out last night, but also ate 2 fish? What will happen to the demon's corpse?" The crow monster had personally seen the bear leader execute a little demon who failed to complete the task. Hearing Lu Fei's words, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately reached out and covered his mouth. "I feel scared when I see strange crows." Lu Fei didn't say anything further. Ever since he traveled through time, he has been correcting the problem of the crow monster's big mouth, and it is much better now. Looking at the funny look of the crow monster covering his mouth, Lu Fei continued, "Besides, how do you know that after the beating, it will be you who divides the corpses of other monsters, not the corpses of other monsters?" Facing Lu Fei's problem, the crow monster was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it. He hesitated for a while and said, "We should divide the corpses of those monsters in Snake Panchon. After all, the king is so powerful. If we go to Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com, we will definitely win." As he said that, he looked at the pig demon Redskin who was silently carrying a gourd on his back and said, What do you think, Red Skin? Red Skin nodded, I think so too. With the king here, we will definitely win. After hearing what the two partners said, Lu Fei smiled and did not refute. If his guess was correct, and if there was no major conflict between Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Panshan, and they were just trying to harvest the little demons under each other, it would be hard to say whether the king would take action in the battle with Snake Panshan the day after tomorrow. But there is no need to tell them this. Bai Mao, what are you laughing at? At this time, the little pig demon Redskin looked at his partner beside him and suddenly spoke, and then whispered, Do you think our king will lose? Faced with the Redskin question and the curious look cast by the crow monster, Lu Fei shook his head and said, Of course the king will win, but the battle is very dangerous and cruel. You must be mentally prepared. Finished. Lu Fei strode forward in the direction of a tall and strong monster with a bear's head and body. This guy Bai Mao said these unintelligible words again. Hearing Lu Fei's pretentious words and looking at the other person's back, Crow Wei was envious and dissatisfied. I think Bai Mao has changed a lot these days. The pig demon Redskin obviously disagreed with the crow monster's statement and continued, and what he said sounds reasonable, although sometimes it's a bit hard to understand. The crow monster originally thought that the red-skinned guy had the opposite opinion to him, but when he heard the other party say, I don't understand, he immediately became energetic and said quickly, Yeah, you think so too, right? I think so too. I don't know which monster he learned from. When Lu Fei arrived at the gathering place, he stood next to a group of little demons and looked at the approaching crow monster and the little pig demon Redskin, holding each other's arms and whispering. He couldn't help but ask, What are you two talking about? The crow monster was startled. He raised his head and found where he was. Looking at Lu Fei's eyes, he said with a sneer on his face, It's nothing. The bear leader is about to speak. Let's not talk anymore. We can't make the same mistake as last time. Lu Fei was stunned when he heard the crow's strange words. If it weren't for the guy's unnatural expression, he would have thought he heard it wrong. That kind of unnaturalness and evasive eyes, just like being caught speaking ill of someone behind their back. Lu Fei glanced at the crow monster suspiciously, but finally did not ask, because the leader of the bear monster in front of the team spoke. 3 days have passed. With red eyes and a height of more than 2 meters, the sturdy bear demon stared at his subordinates with violent eyes and said, Today is the day for the acceptance mission. Let me see which guys have not completed it. The words just fell. Immediately below, a little demon shouted, Chief, we are done, please check and accept it. We're done, please check, leader. And we. A group of little demons shouted one after another. Seeing the enthusiasm of the little demons under his command, the bear leader smiled ferociously on his scarred face and said, Don't worry, come one by one, no one can escape. Soon, the first thing to be accepted was the task of making 50 gun barrels, which was completed by 3 little demons. After watching the 3 little demons run away quickly, 3 large bundles of gun barrels carried from nowhere were placed in front of the bear leader. The crow monster standing behind the demon group looked worried and reached out to quietly poke Lu Fei in front of him, and said in a very low voice, Bai Mao, we have too many arrows and we can't take them all at once. Glancing at the expression of the crow monster behind him, Lu Fei comforted him, It's okay, don't talk for a while, I'll talk. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the worries on the red-skinned faces of the crow monster and pig monster behind him obviously softened. The first route, the second route, the third route, the fourth route. The bear leader stood aside, and a big gray-furred rat with a rat head and body was counting the barrels of the gun. For a group of monsters who don't know what reading is, being able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and count is definitely a popular skill. Whether it is in Lang Lang Mountain or other mountain monster groups, it can basically be reused. But as the monsters continue to improve in strength, as long as they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme long enough and have enough experience, some problems that basically involve simple mathematics will not be difficult for them. It's like a person who has never phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme a book can figure out how much it costs when buying something. But at the bottom level, especially among the monster groups that change quickly, except for some smart monsters who are born with the ability to recognize numbers, or who have lived longer and have more experience, there are basically no other monsters who can recognize numbers. Obviously, this gray-haired rat spirit counting the barrels of a gun is one of the two kinds of monsters. The 47th root, the 48th root, the 50th root. The gray-haired mouse counted to the end, looked at the extra gun barrel, and then looked at the bear leader beside him and said, "Report to the leader, there are 50 gun barrels in total, and there is one more." At this time, the bear leader's eyes were attracted by the white wolf commander wearing a black robe appearing above the mountain. At this time, when he heard the report from the gray-haired rat spirit, he turned his head, glanced at a pile of half-eaten gun barrels on the ground, and then looked at the rat spirit and said, "You didn't count wrong, right?" Rat spirit, report to the leader, no. The bear leader then looked at the three little demons with nervous eyes and said, "Your mission is completed. Next." As he spoke, the bear demon pointed to the mouse demon and said, "Hui Pai, continue counting." "Yes, leader." After hearing the instructions from the bear leader, the mouse spirit glanced at the surrounding monsters with a very proud expression, then raised his head and walked to several bows and arrows, and began to count, the first one, the second one, the third one. Looking at the rat spirit who was so popular among the demons. The crow monster looked at it and said with great jealousy, "When did this guy Gray Skin have such a good relationship with the leader? I also asked him to take on the important task of counting. He knows numbers better than I do." Hearing the jealous and sour words from the crow monster behind him, Lu Fei said, "Didn't you say you can't count?" The crow monster immediately retorted, "Of course I can count. Lu Fei, then I asked you to help me count arrows last time, why did you say you couldn't?" The crow monster immediately showed a hint of embarrassment and shame on his face, but he couldn't see it because of the feathers on his face, so he argued, I tend to get nervous when counting, and when I get nervous I make mistakes." Just saying that. The crow monster suddenly remembered that Lu Fei had easily counted 1,500 arrows in the bamboo forest before. That was 1,500 arrows. Only then did the crow monster realize his partner's talent in counting. His eyes became excited as fast as he could see. He was about to ask a question. When he looked up, he saw his partner's handsome white wolf head and a pair of shoes that seemed to last forever. Cold yellow eyes stared at him. The excitement calmed down instantly. As if he guessed what the crow monster wanted to say, Lu Fei said, "Counting is innate, so speak softly." At this time, the crow monster no longer cared about Lu Fei's prediction of his problem. Instead, he suppressed his voice and said excitedly, "Bai Mao, I think you can tell the leader bear about your counting ability. Better than the gray-skinned guy, let him let you count." Oh. Lu Fei, who had just watched the whole process of counting the rats, certainly knew that the gray-skinned rats had limited abilities. 50 gun barrels can count 51 half buckets of water. No, it's not as good as half a bucket of water. Kindergarten children can count numbers from 1 to 100 clearly. However, no other monsters exposed him, so Lu Fei didn't bother to speak. However, due to the limited knowledge of the original owner, Lu Fei did not know the importance of being able to count among the monsters. At this time, I heard the crow monster talking about it, so he asked, "Is there any benefit to this?" Hearing Lu Fei's interest, the crow monster immediately became excited and said, the benefits are huge. Do you know that our bear leader doesn't know how to count?" Speaking of this, the crow monster's voice was extremely soft. "If by Mao you go and count for the leader, then our future tasks will be much simpler, and the leader will not give you difficult tasks, so that you will not have to patrol the Tianman mountain in such a hot day every day. Running all over the mountain. Also, with Bai Mao's ability, if you count the numbers, you may be valued by the commanders, and you may be valued by the king. Anyway, as long as you can count for the leader, you will be much safer on the mountain. The most important thing is that you can take care of the two of us." The crow monster said and pulled the little pig demon Red Skin beside him. The Red Skin nodded quickly as if pecking at rice, facing the extremely expectant eyes of his two partners. Lu Fei was silent for a while and then nodded, "I'll try." The 33rd, the 34th. The gray-skinned mouse spirit was still surrounded by the little demons, and under the attention of the bear leader, he was counting the bows and arrows on the ground. "Come on, Bai Mao." Behind the group of monsters, the crow monster looked at the gray-skinned rat spirit who was making a big show and couldn't help but say, "No hurry, just wait." Lu Fei said softly as he looked at the rat spirit counting bows and arrows among the monsters. If you want to replace the mouse spirit for the bear leader, you will definitely offend the mouse spirit. Of course, he is not afraid of rat spirits. Although the self-recommendation method of stepping on others to gain a position is immoral in human society. But in the wild, savage, violent, cruel world of monsters, survival of the fittest is a perfectly normal thing. What's more, this can also attract the attention of the bear leader and other monsters to the greatest extent. But how to step on it requires skill. Therefore, Lu Fei, who already knew the level of the rat spirit, was very calm. He was waiting for the best opportunity. At this time, a shrill scream suddenly echoed throughout the entire mountain. Lu Fei immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the screams. He saw a tiger monster wearing iron armor with a tiger head and a human body. The head suddenly grew larger, and then it quickly opened its bloody mouth and bit it off in one bite. The head of a pig demon is in front of him. Lu Fei saw this scene. The other little demons who all turned their heads naturally also saw this extremely bloody scene. Everyone's expressions immediately became a little nervous. The bear leader accepts the mission here, and the other leaders naturally do the same. The tiger demon was obviously also a leader. The pig demon had its head bitten off. Lu Fei probably didn't complete his mission. The king has an order that the leader cannot kill the little demons below casually. Otherwise, all the little demons would have been eaten by them. But if there is a little demon who fails to complete the task or violates the order, he is no longer protected. However, every time a mission is handed in, there are always some unlucky little demons who are killed or eaten by the leader looking for opportunities. Although all the monsters are used to it. But every time I see it, I inevitably feel a lot of fear in my heart, for fear that it will be my turn to be the next unlucky guy. Hey! At this time, the bear leader turned his head and showed a ferocious smile to the little demons under his command in front of him. The little demons who laughed suddenly became frightened in their hearts. The smell of blood can stimulate animal desires. Lu Fei estimated that the bear demon had some evil thoughts after seeing the tiger demon's behavior. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately decided to make a name for himself in order to increase his weight. In this way, even if the bear leader wants to eat a little demon, he won't draw attention to himself. In this way, you will not encounter the danger of premature death before you have grown up. Keep counting. Looking at the stopped mouse spirit, the bear leader immediately shouted. Yes, yes. The rat spirit Grayskin nodded quickly in response, but when he looked at the piles of bows and arrows on the left and right in front of him, he was immediately stunned because he forgot where he had just counted. Originally I didn't even have half a bucket of water, but now I'm having trouble. The mouse spirit looked extremely anxious at this time. Even if he knew that the bear leader didn't know how to count, he didn't dare to shout randomly because he was afraid that the bear leader would remember the number he had just counted. If he yelled that he was wrong, he might lose his head just like the pig demon he just saw. Sensing something was wrong with the mouse demon in front of him, the bear leader immediately made a questioning sound. Do not care. The mouse demon's heart trembled when he heard the voice of the bear leader, and he was about to take the risk and report the number casually. Suddenly a strange voice sounded. Chief, I wonder if I can count for him. At this time, Lu Fei's voice suddenly sounded. The leader Xiong and the little demons immediately turned their heads and looked at Lu Fei, who made a sound. Lu Fei pushed away the little demon in front of him, stepped forward, and then gave the bear head a salute in front of everyone. It was an ancient ceremony in TV dramas, a handover salute. Facing Lu Fei, he bowed his hands. The bear demon, who had never seen it before, was immediately stunned by. However, he had lived for more than 100 years and had accumulated a lot of knowledge. He immediately thought of what he had heard, that only humans or some gods in the sky would greet each other with greetings. But what is happening with the white wolf demon in front of me? Where did you learn this? The bear leader reacted quickly and asked. Lu Fei, who was prepared for this, immediately replied, Report to the leader, I learned this from my dream. Learned in dreams. Hearing this answer, the bear leader's face became tangled and his expression became even more confused. But he never gets into trouble, and if he doesn't understand something, he just doesn't think about it. Although what this wolf demon said sounds a bit mysterious. Do you know numbers? The bear leader frowned and looked at the white wolf demon in front of him and asked again. Lu Fei nodded immediately. Yes, leader. Then tell me. The bear leader said, pointing to the mouse spirit aside, where did he count just now? Lu Fei, he counted the 38th bao. Hear what Lu Fei said. The leader Xiong felt inexplicably that the white wolf demon in front of him must know numbers and be a capable person. Because what he said sounded more comfortable than the first bao, second bao, that the rat demon Hui Pai said. Find Shuyuan www.Zaeshuan. The bear leader finally understood that the rat demon had probably forgotten where he had counted. So he pointed at the mouse demon and said coldly, Tell me, where did you just count? When the mouse demon heard this, he immediately understood that the bear leader was trying to change his mind. He looked anxious, but he really forgot where he was counting. He was about to repeat what the white wolf demon had just said, but when he looked up, he saw the playful look in his eyes. The rat demon immediately had no intention of following him. After all, compared to deceiving the leader, forgetting to count was obviously a lighter crime. So he had to say honestly, Chief, I was interrupted just now and forgot to count. The words have not yet finished. Bang! The gray-haired rat demon flew backwards and hit a tree trunk. Useless trash. The bear leader waved his hand and knocked the rat demon away, then looked at Lu Fei and said, What's your name? He had an impression of this white wolf demon, but he didn't know what it was called. When the leader asked about this, Lu Fei was about to say the name he had thought about carefully, but when the words came to his lips, he still said honestly, Report to the leader, my name is Bai Mao. In order to frighten the bear demon in front of him just now, and also for the sake of the future, he had already shown his differences. For the rest, it's better to be honest. After all, the current strength is too weak. There is no time to change the name later. The bear leader nodded, looked at the white wolf demon in front of him and said directly, Next, it's up to you to count. Don't make another mistake or I'll make you regret coming forward. Seeing the ferocious light in the bear demon's red eyes, Lu Fei immediately bowed slightly and responded, Yes, leader. Let's start. Seeing the polite gesture shown by the white wolf demon in front of him, the bear leader felt a little comfortable inexplicably and said casually. He never thought that such a different wolf monster would appear under his command. He now remembered that he had heard about some smart monsters who could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme and right after birth, but that kind of monsters were rare. I wonder if this white wolf demon is that kind? When the bear leader stood aside and was distracted, yes. Lu Fei responded respectfully, then walked aside and picked up a crudely made bow and arrow on the ground, and began to count, 39, 40, 41. Looking at Bai Mao, who was surrounded by monsters and became the center of attention. Looking at Bai Mao, who was able to talk calmly in front of the bear leader just now. The crow monster and pig monster red skin behind the team were really shocked. They had never seen the bear leader speak to the little demon below with such a normal face. The crow monster usually doesn't even dare to stand in front of the bear leader. The only communication they have is the bear leader's cold orders. The crow monster looks frightened and keeps nodding. Now I see my partner Bai Mao not only communicating with the bear leader boldly and calmly, but also successfully replacing the gray skin guy to do things for the bear leader. How could this not make them surprised, happy, and excited? 49th, 50th, 53rd. Lu Fei held the last rough bow and arrow in front of him and put it aside. Then he turned to look at the bear demon and said, Report to the leader, after counting, there are a total of 53 bows and arrows, minus 1 broken bowstring. There are 52 bows left. Defective products. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Leader Xiong frowned and immediately raised his brows when he heard the word for the first time. He didn't understand the meaning of the word, but he was embarrassed to ask the white wolf demon in front of him. Lu Fei, who had been with the illiterate monsters for a long time, immediately reacted when he saw the expression of the bear monster in front of him. The other party didn't understand, so he immediately changed his words. 1 bow and arrow was broken, and there are still 52 arrows left. Okay. This time the bear leader understood, nodded, and looked at the four little demons who were waiting nervously. Your mission is completed. Next. Just a simple task like counting the quantities can be replaced by something that ordinary primary school students can do. Lu Fei naturally wouldn't make any mistakes. And he's fast and accurate. Not long after, it was his turn, as well as the crow monster, pig monster, and red skin. With Lu Fei speaking in front of the bear leader, the crow monster and the red skin obviously relaxed a lot. Under Lu Fei's persuasion, the bear leader sent several little demons and the crow monster red skin to the cave to carry arrows. Under Lu Fei's counting, 1,500 arrows were neatly arranged into 15 piles, perfectly handed over to the mission. It was the process of counting these 1,500 arrows that allowed the bear leader to know that the white wolf monster he had was smarter than the other monsters he had seen before that knew how to count, make other little monsters who belonged to the same leader envious. It also made the gray-skinned rat demon who had been robbed of his job become more jealous and resentful towards Lu Feiman. When the inventory task is completed. It's past noon, and it's time for the first meal of the day. After the bear leader left, the little demons swarmed towards the canteen where the meal was served. The little pig demon Humpy standing next to Lu Fei suddenly said, "Bai Mao, that mouse demon looked at you very fiercely just now." The crow monster heard the sound and immediately said, "Rat spirit, red-skinned, are you talking about the gray-skinned guy?" Red-skin nodded, "It's the rat spirit whose place was replaced by white hair." I saw. Looking at the backs of the little demons running away quickly, Lu Fei withdrew his gaze and said, "Don't worry, he doesn't dare to do anything." When I chose the opportunity to recommend myself to the bear leader. Lu Fei didn't want to have a grudge with the rat demon. Otherwise, he would not choose to speak when the mouse demon forgets the words, but would choose to speak when he makes a mistake in counting. Then the bear leader would never spare the mouse demon lightly. On the contrary, the rat demon should thank him because he did not add insult to injury. But it turned out that Lu Fei was overthinking everything. The rat demon doesn't have that kind of brain. He only remembered that Lu Fei took his place to serve the leader. That being the case, Lu Fei would no longer be polite and said softly, "The day after tomorrow we will fight Snake Panchon. Let's see if we can kill him." The pig demon Red Skin, who was always the last to speak this time, immediately nodded, "Yeah." When Lu Fei took the counting position in front of the bear leader, Crow Wei Wen, who already regarded Lu Fei as his elder brother, immediately said, "Okay, but he has two younger brothers who have a good relationship with him. Do you want to do it together, Dai?" Lu Fei, "It depends on the situation." He has already understood that when a group of monsters fights, the little monsters at the bottom will basically rush up in a swarm and fight in a mess. Because there is no such thing as uniform clothing or uniform logo. Little monsters in the same camp will inevitably kill the wrong monster. Therefore, as long as you are willing, you have a chance to kill the ungrateful rat demon in the battle with Snake Panchon the day after tomorrow. The grudges between monsters are very simple and crude. If you don't feel comfortable with a conflict, just have a fight. If the conflict gets deeper, you will directly find a way to kill the other party. If not for the battle with Snake Panchon the day after tomorrow. Find the bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. Lu Fei would definitely look for an opportunity and take the initiative to beat up the rat demon first. The bottom monster. Fighting basically relies on the body and instinct. In this regard, the body size naturally has an advantage over the small body, such as the elephant demon, the bear demon, and the bull demon. In addition to body size, monsters that take the form of carnivorous beasts are stronger and more ferocious than those that take the form of herbivores, such as tiger monsters, bear monsters, and wolf monsters. Therefore, they are all at the bottom level of little demons. Let Lu Fei fight the gray-skinned rat spirit, and Lu Fei would be absolutely confident that he would tear the rat spirit alive. But before that, he had to find out what the rat demon's talent was. If it was a combat talent like Redskin, he would have to pay attention. Thinking of this, Lu Fei looked at the crow monster on the side. "Do you know what the rat monster's talent is?" "Here." The crow monster who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme gossiped with the rat demon obviously knew it very well. He immediately nodded his feather-covered ears and said, "His talent is the same as mine, ears, but what he can hear seems to be a little different from mine." Lu Fei was a little surprised. Are you sure? The crow monster nodded firmly. I'm sure, because he showed it to me. After hearing this, the only question that Lu Fei felt he needed to bother asking about was easily solved. It can also be seen from here that many little monsters at the bottom do not even have the most basic awareness of prevention, and even secrets such as their natal talents can be easily leaked. This is the thought. Lu Fei immediately carefully recalled the memory of the original owner. It was found that the original owner had not revealed the secrets of his talents to other monsters except for exchanging information with the crow monster and the pig monster red skin beside him. You too. Lu Fei looked at the two guys next to him and asked, besides us, do other monsters know about our natal talents? The little pig demon red skin immediately shook his head. No. Crow monster, I also told the gray skin guy. Lu Fei didn't believe it. You only told one person? Crow monster, only one. Lu Fei, that's okay. I'll kill him in 2 days, but from now on, you have to learn to shut up. This is related to your future safety. Seeing Lu Fei's seriousness, the crow monster also knew what was going on, and immediately nodded and said, I won't do it anymore. Lu Fei nodded, said nothing, turned around and walked towards the cave. With the big meal he had last night, he would hardly be hungry today. Bai Mao, where are you going? Seeing that Lu insisted on leaving, the crow monster immediately shouted, Are we still going to patrol the mountains? Mountain patrol, what mountain is patrolling? Lu Fei stopped and said happily, Didn't you just hear what Leader Xiong said? Things like mountain patrol duty have nothing to do with me from now on. The crow monster opened its mouth wide. Is this happening? As he spoke, he looked at the pig demon Redskin, who nodded and said, Yes, it's just that you didn't hear it. Take a good patrol. Lu Fei said, waved his hand, and then strode towards the cave. The crow monster looked at Lu Fei's leading figure and said with envy, Bai Mao will be more comfortable in the future. Pig demon red skin, well. Crow monster, I feel like Bai Mao has changed a lot these days. This is the first time I know he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme numbers. Red skin, well. Crow monster, tell me, how about we worship Bai Mao as our big brother? Just like the bear leader, the tiger leader, and the ox leader, how about that? The red-skinned man turned his head when he heard the sound, looked at the crow monster and said with a surprised expression, Aren't we always like this? Always like this. The crow monster was stunned for a moment, then jumped to his feet and said, When did I recognize Bai Mao as my elder brother? I only recognized him as my eldest brother because he can now be the leader of the bears and have better points than us. Watching Redskin walk away, the crow monster immediately thought of something, and quickly caught up and shouted, Wait a minute, when did you recognize Bai Mao as your big brother? I do not know how. Wait for me. 2 days later. Early morning. It was just getting dark. Inside the cave. Lu Fei woke up from the cold stone bed, turned his head and looked at the sky outside the cave, and then his thoughts moved slightly. Brush brush brush. Lines of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 76100 Experience Value, 72200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 32500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 26100, Archery Entry Level 13100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, None Talent. Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Beginner 7100. Hey, it's still a little bit worse. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme behind the realm column, Lu Fei sighed. In the past 2 days, he had not been bothered by mountain patrols and other sundries. He concentrated on breathing and meditating. Coupled with the bonus effect of the fish monster meat he had eaten before, he had only gained 76 experience points. If he could be given another 10 days, no, just 7 or 8 days would be enough, he should be able to max out his experience points and break through to the level of a first-level demon soldier. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it before the battle with Snake Panchon. Let's look at other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. The Demon Clan's vomiting method also increased by a few points. There are also spear skills and archery skills in the ability column, because yesterday was also the last day before the battle with Snake Panchon. The reasons why the leaders asked the little demons below to sharpen their guns for training have also increased a lot. Keep looking down. Lu Fei looked at the talent Sirius swallowing the moon behind his talent column and was a little silent for a moment. Since he came to this world, he has not used this talent once. As for the talent value above, it should be cultivated by the original owner. The reason why he didn't use it easily was because he realized that his talent was precious and he was afraid of being exposed. He wants to wait until he is stronger or the living environment is better. At least you have to have your own separate place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, instead of living with these two guys whose snoring can kill mosquitoes. This way he can feel at ease while practicing. Otherwise, if he were to use his talent to practice now, he would have to run out and practice under the moonlight every night, and then sneak back when the moonlight was gone. This trip, plus the time of running away, and the need to avoid the eyes of other monsters, are all just for the little bit of breathing and breathing training bonus. It's just too much trouble. Therefore, Lu Fei simply didn't use it until the conditions were more suitable. Clang. At this moment, a familiar, harsh and penetrating sound of a gong sounded outside the cave again. Moreover, this time the gong sounded earlier and more urgently than ever before. Dang 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 dang. The rapid sound of the gong seemed to awaken the soul directly, causing the crow monster and the pig monster red skin to wake up immediately after interrupting their snoring. The crow monster glanced outside the cave with confused eyes, and said blankly, "Why is it so early today?" But no one responded to him. Because Lu Fei and the pig demon Humpy had already gotten out of bed, grabbed the newly issued short bows and spears beside the bed, and ran out of the cave. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two companions, the crow monster finally reacted at this time, looked for Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm and immediately screamed, "Wait for me." When Lu Fei and the three demons quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where they gather every day, I saw 8 other small leaders of the same level as the bear leader, 2 commanders, and the king of Lang Lang Mountain standing at the highest point of the mountain, all wearing armor. Moreover, Lu Fei saw a flag flying on the top of the mountain for the first time. The flag has a black background, with 3 large red embroidered characters written crookedly on it, Lang Lang Mountain. The little monsters gathered very quickly. After a while, all the little demons appeared at the foot of the mountain and gathered under their respective leaders. Lu Fei took the opportunity to look carefully and found that in addition to the armors worn by the king, the commander-in-chief and the small leaders, there are several little demons below who are all wearing armor. Although some only have half of the upper body or lower body, the armor is also very rusty and old. There are also some little demons who have some untreated leather soft armor strapped to their bodies, and some like Lu Fei, who got various gadgets and strapped them to important places such as their chests to block them. As for the remaining little monsters, they were basically shirtless, with branches and leaves hanging around their lower bodies. Some don't even have any cover and just rely on hair growth. Set off. Seeing that all the little demons had arrived, the Buffalo Demon King didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and threw out a handkerchief. The handkerchief grows in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. It quickly grew to the size of covering the entire mountain. Then it fell. Lu Fei's eyes widened and his vision went dark, and he lost all consciousness. When he regained consciousness again and opened his eyes, I saw a large number of snake-bodied and human-headed monsters holding weapons gathered at the foot of the mountain ahead. This is. Looking at the surrounding mountains and forests, they were no longer the mountains and forests before, but turned into empty valleys. The foot of the mountain is not a hillside, but a large expanse of grassland overgrown with weeds and sparse trees, but flat. Look to the other side again. A large number of human monsters with heads of various beasts gathered there. The most numerous of them is the snake demon with a snake body and a human head. The last second I was in my own Lang Lang Mountain. We'll be here in the next second. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding world changed. Lucky for Lu Fei, he was a time traveler and he was very receptive. In addition to being curious about the king's strength, he was even more curious about the handkerchief that the king had thrown before. But when faced with this situation, the low-level little demon screamed in surprise and made a commotion. "Brother, did you see that piece of cloth is the magical power that the king just used?" Beside him, the crow monster looked equally excited. He had only heard some little demons who had stayed in Lang Lang Mountain longer than him say how powerful the king was. Now I finally see how to stop him from getting excited. On the other side, the red-skinned pig demon's eyes were also full of excitement, but his mouth was much quieter than that of the crow monster. "I saw it. Stay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me when we fight for a while." Lu Fei looked at the equally noisy monsters in the distance, took off the short bow from his back, held it in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Follow me, but don't charge randomly." When Lu Fei said this, the crow monster immediately sobered up. "I listened to Big Brother." The pig demon red skin on the side also nodded immediately. 2 days ago, Lu Fei volunteered to become the little demon queen of the bear leader. That night, the crow monster and the pig monster Humpy recognized Lu Fei as their eldest brother. Lu Fei is the boss because he has the most ability, the crow monster knows the most and is the second oldest, and the sultry pig demon red skin is the third. Although Lu Fei never thought that he would become sworn friends with two monsters within a month of coming to this world. But the crow monster and the pig monster red skin kindly asked him to be their big brother, and he didn't refuse. "Anyway, I can no longer be a human being. What's more, in this dangerous world, he now needs the help of the crow monster and the pig monster red-skinned monster in order to survive better." "Children!" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, immediately overpowering the commotion of the demons. When Lu Fei heard the sound, he looked up and saw the king of Lang Lang Mountain, wearing a bright golden armor and holding a pair of golden sledgehammers, stepping on a large black cloud and appearing above the heads of the monsters. Beside him stood the wolf commander and the sheep commander, also wearing armor. The appearance of the king of Lang Lang Mountain instantly made the little demons who had been quiet immediately start cheering excitedly. "Oh shit!" Lu Fei had a look of excitement on his face, but he was extremely unhappy and resisting in his heart. When he heard the voice just now, he felt a fever all over his body, as if he was getting excited. Even if the little monsters have developed their spiritual intelligence, they still have the bestiality in their hearts. His originally impulsive and chaotic nature was stimulated by the buffalo demon's buff, which made his morale absolutely full and he was fearless in battle. But Lu Fei was not willing to be dominated like this, let alone fight to the death for the buffalo demon. "Otherwise, I don't know how I will die. It's just that this kind of domination buff is hard to resist. Just look at the extremely excited eyes of the crow monster next to you." Lu Fei turned his head and glanced at the pig demon Humpy beside him. Although Humpy also had excitement in his eyes, he was obviously much better than the crow monster. At this time, 2 figures flying on black clouds also flew out from the demon group on the opposite side. Lu Fei looked carefully and saw that the leader was actually a beautiful snake. Different from the lower-level snake demons in the demon group below who have all kinds of strange human faces, this snake demon in mid-air is completely different. She has a beautiful face, white and billowy breasts, and a slender cyan snake tail. Just like a beautiful snake. As for the one next to her, he was also a snake demon, but an ugly-looking male snake demon with a blue head. Judging by the way he stands, he can tell that he is a subordinate of the female snake demon. "Children!" At this time, the voice of the king of Lang Lang Mountain rang out again. "Across the way is the monster who wants to take over our mountain. Go, kill them all." The words just fell. The little demons who were already excited immediately became excited. Amid the roar of the leader monster, the group of monsters in Lang Lang Mountain began to attack. At the same time, in the queue behind the demon group, Lu Fei looked at the crow monster with a lance in his hand and a crazy look on his face. He raised his hand and gave him a big slap in the face. Snapped. Lu Fei looked at the stunned crow monster and asked, "Are you awake?" The crow monster looked aggrieved and turned his head. "Brother, why did you hit me?" "Looks like I'm awake." Looking at the crow monster's expression, Lu Fei nodded. "Take up your weapons." At this time, the roar of the bear leader sounded. Lu Fei raised his head and picked up the short bow in his hand. The crow monster and red skin on the side each tightly held the spear and wooden shield in their hands. Those with spears step forward, those with bows step back. The roar of the bear leader sounded again, and the crow immediately looked at the big brother on the side after hearing the sound. As soon as Lu Fei looked at the crow monster's eyes, he knew what he was thinking, and immediately whispered, "It's okay, come forward." Soon, the crow monster, red skin, and a group of little monsters with guns quickly squeezed to the front. Immediately afterwards, the bear leader picked up the giant axe in his hand, pointed at the hostile demon group that had already charged at the foot of the mountain in front, and roared, "Charge with me! Kill them all! Rush!" The bear leader roared and rushed forward, swinging his giant axe. "Go ahead!" The little demons, whose morale was already high and excited, immediately followed, waving their weapons and shouting as they rushed forward. It's just that many little demons transformed into their original shapes and turned into giant beasts and rushed toward the opposite side. For a time, there were all kinds of strange screams and all kinds of ghosts crying and howling in the valley. "Brother!" The crow monster, who was trapped in the charging demon group, looked nervously and looked back frequently, hoping to find the tall figure. It's just that the demon group has no discipline at all, and it quickly becomes a mess after the charge begins. Under such circumstances, it is not easy to find a monster. At this time, with the sound of vibrations and roars, the leading troops had collided with the hostile demon group in Shipan Mountain. For a moment, screams, anger, and fighting quickly filled the battlefield in the valley. The crow monster, which was hugged by the monster group and rushed to the front line, inevitably encountered a snake monster with a thick and long tail, standing over 2 meters tall and holding 2 spears in both hands. Bang bang! After just a few blows, the crow monster holding a wooden shield to resist was stabbed to the ground by the snake monster. The crow monster quickly turned over and stood up, breathing heavily and looking nervously at the ferocious-looking snake demon in front of it. The opponent is taller and stronger than him, and he even has one more spear than him. Besides being able to fly, his only advantage was that his elder brother warned him not to fly on the battlefield. The crow monster knew very well that he could not defeat the snake demon in front of him. What to do? "No, I have to run." The crow monster immediately figured out a way and decisively turned around and ran away. But the snake demon obviously saw what the crow monster was thinking. The thick snake tail twisted, and it immediately rushed forward to find Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm of the spear in its hand stabbed the fleeing crow monster in the back. This shot must be solid, the crow monster must be directly pierced and nailed to the ground. At this time, a red figure rushed over quickly, knocking the fleeing crow monster to the ground. The snake demon's sure shot missed its target and went straight into the ground, unable to pull it out for a while. Third brother. The crow monster turned over and stood up, looking overjoyed when the little pig demon Redskin appeared. "Is it okay?" The Redskin, who stood up, holding a spear and a wooden shield, stared at the powerful snake demon in front of him, and said, "Fine." The crow monster shook his head and immediately came closer and said, "Be careful, this snake monster is very strong." The words have not yet finished. The snake demon who lost a spear immediately rushed forward and stabbed the newly appeared wild boar demon with the spear in his hand. Boom! There was a crisp sound. The small wooden shield caught the snake demon's shot steadily, but the opponent's huge strength made the red skin under the wooden shield unsteady and he sat down on the ground. Seeing the snake demon stabbing him again, the crow monster quickly waved his spear and stepped forward to block it. Click! The 2 inferior spears broke at this moment, but the snake demon's huge power was once again demonstrated, and the crow monster was knocked to the ground again. "2 losers, let's die together." The snake demon laughed ferociously, and then its abdomen and neck squirmed rapidly. Immediately afterwards, the snake demon opened its bloody mouth, and a stream of black liquid spurted out. At this time, whoosh! An arrow shot out quickly with a sound of breaking through the air, and went straight into the snake demon's open mouth. The snake demon's shrill screams immediately sounded. Due to the violent trembling of the snake demon, half of the black liquid snake venom that had just spewed out flowed back into the snake demon's mouth, and the other half was sprayed out of the mouth, but it lost its accuracy and sprayed everywhere. Put! The black snake venom dripped onto the ground, just like cold water pouring into a pan. It made a harsh sound in an instant and quickly corroded away the weeds, sand, and stones on the ground, revealing a dark void, which was very terrifying. The pig demon Red Skin and the crow monster who were just below the snake demon saw this and were immediately frightened and screamed, rolling and dodging. Just when the two monsters narrowly escaped the attack of black snake venom and stood up, they saw Lu Fei's figure standing beside them. Brother! Brother! The crow monster and the redskin looked overjoyed and shouted repeatedly. Lu Fei nodded, but looked at the painful snake demon in front of him. He suddenly thought of 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu in ancient times in his mind, but in reality, it was 3 of his brothers fighting the snake demon. At this time, after struggling painfully for a while, the snake demon not only survived, but also reached for his mouth, trying to pull out the arrow in his mouth. Brother! The redskin next to him immediately shouted. Seeing this, Lu Fei naturally would not let the snake demon succeed. He raised the short bow in his hand, drew the arrow from his waist, and shot. This arrow hit the body of the snake demon and hit the opponent's shiny scales. It only had time to make a soft sound before it fell to the ground. Lu Fei was not aware of the rough workmanship of this kind of bow and arrows, and the arrows did not even have arrowheads. He only knew the power of the original arrows with sharpened tips. He immediately threw away the bow and arrow in his hand, grabbed the spear from the crow monster beside him and rushed forward quickly. When the snake monster pulled out the arrow and hit it, he jumped up and pierced the snake monster's neck with a spear, regardless of the attack from the snake's tail. At this time, the snake demon's thick tail also hit Lu Fei hard, knocking him upside down. After eating a mouthful of dirt, Lu Fei turned over and stood up. At this time, a huge figure suddenly rushed over and hit him directly. Lu Fei only heard the crow monster cry out urgently, and felt a huge force hit him, causing the world to spin and fly backwards. Brother! Brother! The crow monster and the pig monster Red Skin's eyes turned red when they saw Lu Fei being knocked away. The two monsters ignored what Lu Fei said. Even the big green bull opposite them, which was nearly 3.5 meters long, immediately changed into their original shapes. A ferocious wild boar with a body length of 2.5 meters, a strong body, a sharp mouth and outward-turned tusks. A large crow with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, a black body, a sharp beak, and claws like hooks. As soon as the two demons changed into their original forms, they immediately rushed towards the green bull demon, which was larger in terms of length and strength. The pig demon Redskin raised its pointed beak and hit the green bull demon's abdomen. The crow monster flapped its wings and flew towards the green bull monster's head. The green bull demon naturally noticed the two little demons and said with a ferocious smile, "Two little brats from Lang Lang Mountain, look at Mr. Neo taking your heads to perform meritorious deeds." After saying that, the green bull demon looked at the attacking wild boar demon and lowered his head to greet it. Boom! A powerful muffled sound. The pig demon's red-skinned sharp fangs collided with the green bull demon's huge horns, breaking one of its fangs immediately. It staggered and almost overturned. Immediately afterwards, the red-skinned wild boar was pushed back and forth by the larger and stronger green bull demon. Furrows were quickly plowed out on the ground. At this time, the crow monster arrived, and while the green bull monster was wrestling with the red bull monster, it suddenly swooped down and stretched out its hook-like black claws to grab the green bull monster's eyes. The green bull demon kept pushing back the wild boar demon that was completely smaller than itself. Being immersed in the pleasure of torturing food, the green bull demon had long forgotten that there was a crow demon hovering above its head. At this moment, his eyes suddenly went black, and then he felt an unforgettable and severe pain. The painful green bull demon immediately shook his huge pair of horns to protect himself. The green bull demon's overwhelming force immediately allowed the pig demon Humpy to stand firm instead of pushing against the bull. Then, after the pig demon Redskin, who had a tough bull temper, quickly accumulated strength, he stuck out a pair of sharp fangs with one broken one and rushed forward towards the belly of the green bull demon who was in pain and kept shaking his huge horns. Go! Put! The red-skinned pig demon rushed to the top and immediately pierced its fangs into the tough cowhide of the green bull demon. The huge impact force and pain instantly increased the injuries, and the bull demon couldn't help but scream, "M.O." The green bull demon was swaying, and he wanted to turn around and attack the wild boar demon that was constantly attacking his abdomen. However, the constant harassment from the crow demon above his head made the green bull demon, who had already lost one eye, dare not relax his vigilance against the crow demon above. So he could only keep turning around in an attempt to drive away the wild boar demon. For the pig demon red skin, he had just dared to go up against the intact green bull demon, which was one size bigger than him. How could he give up such an opportunity now? As a result, the red skin continued to attack the green bull demon's abdomen, buttocks and balls, which were most vulnerable to injury. The collision made the green bull demon scream and moo continuously. Realizing that something was wrong, the green bull demon immediately made plans to escape. But with the constant harassment from the crow demon above his head and the presence of the ball-tangled wild boar demon behind him, he had no way to escape. Just when he once again drove away the crow demon with his horns, and once again kicked over the wild boar demon behind him with his hind hooves, a white figure rushed up extremely quickly and bit the green bull demon's neck. Moo! He felt the severe pain coming from his neck, especially when he saw clearly that the thing locked around his neck was a huge white wolf monster. Find the book Garden www.zayeshua. Calm. The green bull demon finally panicked. He shook his head vigorously, shaking the huge horns that he was most proud of and the sharpest, but it could not hurt the white wolf monster locked around his neck at all. He kicked up his hind hooves with all his strength, and he had just kicked over the wild boar demon several times. At this time, his hind hooves also failed and could not hurt the huge white wolf hanging around his neck. Moo! Moo! He called to his friend with all his strength, and he began to stand unsteadily. At this time, seeing the opportunity, the crow monster swooped down from the sky and quickly grabbed the other remaining bullseye of the green bull monster like hooks and sharp claws. Moo! The piercing pain came from the eye sockets again, and the green bull demon completely fell into a dark panic. At the same time, the wild boar demon Redskin also focused on the two most vulnerable big balls of the green bull demon and launched a surprise attack from behind. It charges with the huge force of the Redskin, coupled with the sharp mouth and fangs. Just one hit. The two huge balls were pounding in an instant, and the juices were splashing everywhere. The green bull demon once again let out a shrill scream. But even with the three-pronged attack, the green bull demon still staggered and refused to fall to the ground. Upon seeing this, the pig demon Redskin charged again, this time hitting the green bull demon's front hooves. It was just accompanied by the sound of bone cracking. The green bull demon is still reeling. At this time, Lu Fei, who had locked the green bull demon's neck tightly, kicked his feet on the ground, and his whole body immediately turned over and lay on the green bull demon's back. The next second, boom! The green bull demon's huge body, which was nearly 3.5 meters long, finally fell to the ground with a crash. Moo! Moo! When the screams of the green bull demon beneath him became weaker and weaker, and finally even the breath disappeared. Lu Fei then released his long, ferocious, curved fangs biting the green bull demon's thick neck. Fortunately, his original body was not small and his fangs were long enough, otherwise he would not be able to lock the throat of the green bull demon. Brother, can we eat this bull demon? The crow monster landed on the ground and looked at the huge green bull monster corpse in front of him with hot eyes. Then he flapped his wings and approached Lu Fei and whispered, "No." Lu Fei, who saw the strange crow's thoughts, immediately shook his head. He looked at the corpse of the green bull demon in front of him with equally hot eyes. But he knew better that they couldn't hide a bull demon of such size. The king and the two commanders had been standing in the dark clouds in mid-air, watching, and never made a move. The battle between him and the crow monster, the three little red-skinned demons and the green bull demon might not have been taken seriously by them at all. But if the three of them want to touch the body, they will definitely see it. Lu Fei didn't want to be liquidated after the war. He turned and looked around. The valley that was originally overgrown with weeds has now turned into a bloody mess. There are corpses of various dead monsters everywhere, and there are broken limbs and limbs everywhere. The weakest low-level monsters usually die the fastest, and many of them die in one encounter. Except, of course, those who are smart enough. Just like Lu Fei and the other three, no matter which one of them encounters the green bull demon alone, they are far from a match. Lu Fei is fast, the crow monster can fly, and the two of them can escape if they encounter it. But if the little pig demon Redskin encounters him alone, there is absolutely no chance of survival. At this time, the remaining ones on the battlefield in the entire valley are basically some strong and smart monsters, fighting one-on-one or several-on-one. The intensity of the battle may not have been as spectacular as it was at the beginning. But at this time, the battle on the battlefield is the best to watch. You can tell just by looking at the two kings and several commanders looking at them with great interest in the mid-air of Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Pan Mountain. Lu Fei looked away from the beautiful snake in the distance. I was also sure in my heart that my guess was correct. This battle was a deliberate fight between two demon kings in order to harvest the little demon leaks below. And it was not because of the conflict over occupying the top of the mountain, as the king of Lang Lang Mountain said. They don't even bother to hide it too much. Not only did he not pretend to fight, but he also took it as fun to watch the battlefield battle where the little demon fought bloody battles. Lu Fei even suspected that there was a bet between them. But, looking back at the corpse of the green bull demon in front of him, Lu Fei said, "I'm thirsty and drink some blood or something. I guess the king won't care about it." The words have not yet finished. The crow monster's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately lay down on the bull monster's neck, sucking hard on the deep hole where Lu Fei's fangs had bitten out, and bright red blood was constantly flowing out. Looking at the crow monster lying on the bull monster's neck, Lu Fei licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. He had taken the opportunity to lie on the green bull demon's neck and drank a lot of blood. This green bull demon is far more powerful than the three of them, regardless of its monster body or rough skin. This stomach blood is of great benefit. I believe it can bring him a lot of experience points. But the crow monster has no such luck. When he just lay down and sucked a few mouthfuls of blood, Lu Fei saw a snake demon with a human head and a snake body looking towards the three of them. The body of the snake demon was so thick that it was a whole size larger than the snake demon they killed before. He stood over 4 meters tall with his head held high, and he was holding a spear in his hand. It was a real metal spear, not the inferior spear that looked more like a wooden stick than a spear in the hands of the low-level monsters. Leader. Just by looking at the snake demon, Lu Fei realized that the snake demon looking at him was definitely a leader-level monster. That body, that momentum, that look, that sense of danger. Lu Fei noticed it quickly. He looked at the playful and ferocious look that the snake demon looked at him. Lu Fei took a deep breath, then kicked the blood-sucking crow monster on the butt, and said sternly, "Quickly go." Lu Fei turned around and ran away after roaring. The pig demon Redskin, who was standing aside waiting to suck blood, also saw the snake demon and had already fled out the moment Lu Fei opened his mouth. After being kicked over, the crow monster stood up and was about to speak, but when he looked up, he saw a thick and huge snake demon swimming over quickly. He screamed in fright, then immediately fluttered his wings and flew upwards. At the moment when the huge snake demon rushed over brandishing a spear, the crow monster flew into the air and luckily escaped the snake demon's spear. But the crow monster flew away, and Lu Fei couldn't fly. The leader of the snake demon glanced at the corpses of the snake demon and the green bull monster lying on the ground around him. He once again looked at the white wolf and the little wild boar that were escaping towards the back of the battlefield. He grinned with his long black fangs and said with a ferocious smile, "You can't escape." Then the thick snake tail twisted, and the entire huge body immediately moved quickly towards the fleeing back of the white wolf demon. "Your Majesty." In midair, inside the black clouds, the commander-in-chief, wearing silver armor and holding a white wolf head, looked down at the little white wolf demon being chased by a snake demon leader. He suddenly turned around and looked at the buffalo demon beside him and said, "I don't know. Can I protect that one?" "No." Before Commander White Wolf finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Buffalo Demon King. "I made an agreement with that snake. No matter what happens to the little demon below, the monster above the little leader don't even take action. Don't break the rules." The Buffalo Demon looked at the enchanting snake demon opposite and said calmly, "That little wolf is very smart, and the snake demon may not be able to kill him. Just watch." Hear the king's answer. The white wolf commander did not speak, but kept looking at the snake demon and the little white wolf chasing each other below. "Damn it, why are you targeting me?" Looking at the big snake demon chasing behind him, Lu Fei's expression suddenly changed as he was running wildly. I originally thought that everything would be fine if I ran away, but the snake demon actually chased me. Just looking at the valley ahead, Lu Fei immediately looked left and right, decisively turned around and ran towards the battlefield where several pairs of little boss monsters were fighting the most fiercely. The leader of the snake demon behind immediately realized Lu Fei's plan. A green light flashed across his body. The leader's speed suddenly increased and he rushed toward Lu Fei in front. "You can't escape." A high-pitched voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Fei immediately turned around and saw a spear coming towards him. Fuck! Lu Fei, whose expression changed drastically and his pupils tightened, suddenly stopped and the spear almost grazed the top of his scalp. At the same time, the leader of the fast-moving snake demon couldn't break in time due to his huge body, so he also slipped past him and rushed over. Lu Fei was startled and immediately turned around and ran away. But this time, he did not continue towards the battlefield of several small leaders, but ran in another direction where his boss, the bear leader, was. "Help, Chief! Help, Chief!" Lu Fei's cry was so tragic that the two monsters Wenji were fighting in front slowed down their movements by half a beat. The bear leader is the leader, and the tiger monster that can fight against him is naturally a monster at the leader level of Snake Panchon. If you are a leader, you must have subordinates. Therefore, the two leading monsters were stunned by Lu Fei's shouts. However, the bear leader happened to be in the opposite direction from Lu Fei, who was running for his life. He just looked up and saw his point demon White Wolf running for his life, followed by a snake demon. Look at the size of that snake demon, a leader of the snake demon, not good. Leader Xiong was suddenly shocked. As the young leader of Langlang Mountain, he certainly knew the tradition that the king would find other demon groups to fight every few years. He has been following the king for many years and has participated in similar battles many times. The more times you go, the more experience you have. Therefore, every time he fights, he will choose a leader monster of the same level to fight. There is no need to be too desperate, but he has to be serious. After all, the king is watching above. In this way, he passed the battle again and again without any danger. After the war, he shared the food with the king and enjoyed the corpses of the dead demons. This way he slowly accumulated and cultivated. Being able to complete combat missions like a gangster, the bear leader is naturally not willing to take risks. Therefore, when he saw the white-haired wolf coming with a hostile monster leader, the bear leader immediately felt something was wrong. He didn't want to be surrounded by the two leading monsters. Being distracted on the battlefield is a big no-no. Just when he was distracted, the eyes of his opponent opposite him, the tiger demon leader who was also carrying a giant axe, suddenly lit up. He immediately took a step back, and then opened his mouth and screamed. Roar! In an instant, the bear leader, who had no time to cover his ears to avoid it, was immediately pinned to the spot by the tiger's roar, and his body was trembling. Seeing the roar of the tiger demon immediately showed a ferocious smile on his face. He raised the giant axe in his hand and struck down the stupid bear in front of him. Die! The tiger demon swung his axe and roared loudly. The bear leader woke up and suddenly opened his restraints, and tried his best to block it by raising the giant axe in his hand. However, the tiger demon in front of him suddenly showed his fangs and smiled, and the giant axe in his hand that was originally aimed at the bear demon's head also immediately changed direction and slashed diagonally at the bear demon's shoulder. Not good. Seeing the tiger demon's expression, the bear leader suddenly felt bad, but it was too late. The tiger demon's giant axe struck hard at the bear leader's shoulder, cutting off the bones and flesh. A complete arm was cut off in an instant, and the flesh and blood were separated. Ho! The bear leader suppressed the extreme pain without saying a word, and immediately struck the tiger demon with his remaining axe arm. Ha ha! The tiger demon who succeeded in the attack immediately retreated, causing the bear leader to miss with his axe, and then burst into laughter. The tiger demon and the bear leader are old acquaintances, and the two demons are equally powerful. Langlang Mountain and Snake Pan Mountain fight every 3 years. Both monsters are their own opponents, but no one can do anything about the other. This has been the case for so many years. Now that he can cut off one of the bear demon's arms, regardless of how he got it, that means he has one. In the past, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat this bear demon, but now, not only had he won, he also wanted to try to see if he could kill his old rival. This is the thought. The tiger demon licked the blood splattered around his mouth, and looked at the bear demon in front of him with increasingly greedy eyes. After Lu Fei witnessed his boss, Leader Xiong, having his arm chopped off by a hostile tiger demon, he did not dare to shout anymore. He didn't know whether the bear leader's abnormal performance had anything to do with him. But the other party seems to be in a bad situation now. He couldn't bring himself to cause any more trouble to the other party, lest the bear leader get angry and kill him. So he turned his head and glanced at the snake demon queen chasing after him, gritted his teeth, turned around and ran towards the nearest mountain forest. The snake demon spit out the letter and watched the slippery little white wolf change its escape direction again. This time, he did not pursue him again, but quickly walked towards the leader of the bear demon who had lost his arm. After all, compared to killing a leader-level monster, a somewhat clever wolf monster is nothing worth mentioning. When Lu Fei ran to the mountain forest at the edge of the valley in one breath. When he noticed that it was too quiet behind him, he turned around and realized that the snake demon that was chasing him just now was now standing on the opposite side of the bear leader. Apparently he wanted to deal with his boss, the bear leader, together with the tiger demon. "Thank you for your hard work, leader." Lu Fei gasped and looked at the three leader monsters who were already fighting, and said softly. It's just that he said it was hard work, but there was no apology on his face, and there was no trace of guilt in his eyes for causing trouble. Only the joy of escaping. Call. Lu Fei hid behind a thorn bush and looked down at the battlefield in the valley below. Only then did he realize that except for monster corpses and broken limbs all over the battlefield, there were only a few places where fighting was still going on. Judging from the size and posture of those monsters, they are undoubtedly leader-level monsters. He looked up into the sky again. It was discovered that the king and commander-in-chief of Langlang Mountain, who were originally riding on clouds and stopped in mid-air, were now gone. Lu Fei looked to the other side and saw that the beautiful snake demon and its ugly snake demon subordinates were also missing. What's happening here? Just when Lu Fei was surprised, he went to Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Come suddenly, I felt severe pain coming from one ear on my head, not good. The frightened Lu Fei did not reach out his paws to touch it rashly, but immediately rushed out of the thorn bush where he was hiding. Then he turned around and saw a head retracted in a patch of weeds and thorns in the distance. Oh shit! Lu Fei quickly ran behind a big tree, looked around and found no danger, then lowered his head and stretched out his front paws to feel the severe pain in his ears. Then he discovered that his pain came from an arrow that had pierced one of his ears. At this moment, he no longer had anger, but only fear. If that arrow had been more accurate, it would have hit his head instead of his ear. As a wolf monster, his current fur is not as tough and hard as those of monsters such as bull monsters, pig monsters, and pangolins. Even ordinary arrows can penetrate his fur as long as they are strong enough. Just like his ears now. Only then did Lu Fei realize that the surrounding ground was full of traces of battles, bloodstains, and the corpses of several monsters. Some corpses had parts of them eaten, some had their heads missing, and some had their chests missing. It was wide open and the internal organs were eaten. Obviously, this is also a battlefield. However, compared to the fact that the valley below has become a slaughterhouse for little demons, Lu Fei prefers to hide in this forest. After a moment of consideration, Lu Fei decided to take a detour and go deeper into the forest. A monster had just given him an arrow, and it was still hanging from his ear. It would be rude not to take revenge. Sniffed the smell in the air. Lu Fei looked around, chose a direction, and walked towards the forest. I don't know where the crow monster and the red skin guys have gone now. Be careful walking in the dense forest with weeds and thorns. Lu Fei thought secretly. But neither of those guys are stupid. Although the crow monster has a big mouth and an irritable personality, it is not afraid of trouble at critical moments, dares to attack, and can fly. As long as he wasn't as unlucky as himself, he should be able to survive this battle. As for the little pig demon Redskin, although he is quiet, sultry, smart, and has a stable personality, he should be able to survive this battle. But this is not the case. Because he is too weak. He can neither fly like the crow monster, nor is he as fast as Lu Fei. Once you encounter other monsters of interest, it is definitely the most dangerous. I hope everything will be okay. Lu Fei moved forward cautiously, sniffing the smell in the air and looking around. He had just taken an arrow and the arrow was still hanging on his ear, so he couldn't be too careful. He glanced at the patch of weeds and thorns in the distance. Be as gentle as possible with your feet. He didn't see clearly what kind of monster it was that had sneaked up on him and retracted its head. But based on the opponent's archery skills, Lu Fei estimated that he would be stronger than him. And with his body size of nearly 3 meters, if he charged forward forcefully, not to mention whether he could catch the opponent, he would definitely take an arrow. He doesn't want to take any chances. Besides, it's not certain whether there are other powerful monsters hiding in this dense forest. After all, there were many monsters on the battlefield that hit the mountains and forests on both sides of the valley, as evidenced by the battle traces and corpses on the ground. Although Lu Fei is now a monster, he is much larger than an ordinary wild wolf. But there are really no other magical powers. The only innate magical power is the auxiliary skill. It's just bigger than ordinary wild wolves. Big. Suddenly, Lu Fei thought of something. With a slight thought in his mind, the body of the great white wolf, which was originally nearly 3 meters long, quickly shrank to an ordinary white wolf of 1.5 meters. This should make it less easy to be discovered. He turned around and looked at his current figure, thinking to himself. Although the arrow that pierced one ear is still there. Shaking his head, he didn't realize how big he was just now. Now that it has shrunk, it is very troublesome to hang an arrow in the ear, and it continues to cause pain. So, Lu Fei lowered his head, put his paw on the arrow shaft, and stepped on it hard. Click! The arrow shaft was broken in response. Lu Fei was immediately so painful that he grinned. There was still a small piece left pierced in his ear. He ignored it and stared at the thorn bush, slowly walking back. Damn eagle! In the forest, there is a dense thicket of thorny vines that is growing vigorously and airtight. A big black crow was curled up in it, looking carefully through the dense thorny leaves above its head, and kept cursing in a voice that only it could hear, "Damn eagle! Sooner or later, I will pluck your hair and roast you to eat." Just above the branches of a towering giant tree not far from the thorn bush, a huge black giant eagle was resting on the trunk, its extremely sharp eyes constantly scanning the lower part of the forest. When the giant eagle glanced at this thorn bush, the originally inaudible voice of the crow monster immediately stopped and continued to curse in his heart. This went on for a while. After repeatedly scanning the forest below, the giant black eagle finally gave up searching, spread its wings and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing over the forest. Under the thorn bushes. Seeing the giant eagle disappear, the crow monster breathed a sigh of relief and immediately collapsed on the ground. What a shame! Thinking that he was also a well-known little demon in Langlang Mountain, and his eldest brother Bai Mao was the right-hand man of Leader Xiong. He was unexpectedly chased by an eagle demon from the Snake Mountain and had no way to go to the sky or to the earth. In the end, I had to hide in the thorn bushes on the ground, which was really embarrassing. But there was nothing he could do, he couldn't defeat the hawk demon. Just remember the grudge first. When he reunites with his eldest brother and his third brother, he no longer has to be afraid of the hawk demon. I don't know how they are doing now. The crow monster sat paralyzed in the thorn vine. For a moment, he had no intention of going out, and he couldn't help but worry in his heart. On the battlefield in the valley, after he flew into the sky to escape the attack of the powerful snake demon, he was targeted by the eagle demon just now. When he was being chased by the hawk demon out of the valley, he saw the snake demon chasing his eldest brother Bai Mao. I don't know if Bai Mao has escaped the snake demon's pursuit. How is his safety now? And little red skin. Just when the crow monster was worried about the two brothers. In a mountain forest. A rushing sound was heard in the distance. The sound moves from far to near. Soon, a large brown-red wild boar appeared in the forest. Bang 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 bang. The boar plows through everything in his path, like a small tank. Although this little tank was covered in wounds, there was even a shocking wound on its neck. Behind it, a larger hanging crystal white-fronted insect was steadily following behind. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Closer. Lu Fei looked at the lush thorn bushes in front of him and approached carefully step by step. He had already peered through the gap in the thorn bushes and saw the outline of a pink figure hidden inside. Only then did he remember that the retracted head he saw earlier seemed to be pink. The monster that shot him with an arrow before was hiding inside. He could even hear the clicking sound coming from the thorn bush, like the sound of gnawing bones. Getting closer. Looking for books www.zayeshuan. Calm Lu Fei slowed down, even his breathing was constricting. He even held his breath. Sudden. Click. The sound of cracking firewood suddenly came from under his feet. Not good. Lu Fei was startled. Before he could react, a pink figure jumped out of the thorn bushes in front of him like lightning and rushed forward quickly. Where to escape? Lu Fei was furious and immediately chased after him, biting tightly behind the prominent pink figure. Only then did he see clearly. The pink figure fleeing in front turned out to be a rabbit demon, or a pink female rabbit demon. You can see it because of the curve of her hips and the undulating contours of her chest. However, the rabbit monster with a rabbit head and a face full of bright red blood may look like a beauty in the eyes of other monsters, but it obviously does not exist in Lu Fei's eyes. He wanted to kill the rabbit to avenge the ear. Rabbits are not slow. The speed of the rabbit demon in front of him in his true form may not be slower than Lu Fei's. However, the rabbit demon who escaped in his avatar form was kept phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme by Lu Fei as fast as he could see. Finally, when escaping from the forest, Lu Fei rushed forward and pressed the female rabbit demon hard under him. Hey, she's quite a pretty girl. At this time, a sudden voice suddenly sounded. When Lu Fei heard the sound, he looked up and saw a scene he would never forget. The Lang Lang Mountain Bison King was kneeling at the feet of a dark-faced young man with great respect. On the side, the beautiful Snake King Snake Panchon looked pale and trembling. What did I see? Seeing the extremely outrageous scene in front of him, Lu Fei's eyes widened. Thinking he was hallucinating, he shook his white head violently and opened his eyes again. Then, he saw clearly this time, next to a mountain stream, the king of Lang Lang Mountain, the king of the buffalo demon, who was extremely powerful in the eyes of him and the little demons of Lang Lang Mountain, was kneeling in humiliation. In front of a human black-faced young man? Human beings. No, Lu Fei has never seen a real human being since his time travel. Even if the figure in front of him looked very much like a human being, he still expressed serious doubts. There is also the beautiful snake demon with a mature figure in Snake Panchon. At this time, he was standing aside with the same frightened expression, but his face was paler and frightened. There were also two commanders on Lang Lang, a white wolf commander with the same coat color as Lu Fei, and a sheep demon commander, who were also kneeling on the ground at this time. As for the ugly snake demon subordinate of Snake Panchon, he was lying on his stomach not far away. His whole body was flat, as if he had been flattened by something, and his flesh and blood were all blurred. He had previously wondered where the big guys from Lang Lang Mountain and Shipan Mountain had gone. It turns out they are all here. Do you see clearly now? Seeing the little white wolf suddenly appearing in front of him, his eyes widened and he shook his head to look at it again and again. The black-faced young man asked, "See clearly?" Lu Fei, who answered subconsciously, reacted instantly and immediately let go of the female rabbit demon that was pressing him down, lowered his body, lay down on the sand and rocks and trembled. "Grandpa Wan, please spare my life." How could he offend someone who could make the two great kings of Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Panchon kneel on the ground obediently? It's quite smart. The black-faced young man nodded at Lu Fei's actions, then turned to look at the bison demon in front of him and said, "Why do you think I want to keep you alive?" As he spoke, the black-faced young man yawned, revealing a pair of sharp fangs in his mouth. Lu Fei raised his head cautiously and saw the fangs exposed in the other person's mouth. He suddenly thought to himself, "Sure enough, I know that this young man is not a human being." Although the other person's changed human appearance looked very similar, even he couldn't see anything strange about it, grandfather. Hearing what the young man said, the buffalo demon immediately said cautiously, I can bring the little demon below me to join my grandpa. The black-faced young man looked impatient, I can take away the little demon below you even if you kill it. Looking at the young man's expression and tone, the buffalo demon seemed to have made some decision on his increasingly humble face. Then he felt extremely painful and took out a handkerchief from his body. He handed it to him respectfully with both hands and said, I still have this for Grandpa. Ha! The originally impatient dark-faced young man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the handkerchief handed over by the bison demon. He immediately took the handkerchief, and after playing with it carefully in his hand, the smile on his face became more and more prosperous. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and said, This treasure is good. I didn't expect that you, a calf, would have some opportunities. I want this baby. As he spoke, the black-faced young man reached out and patted the buffalo demon on the shoulder and said, Gather all the little demons below you, and I will take you to the great wilderness mountain. This is a place where birds don't poop. Having said this, a look of pain suddenly flashed across the face of the black-faced young man. The look of pain disappeared in an instant, and the black-faced young man looked at the buffalo demon with a normal expression and said, Is it okay for me to eat a sheep? Eat a sheep. The buffalo demon was stunned when he heard this, and said quickly, Of course, no problem. Just kidding, my biggest treasure was forced to be given to you, an old monster, why do you care about a sheep? The dark-faced young man nodded, That's good. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the sheep commander, one of the great commanders of Lang Lang Mountain, who was kneeling beside him, was immediately caught in his hand, and he took out his true form, a gray goat. Immediately afterwards, in the sight of the surrounding monsters, the gray goat quickly shrank into a thumb-sized one. Then, the black-faced young man threw the thumb goat into his mouth and started chewing it. Watch this scene. All the monsters around were terrified. Especially for Commander Wolf, the other commander of Lang Lang Mountain. It was as easy for the other party to eat the sheep commander, so it would be the same for him. Fortunately, the other party liked to eat sheep. There is also the buffalo demon himself. If he had not given up the square handkerchief, the one who would be eaten now would not be the sheep commander, but him. As for Lu Fei, this scene is really too scary. To him, Commander Sheep was already a great monster. As a result, he was unable to resist in front of the black-faced young man and was chewed like a spicy snack. If the other party wants to deal with me, I'm afraid all he needs to do is blow a breath or even look at him. This moment. Lu Fei felt a sense of panic rising in his heart for no reason. At this moment, he longed to become stronger than ever before. By the way, what's your name? At this time, the black-faced young man who had finished chewing the sheep leader looked at the buffalo demon and asked. Tell Grandpa. The bison demon quickly said respectfully, My name is Kerrang. The dark-faced young man frowned, Black Wolf? The buffalo demon immediately explained, It's Shulang, the servant's husband. I specially picked up a human scholar to name me, hee hee. Kororo, right. The black-faced young man nodded, From now on, you will call me the Great King, but in the mountains, you will call me the Three Great Kings. Buffalo demon, yes, your majesty. What's your name again? The black-faced young man said and looked at the pale-faced snake Panchon beauty snake demon and asked. The female snake demon hurriedly said, Tell me, your majesty, my name is Hua Fu. Hua Butterfly. Butterfly. The black-faced young man nodded, Okay, you two will be my generals from now on. Gather all the little demons under your command. Having said this, the black-faced young man raised his head and glanced at the sky, and continued, Gather when the sun is at its peak, we will take you to Dahuang Mountain, let's go. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't try to escape. The words fell. The black-faced young man disappeared instantly, yes. Snake Demon Flower Butterfly said respectfully. Yes, your majesty. The bison demon Kuro also replied respectfully, but his pair of huge bull eyes couldn't help but look around. No reply for a while. After confirming that the other party really left, the bison demon Black Lang sat down on the ground, looking for the bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. Common sighed, "Hey, I've lost a lot now. Where did that great king come from?" As he spoke, Hei Lang looked at the female snake demon opposite and said, "He said he would take us to the Great Wilderness Mountain." Flower Snake, do you know where the Great Wilderness Mountain is? Have no idea. The snake demon flower butterfly let out a long sigh of relief and shook its head. I have only heard that there is a paradise in the west, which is a paradise for our demon race to survive. But listen to him. Huadai, who realized the slip of the tongue, immediately changed her words. I heard that the king told us to call him the three kings in the mountains. Obviously there are two kings above the king. With the strength of the king, he can only rank third. I think that the Wilderness Mountain is the real place where monsters gather. Speaking of which, the flower butterfly fell silent. Before today, she was the king for hundreds of miles around Snake Pan Mountain, free and unrestrained. Now, it's all gone. Thinking of this, Huadai looked up and glanced at the dejected buffalo demon. Before that, she had some conflicts with the buffalo demon, but now that she thinks about it, it's not worth mentioning. Because they both suffer from the same problem. I imagine that the other person is in the same mood as me at this time. It's okay to leave, it's okay to leave. At this time, the bison demon black man suddenly said, "Anyway, I have been hiding in Lang Lang Mountain for too long, it is time to get out. I think the barren mountain that the king mentioned must be different from the barren Lang Lang Mountain. There must be a lot of natural treasures, elixirs and immortal plants." Having said this, the buffalo demon stood up and patted his butt. "Old cow, I still want to climb up." Although the buffalo demon Koro turned into a grandson in front of the black-faced young man. But in front of other monsters, he is still the king of Lang Lang Mountain, and he always speaks the truth. The same goes for the Gorgon flower butterfly. According to the wishes of the three kings, the two demons should become colleagues in the future. Since they are colleagues, there is no need for the little demons below to fight each other. On the contrary, they want to stop the fighting of the little demons as much as possible now to avoid casualties. Because there must be many monsters in the Dahuang Mountain that we are going to next, and we cannot do without capable and sufficient subordinates. Just looked at each other. The bison demon Kuro and the snake demon flower butterfly immediately understood their respective meanings and reached a consensus. Immediately afterwards, the bison demon Kuro flew into the air writing on the black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and then shouted towards the mountains and forests below, "Children, stop what you are doing. This battle is over. Go to the valley and wait." The snake demon flower butterfly was the same. It immediately flew up into the sky with black clouds and shouted, "Children, this battle is over. Go to the previous valley quickly and wait. Those who disobey the order and those who are late will be punished with great consequences. Punishment for disrespect." The voices of the two kings quickly spread towards the surrounding mountains. Then, the buffalo demon Kararo took the white wolf commander, and the snake demon Hana Butterfly left here quickly with the corpses of his subordinate snake demons who were patted into meat pies. Heading to Dahuang Mountain is about to begin. Whether it is the property on Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Pan Mountain, or the large number of monster corpses on the battlefield in the valley, they must be taken away. The two kings will be very busy next. With the departure of the two kings, the mountain stream became quiet again. Only Lu Fei, the little wolf demon, and the female rabbit demon who had sneak attacked him were left, watching the figures of the two kings disappear into the sky. Feeling the pain in his ears that suddenly became clearer, Lu Fei immediately turned his head to look at the female rabbit demon beside him. "What are you doing?" Sensing the angry gaze of the white wolf demon, the female rabbit demon was startled. After taking half a step back calmly, she immediately asked, "You don't still remember grudges, do you?" "Hold a grudge." Hearing what the rabbit demon said, Lu Fei immediately laughed angrily and asked, "If you can forgive the enemy who almost killed you intentionally, then I will forgive you." The rabbit demon's smart eyes rolled and he immediately said, "I can forgive you." Lu Fei sneered, "But I can't. Did you see the injury on my ear? What did you do?" At this point, Lu Fei looked coldly and said, "If you can't bring out the treasure today, I will eat you alive." Feeling the coldness in the wolf demon's eyes, The rabbit demon immediately realized the other party's anger, but she was not afraid. She quickly turned her eyes and said again, "The great king has already said that I am a beauty and he has fallen in love with me. If you dare to hurt me, great king, I will never let you go." Falling in love with you. Hearing the danger of this rabbit demon, Lu Fei smiled and said sarcastically, "How could that great king fall in love with you, a little beast-shaped demon that hasn't even lost its fur? You have such a beautiful idea. Besides, if it weren't for that great king, do you think I would still be talking nonsense to you for so long?" Facing Lu Fei's indifferent and increasingly indifferent gaze, the rabbit demon quickly rolled his eyes again and said, "Let's do this. I'll play with you once, and you'll compensate for your injuries. How about that?" As he spoke, the rabbit demon stood up and showed off his figure to Lu Fei. The figure of the rabbit demon is not tall, only about 1.34 meters, with fleshy legs, fleshy buttocks, thin waist, and bulging chest. Although it is covered by pink hair all over its body, it can be seen out in good shape. Moreover, although this rabbit demon has a rabbit head, its black and white eyes are very smart, and there is a circle of light red hair eyeshadow around the eyes. Although the blood-stained mouth doesn't look very coordinated. But judging from the appearance, this rabbit does look pretty good. No wonder the black-faced young monster said she was a beauty. But this is the monster's perspective. Lu Fei thinks that his XP is normal, that's why he looks down on rabbit ears and rabbit brain girls. Therefore, the temptation of beauty has no effect on him. "Hey, what's that look in your eyes?" The rabbit demon was very dissatisfied with Lu Fei's slightly mocking eyes. She shouted, "I have never taken advantage of other monsters. You are the first. You are sincere enough." Lu Fei shook his head and said coldly, "If I kill you, the kings will not be able to escape if I leave here. I believe that a little monster like me will not be looked down upon by the king." Finished. Lu Fei suddenly jumped up and threw the rabbit demon, whose eyes were turning rapidly again, to the ground again. He opened his mouth and bit down with his sharp white fangs exposed. "I have a baby." When Lu Fei's fangs reached the rabbit demon's neck, the rabbit demon finally said urgently, "I have a baby. Let me go first." Lu Fei snorted coldly when he heard the other party finally let go. Crawling away from the rabbit demon, his cold eyes were fixed on the rabbit demon, who turned around. Fortunately, he shrank in size, otherwise it would be really difficult to chase this rabbit for you. Soon, the rabbit demon turned around and looked for Shuyuan www. Zaishuan calm with an extremely reluctant look on his face, he handed over something yellow and ginger-shaped. When he smelled it carefully, there was a fragrance that made people salivate. "What's this?" Lu Fei asked. "This is Huang Jing, the elixir." Seeing Lu Fei's confused eyes and expression, it was finally the rabbit demon's turn to mock. "Wait a minute, you don't even know what Huang Jing is, do you?" She didn't wait for Lu Fei to speak, and continued to fire. "I forgot, your Lang Lang mountain is barren, there is no magic medicine anywhere, even all the beasts are almost gone. Are you going to be hungry? You are really a mountain of poor monsters and paupers." Just facing the rabbit demon's ridicule. Lu Fei's expression did not change at all, he just stretched out his paw to take the Huang Jing mentioned by the rabbit demon and observed it carefully. "Hey, this is Huang Jing with a low-grade yellow medicinal effect. I'm going on a hike to make up for your injuries. Can you let me go?" Seeing that the white wolf demon in front of him seemed to have no intention of letting her go, the rabbit demon immediately shouted. "Yellow level low grade." Listening to the noun spoken by the rabbit demon, Lu Fei picked up Huang Jing in one gulp, swallowed the whole thing into his belly and hid it, then looked at the rabbit demon and said slowly, "Not enough. If I kill you, Huang Jing will also be mine. So, just like Huang Jing, it can't change your life." Hearing the shameless words of the white wolf demon in front of him, the rabbit demon was speechless and angry, but she already understood that the guy in front of her was definitely a very smart monster among the monster clan. This kind of monster was the most difficult to deal with, so she had no choice but to say, "Then what do you want?" "Lu Fei, you have no place to hide anything on your body. Where did you get that Huang Jing from? Polygonatum is important though. But for storage bags that can be used to store things, space is obviously more important." This is a world with monsters and magic. Lu Fei doesn't think his idea is impossible. He had already carefully observed the rabbit demon in front of him. He knew that there was no place to hide anything on the other party's body, but where did that piece of yellow elf medicine come from? Also, when the rabbit demon took Huang Jing, why did he carry it behind his back? Isn't it just that I don't want him to see it? Therefore, Lu Fei had reason to suspect that this rabbit demon had a treasure that could store things. He had long wanted to have a similar storage bag that could hold things, but he couldn't figure it out even after asking the crow monster who knew more than him. How could he easily let it go if he got the opportunity this time? Which one do you mean? Hearing Lu Fei's words, the rabbit demon frowned and said, I didn't hear clearly. Lu Fei said word by word, what is that thing you used to store Huang Jing? Take it out. The rabbit demon heard it clearly this time, his face suddenly relaxed, and he said, I can take it out, but you have to promise that this is the last one. Otherwise. When the rabbit demon said this, his eyes were fierce and he said, even if I can't beat you, I will never make it easy for you. It really does. Hearing what the rabbit demon said, Lu Fei was pleasantly surprised and nodded, that's it, I promise you. Rabbit demon, okay, I hope you keep your word, otherwise I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Facing the threat of the rabbit demon, Lu Fei was disdainful, I have turned into a monster and am still afraid of ghosts? After the rabbit demon finished speaking, he stepped forward and put his hand on Lu Fei's head. The white wolf Lu Fei, who was in his original form, changed his expression and immediately backed away, baring his teeth and saying, what do you want to do? Teach you. As he spoke, the rabbit demon looked at Lu Fei and his eyes immediately became happy again, and mocked, so you don't understand. What I can use to store things is my innate magical power. If you want it, of course I can only teach you. Hearing the rabbit monster's words, Lu Fei felt that he had gained more knowledge, and immediately asked, don't the innate magical powers belong to you alone? Can you teach them to other monsters? Although he was used to the wolf demon's ignorance, the rabbit demon couldn't help but sarcastically mock this guy who was taking advantage of the situation. Of course you can teach him, and you can also go to other monsters to learn other people's talents. But you were born in Lang Lang Mountain, so it's normal for you not to understand these things. Anyway, your place is a poor place with bad bastards and wolves. But innate magical powers are notoriously difficult to learn, so you have to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, don't blame me for not learning. Facing the rabbit demon's cynicism, Lu Fei's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward and said, then come on. He said and stretched out a leg. Lu Fei would not do such a stupid thing if he let a rabbit demon who was very hostile to him touch his head. If the other party had evil intentions, it would be too late for him to regret it. Seeing Lu Fei's actions, the rabbit demon laughed a little angrily and said angrily, what are you afraid of? It's me who should be worried. As he spoke, Lu Yao stretched out his hand and held Lu Fei's front paw, and said seriously, you guide a trace of demonic power into my sack and feel the structure and far-reaching path of my sack. I will only give you this one chance, no matter what have you learned that we are both clear and you must let me go? Hearing what the rabbit demon said, Lu Fei nodded, of course, I still have this credibility. Didn't you listen to what the three kings said? We will become companions in the future. I don't want to be a companion with a wolf bandit like you. The rabbit demon said contemptuously, and immediately said, that's enough, you release your demon power and follow my demon power. Soon, Lu Fei's demon power circulated in the bag created by the rabbit demon's body due to his natural talent. A piece of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme suddenly appeared in front of him. You have learned the magical power, within an inch. Okay, I have already let you experience the operation of my magical bag as promised. Seeing Lu Fei's confused eyes, the rabbit demon said proudly, you can't blame me for not learning. Just looking at the white wolf demon who still remained silent, the rabbit demon who was afraid that the other party would be angry and repent immediately said, it is very difficult to learn this gifted magical power. You need to remember the process I just took you through, and then try it slowly. Learn. But she didn't finish her words. Lu Fei suddenly raised his head and said, you can go. Clam. Hearing Lu Fei's voice, the rabbit demon looked confused, and then his entire body immediately ran into the forest nearby and disappeared. Ah, looking at the back of the rabbit demon that quickly disappeared. Lu Fei grinned, then turned around and got into the forest behind him. I made a lot of money this time. While walking through the forest, Lu Fei secretly thought about it. At first, he was not prepared to let the rabbit demon go. Who would have ever thought to witness with their own eyes the two great kings of Shipanshan and Langlangshan becoming their grandsons? The black-faced new king spoke. Naturally, Lu Fei did not dare to kill the rabbit demon again. He asked her to take out the treasure and imitated the black-faced young man to scare the buffalo demon, his former king. Unexpectedly, the rabbit demon actually gave me a big surprise. Let's not talk about the value of the elixir Huang Jing. Just the magical power of mustard seed space learned from the rabbit demon is astonishingly valuable. In particular, the system allows him to easily learn the magical powers of other monsters. Today he can learn from the rabbit demon her innate magical powers. Naturally, he can also learn the magical powers of the crow monster, the red-skinned pig demon, and other monsters. In this way, we can see how powerful and amazingly valuable the ability given to him by the system is. Find Shuyuan www.zayasuyuan. Commas for the information I heard from the rabbit demon about the low-grade yellow elixir Huang Jing, as well as the information about monsters' magical powers, and how to learn magical powers from other monsters. These are all small gains in comparison. In short, blackmailing the rabbit demon today made him really profitable this time. But it was also this exchange with the female rabbit demon. Lu Fei realized that he knew too little about this world and the information about the demon clan. It was too superficial, and he could even be said to be completely ignorant. But it doesn't matter, just go to the great wilderness mountain mentioned by the new king and learn slowly. Hey, I just forgot to ask the rabbit demon's name. Lu Fei suddenly thought that the other party's knowledge and experience were obviously much greater than those of the crow monster, and he would need to communicate more with her in the future. But we will go to Dahuang Mountain together soon, so there is still a chance to get to know each other. When I think of Dahuang Mountain, Lu Fei was inexplicably looking forward to it. Although he came to Langlang Mountain not long ago, he had never heard of any magical medicine from the crow monster. According to the rabbit demon, although the elixir is precious and rare, you can always find some in Snake Pan Mountain. In comparison, Langlang Mountain is indeed what the black-faced new king said, a barren place. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front. Lu Fei immediately stopped and walked slowly towards the direction of the voice. Not long. Hiding behind a thorn bush, he saw his third brother, the little pig demon Humpy, was covered in scars and stood under a towering tree. Opposite him, an eye-catching white-fronted insect over 3 meters long was staring eagerly. No one can save you today. The huge tiger demon looked at the little wild boar demon in front of him and said harshly. After hearing the tiger demon's words, Lu Fei, who was hiding in the thorn bushes behind, did not rush out but was observing carefully. He soon discovered that the tiger demon's body was stuck with several black bristles, each of which was inserted half deep into the tiger demon's body. Moreover, he also found a black bristle on the neck of the tiger demon. The tiger demon's bright red blood dripped down the pig's bristles and fell to the ground drop by drop, looking a little embarrassed. Let's look at the situation of his third brother, the little pig demon Red Skin. It was dripping with blood, and there were scars and claw marks all over the body, especially the horrific scar on the neck where the flesh was scratched and turned outward. It was undoubtedly caused by the tiger demon. After careful observation, Lu Fei concluded that although his third brother's injury seemed a bit serious, the tiger demon could not get better. Those black bristles stuck on the body of the tiger demon are undoubtedly the result of the red-skinned innate magical power. Thinking of the innate magical power, Lu Fei immediately thought that when this matter was over, he would try to learn from the red skin. My king and your king have already said that this battle is over. At this time, the little pig demon Redskin said, if you want to kill me, aren't you afraid of your king's punishment? Punishment. Hearing this, the tiger demon sneered, as long as I kill you, who knows? As long as you don't know, there will be no punishment. The tiger demon spoke coldly, and then made an attack stance. I don't think you have this chance. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fei, who had regained his maximum body length of nearly 3 meters, walked out from behind the thorn bush. Looking at the sudden appearance of the giant white wolf, the tiger demon's eyes suddenly changed. Seeing the giant white wolf as well, the red-skinned pig demon immediately said with surprise, "Brother." Lu Fei nodded, walked to Humpy and looked at the tiger demon in front of him, and said, "What do you think?" Snort. Looking at the giant wolf that suddenly appeared, the tiger demon's eyes were uncertain. After weighing it repeatedly in his mind, he could only say a cruel word like a villain with hatred, "I will remember you." After saying that, he turned around and left without any trace of ink. When the tiger demon's figure completely disappeared from the sight of Lu Fei and the red-skinned demon. "Brother." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Brother, third brother, I finally found you." Lu Fei looked up and saw a large black crow flying quickly over the forest to the side with eyes full of surprise. "I have been looking for you for a long time. Did you hear what the king said?" Looking at the crow monster that kept mouthing before it even landed, Lu Fei couldn't help but sighed, "It would be better if you came earlier." If the crow monster had arrived earlier, Lu Fei would have dared to try with the already injured tiger monster to see if he could stay with the crow monster's aerial harassment. As the tiger monster himself said, as long as no other monsters find out, killing him won't matter. "Come earlier, why?" The crowless monster landed on the ground and immediately expressed doubts about Lu Fei's words. Of course the little pig demon Redskin knew what his elder brother Lu Fei meant by these words, but he was too lazy to say it. But he just didn't want to speak, and the crow monster also came to him, "Third brother, why are you injured so seriously? Who did it? Tell me, an eldest brother, we will avenge you." A slightly exaggerated tone in the face of the crow monster. Redskin saw that the crow monster's feathers were all messy and it had obviously lost a lot of feathers. He said angrily, "Thank you for your kindness, you are almost the same." It's obvious that these two guys are at each other's throats as soon as they meet. Lu Fei was used to it. However, looking at the crow monster's feathers in a messy state, it was obvious that it was not in a good situation before. As for the seemingly horrific injuries on Redskin's body, except for the deep scar on his neck that needed attention, Lu Fei wasn't too worried about the other injuries. Because the monster is physically strong, as long as it does not damage the internal roots, nothing will happen. As for the injuries on the Redskin's back, they can basically heal completely on their own within a week. As for the big wound on his neck, just wait until he gets back to find some herbs and apply it on it. All animals can rely on instinct to find herbs. For monsters with intelligence activated, finding some common herbs couldn't be easier. All right. Lu Fei looked up at the sky and saw that the light group hanging high in the sky was not far above the head of the sun. Then he looked at his two companions and said, "It's time for us to go." Since the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin heard the order from the king in front, they both knew they had to go to the valley where they had fought before. But the real reason for going to the valley was obviously unclear to them. "Let's go. It's finally over. What reward do you think we can get from the king this time?" The crow monster flew above Lu Fei and Humpy, and said as it flew, "Let me count, we killed a snake demon together, and also killed a bull demon. Especially that bull demon is stronger than our 3 brothers. I guess the king must have seen it in the sky. If I were the king." Listen to the crow monster nagging above your head. Lu Fei, who originally didn't want to say anything, couldn't help but said, "Forget about rewards, look for Shuyu on www.zayashuan.com. The king is probably more troubled than you now. He just finished speaking." "Why?" the crow monster asked immediately, and the red-skinned man who had been quiet immediately raised his head and pricked up his ears. "Because he is no longer the king," Lu Fei said, and began to tell the 2 brothers about the scene they had seen before. "So, the king has now become a general. We are heading to the valley to gather and head to the new mountain top, Dehuang Mountain." When Lu Fei said all this, not only did the crow monster open its mouth in an incredible expression, but the red-skinned man also had a similar look in his eyes. Such astonishing words, just thinking about them, shocked the crow monster and the red skin, and made them feel horrified. After all, He could chew Commander Sheep like a snack and frighten the two kings of Lang Lang Mountain and Sheepan Mountain. How powerful must the other party be? Brother, are you kidding? The crow monster still didn't believe it and asked weakly. Lu Fei raised his head and glanced at the crow monster above, and said calmly, "Do you think I'm joking?" The crow monster immediately shook his head. "It doesn't look like it, but..." "There is no but, it is what it is," Lu Fei said, looking towards the battlefield in the valley that was already in sight, and continued, "You will know in a moment." At this time, Lu Fei suddenly stopped and asked his two companions, "Have any of you seen that rat demon? Gray skin." Hearing Lu Fei's question, the crow monster immediately reacted, shook his head and said, "No, after I was separated from you in the valley, I was targeted by a hawk demon in Snake Pan Mountain, and I just escaped before I saw you. I do not have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme." The little pig demon Humpy also shook his head. "I was targeted by that tiger demon, and the big brother will know it later." Hear the replies from the two partners. Lu Fei could only say, "Consider him lucky, let's go." The words have not yet finished. Three little demons with rat heads and bodies suddenly emerged from the thorn bushes not far away. The three demons also carried a mutilated deer demon corpse in their hands. The three Lu Fei brothers turned their heads and happened to meet the eyes of three rat spirits who were raising their heads. One of the rat spirits was none other than the rat demon Hui Pai mentioned by Lu Fei. The three rat monsters were startled when they suddenly saw Lu Fei and the three red-skin crow monster brothers. Immediately, the leader of the mouse demon Hui Pai glanced at Lu Fei with hatred, snorted softly, and led the other two mouse demons to carry the deer demon's body and walk towards the valley. Faced with such a provocation, the crow monster could not hold back and immediately shouted, "I'll kill you three dwarfs." As he spoke, he spread his wings and started to catch up. Lu Fei quickly reached out and held down the crow monster. When the three rat monsters who had not gone far heard the call of the crow monster, they looked at the three monsters behind them who were much larger than them and looked angry. Their expressions immediately became nervous, and then they quickly ran towards the valley carrying the deer monster corpse. "Brother, why did you stop me just now?" Watching the three rat demons walk away, the crow monster immediately said in confusion, "It's very simple for the three of us to deal with those three dwarfs. No one will know if we kill them here." "No one knows. What do you think that is?" As Lu Fei spoke, he pointed to a large branch a little further away. An owl was staring here with interest. When he saw the three demons looking over, he immediately spread his wings and flew towards the valley. "All right." Looking at the owl flying away, the crow monster said. He obviously saw that the owl was not an ordinary beast, but a monster with enlightened intelligence. "No need to rush," Lu Fei said, patting the crow monster on the shoulder, looking at the mouse monster that had disappeared, and said, "There will always be a chance." When Lu Fei brought the crow monster and the red skin to the battlefield in the valley, it was discovered that all the corpses on the ground had been piled together. But the bodies were divided into two piles. The corpse of the Lang Lang Mountain monster returned to Lang Lang Mountain. The corpses of the Snake Panshan monster were also piled up by the surviving monsters on the Snake Panshan side. How do you think they differentiate between our Lang Langshan and their corpses? At this time, the crow monster looked at the tall mountain of corpses piled up not far in front of him and said in a low voice, "This is not simple." The little pig demon Red Skin rarely took the initiative to speak. He pointed to the edge of the mountain of corpses in front of him and said, "They must have been picked up randomly. Look at those corpses." Lu Fei and the crow monster immediately looked in the direction of the red-skinned finger and saw a long snake corpse with a half-broken spear stuck in the snake's head and neck. With the color of the snake and the gun, isn't this the first snake demon we three brothers killed? After the crow monster saw it clearly, he immediately whispered. Lu Fei nodded, "Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that right, Hong Pai is right, he just picked it up randomly. They're all corpses anyway. Whoever you eat doesn't mean you're going to eat." The crow monster and the red skin immediately nodded, fully convinced of this. "You three." At this moment, a voice that could be heard as violent was heard. The three demons turned their heads together and saw the bear leader with a broken arm, injuries all over his body, and blood on his face looking over here. Why don't you come over and do some work? Facing the order from the bear leader, the three demons Lu Fei couldn't refuse, and immediately walked towards several little demons who were busy picking up weapons and recovering arrows. Even the leader of the bears lost an arm. The crow monster couldn't help but gossip and immediately whispered. Redskin remained silent, not wanting to pay attention to the crow monster. As for Lu Fei, his heart was still a little uneasy. Originally, he thought that facing the two leader-level monsters in Snake Pan Mountain, the bear leader who also had a broken arm would definitely die. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about causing trouble for the bear leader because of his own reasons, and even bringing an enemy leader snake demon to him. But now, the bear leader actually survived. He is actually alive. Doesn't this mean that he will definitely be troubled by the other party, or even be dealt with directly? After all, it was indeed because his cry for help affected the other party and brought him a powerful enemy, but he escaped because of it. If nothing happened to Leader Xiong, if the other party was generous, he might not hold a grudge against him. However, he lost an arm. Needless to say, the important impact of missing one hand on one's own strength is needless to say. Especially in the demon world where absolute strength is respected. The greater the impact, the more one can think of how much the bear leader would hate himself for causing him to lose his arm. This came to mind quickly. Lu Fei raised his head and glanced at Leader Xiong, and saw that the other party's eyes and expressions did not seem to bear any grudge against him, but ordered his three brothers to work in a normal tone. Seeing that the bear leader had a better attitude towards him than before today, Lu Fei's heart sank more and more. With the other party's violent personality, he wasn't that worried if he scolded him directly and attacked him directly. The more it is like now, it means that the other party has not held it in well, and this must be a grudge against him. As long as the opponent finds an opportunity to take action against him, it will definitely be a hard or big move. No, the bear leader must be included as one of the imaginary enemies. Think of this. Lu Fei's head was spinning wildly, and he quickly came up with several ideas. 1. Take the initiative to apologize to the other party. However, Lu Fei estimated that the other party would never forgive him, but at least he might comfort him to lower his guard. So, this method is useless. 2. Strictly follow the instructions and orders of the bear leader, so that the other party will not find an opportunity to attack. Also, try not to stay away from the demon group alone. Don't be a slave to the demons. Don't let the other party find the opportunity to attack alone. But no matter how careful he is, a leader has too many ways to deal with the little monsters below. Just like if the leader Xiong deliberately asked him to do something alone, Lu Fei would not be able to refuse. This can only be considered a buffering measure at best. 3. Find more powerful upper-level monsters to cover you. Find Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm, but unfortunately, Lu Fei does not have such a backer. In the end, Lu Fei wanted to make himself as powerful as possible and as quickly as possible. It's best to break through and become a demon general. That way, you won't be afraid of falling out with the bear leader face to face. This is also the safest and best way. After all, only if you are strong can you be fearless. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately estimated how much experience and soul power he could gain through killing this time. He killed a total of 3 monsters in this battle, a toad monster, a snake monster, and the last powerful green bull monster. The first toad demon among them was relatively weak, and he killed it alone. He and the crow monster Redskin killed the snake demon and green bull demon in the back, but in the end they both took their heads. In addition, Huang Jing, a low-grade yellow elixir, was extorted from the female rabbit demon in Snake Pan Mountain. This time, whether it is soul power, experience value, or cultivation level, I should definitely be able to increase a lot. He also discovered that he could easily learn the innate magical powers of other monsters through the system. There is also the help of 2 good friends, Crow Monster and Red Skin. All kinds of trump cards added together. This is the thought. Lu Fei suddenly felt that the leader Xiong didn't seem so scary anymore, not to mention the leader Xiong without an arm. Just as Lu Fei regained his confidence. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended on the entire battlefield in the valley. The next second, All the monsters in the valley were forced to kneel on the ground. Lu Fei raised his head with difficulty and saw a dark-faced young man standing proudly under the golden light and above his head. Sudden changes. All the monsters on the battlefield in the valley looked horrified. When they saw the king on their own side and the king on the opposing side flying into the air, they respectfully saluted the black-faced human youth. The monsters were frightened, but also shocked and confused. Who is that black-faced human youth? Why is the king so respectful to him? Just when all the monsters were shocked and confused, the powerful aura oppressing the valley immediately disappeared. The monsters quickly got up from the ground and looked at the black-faced human youth and the two kings in the sky. The sounds of talking, discussing, and whispering soon started. "Brother, is this the new king you are talking about?" The crow monster's voice came from behind. Lu Fei nodded, "Yes. You said we would leave Lang Lang Mountain today and go there." The crow monster came closer, looked at the three figures in the sky and whispered, suddenly forgetting his words, turned around and asked the little pig demon Redskin beside him, "What are you going to do?" "Redskin, Great Wilderness Mountain." "Yes, Da Huang Mountain." The crow monster immediately nodded, looked at Lu Fei and said, "Are you leaving today?" "Lu Fei, if our new king doesn't break his promise, that should be the case." "Crow monster, that's great. I'm tired of staying in Lang Lang Mountain. I can't even find a decent banshee. I just want to go out and see how big the other mountains are." Ignoring the crow monster's muttering to himself, Lu Fei looked at the little pig demon beside him and said, "Red Pie, where is your gourd?" "Redskin, I was afraid that the battle would damage it, so I hid it." "Lu Fei, where is it hidden?" Humpy turned around and pointed to the forest not far away. "It's at the foot of the mountain." When Lu Fei heard the sound, he raised his head and glanced at the three figures in the air, and then said, "I suggest you go get it back, right now." The Redskin was stunned for a moment, and for no apparent reason, he immediately ran towards the forest. "Crow monster, where is Redskin going?" "Lu Fei, go get his treasure." When the crow monster heard the word baby, he immediately became interested and asked in a low voice, "What treasure does he have?" "Lu Fei, gourd." As for him, when he heard it was a gourd, the crow monster was about to complain. I saw a figure suddenly flying from high altitude to the top of the demons, and said, "Young men." The voice of the Buffalo Demon King immediately spread to the ears of all the monsters in Lang Lang Mountain, and they began to talk about the new king and the migration of all monsters to the Great Wilderness Mountain, where the monsters truly gather. Lu Fei recognized that it was the same thing he heard in the mountain stream before, although the bison demon Koro used some words to modify it. He looked up toward the end of the valley. I found that the snake demon flower butterfly was also standing in mid-air and saying something. I think it should be similar to what the bison demon said. It's all about migration. At this time, there was movement beside him. Lu Fei turned around and saw that Humpy, who had put the gourd on his back again, had quietly come back. Seeing that the red leather back was all yellow and had a glossy gourd, Lu Fei said, "I remember you said that your mother made this gourd for you, right?" Redskin nodded, "Yes." "Lu Fei, then why didn't she go to Lang Lang Mountain?" Redskin, "My mother is very old and her younger brother is still around, so." Although he was still a little curious, Lu Fei did not ask again, but said softly, "We may be taken away directly, just like when we came." Humpy obviously understood the meaning of the words and nodded. "I already said goodbye to my mother a few days ago, not to mention there is still a younger brother here." Listening to Redskin's low tone, Lu Fei said nothing more. Originally, he thought that the monsters at the bottom were born and raised. Not entirely, it seems. So, we will follow the king to the real place of the demon clan, the Great Wilderness Mountain. Although the speech ability of the former king of Lang Lang Mountain, Wild Bull Demon Black Lang, is still average, he can add buff to himself if he can't resist the opponent, and a lot of little demons are also following this trick. There was almost no discomfort. With the king taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme to join the new and more powerful king, the little demons immediately cheered for joy. Looking at the crow monster and other cheering little monsters beside him, Lu Fei also had a deeper understanding of the lower-level monsters of the demon race. It's easy to win their cheers and support, as long as you have the strength. At the same time, it is equally easy for them to betray you, as long as another stronger person takes your place. Now, quickly pack up everything and bring it all with you. Following the order from the buffalo demon came down. The little demons immediately became busy again. However, because of the novelty and curiosity of going to a new mountain and worshipping a new king, the little monsters worked hard. At the same time, some monsters who had possessions and properties still left on Lang Lang Mountain felt very uncomfortable. Because just now the king it was the former king who had become General Black, who said that he would not return to Lang Lang Mountain. After sorting out the battlefield, he would follow the king directly to Da Huang Mountain. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, they would definitely not dare to ask the new king to go back to Lang Lang Mountain first. So I can only hold it in. Half an hour later. All monster corpses and weapons have been packed and sorted. Lu Fei stood behind the group of monsters and looked at all the surviving monsters. The number found was probably a little more than half of what it was before the battle. He remembered that before today, the specific number of monsters in Lang Lang Mountain seemed to be more than 200. After a battle, nearly half of it was lost. And something magical is that after the battle, the 9 little leader monsters, except for Lu Fei's immediate superior, Leader Xiong, as well as a black bear leader and a deer leader who were seriously injured, none of the others died. What a bummer. This completely shows that this battle is to completely cut off the leaks of the low-level monsters. Just when Lu Fei's thoughts were diverging, he suddenly felt that he was being watched, so he immediately turned his head and saw the cold gaze of the bear leader looking away. For a moment, Lu Fei immediately felt the strong malice of Leader Xiong. But he has no other better way now, except to wait until he reaches his new residence, Da Huang Mountain. Under the orders of Black General Buffalo Demon and Snake Demon Flower General, the monsters from Lang Lang Mountain gathered together with the trophies and the surviving monsters from Snake Pan Mountain with their trophies. Immediately afterwards, the new black-faced king appeared above the heads of the monsters. Amidst the respectful sounds of the Buffalo Demon and the female Snake Demon, they raised their hands and threw out the handkerchief they had received from the Buffalo Demon. The handkerchief flies out and rises in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. In the blink of an eye, it covered all the monsters below, and then fell down. For a moment, all the monsters disappeared. The handkerchief quickly flew back to the black-faced young man's hand. Playing with the handkerchief that exuded a cold light, the black-faced young man looked at the bison and said with a smile, "General Black, this handkerchief is pretty good." The Buffalo Demon had deep envy and dissatisfaction in his heart, but he also knew that the handkerchief had been successfully sacrificed by the other party, and he said goodbye to him completely. He could only say a respectful smile, as long as the king likes it. Seemingly sensing the Buffalo Demon's thoughts, the black-faced young man smiled and said, "I really like your handkerchief, but I don't take it for nothing. I think your hammers are just the lowest grade magic weapon." While talking, a pair of hammers immediately appeared in the hands of the black-faced young man, but they were different from the golden hammers in the hands of the bison demon Black Lang. His pair of hammers were all greenish-black in color, with a faint glow. You'll know it's good when you see it. The moment the opponent took out the hammers, the bison demon's eyes were completely glued to his face. Seeing the Buffalo Demon's straight eyes, the black-faced young man felt disdain and said with a smile, "These pair of black gold hammers are almost phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to high-grade magic weapons. You can take them as compensation." After that, he threw a pair of hammers to the Buffalo Demon. The bison demon Kuro quickly reached out to take it, but still underestimated the weight of the pair of black gold hammers, and almost his whole body was brought to the ground. Find Shuyuan www.zayasuyuan.com. But not only did he not feel any embarrassment on his face, he was even more satisfied with the double hammers in his hands, and he said happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." This time, there was obviously a hint of sincerity in the eager tone of Buffalo Demon Kuro's voice. The Snake Demon Flower Butterfly saw her old rival being rewarded with a treasure by the king, and her eyes immediately turned hot towards the black-faced young man. He noticed the gaze of the Snake Demon beside him. The black-faced young man sneered in his heart. The reason why he rewarded the bison demon was because he took a handkerchief from him that reached the level of a magic weapon. Now the buffalo demon has become his general. It's not a good reputation to take someone's treasure away from you. Only then did he give a reward, which also showed his intention to win over. As for the snake demon, snort. Wait until she knows how to offer herself up voluntarily. He never liked to use force. It's getting late, let's go. The black-faced young man raised his head and glanced at the sky, then waved his hand, and a black cloud enveloped the three demons and shot towards the western sky. When Lu Fei regained consciousness and opened his eyes again, the surrounding sky has turned completely dark. The place where the crow monster, the pig monster Red Skin, and more than 200 monsters from Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Pan Mountain were located was in a fairly flat and wide square. No, it should not be called a square, but a venue. After looking around, I realized that this area, which was enough to easily accommodate more than 200 monsters at the same time, was actually made by cutting a mountain sideways. Around the venue, there were a large number of monsters with various appearances watching and talking about the monsters from the countryside such as Lang Lang Mountain and Snake Panshan. Is this the Great Wilderness Mountain? The crow monster looked at the surrounding spacious grounds, the mountains, and the numerous onlookers monsters and couldn't help but move closer to Lu Fei and whispered, "It's really big, much bigger than our Lang Lang Mountain." Lu Fei looked back and nodded. This will also be our Lang Lang Mountain in the future. The little pig demon Red Skin didn't speak, but kept looking at the unfamiliar things around him, his eyes full of curiosity. At this time, the front of the team. The buffalo demon Kuro, who had already accepted the instructions from the black-faced king, walked up to the monsters and said loudly, "Children of Lang Lang Mountain, follow me." The words fell. A group of monsters on the left immediately stepped forward and followed the buffalo monster. Lu Fei and the three crow monsters and Redskin followed immediately. However, when he walked out of the big team, Lu Fei suddenly discovered the female rabbit demon that he had blackmailed during the day, standing in the team of monsters in Snake Pan Mountain. When Lu Fei discovered her, the rabbit demon also saw Lu Fei at the same time, and immediately the female rabbit demon bared her teeth and expressed her greetings to Lu Fei. I ignored the female rabbit demon's childish behavior. Lu Fei turned his head with an extremely calm expression, leaving only the back of his head behind him. At this time, the snake demon flower butterfly also took away all the remaining monsters and left. However, the two groups of monsters were walking in exactly opposite directions. Lang Lang Mountain is to the left and Snake Winding Mountain is to the right. Come down from the square halfway up the mountain. The road immediately returned to the mountain forest road common to the demon clan. This also made all the monsters, who were a little cautious when they came to a strange environment, immediately relax, and the team that was originally in a formation quickly dispersed. Watching the little monsters disperse behind, a little leader monster immediately stood up and shouted, "Follow me, don't get separated. This is not Lang Lang Mountain. You will die if you get lost." The little leader's direct and rude shouting is still very effective. It made some little monsters who were accustomed to living in Lang Lang Mountain become much quieter. Why did the leader say that if you get lost you will die? The little pig demon Red Skin heard the sound and approached the two elder brothers and asked, "It should be dangerous." The crow monster immediately answered, "After all, we are not familiar with this place." He tilted his head and looked at his elder brother. For example, Lu Fei did not answer directly, but asked the two partners, "What if we encounter a strange and lonely monster in Lang Lang Mountain?" The crow monster immediately said, "That's not easy. Its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme a snake on the mountain or a wild monster. And no other monster knows about it, so they just kill it and eat the meat." The red-skinned man didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to agree with the crow monster's opinion. Lu Fei nodded, "Yes, I think that's what the leader means." Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster immediately asked, "What do you mean? What does leader mean?" Redskin was silent for a moment, then said, "If we get lost here, wouldn't it be like other monsters getting lost in our Lang Lang Mountain?" After being explained by the third brother Redskin, the crow monster understood this time. But he immediately asked, but we are not lost monsters. Is it the king who brought us here? Lu Fei, Dehuang Mountain is very big, and we have just arrived. We must not know the monsters here yet. After a long time, we all know each other, and then everything will be fine. All right. The crow monster was convinced by his elder brother's explanation and had nothing to say this time. When a local demon with a sheep's head brought the buffalo demon Black Lang and a group of Lang Lang mountain monsters to the foot of a large mountain peak, he stopped, turned around and said, "General Black, this mountain is the king's, the so-called Strange Rock Peak. The general is now the master of the Strange Stone Peak. All the little monsters under the general can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here." After the sheep demon explained it, the bison demon Black Man looked at the mountain peak in front of him and suddenly said, "The name of Wisher Peak is not very nice, can I change his name?" This was not the first time that the sheep demon encountered this situation. He immediately smiled and said, "Of course, as long as the general is happy." The bison demon Black Lang immediately looked at him and pondered, then said, "Then let's change the name to Lang Lang Mountain." As he spoke, the buffalo demon looked at the group of monsters behind him and said, "This mountain will be called Lang Lang Mountain from now on. Children, can you agree?" Good. Good. Hearing that the former king, who was now a general, changed the name of the mountain in front of him to his familiar hometown Lang Lang Mountain, the monsters immediately responded enthusiastically. It seems that the name was changed correctly. Seeing the reaction of the little demon below, the buffalo demon looked at the sheep demon in front of him and smiled. The sheep demon also smiled and said, "I made a note, then this place will be called Lang Lang Mountain from now on." After some explanation, the sheep demon left with a few little demons. The buffalo demon Kuro led a group of little demons to the new Lang Lang Mountain. Walk all the way from the foot of the mountain to the back of the mountainside. Only then did Lu Fei understand why this mountain peak was originally called Strange Rock Peak. Because there are really many rocks on this mountain, you can see them almost everywhere. And many of the stones have strange shapes. This should also be the origin of the name Strange Rock Peak. The most direct benefit of having a lot of stones is that it is easy to find accommodation. What's more, such a big mountain is more than enough to house more than 100 monsters. In addition to the position on the top of the mountain that shows his status, it belongs to the Black Bull Demon General. In other places, you can basically phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. However, in order to facilitate management, the little leaders still restricted the location where the little monsters could choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme, and fixed the little monsters' residences in a few areas with the most rocks. Just here. The crow monster touched the hay in a long U-shaped groove on the side of the wall, as well as the scattered unknown hairs, and immediately said, "There must have been other monsters living here before. Look at the hairs and hay." The little pig demon Redskin approached from outside and said, "Can't it be that mortal beasts have lived there? After all, they also have a habit of gathering hay." The crow monster, who had already fallen in love with this concave bed, immediately retorted, "But they won't collect this." He took out a long chain with grass seeds from under the hay. Redskin said no more. Find Shuyuan www.zayasuyuan.com, but it could be seen from his eyes that he was not too satisfied with this cave. Lu Fei stood in the innermost part of the cave, looking at the gap above his head and the hazy moonlight shining directly through the gap, and said with a final word, "There is no need to choose anymore, this is it." The elder brother's voice came out. The crow monster looked happy and immediately lay down in the concave stone trough and said, "This is my bed, and none of you can take it from me." Lu Fei also said, "I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in there." Redskin glanced at the crow monster. The eldest brother also agreed. Naturally, he didn't want to say anything. He just looked at the long and narrow cave, looked left and right, and finally chose to lie down on the leeward side of the cave entrance. The night is getting darker. It was quiet inside and outside the cave. "I'm so hungry." At this moment, the crow monster who had just gone down shouted, "Brother, third brother, where are you?" Redskin closed his eyes and said, "Shut up, I'm not only hungry, but also in pain." In the innermost part of the cave, Lu Fei simply collected the hay, pebbles and other things on the ground. As soon as he sat down, he heard the voices of the two guys outside. So he didn't bother to check today's harvest and said, "Come in, everyone." Bar. The crow monster immediately jumped up, walked quickly into the innermost cave that looked like a cubicle, and said, "Brother, what do you want us to do?" The little pig demon Redskin also slowly walked to the entrance of the cave at this time. He had been seriously injured during the day, and now he turned into a human being with wounds all over his body, and his spirit was a little listless. Facing the doubtful looks of the two brothers, Lu Fei didn't talk nonsense and thought about it. Bang! A bison carcass hit the ground out of thin air. Bang! The bison carcass, which was nearly 3 meters long, fell out of thin air and shook the ground. Fortunately, the compartment cave inside is not small, otherwise it would not be able to fit it in. This is. Seeing the buffalo carcass appearing out of thin air in front of him, the startled crow monster's eyes widened for a moment, and he immediately looked at Lu Fei and asked, "Brother, is this? How did this happen? And where did this bison come from?" Faced with the crow monster's shocked expression, he was asked one after another, and the pig demon Redskin on the side also had his eyes widened with question marks on his face. Lu Fei said calmly, "Sit down. Sit down first. Let's talk while we eat." It was said that Lu Fei took out a dagger from his body. No, it was a gun head. That's not right, it was a dagger ground from a gun head. The gun head that he had repeatedly sharpened was much sharper than when it was originally a gun head. Although it is still dark and ugly. The three demons sat down around the bison carcass. Lu Fei took a spear-headed dagger and neatly cut open the cow's hind legs, took out a large piece of bloody meat, and then threw the spearhead to the red skin beside him. According to Lu Fei's temperament, he didn't want to eat raw meat. But because he took the opportunity to steal the body of the buffalo demon from the pile of corpses on the battlefield in the valley. If this were still in Lang Lang Mountain, he would dare to go out in the middle of the night and have a roast bison dinner. But here I have just arrived, in the deserted mountain where I am unfamiliar with my life. He really could only eat it raw secretly. Otherwise, if he lights a fire in the cave, some energetic little demons who can't sleep may come in. If you really want to be discovered, lighting a fire is fine, but stealing trophies is definitely a serious crime. In this case, Lu Fei could only chew it. Fortunately, his body, mouth, and appetite were all incomparable. Apart from a slight psychological discomfort, he didn't feel anything special after eating. Of course, it definitely doesn't taste good because there's not even salt. Brother. The crow monster took the spear-tipped dagger handed to him by Redskin, cut off one front hoof with force, took a bite of it, and said excitedly, "Can you tell me now?" Lu Fei chewed the chewy raw beef and did not answer directly, but asked, "Do you know that you can learn and teach your magical powers to other monsters?" The crow monster stopped chewing and immediately said, "I know." Lu Fei was stunned for a moment. "Then why haven't you told me before?" The crow monster grinned, "Brother, you didn't even ask." Lu Fei, "Okay, then since you know it, why haven't I seen you learn it before?" The crow monster said while chewing, "It's too difficult to learn, and if you want to learn other monsters' talents and magical powers, you need to give them benefits and honor them. I don't have anything to honor them, so I won't do it." Lu Fei was not surprised by the crow monster's answer. He turned to the pig monster and asked, "Where is the red-skinned man?" The red-skinned little eyes blinked, "I just know now." Lu Fei stuffed the last piece of bloody beef into his mouth, then cut a large piece of meat from the back of the bull demon corpse, and asked, "Now that you know it, do you plan to learn it?" Redskin nodded immediately, "We must learn." Hompi's answer did not disappoint Lu Fei. Although Redskin usually talks the least and is the last to arrive at Lang Lang Mountain among the three demons, he is definitely the one who works hardest. When I heard that I could learn other monsters' magical powers to enhance my own strength, I would definitely not let him go. Lu Fei nodded, "That's good. We three brothers don't need to respect each other's benefits. We need to learn each other's magical powers first. You all know mine, right?" The crow monster immediately said, "I know, it can absorb the moonlight essence and speed up the breathing." Redskin, "I know too." Lu Fei nodded, "Please tell me your details." Crow monster, "I'll come first. Mine can hear sounds within a certain range. As for how big the range is, let's put it this way. I could hear the Peak King speaking on the mountainside of Lang Lang Mountain, but I can't hear it now. And at the foot of the mountain, you can also hear the voices of other monsters on the mountainside. Red Skin, my innate magical power is that I can slowly warm the mane on a certain part of my body with demon power to make it harder and sharper, so that it can be shot out suddenly when encountering danger or fighting. After Lu Fei listened, he finally understood exactly what the magical powers of the two friends were. They were all very practical magical powers. Lu Fei's heart was ready to move. But this is not a good time to study, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Then he said, then do you know where this bull demon corpse came from? The crow monster immediately whispered, I know, I stole it from the king. Lu Fei. Red Skin, Big Brother asked how to bring back the body of the bull demon. At this point, the red-skinned eyes suddenly lit up and he said, is it a supernatural power? Lu Fei nodded happily. Finally, one of the two monster brothers has an above-average IQ. Yes, I learned the magical storage power from the Snake Pan Mountain monster. If you want to learn it, I can teach you later. The red-skinned face suddenly felt happy. The convenience and importance of magical storage skills are self-evident. It is great to learn from Big Brother. He immediately said, thank you, Big Brother. The crow monster immediately stopped talking and said in great surprise, thank you, brother. Although I was also surprised that my eldest brother could learn the magical power of storage. But what made him even more curious was how his eldest brother learned it so quickly. Because he had tried it before and it was really difficult to learn. And he had never seen his elder brother know it before, nor had he seen him use it before. When the whole carcass of the buffalo demon was eaten by the three brothers and the traces were cleaned up. It's almost late at night and early in the morning. When listening to the snoring sounds of the crow monster and the little red skin quickly sounded. Lu Fei lay on the cold ground of the cave in the cubicle. Thoughts moved slightly. Brush brush brush. Lines of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Find the book garden www.zayeshuan.com host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 1 Demon Soldier 101100 Experience Value, 347200 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 32500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Entry 7100, Between Square CUN Entry 1100. Look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme that is constantly emerging in front of you. At first glance, Lu Fei saw the green light emitted when the realm value bar representing the spiritual practice was full, and the experience value bar below, which represented the soul power experience value, also glowed green. This moment. Lu Fei had never felt that the color green had ever made him so happy. But even if I have made an estimate, I still have confidence. Now seeing such a harvest still makes him excited. Keep looking down. Lu Fei soon discovered that his proficiency in spear and bow skills had improved to a certain extent, which was probably related to his use on the battlefield. There is also a storage magical power in a square inch that was extorted from the female rabbit demon behind the magical power column. These are all full of gains. At this time, Lu Fei suddenly had a thought in his mind. The next second, there was a piece of Polygonatum japonica in his hand that looked like ginger, had a clear yellow color, and exuded a medicinal fragrance. The aroma immediately made Lu Fei salivate and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. Call. Take a deep breath. Lu Fei suppressed his desire and put Huang Jing aside. His attention returned to the virtual panel in front of him again. Look at the realm value column that represents your own Taoism and cultivation level, which is constantly emitting dazzling green light. Lu Fei felt more and more that this panel looked like the personal panel of some games he had played. Isn't it like this when completing tasks or achieving achievements in many games? You still need to manually upgrade. Just like this. Thinking of this, Lu Fei moved his mind and clicked on the realm bar that was emitting green light. For a moment, the virtual panel in front of me suddenly glowed brightly. Lu Fei also immediately felt the changes in his body. A slight numb and itchy feeling began to flow out from between the limbs and bones of the body. Lu Fei felt an unprecedented pain. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long, only a few seconds later. That wonderful painful feeling began to slowly weaken, subside, and disappear. Then, Lu Fei clearly felt that his body was not only cleared of the fatigue accumulated during the day, but also full of strength. He experienced it carefully and soon discovered that the originally small demonic energy in his body had increased by at least 2 to 3 times, and his physical strength had also increased to a certain extent. Feel the huge changes in your body. Lu Fei immediately came back to his senses, looked at the virtual panel in front of him, and saw that the realm bar had returned to normal, and the subsequent realm description had changed from level 1 demon soldier to level 2 demon soldier, and there will be another time the upper limit of the upgrade value has also been increased to 200. Second level demon soldier. Is this what it feels like to become stronger? Is this what it feels like to attribute great power to yourself? Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme in front of him and feeling the changes in his body, Lu Fei felt a little agitated for a moment. When he was on Earth, he was a yellow knight who walked through the streets day after day no matter whether it was windy, rainy, thundering or lightning, and he was considered a member of the lowest class of society. It's just that as a yellow knight, although he can't get hungry, it is extremely difficult to get ahead, and it can even be said that there is no hope. It's like a lottery. But now, it has been less than a month since I came into this world. He has already felt the feeling of attributing great power to himself. Although it was only a little improvement, a small step, it made Lu Fei feel a strong hope that he could stand up and become a human being. No, it was a hope that a demon could become a demon. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Fei calmed down for a while. Only then did he suppress his complicated emotions. Continue to look at the panel in front of you, experience value, 347200. Look at the soul power experience bar that exudes a pleasant green light. Lu Fei once again activated his spiritual thoughts and clicked on it. Suddenly, a dazzling green light burst out. Wait until the light dissipates. Lu Fei saw that the value in the experience column had changed to 147,300. The soul power column below also has a little more soul power as expected. Lu Fei then scanned the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme below. For a time, including the monster breathing method in the skill column, the 3 ordinary abilities lance skill, archery, and harpoon skill behind the ability column, as well as Sirius swallowing the moon and Sirius swallowing the moon behind the magical power column. In the space of an inch, a looming plus sign appeared behind the 2 magical powers and flashed. Where can I add some soul power this time? Looking at the various abilities that could be enhanced, this question immediately came to Lu Fei's mind. When faced with a choice, he always likes to use the elimination method. There are many options available this time. There is nothing better than using the process of elimination. The first is the monster breathing method behind the exercise column. There is no doubt about the importance of practicing martial arts. The last time he earned soul power for the first time strengthened this. Keep it this time. Then there is the ability column. Although the 3 ordinary skills are also important, they are obviously much less important than the other options. Therefore, the ability column can be eliminated first. Finally, there is the magical bar. Let's take a look at the magical storage power in a small space that was just extorted from the female rabbit demon of Snake Pan Mountain during the day. From the moment he learned it, Lu Fei had clearly understood the function of this magical power, which was to create a space out of thin air within the body for storage purposes. And he used his newly acquired magical powers to create space in his body, although it was impossible to calculate exactly how much space there was. But Lu Fei estimated that the length, width, and height should be about 3 meters, with a total of about 27 cubic meters of space, which could accommodate the body of the bull demon just now. The storage space of 27 cubic meters is not very large, and it can barely fit in the corpses of 2 bull demons that he had eaten before. If there was another battle like today, if he wanted to steal another corpse, this space would obviously not be enough. Other than that, it's enough for the time being. However, compared with the monster breathing method, continuing to strengthen square inch is obviously not the best choice. Therefore, the magical power in a small space can also be ruled out. Finally, there is the body's own magical power. Sirius swallows the moon. As a buff that can speed up your practice, the importance of this auxiliary magical power needs no introduction. Especially now that he has moved from Langlang Mountain to Dahuang Mountain, Lu Fei can clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy contained in the air here is obviously higher than that in Langlang Mountain. Moreover, the most important thing is that he also found a cave with a roof that just happened to be exposed, and he could use the moonlight to practice in the cave without venturing out. In this way, the importance of Sirius swallowing the moon that can accelerate the practice of buff is revealed. He had tried it before when he went out secretly at night in Langlang Mountain. When he practiced Syrian wolf swallowing the moon under the moonlight for an hour, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed into his body was about 20% more than what he usually practiced for an hour. Find the book garden www.zayeshuan.com. If it is strengthened this time, the bonus ratio will definitely reach 30 to 40%, and it may even be higher. This is very tempting. But the monster breathing method is equally important. As the main skill, Lu Fei must use the breathing method as a basic practice even if he strengthens Sirius swallowing the moon. Think of this. Lu Fei's eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two options for a while. His mind moved slightly, and he clicked on the plus sign behind monster breathing method behind the skill column. This enhancement consumes 3 points of soul power. Do you want to strengthen it? Whether 3 points of soul power? Look at the prompt phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme that appears in front of you. Lu Fei's eyes immediately widened. Well, originally we were competing for a little bit of soul power, just to maximize our profits. No need to compare now. With a thought in his mind, Lu Fei clicked on the magical power Sky Wolf swallowing the moon. This enhancement consumes a bit of soul power. Do you want to strengthen it? Whether the prompt phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme appeared again, and Lu Fei clicked yes. For a moment, the front panel shines brightly again. Lu Fei also felt something more in his mind. Soon, he felt it carefully and discovered that it turned out to be some deeper understanding of the magical power of Sky Wolf swallowing the moon. Just when Lu Fei was immersed in the enhanced happiness, suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound. Lu Fei immediately came back to his senses and looked around. After careful observation, he discovered that the rustling sound came from the ground, and the place where it came from was the ground where the elixir Huang Jing was placed next to him. Not good. Lu Fei was shocked when he reacted, and immediately reached out and picked up the Huang Jing on the ground beside him. After a careful inspection and found that it was intact, I felt relieved. Looking at the ground where Huang Jing was just placed, the rustling sound was slightly louder, and the soil on the ground began to be slightly raised. Lu Fei looked at the continuously arching ground, and immediately put Huang Jing into the storage space, and then stared at the ground that was arching more and more. Finally, a white, pink and pointed nose poked out from the earth that had been turned over, sniffing the air. Because the smell of the elixir polygonatum remains in the air. The little nose kept stretching as he sniffed. Lu Fei stared at the thing in the soil in front of him and immediately leaned back, trying to avoid being discovered. Soon, when the long nose was fully stretched out, a small white head also stretched out from the soil. A small white head that looked like a mouse poked its head out and immediately looked around. Soon, the little white head met Lu Fei's eyes. For a moment, the little white long-nosed mouse is about to retreat underground. But Lu Fei, who had already been prepared, was faster. When the opponent poked his head out, he slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, his quick eyesight and quick hands directly pinched the neck of the white long-nosed mouse and lifted it out of the ground. Zit-city. The little white long-nosed mouse immediately squeaked and bit with its mouth, very fiercely. But Lu Fei, who had just been promoted to the second-level demon soldier, had hands like iron pliers, unable to move even no matter how hard he struggled. The long-nosed little mouse seemed to be a little wise. After realizing that the struggle was fruitless, he quickly calmed down and stared at Lu Fei in front of him with two small, dark eyes. At this time, Lu Fei was also carefully looking at the little thing in front of him. In addition to having a much longer nose than an ordinary mouse, it is also one size larger and has white hair all over its body. This little thing actually looks a lot like a mouse. But Lu Fei knew that this little guy couldn't be an ordinary mouse. Just because he could find his own elixir Huang Jing, he knew that this little guy was not simple. It's a very simple reason. If he can look for the Huang Jing he put on the ground, he can naturally find other elixirs as well. It seems that I caught an amazing little thing. Realizing this quickly, Lu Fei immediately did what any monster with any brain would do: control this little guy. The method to control slavery is also very simple: just leave a trace of consciousness in the little guy's body. This is what monsters are born to do. This is also one of the reasons why it is difficult for ordinary beasts and beasts to resist when faced with monsters. A thought came to my mind. Lu Fei immediately used his spiritual consciousness to invade the body of the long-nosed white mouse in his hand. As if realizing what was going to happen next, the long-nosed white mouse immediately bit and screamed and struggled violently. It's just that no matter how hard it struggles, it won't cooperate. Lu Fei easily kept his consciousness in the body of the long-nosed white mouse. A moment of spiritual consciousness is planted. The long-nosed white mouse seemed to realize its fate and immediately stopped struggling, and its eyes that were originally full of agility quickly became sluggish at the speed of sight. Upon seeing this, Lu Fei immediately put it on the ground. But the long-nosed white mouse still lay motionless, as if it was sick. This is... Have you given up on yourself? Lu Fei couldn't help but secretly thought as he watched the little thing he just got in front of him quickly turn into this appearance. At this time, he suddenly remembered that on the original Earth, some creatures would not eat or drink until they died after being captured by humans, and some would even be overly sad because of the death of their partners, and eventually would not eat or drink. Drink to death. There are such creatures all over the Earth. Not to mention this strange world, let alone magical creatures that are looking for elixirs. Thought of this. Lu Fei immediately had an idea, and with a thought, Huang Jing, a low-grade Huang-level elixir, appeared in his hands again. On the ground, the long-nosed white mouse that was originally lying like a corpse suddenly raised its head after smelling the medicinal fragrance emitted by Huang Jing. But after seeing Lu Fei after seeing the elixir, he immediately lay down again, but his long and sensitive nose couldn't help sniffing the medicinal fragrance of polygonatum in the air. See here. Lu Fei smiled, and then said to the little guy on the ground, "Look, you are covered in white hair, and I am also covered in white hair. The fact that you met me is our fate. Right?" The long-nosed white mouse remained motionless. Lu Fei didn't care whether it could understand or not, and continued, "In this case, as long as you follow me and listen to me, this will be yours." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he reached out and broke off one of Huang Jing's roots and handed it to the long-nosed white mouse. Then, he saw the little thing's nose sniffing more and more frequently. Finally, the long-nosed white mouse turned over, stretched out its two forelimbs with curved sharp claws, and hugged the polygonatum root in Lu Fei's hand. However, it did not eat immediately. Instead, it stood half upright holding Gensu, looking up at Lu Fei behind Gensu. At this moment, its originally dull eyes regained their previous dark vigor. Looking at the other party's movements, Lu Fei knew that this little thing was unusual. He was secretly happy, and then smiled and nodded. "It belongs to you, eat it." The words just fell. The long-nosed white mouse immediately started to eat the root of Polygonatum japonica. Really? I knew this little thing could understand. Looking at the long-nosed white mouse in front of him, Lu Fei felt even more happy. Soon, the little white mouse that gnawed away the roots of Polygonatum japonicum like spicy sticks immediately raised its head and looked at the Polygonatum japonicum in Lu Fei's hand, its eyes full of longing. But this time, Lu Fei did not rely on it. He reached out and tried to touch the head of the long-nosed white mouse. Looking at Lu Fei's stretched out hand, the little thing swayed. But in the end, he didn't move away and let Lu Fei's big hand touch its head. That's it. Seeing the expression of enjoyment on the little thing's face when he stroked its head, Lu Fei knew that the thing was done, and the little guy who could find the elixir was initially his. Go back. Don't go too far from here. If you find something similar to what you just ate, Please come back and let me know. After stroking the rat's head for a while, Lu Fei did not continue to feed the little guy the roots of Polygonatum japonicum, but explained to him and let him go back. Squeak, 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 squeak. As if he understood Lu Fei's words, the little guy stood up halfway, called Lu Fei Ji, then turned around and got into the hole he had drilled before, and disappeared. Feeling that the consciousness he had left in the body of the long-nosed white mouse moved quickly and then stopped. Lu Fei was also relieved. But next, he had to find out as soon as possible what the little mouse he had conquered today was. At this time, he suddenly sniffed his nose. Why is the medicinal smell so strong? Then he looked at the polygonatum in his hand and smelled the strong medicinal fragrance that continued to come from its broken roots. Lu Fei then realized. It turns out that if this thing is injured and damaged, it will lose its medicinal properties. Become aware of the properties of elixirs. Lu Fei decisively stuffed Huang Jing into his mouth and started chewing. While chewing, he thought, I don't know how much this so-called low-grade Huang-level elixir can increase my cultivation. Half a piece of palm-sized elixir Huang Jing. Speaking of taste. What Lu Fei felt, apart from taking several big mouthfuls of spiritual energy that was similar to a solid form, was that it felt a bit bitter, fishy, and astringent. He estimated that the fishy and bitter taste was the real taste of Huang Jing itself. Of course, compared to the ecstasy I felt when I swallowed the spiritual energy just now, the smell was nothing worth mentioning. No, just eat it and swallow it in your belly. Lu Fei felt the hot air slowly coming from his body, and the demonic energy inside his body began to boil. How is this going? Feeling the heat inside his body, Lu Fei reached out and touched his forehead. Even through his hair, he could feel the temperature on his forehead being scalding. This moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with unprecedented power. No, not power, but energy that had nowhere to vent. This is the medicinal effect of the elixir Huang Jing. After all, he had received 9 years of compulsory education and had been severely punished by society. Lu Fei quickly realized that he had to completely digest the elixir he had just consumed as soon as possible and refine it into his own. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately sat cross-legged, took a few deep breaths, suppressed the raging desires in his heart, formed a mudra with his hands, put his tongue on the roof of his mouth, half-closed his eyes, and began to perform the demonic breathing method. Time passed slowly. I don't know exactly how long it took. When Lu Fei woke up from his meditation, it was already dark outside the gap between the cracked stones above our heads. Feel the heat inside and outside your body disappear. At this moment, Lu Fei was extremely eager to know how much cultivation the elixir Huang Jing he had taken yesterday and the night of meditation and digestion had brought to him. Then my mind moved slightly. Brush phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme emitting a pale white virtual light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 2 Demon Soldier 197200 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 73500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Proficient 7500, Square CUN Beginner 1100. Look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme that is constantly emerging in front of you. Lu Fei saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme displayed behind the realm column at first glance, and the practice experience value actually became 197. 197. Lu Fei's face was filled with surprise and joy. You must know that when he upgraded and broke through to become a second-level demon soldier last night, he only had a pitiful amount of experience points left. In just one night, the experience value increased by 196 points, and he was only 3 experience points away from another promotion breakthrough. With 3 points of experience, at his previous practice speed, he only needed to breathe and meditate for about 7 or 8 hours. But for him now, he had just eaten the corpse of the bull demon, and had just swallowed Huang Jing, a low-grade yellow-level elixir. With 3 experience points, the required breathing time is definitely shorter, because there must still be residual medicinal effects in the body. Quick thought here. Lu Fei immediately couldn't help but want to continue to breathe out, so that he could improve the 3 points of experience he was missing as soon as possible. But no matter how urgent it is, there is still no time left to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the panel phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme after yesterday's enhancement. Keep looking down. When the soul power experience value is only half the value, you can gain soul power value again. Then he looked at the skill column and looked at the experience value phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme after the monster breathing method. Lu Fei's face was filled with joy again. When he took stock of the harvest yesterday, he could clearly remember that the skill value phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme at that time was only 32 points. Now it's 73. The effect of this night's breathing meditation actually increased by 41 experience points. No doubt. This must be a side effect of Lu Fei taking the elixir Huang Jing. Not only the cultivation level has skyrocketed, but also the experience value of the skills has also skyrocketed. Lu Fei couldn't help but secretly thought that elixir is indeed a good thing. This moment, Lu Fei's eye truly saw and realized the importance of the elixir. Before that, he knew that elixirs were good things, but he didn't know the specific concept. But now he knows that with 196 experience points in one night, it would take him nearly 70 days to practice meditation at his previous speed. During these 70 days, he had to be very disciplined in meditating 8 or 9 hours a day without stopping for a single day. The results of these 70 days of extremely boring and hard training can be easily achieved with just a piece of yellow-level low-grade elixir Huang Jing and one night of meditation. What a bummer. It was also at this moment that Lu Fei thought about how lucky he was to catch a long-nosed white mouse that was looking for the elixir last night. Thinking of this, his mind moved, and he immediately felt the spiritual thoughts he left on the little guy yesterday. Soon, he felt it. Although the little thing is not where it was last night, it is also far away from here. But he could still feel the little guy's presence. Fine. Lu Fei felt slightly relieved. Focus back on the virtual panel in front of you. Lu Fei continued to look down. There is nothing much to say about the 3 common abilities after the ability column. Finally, there is the magical power column. After last night's strengthening, the natal magical power Syrian Wolf Swallows the Moon has been upgraded from basic to proficient. Find bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. Lu Fei felt it carefully, and joy quickly appeared on his face. As mentioned before, in the initial stage of Sirius swallowing the moon, the effect of breathing and breathing practice under the illumination of the moon is about 2 levels more than usual. Now, he felt that the bonus range of the heavenly wolf swallowing the moon, which had been upgraded to the proficiency stage, should be around the 5th level. Equivalent to half of the bonus effect, this ratio is amazing. It's a pity that I didn't see the moonlight last night. Otherwise, with the ox demon meat, the elixir Huang Jing, and the buff bonus of the magical power Syrian Wolf Swallows the Moon, today's improvement in cultivation will be even more amazing. This is the thought. Lu Fei looked up at the gap above his head. I found that the gap was a bit small. Moreover, the sky above seemed to be obscured by the surrounding branches. Lu Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he couldn't see the moonlight last night, it was originally blocked. When daybreak, he would widen the gap above and cut down all the big trees around the cave. Think of this. Lu Fei stopped thinking about it, dismissed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him, and was about to continue to meditate, so that he could practice and replenish 3 experience points as soon as possible, and break through again in one fell swoop. Sudden. Dang 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 dang. The familiar harsh sound of gongs came from outside the cave again. Okay, no need to vomit. Lu Fei stood up and walked out. Outside the small cave, the crow monster, who had just woken up from the grooved bed, stood up and stretched. Looking at Lu Fei walking out of the cave, he immediately asked in surprise, "Brother, how did you get bigger?" Get bigger. Hearing what the crow monster said, Lu Fei wondered, where did it get bigger? The crow monster immediately stepped forward and looked at Lu Fei carefully. Seemingly thinking of something, he stepped forward and stood next to Lu Fei, raised his arms and began to compare heights with Lu Fei. "Look, brother, you used to be only half a head taller than me." The crow monster then waved his hand and gestured to himself. "Now he is a whole head taller than me. Also, haven't you noticed that your arms have become thicker and bigger?" The crow monster said and compared the size of his arms with Lu Fei. Just when he transformed into a detective, the little pig demon Redskin also got up from the ground and walked over. Seeing the little pig demon, the crow monster immediately shouted, "Redskin, no, third brother, look quickly, has the eldest brother grown a lot bigger?" The red-skinned man stared at his little eyes and nodded. "Yes, the eldest brother has indeed become taller and bigger." I heard this comment from two partners. Lu Fei also reacted at this time. He looked down at his body, then at his arms, and then at the angle he was looking at his two partners. "I have indeed grown taller and bigger, and the changes are not small. This must be the change caused by breaking through the second-level demon soldier last night." Lu Fei realized it immediately. The monster's true form, the monster body, has always been the monster's strongest support and its strength. Once you achieve something in your spiritual practice, it will be reflected on your demon body immediately. Just like Lu Fei's current change in the form of a half-demon with a wolf's head, it is the effect of his original demon body becoming bigger and stronger. It can be said that if Lu Fei transformed into his original form now, his body would definitely be bigger than before. "Oh, I see." After a little analysis, Lu Fei looked at his two partners as if he had a sudden realization and said, "It should be caused by my breakthrough last night. But it doesn't matter." Speaking of which, Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly, and his figure immediately shrank to his original size. Generally speaking, there is a limit to a monster's transformation. Beyond the limit, it can only become smaller, but not larger. Just like the elephant demon bear transformed into a demon, no matter how small it is, it won't be much smaller, because the original size is there. And like rat demons, toad demons, squirrel demons, and even millipedes, these are naturally small in size, and they will definitely not be much bigger when they transform into half-demon bodies. Even if they want to become bigger, there is no other way except to make breakthroughs through cultivation. Unless, of course, it learns the magical power of transformation. "It's the same now as before, let's go," Lu Fei said and walked out of the cave. Today was the first day of gathering in Dahuan Mountain, and he didn't dare to be late, especially since there was an enemy like Leader Xiong. When Lu Fei said that he had made a breakthrough, the eyes of the crow monster and the red-skinned man immediately lit up, and they quickly chased after him. "Brother, you said you had a breakthrough?" The crow monster quickly followed Lu Fei and immediately whispered gossip. Lu Fei nodded concisely, "Yes." From the memory of the original owner, we know that if a little demon wants to become a demon general, he needs to go through 3 stages before he can advance to become a demon general. Based on the information displayed on his panel, Lu Fei guessed that his cultivation should reach the level 3 demon soldier before he would start touching the demon general's domain. As far as he knew, the earliest crow monster in Shanglanglang Mountain was still in the first-level demon soldier stage, as was the little pig demon Redskin. Among the 3 brothers' cultivation, he, who had just become a second-level demon soldier, was temporarily ahead. If nothing else happens, he should be leading the way. "Then eldest brother, isn't he the strongest among us?" the crow monster said again. Lu Fei turned around in confusion. "Am I not always the strongest?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster immediately shook his head and nodded again. "It is now." Before Lu Fei crossed over. Because the crow monster went up the mountain early and knew a lot because of his good ears, he always regarded himself as the eldest brother among the 3 little monsters. That's the truth. The little pig demon Redskin doesn't like to talk. The original owner also likes to listen to the crow monster telling all kinds of gossip. Basically, the crow monster is the leader by default. Until Lu Fei traveled through time, he paid attention to it several times, fought the fish monster in the river, and saved the crow monster, and later he was spotted by the bear leader. The crow monster was now willing to accept Lu Fei as his eldest brother. He thinks that Lu Fei's elder brother thinks that Lu Fei is smart and has many ideas. As for strength, he doesn't think he is inferior to Lu Fei. Although Lu Fei is bigger, he can fly. But now, the crow monster recognizes it. And you? Seeing that the crow monster seemed a little depressed, Lu Fei asked, how far is it left to break through? Crow monster, not even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Lu Fei was a little skeptical about the crow monster's closeness, because this guy's enthusiasm for practicing cultivation was the worst among the three monsters. What about you, Redskin? Lu Fei turned to ask the little pig demon. Redskin, I'm almost there. I should be able to break through in about 10 days. But he didn't finish his words. The crow monster immediately interrupted and shouted, 10 days, will you be able to break through in 10 more days? Real or fake? Redskin nodded again, really. Looking at the serious expression on the red skin, the crow believed it. It doesn't matter if you say the eldest brother has a breakthrough, he is the eldest brother. But now my younger brother, Redskin, is also saying that he is about to break through. This made the crow monster suddenly have mixed feelings in his heart, and his mood became even lower. Lu Fei also ignored the crow monster. Most of the low-level little monsters are lazy and not active in cultivation, and the same is true for the crow monsters. This time, with the stimulation of myself and the Redskin, I believe this guy can make some progress. When Lu Fei and the three demons arrived at the gathering place, there was a large, slightly flat rocky area on the mountainside. The buffalo demon Black General, the wolf commander, and the 9 little leaders have all arrived. When Lu Fei and his 2 brothers quickly found the group of little demons where the bear leader was, they found that many faces were missing. He counted carefully and found that there were originally 19 little demons in the team before the battle. Now, including 3 of himself, there were only 9 little demons left, and more than half of them were dead. Soon, when all the little demons arrive. After the bison demon said a few simple words, it lifted up into the sky with a black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and flew away quickly. The only remaining wolf commander presided over the morning meeting on the first day. The first day in Daihuang Mountain was destined to be uneventful. Commander White Wolf simply ordered the demons not to leave the Sinalang Mountain at their feet for the time being. He also informed the demons that a banquet would be held in the evening so that the demons could attend on time. When they heard the word banquet, the demons immediately burst into extremely enthusiastic cheers. The banquet is only held once a year, and to the monsters it is like the new year. They have been looking forward to it for too long. Just like the crow monster next to Lu Fei. Just now, he was in a very low mood because of the breakthrough between him and the red skin, but now he immediately became lively when he heard about the banquet. Lu Fei was equally happy because he heard that there would be wine and unlimited meat at the banquet. They had just finished cutting leeks with Snake Panshan. Presumably the Black General would use the corpses of monsters killed in this battle as meat instead of ordinary beasts. Just when Lu Fei was thinking about having a good meal tonight, he suddenly seemed to feel something. So he turned his head and saw the cold gaze of the bear leader in front of the small team looking away again. Once again, I felt the strong malice in the other person's eyes. Lu Fei suddenly realized that the other party might take advantage of tonight's banquet to attack him. Maybe the other party will do something to me tonight. Looking at the back of the bear leader turning around, Lu Fei suddenly became wary. Think about it. The little monsters, who are basically half full and half hungry at ordinary times, eat unlimited meat at a banquet, especially when there is such a precious thing as wine. If you ask which little demon can withstand the temptation, they will definitely be crazy about it. Just like now, just hearing the news of the wolf commander announcing the evening banquet, before it even started, they were already cheering crazily, and they were all crazy with joy. In this case, drink some more wine. Although the bodies of the little monsters are definitely much stronger than those of ordinary people, alcohol does not determine whether you are in good health or not. You only get the chance to drink once a year, so you can imagine how many newly born little demons have never even drank before. After eating and drinking enough, and being drunk all over the place. Isn't it the best opportunity to get off the phone? After finishing, it is completely normal to just throw it off a cliff or something, using the excuse of being drunk and slipping and falling to death. Think of this. Lu Feidu was thinking of taking the opportunity to kill the rat spirit Grayskin. Not to mention the bear leader who has great hatred for himself. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the other party, killing himself is extremely easy. What is needed is not strength, but a suitable opportunity. And tonight's banquet is a good opportunity. Brother, what are you thinking about? The cheering crow monster immediately asked when he saw Lu Fei's thoughtful and serious expression. Nothing. Lu Fei shook his head when he heard the crow monster's question. What he could think about was, of course, how to deal with the bear leader tonight. First of all, you must drink less or even no alcohol. Drinking a little too much of that stuff will affect your brain. With the big threat of the bear leader staring at him, if he dared to drink too much, he would be looking for death. Then, try not to be left alone. The more monsters you have when moving separately, the better. After that, he was only 3 points away from being promoted to the 3rd level demon soldier. As soon as he returned home, he immediately began to practice, hoping to break through to the 3rd level demon soldier before the banquet in the evening. He didn't know how strong the demon general was. But in yesterday's battlefield in the valley, the bear leader broke his arm, and he was still able to survive the siege of the 2 leader monsters in Snake Pan Mountain. He must be very strong. The more strength he has now, the more chance he will have to save his life. Also, he has a system and is very capable of learning the magical powers of other monsters. The magical power of the 3rd brother Xiahumpy is to warm up the bristles and then shoot them out to attack. You can also try to learn it yourself and see if it works. Finally, you need to keep an eye on all directions and listen to all directions, and act according to the situation. Everything comes to mind here. When Lu Fei came back to his senses, he realized that the morning meeting had ended and all the little monsters gathered around him had dispersed. Only the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin were standing aside with him. Let's go. Why didn't you call me? Lu Fei said and walked towards the cave where he lived. I saw you were lost in thought, brother, so I didn't bother you. The crow monster immediately said, but brother, you have just broken through, and you are already ahead of the 2 of us, and there are many other little monsters. There will be a banquet tonight, with meat to eat and wine to drink. We should be very happy. Brother, are you here? What are you worried about? Are you so absorbed in your thoughts? Faced with the question of the crow monster, Lu Fei shook his head. The monster has no long-term worries, it must have immediate worries. For something a little deeper. The crow monster and the redskin always sounded confused. It was the same this time. The crow monster was stunned when he heard it, and immediately said, Brother, what are you talking about? Nothing. Lu Fei continued to shake his head. Let's go back quickly. The effect of the beef demon meat we ate last night is still there. We need to practice it properly and don't waste it. Hear what Lu Fei said. The crow monster immediately screamed again, yes, I was too tired last night. I must take a good breath today. As he said that, he looked at Hong Pai and asked, where's 3rd brother? Did you regurgitate yesterday? Hong Pai shook his head, I was injured all over my body yesterday. Of course I have to take a good rest after eating so that I can recover quickly. All right. Hearing the matter-of-fact words of Redskin, the crow monster was a little discouraged. It seems that I was the only one who wasted. All the way back to the cave where euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. Lu Fei stopped the little pig demon. 3rd brother, I want to learn your magical powers now. It had been discussed last night, and the redskin nodded immediately. What should I do? This is simple. The crow monster, who had had a similar experience, immediately stepped forward and said, 3rd brother, you only need to guide your elder brother's demonic energy to make a good circle around the place where the bristles are warmed in your body, and feel the path of the demonic energy in your body. As for the eldest brother, you need to remember the demon power structure where the 3rd brother warms the pig bristles, as well as the long distance transfer phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. If you can't remember it once, just remember it a few times. You can always learn this way. When the crow monster said this, he remembered that Lu Fei had already learned the magical powers of other monsters and learned them, so he didn't need to teach them at all. Then the voice changed and he said, Brother, you have experience. I am telling my 3rd brother to listen. Crow Monster, third brother, do you understand now? Red Skin nodded, I understand. Then let's get started. Lu Fei said and stretched out his hand. Hong Pai took it and immediately began to guide Lu Fei's demonic energy. It didn't take long. When Lu Fei's demonic energy completely passed through the warm bristle magical power in the inner body of the Red Skin's chest. As promised, a virtual prompt once again appeared in front of me. You learned the magical power, Raid Brother. Seeing Lu Fei's thoughtful expression, Hong Pai said, do you need to do it again? It is very convenient for brothers to learn magical powers from each other. If it doesn't work once, just do it twice. If you want to learn from other monsters, you have to pay out enough benefits first so that they can barely let you experience it once and learn not to be defeated. Let's do it again. After hearing Hong Pai's words, look for Shuyuan www.zayeshuan. Calm looking at the virtual prompts that appeared in front of him, in order to hide his clumsiness, Lu Fei said and stretched out his hand again. After the second time, Redskin asked again, brother, do you want to do it again? This time, Lu Fei smiled and shook his head, no need, I have barely remembered it, and I need to figure it out myself. Go back to the small hole at the end of your residence. After Lu Fei carefully experienced the raid of the new magical power, he discovered that not only the bristles can be warmed and cured, but also other things, such as leaves, teeth, pebbles, steel needles and even hair, can be warmed and used as assault weapons. However, the harder the material used for warming, the theoretically the most powerful during a surprise attack. Just like Lu Fei can use the hair on his body to warm it up like Red Skin, but his white hair is too soft and cannot compare to the bristles on Red Skin. Even if it takes time to warm it up, its power during a surprise attack will be very limited. Of course, the warm and nourishing things should not be too large, otherwise the warm and nourishing pool on the chest will not fit. The right one is the best. Realizing this, Lu Fei immediately thought of embroidery needles. But for a while, he had no place to look for needle-like objects. Moreover, the raid magical power requires the warmed object to be warmed in the warmed pool for at least 3 days before it can initially gain some power. The longer the warming time, the greater the power. However, Lu Fei will probably have to deal with the threat from the bear leader tonight. The raid magical power failed to work for a while, so I stopped thinking about it. Sitting quietly on the ground, Lu Fei first sensed the position of the long-nosed white mouse. Then the breathing technique started. Time is running out, and the one who can become stronger as much as possible will be safer. Lu Fei didn't dare to delay. Time passed slowly. When the sky outside the gap above the small cave began to get dark, Lu Fei woke up from his meditation. But this time he didn't wake up naturally, but was awakened by the strange crow's voice outside the cave. I looked up at the sky outside the gap and realized that it was already afternoon. 8 or 9 hours, it will definitely be enough this time. After simply calculating the time for breathing out this time, Lu Fei thought to himself, and then his mind moved slightly. Brush brush brush. Pieces of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme began to appear in front of me. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 2 Demon Soldier 209200 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 80500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Proficient 7500, Square CUN Beginner 1100, Raid Beginner 1100. Really? Looking at the realm bar that is full of light green light again in front of me, Lu Fei's face immediately lit up with joy. 209 experience points, an increase of 12 points compared to before the vomiting. You know that the elixir Huang Jing still has some remaining medicinal effects. Lu Fei, who was overjoyed, quickly glanced at the entire virtual panel. It was discovered that the experience value of the monster breathing method also increased by 7 points. If based on the previous normal increase, these 7 experience points should be reduced by about half. Obviously this is also the result of the elixir Huang Jing last night. Lu Fei thought to himself. Seeing this, he couldn't help but pay more attention to the little guy he caught last night. There are also 3 magical powers behind the magical power column on the panel. The more Lu Fei looked at it, the more he felt that he lacked too much soul power. But he is not a wild monster, and it is not easy to kill like yesterday. We can only hope that there will be more battles in Dawanshan in the future. By the way, I'll think of ways to see if I can find some way to earn some extra soul power. Simply spread my thoughts. Lu Fei stopped thinking about it. With a thought, he clicked on the realm bar that was emitting light green light. For a moment. Great green light. Immediately afterwards, the strange painful feeling of numbness, itching and numbness that I felt last night continued to spread from all the limbs of the body. This time the pain lasted longer than yesterday. Lu Fei suppressed and endured it without saying a word. Soon, the painful sensations began to subside. Lu Fei once again felt a sense of fullness and strength all over his body. With yesterday's experience, Lu Fei immediately carefully felt the changes in his body. First of all, the physical strength and physical body have been enhanced. Moreover, the demonic energy in the body has obviously increased by about 3 to 4 times compared to before the breakthrough. Also, Lu Fei could feel that he seemed to have awakened some inherited memories of the demon clan, and understood a lot of knowledge, including about the true form, the demonic energy, and some aspects of cultivation. In short, compared to last night's breakthrough, this time the harvest is obviously much more. Brother, it's getting dark. It's time for us to go to the party. At this time, the slightly excited voice of the crow monster came from outside the cave. Lu Fei, who was immersed in feeling the changes in his body and looking inwards with his spiritual consciousness, said casually, "Wait a moment." Oh. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow outside the cave let out a strange "oo," then looked at Red Skin and said, "Where did we just talk?" Feel the changes in your body. Lu Fei withdrew his consciousness and returned his eyes to the virtual panel in front of him. At this time, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme behind the realm column has been refreshed, the description has changed from the 2nd level demon soldier to the 3rd level demon soldier, and the full experience value has also changed from 200 to 500. When the next time it reaches full value, if you break through again, you should be in the realm of the demon general. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme in front of him, Lu Fei thought to himself. Before breaking through the level 3 demon soldiers this time, let him face the bear leader. He really could only keep running for his life, and he couldn't think of much resistance. But now, I feel an unprecedented fullness of power in my body. If he was asked to stand in front of the bear leader who had lost an arm, he would really dare to touch it. Even if he couldn't beat him, Lu Fei still had some confidence in escaping from the bear leader, not to mention a bear with a broken arm. Think of fighting. At this time, Lu Fei also roughly knew the strength of the 2 monsters that he and the crow monster Redskin killed on the battlefield in the valley near the Langlang mountain range yesterday. That snake demon's strength should be around the level of a 2nd level demon soldier. As for the green bull demon behind him, his strength should be at the level of a 3rd level demon soldier at his current stage. I just didn't expect it just 2 days later. He also advanced to become a level 3 demon soldier. Call. Take a long breath. Lu Fei stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and then looked down at his body. Really? The change was even greater than in the morning, both in terms of size and body thickness. It could almost reach the ceiling of the cave. Lu Fei estimated that the height was more than 2 meters. But this time, he didn't completely shrink back to his original size, but grew slightly larger. It is slightly smaller than after the breakthrough in the morning, and is probably more than half a head taller than the crow monster. The specific value should be about 1.8 meters, which is the same as before he crossed over. Step out of the cave. The crow monster, who was chatting happily, tilted his head and looked at Lu Fei, and said again, "Brother, why have you grown bigger again?" Lu Fei was not surprised at the crow monster's good eyesight, and said casually, "I think this is more in line with my temperament." The crow monster immediately got out of bed and quickly came to Lu Fei to show his height. But Lu Fei ignored him this time and went to Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm raised his feet and walked out of the cave, saying, "We have to get there quickly, otherwise all the good seats will be taken." The Redskin looked at Pai Dian following his elder brother out. The crow monster is a little depressed. His original height is limited, and the height he can reach now after transformation is already the limit. There is definitely no chance of catching up with the eldest brother, but at least he is taller than the third brother Hongskin, and is not the shortest among the three brothers. Thinking of this, the crow monster immediately felt better, and then quickly chased after him. Wait for me. When Lu Fei took the two brothers to the banquet location, where the morning meeting was gathered. It was getting dark. But they were obviously a little late. All the stone tables that had been specially arranged were occupied. The three of them, Lu Fei, were obviously going to sit on the ground and eat with the other little monsters who came late, were smaller and less powerful. The place is flat, let's go there. Just when the crow monster quickly found a relatively flat ground and was about to pull the two brothers there. Lu Fei just looked away from the noisy monsters and said quietly, "Follow me." As he spoke, he walked towards one of the spacious stone tables. The little pig demon Redskin followed directly. The crow monster, who had not figured out the situation, sighed and followed immediately. Soon, when Lu Fei stopped, only then did the crow monster find his three brothers standing in front of the stone table occupied by three gray-skinned mouse demon brothers, a tiger demon, and a bear demon. "I think this location is good, you can go away." When the crow monster heard his eldest brother suddenly say these extremely arrogant words in front of everyone, he felt that his eldest brother was extremely handsome at this moment. Dawangshan area. Sinalangshan. On the mountainside. A group of monsters danced wildly at a lively and noisy dinner party. "I think this location is good, you can go away." Lu Fei looked at the gray skin of the rat spirit on the stone table in front of him and said softly. For a moment, all the monsters around became quiet, thinking they heard wrongly. But soon, they all reacted, their eyes lit up, and they all immediately became interested. Both parties. The crow monster stared at the big brother in front of him with wide eyes. He felt that the big brother was too arrogant and handsome at this moment. The little pig demon Redskin stared at the five monsters on the stone table in front of him after his elder brother finished speaking. As for the mouse demon Hu Ap, he was so happy. He was thinking about how to trick the white-faced tiger demon and the stupid bear beside him to help him deal with the white-haired wolf that had taken away his position as the bear leader. Now, the other party actually appeared directly in front of him and provoked the tiger demon and stupid bear in public. Isn't this just asking for death? It's fine now, there's no need to waste any more words. Brothers, this is what I told you. The mouse spirit Hui Pai was extremely surprised when he explained to the tiger demon next to him, boom. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the edge of the stone table was slapped with the palm of the bear demon and flew out. At this time, most of the demons in the open-air banquet hall noticed the movement at this table. Look, it's fun again. It's by Lian and Stupid Bear. It's fun to watch. Quick, why haven't the drinks come yet? You have fun but don't drink. Do you want to starve me to death? Is there any open market? I bet the tiger demon and the three mouse spirits will win. I'll make a bet with you. I'll bet on the white-haired wolf to win. Just because three of them dare to deal with five. Hey, there is a toad demon in front of us trying to grab the leopard demon's seat, and now there is a white-haired wolf who dares to openly challenge the tiger demon and the bear demon. This means that there are kings and generals up there now, otherwise we should be scared when these mortal beasts see them. I have to throw each of these ridiculous snacks into the oil pan and fry them. Sitting area for the little boss. A tiger demon leader looked at the white-haired wolf demon who had made a move and said coldly, "Be careful." Next to the tiger demon leader, a fox demon leader was startled when he heard the tiger demon's words and whispered in a low voice. After saying that, he immediately turned his head and looked at the position where the leader belonged to the leader. When he saw that it was empty, he relaxed and warned. The tiger demon said, "Don't forget that our commander is also a white wolf." The leader of the tiger demon reacted immediately when he heard the sound. He scolded the white-haired wolf. Didn't he also scold the big wolf leader? His face suddenly turned pale. He quickly patted his forehead and said in fear, "Look at my memory." Under the light of blazing torches. Before the king and the commander arrived, before the food and drinks arrived, the sight of Lu Fei meeting the rat demon was undoubtedly the fun that the demons were looking forward to. The reason why the little leader who arranged the venue did not put enough stone tables for the little monsters below was not because there were not enough stone tables. The mountain was full of stones, but on purpose. Just to let the little demons below fight over the table and have fun. This situation will be less common before the party begins. But after the banquet starts and the little monsters drink, it will become more lively. After all, there are too few female demons and too many male demons, and the energy cannot be vented. Only fighting can have some fun. Lu Fei knew that if he looked for trouble, he would definitely attract attention. But this was intentional on his part. Now he has the strength of a third-level demon soldier, and is only one step away from being a demon general. He needs to keep a high profile so that when he is promoted to demon general, he can better attract and recruit younger brothers. What's more, the strength of the third-level demon soldier is enough for him to look down on most of the little demons in Lang Lang Mountain. Bang! The bear demon slapped the corner of the table with his palm and stood up abruptly. He glared at Lu Fei with fierce eyes and said, "What did you say? Say it again." He looked at the bear demon in front of him who was shorter than himself. Lu Fei snorted coldly, and a powerful demonic energy immediately erupted. The face of the bear demon who bore the brunt of the attack suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were full of panic when he staggered back a few steps before he regained his footing. The white-faced tiger demon who sat at the same table with the bear demon stood up suddenly when he sensed the attack of Lu Fei's demonic energy. He staggered back several steps, and then immediately put on a defensive posture with a look of shock and uncertainty on his face. As for the rat demon Huapi, who screamed and ran backwards when he sensed the attack of the demonic energy, he managed to avoid it. However, his two mouse demon brothers did not react so quickly. They were directly knocked over by the oncoming demon energy, rushed off the stone table, and did a big somersault. This moment. All the monsters around the table who were paying attention to this table were also stunned. I don't understand why the battle hasn't started for the side with more numbers. They all feel like they have seen a ghost. But some smarter and stronger little demons saw the clues. But the ones who were most surprised by this were the crow monster and the pig monster Redskin standing behind Lu Fei. When I felt the powerful demonic energy erupting from my elder brother, they were the most shocked. When did eldest brother become so powerful? Is this the small breakthrough that big brother said this morning? But at this moment, they didn't have time to ask any more questions. Instead, they stood aside in surprise and joy, on guard. The red-skinned pig demon's expression became more and more calm, but the crow monster raised its chest and head, its will even more intense. Looking at the panicked monsters in front of him, Lu Fei looked a little further away with an uneasy expression on his face, looking for Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Com still didn't dare to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the gray-skinned rat demon and smiled contemptuously. Then he looked at the white-faced tiger demon closest to the stone table and said, "Can I sit down now?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, the tiger demon's white face, which was already white and hairy, became even paler. He looked nervous and nodded immediately, "Of course, of course. Brother Wolf, my name is Bai Lian. I just happened to sit at the same table with the gray-skinned rat demon. There is no other relationship." Already realizing that the powerful white-haired wolf in front of him was causing trouble for the gray-skinned rat spirit, the white-faced tiger demon immediately said with a smile. Faced with the tiger demon's overtures, Lu Fei just waved his hand. After receiving permission to leave, the tiger demon immediately turned around and left, quickly blending into the group of demons. The strength of the tiger demon should be at the level of a second-level demon soldier. The leaders of the little demons at the bottom level of the first-level demon soldiers will not care about each other's fights. But Lu Fei was already a level 3 demon soldier at this time. If he really bullied other little demons for no reason, the leader of the other side would not watch in vain. Besides, Lu Fei had no interest in being treated like a monkey by other monsters. To deal with low-level demon soldiers, the third-level demon soldiers can just use Realm to crush them. Show your strength directly now. If nothing else goes wrong, the rat spirit Grayskin will no longer be a threat in the future, and everyone will take a detour if they see him. When Lu Fei took the crow monster and the pig monster Humpy to sit on the stone table that was missing a corner. As soon as the crow monster sat down, he couldn't wait to ask in a low voice, "Brother, didn't you say it was just a small breakthrough?" It's just that Lu Fei didn't have the mind to pay attention to the crow monster at the moment. He was frowning deeply when he saw the figures of General Black, Commander Wolf, and Leader Bear approaching in the distance. Because he saw that the broken arm of the bear leader was actually healed. Hey, our Leader Bear's broken arm is actually healed? At this time, the little pig demon Humpy looked at the three figures approaching and suddenly said, "That is true." Attracted by Red Skin's words, the crow monster immediately turned around and saw that the bear leader had restored one of his arms to its original state and said in a relaxed tone, "His boss, the little leader, has recovered from his injuries, and the little demon below does have reason to be happy. After all, if the leader dies, they need to be assigned to other leaders. Those who are unfamiliar with the place will be bullied." Lu Fei was not surprised by the tone of the red-skinned and crow monsters, because he did not tell them that the bear leader cut off an arm because of him. He didn't tell phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme of them that the bear leader hated him in his heart. But now, I heard the tone of the two partners. Lu Fei felt that it was necessary to remind them. After all, the three of them always acted together, and other monsters also knew about the three brothers' sworn relationship with each other. Lu Fei didn't think that Xiong Tu would only take revenge on him. Even if it was really only him who was being retaliated against, he still felt that he had to tell them both about it and let them be careful. "Who is that woman? She is so beautiful." The crow monster looked at the black general holding a man in his arms who was wearing a short leather apron and a short leather skirt. The rest of his body was bare and hairless. He was not in half-demon form, but completely humanoid, just like the black-faced man. A woman with a human form like the new king couldn't help but widen her eyes, swallowed her saliva and asked, "Is she a human?" "Have no idea." The little pig demon Redskin shook his head. This was beyond the scope of his knowledge. It was also the first time for him to see such a humanoid woman wearing such little clothes. He also wanted to know. Immediately, the two brothers turned their heads and looked at the eldest brother sitting in the middle. Of course Lu Fei also noticed the woman, but he had something on his mind and didn't look too much. Seeing that both brothers were looking over at this time, they couldn't help but look up at the woman who was already sitting next to the black general and posing and observed carefully. Although the other party is also in a completely human form, it is obviously much worse than the transformed form of the three black-faced kings. For example, the other person's ears are obviously much bigger than ordinary people, even though they are covered by the black hair on his head, it can be seen. And the other person's eyes were red, which was obviously not a characteristic of a human woman. What's more, ordinary human women cannot withstand the devastation of a big monster like General Black. And look at the other party's skilled business actions. Obviously, the woman was transformed by a monster. However, it seems that it is not possible for ordinary monsters to completely transform into human form. At least Lu Fei couldn't do it now. He didn't know whether leaders at the demon general level could do it. In short, the woman being held and rubbed by General Black at this time should be a banshee who specializes in serving big monsters. Facing the two brothers' curious looks, Lu Fei withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "She's not a human, she's a monster." Lu Fei trailed off. The crow monster suddenly became even more excited. "She is a monster, a hairless monster. How comfortable would it be to sleep?" The little pig demon Redskin, who usually talks little, was also a little restless at this time. He looked at the several furry banshees on the stone table opposite and then at the one in the king's arms, and immediately answered, "There are hairs. There is a huge difference from the hairless one. The hairless one is so beautiful." Listen to what the two brothers said. Watching a team of little demons already queuing up to serve drinks and various large pieces of grilled meat to each stone table, Lu Fei finally said, "Black-haired, red-skinned, let me tell you two something." The crow monster swallowed again and turned his head. "Brother, what's the matter?" Redskin also looked over. Lu Fei lowered his voice and said, "Do you know how Leader Xiong broke his arm before?" Crow monster, how did it break? Lu Fei, it was broken because of me, on the previous battlefield. Lu Fei briefly explained the situation at that time. The crow monster was immediately shocked after hearing this. His mouth was half opened and he was speechless for a moment. Red Skin's originally relaxed eyes immediately turned extremely serious, and he said cautiously, "Brother, are you kidding me?" Lu Fei shook his head, "I hope I am joking. In short, Leader Xiong will definitely find a way to deal with me, but this matter has nothing to do with you." No. Before Lu Fei finished speaking, he was interrupted by Red Skin. "Brother, we are brothers. Even though the bear leader is powerful, we three brothers are not afraid of him, just like we dealt with the bull demon, and the eldest brother didn't do it on purpose." Yeah. The crow monster, who had regained his composure, immediately said, "We are three brothers, we have to be loyal, we are not afraid of him, and the bear leader's arm is healed now, he should not blame the elder brother." He looked at the red-skinned and the crow monster with obvious nervousness in their eyes, but they still stood firmly by their side. Lu Fei was suddenly moved. He reached out and patted the two demons on the shoulders and said, "Good brothers. Only when you are in real danger can you truly see who your partners are." Lu Fei's move also had the intention of testing the crow monster and the red skin. After all, the power and malice of the bear leader are absolutely irresistible to the two low-level demons, especially the subordinates who are controlled by each other. But they still stood firmly beside Lu Fei. This made Lu Fei really moved when the earth was soaked in all kinds of negative things in society and the reality was soaked in the cold dye vat. This needs to be replaced by someone else. Forget it, I won't change it. The thought of looking down on and taking advantage of the two little demons that was hidden deep in Lu Fei's heart completely dissipated at this time. After all, even he, a time traveler with decades of life experience and a golden finger like the virtual panel at his side, felt extremely worried and dangerous about the malicious intent of the bear leader. What's more, they are two indigenous little demons at the lowest level in this world. Find bookstore www.zayeshuan. Calm this moment. Lu Fei really felt the humanity, no, the loyalty of the two little monsters. However, we don't need to be too afraid. Lu Fei changed his voice and immediately encouraged the two brothers. "Your eldest brother, I am not far from the leader's position now. We have just experienced a war in Langlang Mountain, and there were too many casualties. Moreover, this is the Wilderness Mountain, and the general needs more little monsters. As long as your eldest brother and I take my name with the Black General and the Wolf Commander." Lu Fei began to slowly explain some deeper knowledge to the two brothers, which he had never done before. Crow Ching, who was listening intently, saw his elder brother stop and immediately asked, "What will happen if I sign up?" "Once registered, the bear leader will not dare to touch us." Lu Fei continued, "After all, as long as I break through again, I will also be the leader. General He is in need of troops, and he will not allow Xiong 2 to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme me. Moreover, the wolf commander turned into a demon from a white wolf. Besides brother you, there is no other white wolf in Langlang Mountain. So, now your eldest brother is qualified enough to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. Anyway, with your big brother and me here, there is no need to worry too much." Lu Fei said this in one breath, and the worried look on the faces of the crow monster and the little red-skinned man obviously improved a lot. At this time, the kitchen demon finally served the wine and meat to the table. The crow monster and the red skin immediately picked up the big piece of meat and gnawed it. Lu Fei picked up the small wine vat and poured himself a bowl. After taking a sip, he immediately looked at the top position where General Black and Commander Wolf were, wondering when would be the right time to go up and offer a toast. "Brother, give me a drink." The crow monster watched Lu Fei drinking. He grabbed half of the roasted, brown and thick leg meat with one hand and chewed it till it became oily. With the other hand, he hurriedly took his own wooden bowl and handed it over. "Brother, give me some too." The little pig demon Humpy did the same. He chewed a piece of bone meat in his hand and quickly took the wooden bowl. Lu Fei turned his head when he heard the sound, took the wooden bowls from the two demons, picked up the wine jar and poured a bowl for each of them. Then he looked at the large pieces of meat placed on the stone table in front of him, with large blades of grass underneath. Looking at the greasy and steaming meat in front of me is still a bit appetizing. Although it is impossible to tell what kind of monster meat or what part of the meat these are. Since Lu Fei came across, he was not used to the food provided by Lang Lang Mountain before. It was not for human consumption at all. He almost never ate it. He only relied on fishing in the river at the foot of the mountain to fill his stomach. However, the barbecue in front of him still looked appetizing, allowing him to eat it. He looked at the sound of almost all the monsters beside him, around him, and throughout the entire party feasting. Lu Fei picked up a piece of brown bone and meat and took a bite. The meat is very chewy. This is the meat from monsters. The black general finally didn't use the meat of ordinary beasts to make up for it. Lu Fei chewed the bones and meat and thought to himself. Also has a salty taste. It's been a while since he's had any salt. The food in Langlangshan is salty, but Lu Fei dislikes that the food cooked by the kitchen demon looks like pig food. He has never eaten it once, so naturally he can't eat salt. He was a little curious, what would happen if the monster didn't eat salt for a long time? Will it be like humans? However, he was not in the mood to think too much. He already knew that banquets like this were held only once a year in Lang Lang Mountain, and the opportunity to feast on the flesh of a monster's corpse only came across once in Who Knows How phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. With such a good opportunity, how can I do it if I don't eat enough? No, I still have storage space, so I have to pack some when I'm full, which is the most correct way to open the dining table. Thinking of this, Lu Fei immediately let go of his hands and feet, opened his bows with both hands at the same time, and started eating pieces of bone and meat in each hand. As for going up to toast the king and establishing relations with the leader of the wolf army, we can wait until he is full. Besides, the time now is not suitable. Gulu gulu. At this time, the crow monster on the side drank a whole bowl of wine in one gulp and said happily, "It feels so good. I haven't drank for a long time. Wow." The little pig demon Redskin has always been very cautious. He took a small sip first and immediately said with bright eyes, "It tastes good." Immediately afterwards, just like the crow monster, Gulugulu drank an entire bowl in one go. Lu Fei didn't find it strange when he saw this. This wine should be basically made from fermented fruits. It has more fruity sweetness and less alcoholic flavor. It is lower than the low-alcohol fruit wine he has drunk before, and the alcohol content is pitiful. This is very friendly to novice drinkers, so it's no wonder that those little monsters who haven't eaten good food are worried about it. The two demons on the side continued to pour wine. Lu Fei sat between the two demons, firing his bows with both hands at the same time, biting and swallowing. When it comes to the sharpness of his mouth and teeth, the crow monster and the little pig monster Redskin can't compare to him. But as he ate, the large pieces of meat piled in front of him would always disappear from time to time, and then another piece would disappear from time to time. The little pig demon Redskin on the left saw this scene and glanced at his elder brother. He immediately realized something and didn't say anything. He just kept pushing the meat on the table towards his elder brother. "Hey, third brother, what are you doing?" The crow monster saw the piece of meat in front of him being taken away by the Redskin, and immediately shouted, "Brother, is there still so much meat in front of you?" Hompy didn't say anything, just sat down and continued eating. Looking at the red-skinned expression, the crow monster looked at the big brother beside him who had been eating silently. Soon, he noticed something fishy. Because he saw a large piece of roasted, browned and fragrant barbecue suddenly disappearing, inexplicably disappearing from his sight. "Brother!" Having realized what the crow monster was, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Shut up and focus on eating meat." Lu Fei obviously knew what the crow monster was talking about, so he spoke in advance and warned, "These are monster meat. It is rare for a general to be generous. There will be no such opportunity in the future." Yes, brother is right. The crow monster who was pointed out immediately understood and stopped talking and just ate meat and drank wine. But while he was drinking, he saw that his eldest brother only took a sip occasionally when he was tired, while his third brother Hompy stopped drinking and only focused on eating meat. The crow monster suddenly felt stupid, so he stopped drinking and concentrated on eating meat. looking at the surrounding monsters, and the little monsters on the stone table opposite who were eating, drinking, laughing and chatting happily, the crow monster couldn't help but despise in his heart, they are all idiots. Lu Fei and the 3 crow monster red-skinned demons were eating like crazy, adding storage spaces one after another. Their table consumes meat very quickly. Fortunately, there were only 3 monsters on their table, and on the other stone tables there were at least 4 or 5, and as many as 7 or 8 little monsters sitting around them, and they were eating at a speed that was so fast. In comparison, the eating speed of the 3 Lu Fei brothers is naturally not so conspicuous. Time passed slowly. When the storage space in Lu Fei's body was almost full, the eating speed in Lu Fei's hands also slowed down. As for the crow monster and red skin next to them, they had already eaten their fill in advance, but in order to cover up the big brother's behavior of stealing food, they deliberately cooperated and ate slowly. Now I see the eldest brother put down the piece of meat in his hand. They both finally stopped. Hey, I never thought that one day I would be able to eat monster meat until I feel full and want to vomit. The crow monster said as he wiped the feathers on the wings on his back with his oily hands, then wiped his mouth, and sighed. In the past, I would never have dared to be so bold when looking for Shuyu on www.zshuan.com, yes. The little pig demon Humpy touched his bulging belly and said with emotion, I still remember the first time I ate monster meat. It was the fish demon that my eldest brother took us to eat. My first time. The crow monster was about to answer the call when he saw his elder brother reaching out with a pair of oily hands and starting to rub the wing feathers on his back. He couldn't help but ask, Brother, what are you doing? Lu Fei, anyway, you've already wiped it and it's all dirty. It doesn't matter if it gets a little bit dirty. Crow monster. When Lu Fei used the feathers on the back of the crow monster as a tablecloth to wipe the oil stains on his hands and mouth, he saw the kitchen demon coming up to refill 2 small jars of fruit wine on the table, and explained that this was the last time to refill the wine. He reached out and took a jar, placed it on his crotch where other monsters couldn't see it, and put it into the storage space. Hey, big brother. The crow monster who was about to pour the wine immediately whispered, This jar of wine is not enough for our brothers. Lu Fei immediately said with a straight face, You two have drunk a lot. I think you are almost drunk. Have you forgotten what I said before? Being scolded by Lu Fei, the crow monster immediately reacted. He remembered what his elder brother had said before the banquet about becoming an enemy of the bear leader, and his head, which was originally very excited, immediately sobered up a little. Looking at the crow monster's eyes, Lu Fei changed his words and said gently, Don't blame big brother for not letting you drink. We can't place our safety entirely on other monsters. Finished. Lu Fei picked up the last jar of wine and poured a bowl each for crow monster and red skin. Then he carried the wine jar and wooden bowl and walked towards the black general's main table above. Brother is also doing it for our own good. Seeing the crow monster looking longingly at the wine jar in his elder brother's hand, Redskin spoke. Of course I know. The crow monster nodded, lying on the stone table and said weakly, I just took a look. When he heard his second brother's harsh words, Humpy didn't show it off and picked up the wooden bowl in front of him to drink. At this time, suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound. Humpy looked up and found that a large stone table had been pushed down, and a bull demon and a bear demon were fighting. The scene that the demons have been waiting for a long time is finally staged. Warm cheers immediately filled the audience. Hearing the movement behind him and the cheers around him, Lu Fei didn't need to look back to guess that there must be a fight between the little demons. But this is better. A little demon like myself dares to be the first to come forward and toast the former king. The current black general is really eye-catching. Although he had previously taken the seat of Mouse Jingawei Pai, in addition to revenge, he did also have plans to show off. But he never wanted to be too pushy. If the threat from the bear leader wasn't too great, he wouldn't be willing to openly propose a toast to the general as a little demon. It was indeed a bit risky. This is not Earth. Now it's time to get the limelight. This is the thought. Lu Fei quickened his pace and walked forward. Ha! He looked down at a white wolf demon walking towards him with his lower body wrapped in gray bear skin and carrying a jar of wine. General Black, who was having a drink with the beautiful rabbit demon next to him, shifted his gaze from the two little demons who were wrestling with each other to the white wolf little demon who was walking towards him. "Is that the little wolf demon you were talking about before?" General Black suddenly spoke. Beside him, Commander White Wolf dressed in silver armor answered and nodded, "Yes, that's him. This little demon is quite brave." Hearing Commander Wolf's words, General Black snorted and spoke. He had already seen that the little demon was coming towards him, but soon, after taking a second look, he discovered something, and said unexpectedly, "Hey, this little guy is actually not far away from the demon general." Hearing the changed name from the general, Commander Wolf also saw the level of strength of his juniors of the same race, and immediately smiled and said, "I thought this little demon was very smart at the time. It's a pity that he died like that. The demonic energy is a bit impetuous and unstable. It should have just broken through." General Hay carefully observed the approaching little wolf demon queen, and continued, "But it's like this just after the breakthrough. It's not easy for this little guy to be able to practice to this level at such a young age." "Correct." General Hay looked at Commander Wolf and asked again, "How many little demons are there at his level now?" "Wolf Commander, originally there were 3 in total, but 1 died in the battle yesterday, leaving only 2 left. Plus him," the wolf leader said, looking at the little white wolf that was approaching. "Now there are 3 more. Eh? If I had known this, we shouldn't have had that fight with that snake." Hearing this, General Black felt extremely regretful. He picked up the wine that the rabbit demon beauty in front of him had poured for him and drank it all in one gulp. He sighed, "Do you know what I learned when I went to see the king today?" The wolf commander didn't answer the sound and immediately made a listening gesture. "Besides me and the snake, there are 2 generals under the king's command. But those 2 generals each have more than 1,000 little demons under their command." 1,000 little demons, 10 times as many as we have now. Having said this, General Hay drank another bowl of wine and sighed, "I guess that snake is probably in the same mood as me right now. We have too few little demons, and the king cannot allocate more hills for us to take care of, but we need to turn in a lot of elixirs every year. Also, the king's little demons compete every 3 years. Not only do we need to let the little demons below compete, we also need to come up with enough prizes. There are too few little demons down there, and we can't even select a sufficient number of capable little demons. I also found out that every 10 years, there is a big competition in Daihuang Mountain. At that time, the big king, the second king, and our 3 kings will select their own little demons to participate in the competition. As long as we can win, we will get 3 of the lottery prizes that the king took out. I heard that even mysterious elixirs appeared in those lottery prizes, as well as medium-grade and high-grade magic weapons, and sometimes even magic weapons. And there are still 2 years until the next competition. There are only 8 years left until the next competition. The reason why I gave so much blood food to the little ones to eat as much as they wanted this time, instead of replacing it with ordinary animals and food like before, isn't it just to help the little ones grow up as quickly as possible?" General Black sighed again and spoke. After hearing this, Commander Wolf was shocked in his heart. He felt that his eyes had been opened, but his face was as usual. He filled up the wine, raised the wooden bowl and saluted General Black and said, "You guys will understand the general's painstaking efforts." "Poof. They won't understand." General Hay raised his wine bowl and looked at the little white wolf who came to the wine table and said, "As long as there are a few more little guys like this down there, I'll be satisfied." After saying that, General Black drank it all in one gulp. Boom. General Black put the bowl down hard. Already drunk, he casually touched into the rabbit demon's fur bra. The beautiful rabbit demon smiled playfully and rolled her eyes at General Black, then immediately picked up the wine jar and filled the wine bowl. Lu Fei, who had just walked up to the large wooden table, was startled by the sound of General Hay putting down his wine bowl. When he was looking for Shuyuan. Zaya Shuyuan. Calm, he was still worried and thought that the other party was dissatisfied with him for coming up rashly. He heard that the other party said, "Little guy, you are very good." After General Black finished speaking, he drank once more, hugged the female rabbit demon next to him, stood up unsteadily, left the wooden table, and walked toward the top of the mountain. This operation immediately shocked Lu Fei. But before he could think about it, he heard a cold voice, the general is drunk. I heard the voice of Commander Wolf from the side. Lu Fei immediately saluted respectfully and said, "I've seen the commander-in-chief. You're a brave guy." The wolf leader smiled and nodded. Looking at the smart juniors in front of him, he said casually, "I guess you are here for the big one, right?" "Big one?" Lu Fei immediately wondered. "Commander Wolf, he is your leader." It turns out that the bear leader's name is Dagwa. He is so down to earth. Although the name of the bear leader is a bit novel in my heart. But the meaning of Commander Wolf's words suddenly shocked Lu Fei. The other party actually guessed his purpose. This made it difficult for Lu Fei to say what he had originally planned to do in a polite way. Looking at the silence of the juniors in front of me, Commander Wolf knew that the other party had been impressed by what he had said, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this little guy was really smart, and he also knew that he would take this opportunity to look for the king in himself. Think of this. Commander Wolf poured a bowl of wine, then handed the bowl to Lu Fei under the attention of everyone around him, and said, "Drink it, and the leader will not trouble you anymore." When Lu Fei returned to the stone table carrying the untouched wine jar, he was still a little confused. His original intention of going up this time was to leave an impression on General Black and Commander Wolf, so that the bear leader, who hated him, would throw a tantrum. However, ordinary little demons are not qualified to go up. He only dares to do this because he has just been promoted to the third-level demon soldier and is only one step away from the demon general. But even so, his biggest hope before going up was that General Black would remember him as a little wolf demon who only hoped to become a demon general and a little leader. After all, there are only 9 little leaders under his command. Leader-level monsters are definitely middle-level. As for Commander-in-Chief Wolf's expectations, they were a little higher than General Zaihe's. There are many wolf demons in Langshan, Sina, but he is the only white wolf with pure white hair, except for the wolf leader. Moreover, through his understanding and inquiries over the past few days, although his white wolf body is not an exotic beast, it should not be an ordinary wild wolf. Because when he was at the same level before, that is, as a first-level demon soldier, his original form was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 3 meters long. The original form of other ordinary wild wolf demons is only a little over 2 meters, and the limit for those with better talent can reach about 2.5 meters. From this understanding, Lu Fei realized that his white wolf body seemed a little unusual. He can discover this, but there is no reason that the powerful and high-ranking Commander Wolf would not understand. Therefore, Lu Fei placed more hope in the appreciation of Commander Wolf. After all, if you think about it in another's shoes, when he grows up to a certain level, if a junior of the same race comes to him for help, he will also provide appropriate help. After all, most monsters are much more loyal than humans, and they are easier to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the same race. The most important thing is that when encountering danger and difficulty, he will think of asking for help. The little demon who dares to come to his door will definitely not be stupid. Being smart means you can go further in the future. After all, the lifespan of demons is much longer than that of humans. Maybe the little demon has good luck and can help him in the future. All kinds of things. Even if Lu Fei is now in a demon body, he is still willing to help such a little demon. This is also the reason why Lu Fei has some expectations for the wolf commander. What he didn't expect at all was General Black seemed to have said to him before he got drunk that he was very good. But if the general is drunk, will he still be able to remember it when he wakes up the next day? However, Commander Wolf's regard for him was beyond his expectation. If the wolf commander hadn't paid much attention to him, how could he have seen the purpose of his toast at a glance? If he hadn't appreciated him very much, how could he have given him a bowl of wine without forgetting to remind him that he had to go to the bear leader to toast him and apologize before leaving? Although the wolf commander didn't talk to him much, but Lu Fei really felt that the other party appreciated him. What a blessing! Brother, what's wrong with you? Lu Fei was watching absent-mindedly when he returned to the stone table. The crow monster on the side immediately asked, "I saw the eldest brother go up to the king." "No, the general just left." "Did the general ignore the eldest brother?" "What nonsense!" As soon as the crow monster finished speaking, the little pig demon red skin on the side immediately retorted, "You were just watching the fun. Didn't you see that the general was drunk? Didn't you see that the general couldn't stand still in the end? Also, didn't you see that eldest brother and Commander Wolf chatted for a long time?" The commander-in-chief also rewarded the elder brother with a bowl of wine. Red Skin couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you see it?" "I really didn't see it." Being a little embarrassed by the red skin question, the crow monster couldn't help but reach out and scratch the bird feathers on its head. "But I saw my eldest brother toasting the bear head with wine." The crow monster immediately said, "Did brother resolve the matter between us and the bear leader?" Although Red Skin has been paying attention to his eldest brother since he carried the wine jar, he really couldn't answer the second question of his second brother Crow Strange, and he really wanted to know. "That's it." Lu Fei came to his senses and nodded, picked up the wine jar and poured himself a bowl. After drinking it in one gulp, he said, "Commander Wolf said it's okay, so it should mean it's okay. But we can't place our safety on other monsters. We have to work harder to practice breathing. Speaking of which..." Lu Fei picked up the wine jar again and poured a bowl for himself, and then poured a bowl each for Crow Monster and Red Skin. The alcohol content of this fruit wine is very low, and he didn't drink much before, so it wouldn't hurt to drink some more. Except that the crow monster looks a little drunk and talks a little loudly. The red-skinned little pig demon is okay and very sober. "Come." Lu Fei raised his wine bowl as he spoke, and Crow Monster and Redskin also immediately raised their wine bowls. "Do it. Dry. Dry." After Lu Fei returned to Stone Table. At the banquet table, eyes looked over here from time to time. Sitting area for the little boss. You must have been right. The fox demon in leather armor withdrew his gaze, looked at the tiger demon beside him and said, "I thought that little white wolf might have something to do with our wolf commander, and now it seems like there's more to it than that." The tiger demon picked up the wine bowl and drank it all, then wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, looked for Shuyuan. Zaya Shuyuan. Calm, picked up a small meaty bone in front of him, threw it into his mouth, chewed the bones and meat together, and said, "We have 9 little leaders in Langlang Mountain, but we don't even have a single wolf. It's normal to take care of a descendant of our own race, not to mention that the little wolf looks so similar to the leader." Tiger demon, but that little wolf seems to be pretty good, right? The little guy with white face didn't even dare to fart when he saw him before and gave up his seat. I remember that guy with white face seemed to be pretty good. Hee hee, only if you have good strength can you be appreciated by the commander-in-chief. Otherwise, why didn't the commander-in-chief appreciate that little wolf before? When the fox demon said this, he changed his words, looked at the figure opposite who was drinking crazily, and said with a strange smile, "But I guess the big guy will not feel comfortable now. His previous broken arm seems to be related to the little wolf. Come on, do it." The 3 wine bowls collided together, causing the wine to splash. The bear leader drank the wine in one gulp, wiped the stains from his mouth, picked up a large piece of cold meat and bit into it. Brother doesn't seem to be in a good mood? A bull demon leader put down his wine bowl, looked at the bear demon who was eating meat, and looked at the tiger demon beside him and said. The tiger demon said in a sinister voice, "Hey, Xianyo, if you were injured by a little demon and lost an arm and almost lost your life, would you hate that little demon?" When the bull demon heard the sound, he said angrily, "Then I will definitely eat him alive. No one can stop him." Okay. The bear leader immediately interrupted, "You still have to obey the commander's orders, not to mention that my arm has recovered now." As he spoke, he looked at the white figure among the lively little demons below. His dark red pupils under the firelight became more violent and ferocious, and he said softly, "I have forgiven him." Once again aware of the feeling of being watched, Lu Fei immediately turned his head and saw the figure of the bear leader who had just turned his head towards the stone table in the distance. Is it him? Lu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the figure of leader Xiong clinking bowls with the other 2 leaders on the same stone table, and thought to himself. For Lu Fei, who is the most wary and always speculates on his enemies with the greatest malice. He didn't really believe that the bear leader would let go of his hatred for him. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If he loses an arm to a low-level monster on the battlefield and is covered in wounds, don't worry about the motive. Lu Fei definitely had the intention to kill the little demon. This is the case for myself. Not to mention cold and violent monsters like the bear leader who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme treats the little monsters below him like leeks and delicious elixirs. Therefore, even with the order of the wolf commander, Lu Fei also believed that leader Xiong had only temporarily suppressed his thoughts about dealing with him. Once there is a chance, the other party will definitely take action against him. And even if the other party can't touch him temporarily. But what if he takes action against the crow monster and red skin who are sworn to him? The wolf commander will never care about this. Of course, most monsters are pretty decent. Lu Fei believed that the bear leader would not deliberately deal with the crow monster and the red skin, but there was still such a threat. After all, he couldn't put the safety of the two brothers on the good side of the bear leader. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately told his thoughts to the crow monster and red skin who were watching other little monsters fighting and dancing. What should we do? The crow monster's originally groggy drunken head was awakened immediately when he heard that the bear leader might not deal with his elder brother in the future, but attack him. Most of his drunkenness dissipated in an instant, and he immediately shouted. However, he still knew that this matter should not be made public, and immediately whispered, "The wolf commander doesn't know us." The red-skinned man also looked at his elder brother eagerly. Lu Fei stretched out his hand to signal the two brothers to calm down, drank the last sip of wine in the bowl, wiped his mouth and said, "The matter between Leader Xiong and me must have been spread among the younger leaders after the commander-in-chief came forward, and the general must have also known. If Leader Bear goes to deal with you too because he doesn't dare to touch me, he will definitely be gossiped about by other little leaders. So, the bear leader may attack you." Lu Fei said and shook his head, "But I guess it's unlikely. After all, it's too embarrassing." "But isn't it still possible?" The crow monster said with a crying face, "The bear leader wants to deal with Redskin and I. He can kill us with one hand." Lu Fei, "So, you have to work hard to breathe in and practice. You see, the redskins who finally go up the mountain will break through and surpass you." As soon as he heard his elder brother talking about this, the crow monster immediately said aggrievedly, "I have worked very hard." Seeing the strange appearance of the crow, Lu Fei glanced at it and said, "You work hard." As he said that, he put away the 3 wooden bowls on the table and put them into his storage space. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go, we should go back." The crow monster was shocked when he heard the sound. He pointed at the fighting, fist-fighting, and drunken dancing scene in front of the group of monsters dancing. "Isn't this a lively scene? This is a lively banquet that is rare once a year. Let's go back later and have some fun, brother." The crow monster looked at Lu Fei eagerly. "Didn't you say you have to work hard?" The redskin also stood up at this time and said, "Now is the time to go back and work hard." Crow monster, "Aye. Lu Fei, let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left the stone table. Redskins followed immediately. Seeing the two brothers leaving, even though I usually like the excitement, I feel reluctant to part with them. The crow monster had no choice but to stand up, follow his eldest brother and his third brother, and leave the banquet venue with 3 turns, "Stop looking." When the lively and noisy noise of the banquet hall behind him faded away, the bright firelight also turned into a point of light. Lu Fei looked at the crow monster beside him who kept turning around and felt amused, and couldn't help but said, "I still have wine and meat here. If you still want to drink, we can go back and drink again." "Yes." When the crow monster heard what the elder brother said, his eyes immediately lit up and he said with great joy, "I remember that the elder brother also has a bar there in meat." Seeing the useless look of the crow monster, Lu Fei didn't bother to say anything. With a thought, a big steak flew out of the air and hit the crow monster. The crow monster hurriedly took the big meat steak and took a bite, saying happily, "Brother's storage magic is still useful. I must learn it as soon as possible so that I can steal wine and meat like my eldest brother in the future." When Hong Pai heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes and said, "If we take too much, we will definitely be discovered. Those kitchen goblins are smart. The big brother in front kept staring at us when he took it. I suspect they have discovered it. Later I saw my eldest brother going up to the general and commander with wine, so he stopped looking at us. We were able to take it away probably because the commander-in-chief gave me a bowl of wine. Lu Fei was surprised when he heard Hompi's words, and immediately asked, "You said they found out?" Redskin nodded, "Yes, I found that there was a kitchen demon who kept staring at us, especially you, brother. He didn't stop until you came up. I suspect they have discovered it." Lu Fei thought for a while and then nodded, "It's possible. There are so many little monsters at the banquet. I am definitely not the only one who has the magical power to store things. The general has no reason not to be on guard. The generals are all on guard." Hearing the conversation between the eldest brother and the third brother, the crow monster suddenly said hesitantly, "Then do I still want to learn? Redskin, if you don't learn from me, I will learn." When Lu Fei and the three red-skin crow monsters returned to the cave. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. It was almost late at night and early in the morning. After all, the crow monster could not continue drinking and eating meat. Because the three monsters had already eaten enough, Lu Fei gave the reason why the precious monster corpses could not be wasted. It was just after early morning. Listening to the snoring coming from outside the cave, Lu Fei smiled. He knew it would be like this. After all, it is obviously difficult for two half-drunk monsters to continue to meditate. Shaked his head. "I didn't think much about those two guys." Lu Fei looked up again and looked at the gap above his head. There is a moon tonight, but it is blocked by the surrounding large branches and leaves above the cave, so the moonlight cannot leak into the cave at all. Lu Fei once again swore in his heart that he would cut down the surrounding trees tomorrow. Sudden. He felt that his spiritual consciousness was approaching him. "It's the little guy." Lu Fei reacted immediately. "I just felt that the little guy underground was getting closer and faster." "Is it in danger?" Lu Fei's expression changed, and he couldn't help but secretly thought. Just when he was getting ready, he saw a white figure emerge from the ground that had been drilled before. When he saw Lu Fei, he immediately screamed "Zhi Zhi Zhi." After shouting, he opened his mouth and bit the bearskin that fell from Lu Fei's crotch, and pulled it toward the ground where he drilled. That means, trying to get Lu Fei to follow it. For a moment, Lu Fei reacted and looked overjoyed. The little guy has found the elixir. Lu Fei reacted instantly when he noticed the little thing biting the bearskin in front of him. "Did you find something?" Lu Fei immediately looked at the guy with a long nose and asked. "Zit Siti." The little thing let go of the bear skin, nodded in an extremely anthropomorphic manner, and squeaked again, "Really?" Seeing the little guy's reaction, Lu Fei was overjoyed. He had just been appreciated by the commander-in-chief and had barely eliminated the big threat of the bear leader. The storage space was also filled with monster corpses and barbecued meat, and the black general's wool was harvested once. Now, the little white mouse caught accidentally may have found the elixir. "Ever since I came to Da Huang Mountain, good things have happened one after another lately." Lu Fei was happy and didn't want to think too much. The little guy seemed anxious. There was no way Lu Fei would be willing to grind when he had the elixir. But it is impossible to follow the little guy into the ground. He is not a pangolin and cannot burrow into the ground. Think of this. Lu Fei immediately squatted down, looked at the little guy and said, "I can't get under the ground, let's walk on the ground." "You come in first," Lu Fei said as he pulled open the bear skin on his chest. The little guy tilted his head, as if thinking about Lu Fei's words, but soon he jumped into the bear skin and hid in Lu Fei's chest. "Don't make a sound." After touching the little guy's head, Lu Fei said softly and walked out of the cave. The grunts of the crow monster and the redskin were loud. Although Lu Fei had no intention of hiding the existence of the little guy from his two friends for too long. But there was no need to wake them both up at this time. When looking for elixir in the middle of the night, the less noise the better. Quietly walked out of the cave. After leaving the living area where the little monsters lived, Lu Fei put the little guy down. Immediately afterwards, after a period of body shape changes, He also turned into the size of an ordinary wild wolf over 1 meter. Although the hair on his body is all white. Let's go, if you find something, take me there. The little guy was surprised to see Lu Fei transforming into his true form. He widened his eyes and tilted his head and looked at it for a long time. Then he squeaked at Lu Fei, as if calling Lu Fei to follow him, then turned around and ran in a direction down the mountain. Lu Fei followed immediately. The little guy doesn't move very slowly on the ground. But it was still far behind compared to Lu Fei Lai. Lu Fei easily followed it and ran all the way down the mountain. He ran all the way to the bottom of the mountain, which was the strange rock peak that was renamed Lang Lang Mountain by General Black. The little guy ran forward all the way. Lu Fei just paused slightly and then followed. He just remembered General Black and the commander's orders not to go down the mountain. But this time, he would not stop. He had already experienced the powerful effects of the so-called yellow-level low-grade elixir Huang Jing that he extorted from the female rabbit demon in Snake Pan Mountain last time. One plant is enough to compensate for his hard work and practice for several months. How could Lu Fei be willing to give up such a good treasure? As for orders from superiors, isn't that just for disobedience? But once you go down the mountain, it doesn't belong to Lang Langshan territory. The level of danger immediately rose. Lu Fei carefully followed the little guy and walked quickly towards a mountain peak not far from Lang Lang Mountain. Heading into an unfamiliar mountain with towering trees and lush weeds and thorns. Not long after, Lu Fei saw a monkey lying on a huge tree trunk in the distance between the branches of the tree. He was tossing 3 fruits back and forth alternately with his flexible hands with a very steady technique. This made Lu Fei immediately realize that it was just a monkey demon, and it was most likely a little demon that kept watch at night. So he reached out and held down the little guy who wanted to continue running forward. "There's danger there, let's change the direction," Lu Fei said, pointing to the monkey demon who was having fun playing in the distance, and said to the little guy. The little guy tilted his head again and thought for a while, then led Lu Fei in a different direction and continued deeper into the forest, avoiding the sight of 3 little demons who were keeping watch at night. After an hour, under the leadership of the little guy, Lu Fei appeared on a steep hillside. Far in front of the hillside, a small green clover appeared in front of him. From the other weeds and thorns that were separated from the 3-leaf plant, and even the surrounding big trees, several of them were chopped down, and the small patch of green plants was obviously carefully taken care of. Among the low green plants, 2 plants bloomed with gorgeous yellow flowers, which were significantly different from other plants around them. Lu Fei sniffed the night phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win/phoneme blowing from a distance carefully, and could even smell a hint of fragrance in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win/phoneme, which was somewhat similar to the medicinal fragrance of the Polygonatum japonica he had taken before. This moment, Lu Fei understood immediately. The carefully tended area ahead should be a small medicinal field, and the 2 plants with yellow flowers are likely to be mature elixirs. Fuck. The little guy not only led him into the other monster's territory against the rules, but also sneaked into the other monster's medicine field. Lu Fei's heart suddenly jumped when he reacted. Zit Citi. The little guy glanced at Lu Fei, turned his head and shouted in front of him. But the little guy obviously knew there was danger and shouted softly, etc. Lu Fei reached out and touched the little guy's head, comforting him. Although I know stealing medicine is dangerous. Once discovered, the fate of being caught is likely to be disastrous. But it has come. Look at the elixir right in front of you. Lu Fei still wanted to try it to see if there was a chance. No one is rich without windfall, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. If he could steal those 2 elixirs, his path to becoming a demon general would not be far away. Try it, if you really don't have a chance, just withdraw. Thinking of this, Lu Fei immediately raised his head and looked carefully. Since it is the medicine field of monsters on this mountain, there must be little monsters guarding the medicine field. But he looked carefully and looked again and again, but still couldn't find anything. At this time, Zit Citi. The little guy's slight cry came again. Lu Fei turned around and realized that the little guy had slipped into a thorn bush in front of him and was looking at him with a crooked mouth. Lu Fei stepped forward carefully and looked in the direction indicated by the little guy. He saw a monkey standing on the trunk of a big tree in a place he couldn't see just now. Looking for Shuyuan. Zaeshuan. Calm demon, a snake demon. Moreover, these two monsters overlapped one after another, and they were actually that's ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei was speechless. In the middle of the night, the little guy took me to the medicine field on the hilltop of another monster to steal medicine, but I also wanted to witness a monster action movie with my own eyes. However, there were no other little demons watching as these two demons fucked. It also means that these two monsters should be the only ones guarding the small medicine field. There are just two little demons. The method he previously thought of to attack the east and attack the west didn't work anymore. After all, even if he makes a move, what if he only attracts a little demon? The little guy's ability to find elixirs is very useful. The combat effectiveness is basically zero. Watched the battle above for a while. Lu Fei thought about it carefully, then stretched out his paws to dig on the ground. Soon, a piece of black soil was dug out. Lu Fei rubbed his head up until it was covered with black dirt. Then on the body. It didn't take long. Lu Fei changed from the original white wolf to a black wolf. Even the red-skinned crow monster would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. Disguise completed. Lu Fei whispered in the little guy's ear. The little guy tilted his head and thought for a long time, then nodded decently, and then got into the ground with his butt stuck out. Lu Fei waited quietly for a while. When it felt like time was almost up, he swaggered out of the thorn bush and shouted to the two finished monsters above, "Hey, one is ugly and the other is fast. You two are a perfect match." After shouting, he turned around and ran away. If the movement is not big enough, then make it bigger. Lu Fei ran away after showing off. Hearing the sudden sound below, the monkey demon and snake demon who had just finished their work on the tree were first startled, then frightened, and then extremely angry. The most unacceptable thing for a male is to be told fast. What females can't bear the most is being called ugly. This wild monster that appeared out of nowhere not only dared to run up to my mountain, but also dared to peek at me while I was doing things, and even mock me. Moreover, as two monsters with unfair names. Among them, the female snake demon is still the lover who comes out in the middle of the night with her partner behind her back to guard the small medicine field. The affair was watched from beginning to end by this wild monster. How could she accept this if it reached the ears of her little leader's partner? They both must die. No matter what, we can't let the black wild wolf demon escape, he must die. Quick, catch him and kill him. Seeing Lu Fei's figure rushing down the mountain, the female snake demon immediately screamed and shouted. He can't leave. The slender and lean monkey demon's eyes flashed with fierceness. He was about to catch up, but then he subconsciously felt something was wrong. After all, the black wolf appeared for no reason. He couldn't help but paused and said to the female snake demon, "Are you there? Look at the medicinal fields here, I will definitely catch that wolf cub and deal with it for you. Go quickly. If the old pig finds out, we will both die." Seeing the monkey demon grinding, the snake demon immediately ignored it and screamed. "Yes, yes." When the snake demon mentioned the old pig, the monkey demon's expression changed, and he quickly rushed to the top of the big tree, and then jumped towards the tree in the direction where Lu Fei escaped. Each jump was very far away and very fast. But Lu Fei was faster. An angry roar was heard from behind. Lu Fei, who had escaped all the way, quickly ran towards the way he came, and his body was already dyed in pitch black. After a while he disappeared. This side of the medicine field. Watching the lover chasing the plagued black wild wolf demon away. The snake demon held out its trembling chest. After looking left and right and seeing no other monsters, its expression became more and more gloomy. She was calmer now, and she also knew that the appearance of the wild wolf demon was a bit strange. However, compared with her affair with the monkey demon, it would be a small matter if the elixir was lost, but it would be a big deal if it was discovered. Besides, after she waited for a while, there wasn't even a ghost here, so it was better to go back first. Although the old pig sleeps very deeply, it does not mean that he will not wake up. It would be terrible if he wakes up and finds that he is not there. Think of this. The snake demon couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the snake's tail immediately wrapped around the trunk and headed downstream. However, the snake demon did not leave immediately. After hiding behind a big tree and waiting for a while, the lover monkey demon did not come back, and there was no other movement. Only then did I finally feel relieved. It twisted its plump snake tail and walked quickly towards the mountain. Soon there was no trace. The forest quickly became quiet. At this time, a small white head popped out from next to the small medicine field. The long nose kept sniffing and the small eyes kept looking around. After making sure there was no danger, he quickly rushed to two plants with yellow flowers and started digging with his claws. Soon, when the long-nosed white mouse quickly plucked the flowering rhizome and two small pieces of white fruit and swallowed them whole, the yellow flowers immediately withered at an eye-catching speed. The long-nosed white mouse that swallowed the fruit did not burrow into the soil in the medicinal field. Because you can't get in here. Otherwise, it does not need to go back to the owner for help. Instead, it quickly ran to the cave it had just emerged from and got in again. The forest became quiet again. Not long. When the monkey demon appears again. Looking at the lost lover, the ruined medicinal field, and the only two mature flowers that have withered. Unable to hold back the anger in his heart any longer, he bared his teeth and roared with all his strength. Sina Langshan. On the mountainside. Wow. A stream was flowing happily, and two wolves were drinking quietly beside the stream. At this time, the two wolves suddenly raised their heads, sniffed the air and ran away immediately. Not a moment. A black figure appeared next to the creek and walked straight into the low-lying puddle where the creek had the most water, so comfortable. Feeling the soil and dirt on his body being quickly washed away, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel happy. However, although it is comfortable here, it cannot be washed too much. After washing the dirt from your body. When he walked out of the stream, Lu Fei turned into a clean, white and refreshing little white wolf again. No further delay. After avoiding the little demon who was keeping watch at night, Lu Fei walked quickly towards the cave where he lived. Half an hour later, Lu Fei returned to the cave, quickly transformed into a half-demon, and walked into the cave. The grunts of the crow monster and the red-skinned man were still there. Go back to the innermost hole. Didn't see the little guy. Lu Fei was not in a hurry, sitting cross-legged on the ground and waiting quietly. He had already tried his best to attract and provoke the two monsters. It's a pity that only the monkey demon caught up with him. Lu Fei has always been very fast, and became even faster after he was promoted to the third-level demon soldier. After escaping before, the monkey demon was delayed for a while, and in the end he had no choice but to follow him. It didn't take long for him to eat nothing, and he disappeared without a trace. It's just that he can get rid of the monkey demon, but he doesn't know if the little guy can find a chance. But he had tried his best and could only wait slowly. Lu Fei had no intention of meditating at this time, but kept feeling the consciousness he had left in the little guy's body. However, being too far away will affect the sensing. Time passed by minute. Find Shuyuan www.Zaishuancom. Finally, Lu Fei once again felt his consciousness appearing and moving in the direction where he was. His face suddenly became expectant. Regardless of whether the little guy successfully collected the elixir or not, Lu Fei was already very happy to be able to return safely. With the little guy here, he will have more opportunities to find elixirs in the future. Of course, it would be better if the little guy succeeds. He had personally experienced the medicinal effects of a piece of polygonatum before. If only I could get the two elixirs from that small medicinal field. Then he is not far away from becoming a demon general and a little leader. Feeling the little guy and his consciousness getting closer. Finally, the little guy's long nose poked out from the ground. After smelling Lu Fei's scent, his whole little head and whole body came out of the ground. The first time I got out of the ground. The little guy stood up, raised his head, and screamed Zitsiti in front of Lu Fei. Although I didn't know what the little guy was talking about, I looked at the little guy's high-spirited look. Could it be? Lu Fei's original feeling of disappointment when he saw nothing on the little guy's mouth and body quickly disappeared, and was replaced by anticipation and excitement. Soon. When the little guy squeaks, it seems like he is telling his hard work, and it seems like he is asking for credit after making complaints. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spit out 2 pieces of pure white fruit. The medicinal fragrance similar to the elixir Huang Jing once again filled the air. Smells the strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Fei's face immediately showed various expressions of joy, excitement, touch, excitement, etc. It was wonderful. Zitsiti. The little guy who spit out the elixir stood up again and squeaked at Lu Fei. It looked like he was asking Lu Fei for credit and reward. Lu Fei was also convinced that this was what the little guy meant when he squeaked. Although it cannot speak, it is very smart. What a good boy. Lu Fei felt more and more happy. He reached out and stroked the little guy's head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, the CPU in his mind started running wildly. This time the little guy brought back 2 pieces of elixir, and he didn't eat them secretly, so he must be rewarded. Lu Fei, who once had a dog, knew this very well. The only question is what to reward. These 2 pieces of elixir are related to the speed at which one becomes a demon general. So, he wasn't going to feed him to the little one. What's more, this little guy knows how to look for elixirs. He must have eaten less before. It's okay to eat less this time. He believed that the little guy must think so too. However, the premise for this is that he needs to give the little guy something else that is comparable to the elixir. Otherwise it will definitely affect the little guy's trust in him, which is very important. Yes. Lu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. The next second, a piece of barbecue the size of an adult's fist appeared in his hand. Before it cooled down, the piece of meat exuding a hint of barbecue aroma immediately attracted the little guy's attention. Seeing the big piece of meat in Lu Fei's hand, the little guy couldn't take his eyes away immediately. It immediately stepped forward and hugged Lu Fei's hand, holding the barbecue with one of its front legs and 2 paws. However, it seemed to be very polite and understood the importance of dignity. It did not bite him immediately. Instead, it hugged Lu Fei's hand tightly, raised its head and barked at Lu Fei. The voice was urgent, as if asking if it was edible. Lu Fei is now increasingly able to understand the little guy's language, although the main reason is that the little guy is smart enough. So he nodded and said, "Eat, this is a reward for your labor." Said Lu Fei picked up 2 pieces of pure white fruit that were as big and shaped as pigeon eggs. Although he didn't know the name of the elixir, he didn't know what the current quality of the elixir was. But smell the strong medicinal fragrance coming from it. Lu Fei felt that these 2 pieces of elixir were no better than the low-grade Huang Jing that he extorted from the female rabbit demon of Snake Pan Mountain. Eat the meat slowly. Lu Fei held 2 pieces of elixir fruit, looked at the little guy holding a big piece of meat several times bigger than his head, and said, "I'll put this away." The little guy didn't say anything to this, and didn't even bother to look at Lu Fei. He just held the big piece of meat and chewed on it with oily lips. I saw that the originally pure white hair on the little guy's body was stained with a lot of oil stains. Looking at this scene, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a little inconsistent. This little guy was born to be able to find and eat elixirs. What a spiritual creature he is. At this time, I am holding a big piece of meat and chewing it. I don't know if it's good or bad for the little guy, or whether it will cause diarrhea or something. But look at the little guy eating so deliciously. Lu Fei believed that it would be happy even if it had diarrhea. He put the 2 pieces of elixir into the magical storage space in his body. Look at the little guy who has only eaten 1/5 of the meat. Lu Fei wasn't going to give the little guy any more meat. That's because of hunger marketing. Also because I am afraid that the little one will not be able to eat enough and will become bloated. Although this piece of meat was several times larger than the little guy's head, it was the smallest among the pieces of meat in Lu Fei's storage space. Eat slowly. Look at the little guy who won't be able to finish eating in a while. After Lu Fei touched its head, he sat cross-legged and formed the seals, and began to meditate. He doesn't plan to take the 2 pieces of elixir he just got. The first reason for this is that the time it took for him to advance from level 1 demon soldier to level 2 and then to level 3 was too short. The demonic power grew and expanded too fast, making him feel a little weak, and he didn't feel very comfortable in using it. Therefore, he needs to slow down, digest, and settle. He needs to condense his demonic energy and make it completely his own. When using it, he must feel like he can use his arms and fingers to do whatever he wants. This will take some time. The second reason is that he just ate a lot of monster meat today. These discounted elixirs will greatly improve a little monster like him. He must breathe out meditation as soon as possible to transform it into cultivation. What's more, there is still a space of flesh in the storage space of his body. It was enough for him and the crow monster red skin to eat for several days. This is equivalent to him using accelerated cultivation buff for the next few days. The third and most important reason. He stole these 2 pieces of elixir from the big mountain next door not far from Sinalang Mountain at his feet. The 2 peaks are so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to each other, so there is no doubt that the other party is also a monster under the command of the 3 black-faced kings. The most important thing is that the group of monsters in Langlang Mountain where Lu Fei is located has just arrived. There are monsters with strange faces who go next door to steal the elixir. The suspicion of stealing the elixir was easily traced to the new group of monsters in Langlang Mountain. What if the other party comes to your door? Think of this. Lu Fei felt beads of sweat break out on his forehead. If the other party really wants to come to your door, they might find him. Although he put on a disguise last night. But the big monster is very powerful. His simple disguise can hide him from ordinary monsters, but he can never hide it from big monsters like General Black. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. But the monster has a good face, and the good face is for sure. Lu Fei has been traveling through time for so long and has been dealing with various monsters for so long. The little monster phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme fights for the sake of saving face. Not to mention the big monster. The stronger you are, the more you care about face. Therefore, Lu Fei was almost certain that if the other party really came to his door, General He would never let them check the little monster below just because of their suspicions, otherwise he would become a soft persimmon if word spread. What's more, he has just arrived. How can he be valued by other generals and even the 3 kings if he doesn't toughen up? Among monsters, truth is not that important, power is. Moreover, the monster from the mountain next door only lost 2 pieces of elixir. This thing was extremely precious to Lu Fei, but it would definitely not be so precious in the eyes of a monster of General He's level. The other party probably wouldn't dare to go to war for that little elixir. Therefore, it is unlikely that someone will come to your door tomorrow. Quick thought here. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch the sweat beads on his forehead. The white hair on his hands was all wet. This was because at that time, I only had a panacea in my eyes, and I didn't care about the consequences. After thinking everything through carefully, he was a little scared. Although this kind of thing is very rewarding, it is also very risky. It is best not to do it in the future. No, I have to do it. It would be foolish to hide a soul-seeking rat like this little guy and not use it. But you can't do it in a place with people around you. Think this through. Lu Fei took a long breath, stopped thinking about it, adjusted his breathing, and started to use the demon breathing method. Early the next morning, Lu Fei was awakened by the voices of the crow monster and the red skin. I had a dream last night. I dreamed of a lot of elixirs. They smelled so good. I ate a lot of them. In the end, I turned into a powerful monster like the general, no, like the king. The crow monster's voice was slightly shrill and loud. It could be heard from his tone that he was very satisfied and yearning for his dream last night. You dreamed about the elixir. Have you ever seen the elixir? Do you know what it looks like? How do you know if it smells good? Redskin's tone was consistent with his character, down to earth, coquettish, and cautious. He was not used to his second brother, the crow monster, and immediately sent out 3 consecutive death questions. How come I haven't seen it before? The crow monster's voice was a little urgent, and he immediately said, I saw it when I just went up the mountain. At that time, 3 guys found something like a big tree root. It was very fragrant. When they handed it over, they heard that the sheep commander tell me about the elixir of kudzu root. Those 3 guys finally got a reward from the king, the body of a deer demon. At that time, many little demons were envious. I searched all over the mountain but couldn't find it. I remember it very clearly. Hear the crow monster's solemn words. The red-skinned voice answered in a very calm voice, okay, then consider you have seen it. But the dream is fake, it's just your fantasy. The crow monster said anxiously, of course I know that dreams are fake, but to be a monster, you must have dreams, otherwise what is the difference between you and those beasts? Hompi's tone remained calm, since it's a lie, no matter how you think about it, it's still a lie. It's better to breathe more and meditate. This guy. The crow monster spoke angrily, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Redskin suddenly said, I feel like I will be able to break through soon, just in the past 2 days. Well. It's no fun chatting with you. The crow monster muttered something and didn't want to deal with the red skin anymore. He got out of bed and walked towards the innermost hole. I'm going to find the big brother. Inside the cave. When the bickering outside started, Lu Fei automatically turned on the blocking function. He's already used to it anyway. He was looking at the virtual panel in front of him attentively. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 3 Demon Soldier 35500 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 85500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Proficient 7500, Square CUN Beginner 1100, Raid Beginner 1100. The realm value has increased by 26 points. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him, Lu Fei immediately calculated the experience points gained from practicing spitting last night. He remembered that he had just been promoted to the 3rd level demon soldier yesterday afternoon, and only 9 o'clock was left. It was almost early in the morning when I came back from the banquet last night. When I followed the little guy to the next mountain to get the elixir, it was already very early in the morning, at least around 3 or 4 o'clock, and it was not far from dawn. At that time, the time it took to practice breathing until now was only 5 or 6 hours at most. It can increase the realm value by 26 points. No doubt it's all due to the belly of barbecue last night. And the barbecue itself still has a storage space. Lu Fei was happy in his heart, and continued to look down, and saw that the monster breathing method had also increased its experience points by several points. As for the rest, nothing has changed. However, when Lu Fei saw the surprise magical power he learned from his 3rd brother Hompi, he immediately began to think about what he should warm up. Brother. At this time, the crow monster's voice and footsteps came. Lu Fei immediately dismissed the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him and raised his head. I said that I dreamed about the elixir last night and smelled the fragrance of the elixir, but the red-skinned guy said. The crow monster complained as he stood at the entrance of the cave. I smell the elixir. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard the sound, and immediately realized that the crow monster must have smelled the fragrance of the 2 elixirs on his body last night, and then subconsciously dreamed about the elixirs. Then he said, it must be a good dream to dream about the magical elixir, which is a treasure from heaven and earth. It may mean that you will get the elixir tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the crow monster's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with joy on his face, what the elder brother said is still nice. Dang 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 dang. At this time, the shrill gongs sounded again. Lu Fei stood up and looked at the ground where the little guy had drilled out. There were still some marks on the ground, so he stepped on it a few times, and then walked out of the hole amidst the compliments of the crow monster. Is it possible that Deluo drank too much last night? Looking at the bright sky outside, the sunlight has reached the level of a monster, the crow monster can't help but feel happy. Isn't this normal? Redskin answered, if we left a little later, we would all be drunk. I heard that these two guys have a tendency to fight again. Lu Fei automatically turned on the shielding mode and remembered that he had stolen 2 pieces of elixir last night. Let the monsters sleep until they wake up naturally, so nothing will happen. All the way to the place where we had the banquet last night. Lu Fei and the crow monster Redskin gathered under the command of the bear leader in an orderly manner. Then he saw General Black roaring from the distant sky with a gust of black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, landing directly in front of the demon group. General. The wolf commander and the small leaders immediately saluted. General Black stepped forward, looked at the monsters below and said loudly, "We are moving." The words just fell. The little demons below immediately started buzzing and talking. Didn't you just move? Why do you have to move again? I just made the bed. Where are you moving to this time? Shut up. The wolf commander standing aside gave a low shout, and all the monsters immediately shut their mouths. We will not move away from Doangshan. General He continued, we just moved to the territory that belongs to us and look for Shuyuan. Zaeshuan. Come, there will be many wide mountains there will be endless beasts to eat, and there will also be many spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs. The words fell. The little monsters who cared more about eating than fighting immediately started talking buzzingly again. Are there really endless beasts to eat? I just said that this mountain is bare and full of rocks, and there is not even food. What are elixirs and herbs? But this time, the wolf commander did not scold the little demon. General He continued, you all know how valuable elixirs and herbs are. To get them, you have to pay the price. I made your previous life too comfortable. It's time to start changing. Start from reaching the top of the new mountain. Having said this, General He looked at the small leaders and said, each leader must turn in 10 elixirs every 2 months. As for how you allocate them to the little demons below, I won't ask in detail. You can discuss it yourself. Certainly. General Black turned his head, looked at the monsters, and continued, as long as you turn in the elixir on time, the other elixirs you find belong to you. You can choose to eat it yourself, or you can turn it into the wolf commander, and you can exchange it for weapons, armor, and the blood food of monsters far more powerful than you. Besides. Above, General Black was talking about various rewards, punishments, regulations, and system changes regarding the demon group. Below, Lu Fei stood among the humming crowd of monsters, listening carefully and calmly, his heart already pounding. P.S. Chapter 41 has a simple change. The small competition is changed to once every 3 years, and the big competition is every 10 years. New territory, more and wider mountains, endless beasts to eat, and a lot of elixirs and herbs. Listen to the big relocation plan announced by General He above. Lu Fei listened quietly, but his heart couldn't help but beat loudly. He knew that he could not stay on this rocky mountain forever. After all, there are so many people, so many monsters. Even if Lang Lang Mountain had just experienced a battle in which about half of the monsters died, there were still more than 100 monsters left. These monsters have quite an appetite. Staying on this pitiful mountain with few mortal beasts is definitely not a long-term solution. What's more, the commander didn't allow the monsters to come down the mountain. Now it has come true, it seems that this place is just a temporary place to stay. Especially when I heard that there were a lot of elixirs and herbs growing in the new territory. Lu Fei was even more excited. He has a little guy who can search for elixirs, and when he goes to a new territory, he will be able to search for elixirs at will. Instead of like here, I accidentally found other monsters in the medicine field on the top of the mountain. After finally collecting 2 elixirs, I was still very worried. As for what General Black said about the little leader having to turn in 10 elixirs every 2 months, the little bosses will definitely fall flat on the heads of the little demons under their command. For me, there is no need to worry too much when there is a little guy. But since General He dares to say this, it must be that the new territory they will go to next must be large enough, the environment is good enough, and there are enough mortal beasts to meet the mission requirements mentioned by General Black. Otherwise, if it were a small place like Lang Lang Mountain, there would be no need to think about it at all. Besides, General Hay ignored the buzzing below and continued to speak loudly. When we arrive in the new territory, in order to protect enough food sources for mortal beasts, except for the mountain tops and main mountains under the regulations, we are not allowed to easily change into the half-demon form in other mountains and forests. That is, changes are not allowed to be seen by other mortal beasts, so as not to frighten the mortal beasts and cause them to migrate. Those who violate the order will be punished according to the penalties mentioned above. Besides, the Black General's military details are all new regulations. Hearing that the demons were very surprised and excited, they could not help but feel a little worried in their hearts. After all, there were not so many rules in the original Lang Lang Mountain. You could do whatever you wanted. Even daily tasks such as patrolling the mountain and cutting firewood were dealt with casually. But now, listening to General Black, it turns out that everything is gone forever. Everything must be done according to regulations after going to the new territory. Lu Fei, who was listening below, didn't feel too surprised. After all, General Hay's management in Lang Lang Mountain is too chaotic and terrible. It's not even management, it's just a circle of hills to let all the monsters under his control go. But he was the king then and he had the final say. Now that we have come to Dahuang Mountain, we obviously have to survive according to the monster mode of Dahuang Mountain. That's all for now. General Hay continued, now, I'll give you some time, go back as soon as possible and bring your things with you, and gather here. We'll leave soon. If it's too slow, then he will have to wait for death. Go quickly. After General Hay finished speaking, he turned around and left. The little demons were stunned for a moment, and then rushed to their respective residences one by one. Brother, what should we do? The crow monster looked at the monsters that were quickly dispersing around him and immediately approached and asked, what to do? Lu Fei looked at his second brother strangely and said in surprise, what should I do? Of course I should go back quickly to get my things and follow the general to the new territory. What else do you want to do? Lu Fei said and turned around to leave. But I don't have anything to take. The crow monster quickly followed up and said. Redskin followed suit and said, brother, I don't have anything to take. Lu Fei turned his head and looked at the crow monster who was wearing a grass skirt and holding a low-quality spear in his hand, and the red-skinned man who was already wearing a grass skirt made of feathers and carrying a yellow gourd on his back. Then I realized that these two guys were complete bachelors. He could only say, okay, you just wait here, I'll go and come back. After saying that, he immediately turned around and ran towards the cave where he lived. Brother, what are you going back for? Looking at Lu Fei's back, the crow monster said, don't he have the magical power to store things? Hong Pai shook his head, I don't know, but brother will always have his reasons. We will just wait. Lu Fei didn't know what the two companions behind him were thinking. Although all his things were placed in the magical storage space. But the most important asset now is definitely the long-nosed white mouse that can find elixirs. He had to take the little guy with him. Otherwise, if you go to a new territory, you will be like other monsters. As soon as he left his two companions, he immediately began to feel his spiritual thoughts in his heart. Fortunately, although the spiritual thoughts are a bit far away, they can still be felt. Moreover, the little guy has been staying in one place, most likely sleeping. So Lu Fei immediately secretly sent a summoning message to the little guy using the consciousness left in his body. Soon, the little guy in his consciousness started to move and moved quickly towards the cave. Lu Fei ran towards the cave just as quickly. When he ran all the way to the innermost hole of the cave where he lived, the little guy happened to emerge from the ground that had just been stepped on. Then, the little guy immediately stood up and squeaked towards Lu Fei. Although the little guy can't speak. But this time, Lu Fei was able to accurately guess what the other party wanted to express. That means it is hungry and wants to eat. This discovery made Lu Fei laugh immediately, but he was pressed for time now, so he reached out to grab the little guy and put it into the thick bare skin on his chest, and told him, I want to take you to a new place to find books. Yuan www.Zayeshuan. Come, it's fun there, but you have to be quiet, don't make any noise, don't move around, and when we get there, I will let you out and give you something to eat, the same as last night, do you understand? Lu Fei finished speaking seriously. The little guy tilted his head again, but this time Lu Fei's words were longer and contained more information, which made the little guy's head tilt for a longer time. Look at the little guy and nod. Lu Fei looked overjoyed, and he immediately adjusted the bear skin underneath him so that he could completely cover the little guy and make it difficult to be discovered. Just after he stepped out of the entrance of the cave, Lu Fei returned to the cave, raised his feet and dug on the dirt floor, then pressed the little guy into the dirt and started rubbing against it. Soon, when Lu Fei stepped out of the cave again, in the arms in front of him, the originally beautiful little guy with pure white hair had turned into a dusty, dirty mess, turning into an inconspicuous big rat. When Lu Fei quickly ran back to the gathering place, he realized that General Black had already arrived, and the other little demons had almost arrived as well. Brother, what are you doing here? What took you so long? The crow monster and the red skin immediately approached and spoke. Do not talk. Lu Fei looked at the front of the demon group and said immediately. The crow monster consciously shut up. At this time, General Black stepped forward, frowned and looked at the little demons below and said, "Come closer." Although the little demons didn't understand what General He meant, they immediately moved closer to each other, almost arm to arm. Then, all the monsters saw that a huge black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew up with General Black's hand and swallowed up all the monsters. Immediately afterwards, General Black took Commander Wolf together and rode the black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme quickly towards the distant horizon. Whirring. The howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme could be heard all around my ears, and the sky was gray. There was a strong feeling of floating under my feet, my body was immobilized and I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I and the other immobilized monsters around me could only look at each other, big eyes and small eyes. It feels different from the previous 2 times when my eyes went dark and my thoughts stopped and I arrived safely. This time a massive move. Lu Fei clearly felt the huge difference. If we say that the first 2 times we were in first class on the plane, so this time, it's definitely like taking the old green train during the spring festival travel period, with no seats. Vain, powerless, noisy, crowded, uncomfortable. That's how Lu Fei feels now. He also remembered it at this time. The previous 2 large-scale movements of the demon swarms were estimated to be simple and fast, all due to General Black's square handkerchief. But now General Black no longer has that handkerchief. I don't know exactly how long it took. All in all, I was suffering. When the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme stopped in my ears, Lu Fei finally stepped on the ground again. The black fishy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme also dissipated immediately. The surrounding world regains its brightness, call. Lu Fei stood on the ground, just about to take a deep breath. He felt that one leg was extremely tight and uncomfortable. This was a muscle spasm caused by being immobile for a long time. His foot cramped and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, not only him, there are also many other little demons who have similar signs to him. What's more, as soon as they stood on the ground, they immediately fell down and vomited. Before that, because General Black had that precious handkerchief, all the little demons had never experienced the experience of being tied up and flying in the air like this. This time is considered the first time. It seems that not only humans are afraid of heights, but also monsters, and there are more of them. Vomit. The 2 little leader monsters, one with the head of a tiger and the other with the head of a cow, also lay on the ground and vomited wildly. Seeing General He frowning, he couldn't help but say, "A bunch of trash." Then he hugged the pale-faced rabid demon beauty, turned around and walked back. Brother. Fear of heights naturally does not exist for the crow monster who was born to fly. After admiring the spectacular sight of a group of monsters lying on the ground and vomiting wildly, he turned his head and saw Lu Fei's strange movements and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lu Fei was experienced with cramps. He immediately stretched out his hand to spread and straighten the cramped toes. After a few times, it was relieved a lot. "I'm having cramps." Lu Fei said casually after recovering. At this time, Red Skin also came over. He had neither cramps nor vomiting, but his face was a little weak and pale. "Are you okay?" Lu Fei asked, looking at Hong Pai with obvious lingering fear in his eyes. Red Skin immediately shook his head. "It's okay, at this time." There was a slight snoring sound. The crow monster reacted the fastest, looking left and right, and soon discovered that the snoring sound was coming from Lu Fei's chest. "Brother." The crow monster pointed at Lu Fei's chest and said strangely. Lu Fei finally reacted at this time, and immediately peeled off the bare skin on his chest, and saw the little guy lying in his arms and sleeping. "Hey, a big mouse." When the crow monster saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, "Brother, since when did you raise rats?" "Keep your voice down." Lu Fei immediately glared at the crow monster and said, "What's wrong with raising a mouse? I promise you will call it Daddy from now on." Upon hearing the sound, Hongpi immediately stepped forward and glanced at the little guy in Lu Fei's arms. Although his eyes were curious, he said nothing. "Can I call a mouse Daddy?" The crow monster obviously didn't believe it and said with an exaggerated expression. However, he was obedient and lowered his voice significantly. "Remember what you said today." Lu Fei didn't argue with him, smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. The Redskin looked at his elder brother's face as if he saw something, and his eyes became even more curious. Only then did Lu Fei have time to look around. "I found that I and a group of little monsters were at the top of a mountain, surrounded by large trees that had been destroyed by violence. The traces were very fresh, and it was obvious that they had just been destroyed not long ago." "Is this our new territory in Lang Lang Mountain?" The crow monster came closer and said. Lu Fei said nothing, just looked at the monsters who had vomited and slowly stood up. At this time, Commander Wolf stepped forward, looked at the monsters who had basically recovered, and started shouting, "Remember what the general said before. I repeat here again, except for the main mountain at our feet, you are not allowed to easily transform into a half-demon body in other mountains and forests, and you are not allowed to scare mortal beasts. This is an order. Also, you can choose a suitable place nearby to rest. But it's best not to stray too far from the main mountain. Because from now on, there will no longer be a gong-beating demon to wake you up. If you are late, you will be punished. Besides," when the wolf commander finished giving a series of more specific orders, he also ordered a few unlucky leaders who had relatively many goblins under their command to stay and build a residence for General Black. When the little monsters disband. "It's almost afternoon. I just had a big meal last night, and I just moved into a new house, so I haven't even had time to burn the stove in the kitchen. The little monsters must have nothing to eat today, and they will be hungry for several days anyway. But even if they don't have anything to eat, in this new territory, there are plenty of all kinds of mortal beasts, so they will definitely not be hungry. What's more, the commander-in-chief just said that the little demons should find a place to rest and sleep on their own, as well as General Black's mission and benefits of finding elixirs before coming here." All the little monsters felt very fresh, excited, and looking forward to it, and they rushed down the mountain in a swarm. It seems to be to show compliance with the law and for convenience. Many little demons immediately transformed back into their true forms. In order not to scare the mortal beasts, they also deliberately maintained their size to be comparable to the mortal beasts. "Brother." Seeing the little monsters rushing down the mountain, the crow monster immediately said with eyes burning, "Let's go." Lu Fei looked away from Commander Wolf. Find the book garden www.zayeshuan.com. As he spoke, his body shape quickly changed into his original shape, turning into a white wolf, only slightly larger than an ordinary wild wolf. Redskin quickly completed the transformation and turned into a large wild boar. He didn't need to become smaller, after all, his true form was not an exaggeration. As for the crow monster, he simply turned into an ordinary-sized jet-black crow this time. Walk. Lu Fei immediately took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and rushed down the mountain. The two brothers, Crow Monster and Red Skin, followed closely behind. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme separately this time. While walking, Lu Fei suddenly spoke, ah. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme separately? The strange crow was startled when he heard the sound, and asked immediately. Lu Fei nodded, the mountains here are big enough. We can all find our favorite place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. We can also decorate our caves with our favorite things. There will also be enough space. We don't need to squeeze into a small place like before. After all, we will always phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme separately in the future. All right. Hearing his elder brother's words left him with no room to refute. The crow monster's tone was obviously a little disappointed. Redskin didn't say anything phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but the look of disappointment in his eyes was equally obvious. Aware of the emotions of both partners, Lu Fei smiled and continued, although we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme separately, we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close slash phoneme to each other, so that we can eat meat together, drink together, and occasionally sleep and chat together like before. As long as your residence is big enough. I heard what my elder brother said. The crow monster and the red-skinned man immediately showed smiles on their faces. Hey, this is not bad. Before that, because I had just arrived in this world, I didn't know a lot about it, and there were still restrictions. Lu Fei couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme alone, so he had to squeeze in a cave with the crow monster Redskin. But now, as the miscellaneous military demon group of Lang Lang Mountain has been merged into the large demon group of Dawangshanzuan, which looks a little like a serious company. When conditions permit. Of course Lu Fei would choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme alone. Not only for a more comfortable stay, but also for privacy. After all, as he gradually grew stronger, there were some things that were difficult for his two partners to see. Even if Lu Fei has recognized the two of them, no matter how good their relationship is, they also need a certain distance between themselves. The crow monster and the redskin don't understand it now, but they will understand it when they become stronger in the future. Then where shall we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? Since it was inevitable that the three brothers would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme apart, the crow monster immediately stopped thinking about that problem and instead focused on his new residence. Just like the eldest brother said, you can choose a place you like as a resting place, and you can also decorate the nest, and the three brothers will not be too far apart. This made the original feeling of loss in his heart disappear immediately, and he immediately got interested. The red-skinned man is not as heartless as the crow monster, and his interest comes and goes quickly. When he first joined Lang Lang Mountain, it was the eldest brother and the second brother who were the first to talk to him, make friends with him, and accept him. He has always regarded the two of them as brothers. After all, they taught him a lot. At first, he learned the most from the crow monster, because he could always find out all kinds of things. But slowly, the person he studied became his elder brother. Play together, eat in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together, perform tasks together. Although Redskin doesn't like to talk much at ordinary times and is the boring one among the three brothers, he is actually very emotional inside. And despite the fact that he usually likes to quarrel with the crow monster, that is just his way of getting along with the crow monster. In his heart, he recognizes the crow monster as his second brother. At this time, the eldest brother said that they should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme separately. Among the three brothers, Redskin is definitely the one who is least willing to be separated at this time. Although he didn't say it. This will be the main mountain from now on. We have to come here to report every morning. We definitely can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme too far away. Lu Fei led the two brothers down the mountain, talking as they walked. But it's not good to be too phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close slash phoneme to the general. You don't have enough freedom. It's not convenient to go out at night. So, there is no need to consider the main mountain. Lu Fei raised his head as he spoke and saw many little monsters running towards the two peaks on the left and right of the main mountain. Only a few monsters were heading towards the big peak opposite the main mountain. He also took a fancy to the opposite mountain peak. "Let's go to that mountain and have a look." Lu Fei raised his head and signaled. The crow monster and the red skin always follow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme of their elder brother, so they won't have any objections. Lu Fei led the two brothers straight down the mountain. Nothing could be seen on the mountain. When we got to the bottom of the mountain, we discovered that there was a mountain stream between the main mountain and the opposite peak. The mountain stream is not very wide, but the deep pool with accumulated water downstream is quite large, and many big fish can be clearly seen swimming around in it. "Brother, look, there are fish." The crow monster specially ran to the deep pool and said in surprise. Lu Fei and Hongpi followed, looking at this scene with a hint of joy on their faces. Obviously, at this moment, the three brothers all thought of the time they spent eating fish at the original Lang Lang Mountain. "I'll catch these fish later." As he spoke, Lu Fei raised his head and glanced at the sky, and said, "It's getting late, so let's find a good place to stay first. We need to find 3 places." As he said that, he ran towards the opposite mountain. The crow monster nodded and the red skin followed. When the sky starts to darken. Lu Fei was the first to find a suitable place to stay, a spacious stone cave that faced the east and could be illuminated by the sun when the first light of dawn came on. The crow monsters admired this cave after seeing it, so naturally it couldn't be without an owner. Its original owner was the shelter of a large black bear with a body length of 2.5 meters. However, when they met Lu Fei and the others, they thought at first they were a big black bear delivering food to their door. After Lu Fei and the others exuded a demonic aura, the forest beast was frightened into silence and did not dare to move. Until finally Guigui turned into a corpse. "This is dinner delivered to your door, and Lu Fei will not be polite." For Lu Fei, who wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme comfortably, finding a stone cave was only the first step. He couldn't just stay in the smelly cave where the black bear had just stayed. He asked Hongpi, who was good at arching soil, to expand the cave according to his ideas. He also asked the crow monster to chop a lot of emerald pine needles to make mattresses. Stones were also moved to surround the simple stove. In the end, they even asked the two brothers to help and artificially cut a skylight in a corner of the cave, allowing the moonlight to pour in at night. Lu Fei was very obsessed with this matter. When everything is done simply, it has turned completely dark. Looking at the crow monster and red skin lying on the ground gasping for breath, Lu Fei did not take the two of them to find a place to stay overnight. Instead, he used the newly built stove to start a campfire and barbecue, and started today's dinner. Lu Fei's internal storage magical power contained a large amount of monster meat collected from the banquet last night. But considering that the 3 demons had just eaten a big meal, the physical and medicinal effects in the body were far from being fully absorbed. Therefore, tonight's staple food is still mainly black bear meat from mortal beasts, supplemented by monster barbecue. Of course, the crow monster and the red skin agreed with the elder brother's words. After all, it will not be easy for them to eat monster meat again. The elder brother's storage power must be eaten slowly and digested slowly. Call. So full. The crow monster lay on the cool ground, rubbed his belly and said with satisfaction, "Brother, this place is really nice. I will make a nest like this to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in tomorrow." The red skin did not argue with the crow monster this time, but said with some worry, "We have never seen the elixir that the general mentioned during the day. Where can we find it?" The crow monster immediately answered, "I've seen it before." Red skin, then do you know where to find it? How to find it? The red skin asked. Find bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. The crow monster immediately thought about it carefully. But he thought about it for a while and finally said honestly, "I don't know." After Lu Fei dried the newly harvested smooth black bear skin, he laid it on his bed covered with pine needles. He then held the little guy running around in the spacious cave in his arms and approached the fire. He sat down and said, "Don't worry here, you should know tomorrow. The general asked us to find the elixir, he won't leave us ignorant." The crow monster spoke at the right time. "Brother, what do you mean you don't know anything? Lu Fei. The next day. Morning time. The bright sunlight casts dappled light and shadow in the woods. Watching the swarm of demons scattering excitedly and shouting to find the elixir. Lu Fei and Crow Monster Redskin all looked ugly. Because the three of them were named by the bear leader and assigned a new task, Mountain Patrol. They need to patrol the new territory that was once again named Lang Lang Mountain by the Black General every day in the next half-month, and patrol the surrounding peaks with a radius of more than 10 miles. That's not fair. Head Bear is deliberately trying to embarrass us and prevent us from finding the elixir. Seeing the surrounding monsters disperse, the Crow Monster immediately shouted angrily. Lu Fei's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately shouted, "Shut up! Get out of here first!" After Lu Fei finished speaking with a gloomy expression, he immediately transformed into his true form and headed down the mountain. The Crow Monster and the Redskin follow up honestly. This is so unfair. Why are we the first ones to patrol instead of other demons? Also, we used to patrol for 3 days at most, but now we have to patrol for half a month. The three monsters walked quickly down the mountain, and the Crow Monster kept shouting. But he still knew what was going on and his voice was not loud. Shut up! All the way to the bottom of the mountain, Lu Fei stopped and looked at the Crow Monster and shouted, "How many times have I told you to be restrained? Of course we know that the bear leader did it on purpose, but can we shout it out? Besides, why do you say that the bear leader is making things difficult for us? Aren't the two little demons assigned the same mountain patrol mission as us? What if the bear leader heard it just now? He can easily break your legs, pluck out your hair, chop off your wings, or even kill you for the following crimes. What will you do then? What do you want me and Redskin to do? Help you take revenge? We can't defeat the bear leader now, but we can, because there are commanders, generals, and kings on top." Lu Fei's face was serious. The more he spoke, the more annoyed he became, and the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Finally, he yelled, "Do you want me and Redskin to watch you die?" The Crow Monster was yelled at after being scolded and scolded by the big brother in front of him, and was stunned by the yelling. At this time, he was transformed into his original form, and he was quite tall. But he didn't dare to say a word even after his eldest brother sprayed saliva all over his body, let alone shake. He had never seen his eldest brother so angry. The same goes for the little pig demon Redskin beside him. He has never seen his elder brother so angry. But thinking carefully about what the elder brother just said, it is indeed true. If the Crow Monster's cries on the mountain were heard by the bear leader, he didn't know what would happen. The eldest brother usually lectures the Crow Monster in a normal tone. This time he really pissed off his eldest brother. But he deserves it. Big brother has told him many times to be careful when he speaks. He obviously didn't care. You should get scolded this time. However, the Redskin himself did not dare to say anything, or even make a sound. He was afraid that his eldest brother would also scold him at this time. The originally quiet mountain forest became even quieter now. Only the sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme passed by from time to time. There was silence for a while. The Crow Monster then said honestly, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I hope you are not just talking like before." Lu Fei looked at the Crow Monster with honest eyes and said, "Otherwise, no one can save you. Let's go. If we don't leave, we may not be able to come back before dark." Lu Fei said and walked forward. Redskin followed immediately. The Crow Monster also followed. But this time he did not fly in front of the team, but turned into the size of an ordinary crow, stopped on the red head of the third brother, and whispered, "Why do you think the eldest brother is so angry today?" Hearing what the Crow Monster said, Redskin tilted his head and said, "Don't you know?" Crow Monster, "I know, it's because of me." Redskin, you still ask?" Crow Monster, "But brother, you don't have to be so angry. I know I was wrong." Redskin, "Can you remember that big brother doesn't lose his temper?" Crow Monster, "I can." Redskin shook his head, "You can't." Crow Monster, "I can really do it this time." Redskin still shook his head, "You really can't." Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If the bear leader hears it. The crow monster was silent. For crow monsters and red skins, once the bickering mode is turned on, Lu Fei subconsciously blocked it. He was thinking about the bear leader's intentions this time. Just like what the crow monster said, the bear leader assigned the patrol task this time on purpose. Because the task that each little demon must turn in 1 elixir every 2 months has been announced. He and the crow monster Redskin need 3 plants. If we go looking for it half a month later, some of the conspicuous elixirs on the ground will have been picked, and it will definitely be more difficult later. But he couldn't say anything. Mentioned before. The leader has great control over the little monsters below. Even if his current strength is a 3rd-level demon soldier, he is what other monsters call a late-stage demon soldier. But he is still a demon soldier. If it weren't for the wolf commander protecting him, he wouldn't be able to protect himself now. In short, it is still a matter of strength. But fortunately he has the little one with him. Even if it takes him 1.5 months to find 3 elixirs, he will still be confident. Think of this. Lu Fei stopped thinking about it and turned to the 2 brothers behind him who were chatting animatedly and said, "Hurry up." Then he took steps and ran towards the dense forest ahead. Time passed slowly. When the hot light group in the sky moves directly above the head, a big river appeared in front of Lu Fei and the 3 crow monster red-skinned brothers. "We're here, we're at the edge of the territory that the bear leader mentioned." Lu Fei's eyes lit up and he immediately ran forward. As he got closer, he realized that the river in front of him was 30 or 40 meters wide, with surging waves, surging water, and fast currents. Wow, what a big river! The crow monster, which had recovered from being hung, quickly flew forward and looked at the surging river in front of it and couldn't help but marvel. It's just that he seems to have a psychological shadow after being attacked by the fish demon before. Even if he is flying in the sky, he does not dare to get 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the river. Redskin also walked up at this time, looking at the river in front of him with his eyes widened as well. To the 2 demons, the river in front of them was undoubtedly the largest river they had ever seen. Hong Pai wanted to take a closer look, but was stopped by Lu Fei. Our original river was attacked by fish monsters, and the monsters in this river will only be bigger. Lu Fei said this. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. Both demons immediately retreated, farther away from the river. The river in front of him seemed normal to Lu Fei. He looked at his 2 companions beside him and said, "Who is going to leave a mark? Now that the patrol is here." "Of course, you have to leave a mark, otherwise the leader Xion will have evidence when he asks." "I come. This is my favorite thing to do," the crow monster said and flew to a big tree nearby to poop quickly, then flew back happily. "Done. Let's go, keep going." Lu Fei continued patrolling along the riverbank. "Brother." At this moment, the crow monster flying in the air suddenly shouted, "Look at the other side." Opposite. Lu Fei heard the sound and looked in the direction the crow monster said, and then saw several monsters with various heads appearing on the opposite side of the river. "Hey, it's the monster from Snake Pan Mountain." Redskin looked at the monster opposite and suddenly said, "Crow monster, how do you know?" "Redskin, I recognize that toad spirit." It wasn't just Redskin who recognized it. Lu Fei also recognized the monster opposite him at this time. Because one of them was the female rabbit demon that he had blackmailed. "Hey, the boys from Lang Lang Mountain across the way." Suddenly, a voice came from the other side. "Brother." The crow monster was immediately furious. "They scolded us." Lu Fei then scolded him back. The crow monster looked happy and immediately turned to the other side of the river and shouted, "Grandsons of Snake Panshan. I am your grandpa. The kid from Lang Lang Shan. I am your grandpa. Grandson of Snake Panshan. I am your great-grandfather." The crow monster and the Snake Mountain monsters on the opposite riverbank were scolding each other endlessly. Lu Fei, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at the sudden large whirlpool ripples in the middle of the surging river ahead, and then said, "Let's step back." As he spoke, he stepped back. When the redskin heard what his elder brother said, he immediately followed it without asking why. The crow monster was most sensitive to the riverside. When he heard his elder brother's words, he immediately backed away without keeping up with the rhythm on the other side of the river. But then Lu Fei suddenly said, "Haimeo, fly higher, fly to the middle of the river, and try scolding them again." Hearing that his elder brother asked him to fly to the middle of the river, the crow monster who had a shadow on the river immediately showed a look of fear on his face, but the next second, he quickly flew high into the middle of the river, and then cursed below. Said, "Grandsons of Snake Panchon, your grandpa is here, why don't you come over and kneel down in front of your grandpa?" Look at the little crow in mid-air being so provocative. On the Snake Mountain side, the most scolding snake demon immediately swam to the river, intending to get as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme as possible to scold the little crow. The female rabbit demon Main Yang on the side couldn't help but said, "I suggest you stay away from the river. Also, have you scolded them enough? I can't scold them to death. It's extremely hot today. We should go." Hearing the concern in the female rabbit demon's words, the snake demon man's face lit up, and he immediately said enthusiastically, "This is so powerful that it can kill those monsters in Lang Lang Mountain." Main Yang, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After saying that, the snake demon man immediately turned around and shouted at the crow monster high in the sky, "You flat-haired beast, don't let me meet you again in the future, otherwise." The snake demon had not yet finished speaking. At this time, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out from the river, bit the snake demon and dragged it into the river. For a moment, the monsters on both sides of the river were quiet. The crow monster in the sky completely witnessed this familiar scene, and felt its whole body tremble. It no longer had any thoughts of scolding, and flew back to the other side of the river as if it was running for its life. "Brother, red skin," the crow monster said in shock, "did you see it?" Lu Fei smiled, "I saw it, I guessed it, you did a good job. Let's go, finish the patrol early, we can still have time to find the elixir." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. The crow monster was a little confused about what the elder brother said. He stopped on the red-skinned head of the third brother and asked, "What did the elder brother mean when he said he guessed it? Redskin, isn't this simple? Who asked you to fly over and deliberately lure them?" "Crow monster, it's the eldest brother." "Redskin, that's it." "Crow monster, I know that. I'm asking my brother how he knew there was a fish monster there, or was it such a big one?" "Redskin, I don't know about this. You can ask your elder brother. I want to know too." The crow monster immediately shook his head, "I just made my eldest brother angry, I don't dare to go." Across the river, watching the snake demon being dragged into the water, the rabbit demon Main Yang took a deep breath and said, "Did you see, this is what happens if you don't listen to advice." Then he looked at the other three monsters who were also stunned and said, "You can all testify that he was attacked by the fish monster and dragged into the water. He was killed by the monster in Lang Lang Mountain. It had nothing to do with us. You have to tell the truth when the leader asks." "No. I know Main Yang. That guy is dead, and now there is no more monsters to harass Main Yang." The few little demons who had their eyes wide open immediately said, "That fish demon is so big and black. Does anyone know what kind of fish it is? That should be a black fish spirit." Lu Fei was walking on the edge of the mountain forest far away from the river bank. He thought to himself as he recalled the scene he saw before. The black fish is ferocious by nature and is so big that the snake demon has no chance of surviving after being dragged into the water. Think of this. Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh, this world is indeed too dangerous, even if he wants to go for a swim in the river. The sun sets. The sunset reflects the red sky. In the untouched primitive jungle, a white wolf, a wild boar, and if you look carefully, there is also a crow monster. These three strange animal combinations are running fast at the edge of the dense forest. "Brother, can we get home before dark?" The crow monster flying in the air asked. "It should be okay." Lu Fei, who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme, said, but I definitely won't be able to help you and Humpy find a place to stay today." The crow monster immediately said happily, "Don't worry about that. The cave is spacious and comfortable. I want to stay for a few more days," he said and looked at the wild boar below. "Really, Redskin?" "Redskin, yes." Lu Fei didn't bother to say anything more about these two guys, but they really didn't have time to find a place to stay during the next half month of their mountain patrol trip. You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme here if you want. Lu Fei casually said, "There are many people." "No, what is the only advantage of having many people? It is lively when eating." Hear what the elder brother said. The crow monster immediately said happily, "Hey." At this time, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the forest ahead, and immediately whispered, "Brother, there seems to be a sound over there." When Lu Fei heard the sound, he immediately stopped and asked, "Where?" The crow monster immediately gestured, "Over there." The crow monster's magical power is its ears, which are also the three brothers' unusual eyes. Lu Fei still trusted his words. So he immediately made arrangements, and the crow monster flew high into the sky to investigate the situation in advance. Lu Fei himself took Humpy and walked carefully towards the source of the sound. Not a moment. The crow monster flew back and said quickly, "Brother, they are not wild monsters, but three monsters from our mountain." Lu Fei, what are they doing? Crow monster, it seems like two guys are bullying one. Two bully one. After hearing what the crow monster said, look for Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. Lu Fei frowned. Today is the first day of searching for the elixir, but there is still time to fight? It seemed like he had thought of something. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "We patrol the mountains and have the responsibility of supervision. Let's go take a look." Finished. Lu Fei quickly walked forward with the crow monster and Red Skin. Not long. Lu Fei arrived at the place where the incident occurred and saw a snake demon and a fox demon working together to surround a weasel demon. "Bold, the general has an order. The monsters in Langlang Mountain are not allowed to kill each other. What are you doing?" Lu Fei roared as soon as he arrived, startling the three demons. The snake demon turned around, looked at Lu Fei and the three demons with his head held high, and said, "Who did I think it was that dared to interfere with my business? It turned out to be you three unlucky ones. Get out of here quickly, Mr. Snake, I have no interest in talking to you." The snake demon looked at Lu Fei with a pair of triangular eyes. After the demon finished speaking, he immediately looked at the thin weasel demon and threatened, "Huang Gui, if you don't take out the raspberry elixir that I saw first, don't blame me for being cruel." "Hey, I won't feel the burden of robbing you now." Lu Fei immediately became happy and sneered, and then his figure rapidly expanded and changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant white wolf with a body length of 4 meters and an astonishing breath. Immediately afterwards, the crow monster and Red Skin on the side also showed their true colors. A large black crow with a wingspan of 2 meters and sharp beak and claws. A large brown-black wild boar with a body length of 2 meters and ferocious tusks. Even if it's not discussed beforehand. Just see the big brother change his true form. The two brothers, the crow monster and the red-skinned brother, who had fought side by side, reacted immediately. They both showed their true colors and surrounded the snake monster and fox monster in front of them, who spoke harshly to their elder brother. Although the brothers are usually noisy, they will never hesitate at critical moments. Redskin walked aside, and the crow monster flew into the air. The movement of the three Lu Fei brothers immediately made the snake demon and fox demon nervous. However, they did not dare to act rashly. Their instincts told them not to hand over their backs to the enemy easily, not to mention that there was a flying crow monster watching eagerly in the sky. Even the weasel demon who was caught in it looked increasingly nervous when facing the battle in front of him. But before the snake demon had time to think about it, Lu Fei just jumped lightly and easily jumped in front of the snake demon. His huge body looked down at the snake demon with amazing momentum and said, "Say what you just said again." The snake demon Banjin, who had just seen the opponent's true form, secretly thought something bad in his heart, now felt the pressure of the huge aura coming from the white wolf demon in front of him. There was no longer the arrogance as before, only panic. He immediately put on an ugly smile on his face and said to please, Master Lang, it's the little snake who was rude. The little snake apologizes to Master Wolf. Little Snake will definitely listen to the general's words in the future and become the most disciplined and law-abiding demon in Lang Lang Mountain. The snake demon lowered his head to apologize humbly, while slowly squirming backwards, trying to escape. Lu Fei suddenly said expressionlessly, I see that you must have done this to rob other demon elixirs more than once. Now, switch places. Hand over all the elixirs you have, or I will be cruel. Facing the other party who told him what he said when he robbed the weasel demon, the snake demon became more and more panicked. His mind was racing. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. The strength of the white wolf in front of him was that of the late-stage demon soldier, which was much higher than his own. He had no chance of winning. As for running, it can't be outrun. When can a snake outrun a wolf? But he would definitely not be willing to hand over the elixir he had finally obtained. Otherwise, the mission cannot be completed, and the bull leader can really turn him into snake soup. What to do? When the snake demon couldn't think of a solution, he could only look at the fox demon aside. It's just that the fox demon is about the same at this time. Although he was not directly targeted by the big white wolf, the wild boar demon was guarding beside him, and there was a crow monster hovering above his head. He looked at the snake demon and the fox demon without saying a word, and their eyes kept rolling around. Lu Fei's amber pupils became colder and colder, and he spoke again. It seems that he refuses. It doesn't matter. I'll beat you up, but it will be the same if I snatch you away. I give. Master Wolf, I'll give it. Before Lu Fei finished speaking, the snake demon immediately spoke up and poured out a small piece of something as dark as an adult's finger from the pouch woven from rattan grass around his waist. Although its appearance was inconspicuous, the dark and shiny leather under the mud and the faint scent of medicine made Lu Fei instantly realize that the black thing in the snake demon's hand in front of him was the elixir. There's more, take them all out. Lu Fei signaled the snake demon to place the black elixir in front of him, and threatened again, otherwise, I will do it myself. Master Wolf, I'm really dead, look. Feeling the constant pressure coming from the white wolf demon, the snake demon immediately turned his vine grass bag upside down to show his innocence. Then he urged the fox demon beside him, quick, take out yours. I gave everything to Master Snake, and you still want to run away. The snake demon looked on to the side indifferently, and the fox demon who was trying to get through the situation couldn't help but hate it in his heart. Seeing that the snake demon was indeed gone, Lu Fei immediately turned to look at the fox demon aside. Seeing this, the red-skinned and crow monsters around him immediately approached the fox demon and surrounded it. Under such circumstances, the fox demon didn't say anything, but took out a small cloth bag from his waist with a reluctant look on his face, and poured out a small yellow block. Lu Fei happened to know that thing, it was Huang Jing. Although the fox demon is not as big as the one he extorted from the snake Panshan female rabbit demon before, the medicine is full of fragrance and is a good elixir. Okay, you can go. Lu Fei said as he watched the fox demon put Huang Jing down. The red-skinned and crow monsters also followed the elder brother's words and immediately gave way to the two monsters. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, thank you, Mr. Wolf. The snake demon's face lit up when he heard this, and he immediately said something flattering and backed away. Before leaving, he pulled the unwilling fox demon away with him. Watch the two demons leave. Lu Fei then put away the two pieces of elixir with his paws, and then turned his attention to the short and thin weasel demon. It's just that the weasel demon is obviously different from the two demons just now. Facing Lu Fei's cold gaze, he tightly protected the pouch on his waist, just like when he faced the robber snake demon and fox demon before. His expression was nervous, but his eyes were not at all. There was no holding back. Let's go. Looking at the nervous weasel demon, Lu Fei turned around and left. Although the elixir in the hands of the weasel monster can be snatched away by the red-skinned and crow monster as soon as he makes a sound. Almost a casual thing. But he is not a robber like the snake demon. Rob the snake demon and fox demon, but they deserve to be robbed. He had no interest in bullying a low-level little demon who was covered in wounds and was already miserable enough. Find Shuyuan www Zaya Shuyuan. Com seeing the elder brother turning around and leaving. Redskin followed immediately. The crow monster looked at the eldest brother and the third brother who had left, and then looked at the weasel monster below. He hesitated several times, but in the end he didn't say anything, and quickly flapped his wings and chased after him, watching the backs of the three white wolf demons gradually disappearing. After a trace of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the weasel demon Huangue, he seemed to have made up his mind, stood up, and chased the three demons in the direction they left. In another mountain forest, the snake demon Banjin, who had just escaped from trouble, looked at the fox demon beside him, who still looked unwilling, and said, "I advise you not to think about revenge." The fox demon immediately retorted, "Why, my godfather is the leader, I'm not afraid of the white wolf." Hearing the words of his young companion, the snake demon smiled half-heartedly, with disdain in his heart, but he said, "Then the white wolf has offended his own leader, so how can he still be afraid of your godfather?" Fox demon, what do you mean? Snake demon, you know what kind of demon our commander is, right? Fox demon, then who doesn't know that the wolf demon is still a rare white wolf? Snake demon, then you know now. Fox demon. The last ray of sunset disappeared in the sky. The sky started to get dark. Lu Fei, who once again shrank to a smaller size, was running wildly on the way home from the mountain patrol with the red skin and the crow monster. The crow monster flew down from high altitude and suddenly said, "Brother, the weasel we rescued earlier is following us." Lu Fei immediately stopped and turned his head, only to see a smaller weasel with yellow fur running towards him. Early morning. Golden sunlight shines into the entrance of the stone cave, illuminating the spacious inner cave brightly. I finally don't have to patrol the mountains anymore today. The crow monster stood up and stretched, turned to look at Lu Fei, who was on the bed paved with pine needles and bearskin, and asked, "Is that right, brother? Have we completed our mountain patrol mission?" Before Lu Fei could say anything, Humpy, who was sleeping in the corner of the cave, turned over and sat up and spoke, "Yes, yesterday was the last day of our mountain patrol." Hearing Redskin's answer, the crow monster showed disbelief and immediately asked, "Brother can count, can you do it too?" Redskin yawned and continued, "I can't count, but I can count. Just count it day by day. Today is the 16th day since our first day of patrolling the mountain. Leader Xiong's order is that we have to patrol the mountain for 15 days. So, when we came back from patrolling the mountain yesterday, it was already completed." Hearing what Redskin said, although the crow monster didn't understand, he somehow felt that the Redskin was a bit powerful. Not only has the Redskin's strength broken through to the mid-level demon soldier, but his brain seems to have become smarter and he has improved a lot. The crow monster couldn't help but secretly thought, "But when I think about it, I have been able to feel the feeling that my eldest brother and Redskin said that my demonic power has reached a critical point and is about to break through in the past few days." The crow monster's original envy towards the Redskin also faded a bit. It's not in vain that he has been running all over the mountains with his elder brother Redskin during the day, patrolling all over the mountains, and his hair is tanned. After a hard day's patrolling in the mountains, I have to work hard to breathe, meditate, and practice. It's not enough if you don't practice. It's okay to be surpassed by the big brother and the Redskins. He must not want to be surpassed by that kid Huang Gue again. Fortunately, the hard work these days has paid off, and he is about to break through. Redskin is right. At this time, Lu Fei opened his eyes, sat up from the bed and said, "Our mountain patrol mission has been completed, and then we will have time to find the elixir. Let's go, we'll be late if we don't go." Lu Fei stood up and walked out of the cave. With the bear leader watching him, he didn't dare to do anything like being late now, giving the other party an opportunity to punish him. The crow monster and the Redskin also knew the meaning of this and did not dare to delay. Get out of the cave. Lu Fei once again saw Huang Gue, the weasel, sitting under the tree in front of the cave entrance, breathing and meditating. At this moment, the other party just opened his eyes, saw Lu Fei and stood up immediately, saying, "Brother." Lu Fei nodded. On the second day after following him, Huang Gue dug out a cave not far from his cave and settled there. These days, in order to wait for the three of him to gather together for a morning meeting, Huang Gue came to the entrance of his cave early and waited in advance. Except for occasionally sleeping inside and outside his cave, he did this almost every day. And the other party is also working very hard, which can be seen from the time he spent waiting for it to be used to breathe and meditate. For such a hard-working brother. Of course Lu Fei likes it. Let's go. As he spoke, Lu Fei's figure quickly changed into his original form and ran towards the main mountain opposite. Behind him were a large wild boar and a weasel, as well as a large black crow. Rushing quickly through the mountain streams between ravines. Lu Fei and the three demons behind him quickly came to the mountainside of the main mountain, a spacious area that had been manually cleared. The number of little monsters here is still very small. Obviously, he came early again. But this is necessary, otherwise it will be troublesome to be targeted by the bear leader. But it has been half a month since I moved to this new territory. Lu Fei felt something. That is, the General Black seems to pay more attention to the little demons below. Although the attitude of the little leaders towards the little monsters below has not changed, at least the number of random eating and killing of little monsters has significantly decreased. Since coming to Sina Langshan, Lu Fei has never seen his body once. This is good news. Huang Gui, how was the harvest yesterday? On the side, the crow monster put its arms around the shoulders of the weasel Huang Gui and asked. Nothing gained. Huang Gui immediately shook his head and said, all the elixirs that can be seen on the surrounding hills have been searched. We have to go to the mountains farther away. Otherwise, we have to dig the ground to find the elixirs, but we don't know them. Redskin also joined in and asked, what about you today? Where are you going to find? Listening to the chat of the three demons, Lu Fei found a big stone and sat down on the side. Then my mind moved slightly. Brush, brush, brush. Pieces of virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 3 Demon Soldier 165500 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Skill, Demon Breathing Method Proficient 189500 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 15100 Supernatural Power, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Skill 52500, Square CUN Beginner 8100, Raid Beginner 13100. The realm cultivation value has increased a little more than yesterday. The growth rate of Tanafa is the same as yesterday. Looking at the ink handwriting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him, Lu Fei secretly compared yesterday's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in his mind. Ha! At this time, all the way down, I saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of my magical power Skywolf swallowing the moon behind my magical power column. Lu Fei was a little surprised that his proficiency level actually increased by 5 points. But recalling the bright full moon and bright moonlight last night, Lu Fei felt that it was normal. The rounder the moon, the clearer and brighter the moonlight is. The effect of the magical power Sirius swallowing the moon will be better. Just look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of you. Although the growth and cultivation every day is considered stable. Find bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. But for Lu Fei, who had previously experienced a surge in his cultivation overnight by taking magical medicine, such an increase is still a bit slow. He currently has a total of 5 elixirs of different sizes in the magical storage space in his body. 2 of them were stolen from other monster medicine fields in Dahuang Mountain. The other 2 pieces were snatched from the Snake Demon and Fox Demon after rescuing my younger brother Huang Guisher on the first day of the mountain patrol mission half a month ago. The remaining piece was brought back by the little guy in the middle of the night when Lu Fei was sleeping deeply. Yes, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, that right. In the past half month, the little guy has only taken back a piece of elixir. But this was all Lu Fei's fault because he let the little guy eat too much. The little guy refused to move when he was full. It's not easy for Lu Fei to chase it away. In addition, over the past few days, the little guy has become familiar with the crow monster and the red skin. Even the weasel Huang Gui knew that the big white-haired mouse was raised by his elder brother and looked forward to seeing it. This also resulted in Lu Fei not feeding it enough. The crow monster and the red skin will feed the little guy secretly. The little guy is getting better and better now, and he even knows how to pick it up when Lu Fei comes back from patrolling the mountain to light a fire for cooking. Of course, this is also related to Lu Fei's lack of seriousness and not wanting to simply treat the little guy as a tool rat looking for elixirs. Otherwise, if he really doesn't let the crow blame the red skin in them for feeding the little guy, they will definitely do it. Moreover, so far, Lu Fei has not told them the little guy's true ability. This leads them to keep the little ones as pets. When the meal starts, I will secretly feed the little guy hanging around from time to time. Then, Shang made the little guy fat. Brother! Here comes the bear leader. When Lu Fei was reminded by Hong Pai and dispersed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him. The surrounding area was already filled with little monsters with various heads and varieties. Lu Fei, along with the crow monster and red skin, stood in the group of little monsters where the bear leader was. Huang Gue, the weasel, returned to the group of little demons under his little leader, a deer demon. Today is just a normal morning meeting report. Not only did General Black not come, the wolf commander did not appear. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Each small leader is in charge of assigning tasks by himself. Therefore, the three red-skinned brothers, Lu Fei, the crow monster, who had just completed their half-month mountain patrol mission, were once again targeted by the bear leader. Today, the kitchen needs help. The big bear leader spoke again after assigning a task to help the black general. A pair of dark red eyes swept across the little demons under his command. When he saw the figure with the white wolf's head and the wild boar demon and crow demon beside it, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised slightly, and then he said, "White hair, black hair, redskins, you three brothers have done a good job in this mountain patrol mission. If we need help in the kitchen today, you three brothers will go there." The bear leader finished speaking. Immediately, all the little demons around him looked over, some with surprised eyes and some with gloating eyes. The moment the crow monster heard the sound, anger and dissatisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. However, he has been taught many times by his elder brother Lu Fei, especially after he was yelled at in anger last time, he has been able to control his emotions. This time, no matter how angry or unhappy he was, he still hid it in his heart without saying a word. The same goes for redskins. Just before the meeting, he had made an appointment with Huang Gue to find the elixir together. Now the bear leader actually arranged another task for them who had just completed the task, which really made him angry. But his eldest brother had already vaccinated him, so no matter how angry he felt, he could only hold it in. As for Lu Fei, he wasn't too angry about Leader Xiong's mission arrangements because he had already made such preparations in his heart. Although the bear leader in front of him is called Big Man and is indeed not small in stature, his mind is not much bigger than a pinhole. Being beaten by the wolf leader, Mingli cannot retaliate. All we can do is be soft and use some tricks secretly. Although Lu Fei thought this method was low level, he had to admit that it was very effective. And all he could do, besides unconditionally accepting the bear leader's tricks to disgust him, was to practice hard. But according to his current cultivation speed, if you don't take the elixir, it will take him at least 3 to 4 months, or even longer, to reach the full realm. Because the monster meat collected from the banquet half a month ago in his storage space has been eaten up. Moreover, the current buff bonus effect of the magical power Syrian wolf swallows the moon is much worse than that of eating demon meat. After all, there is not moonlight every night. Although compared to other monsters, Lu Fei's cultivation speed is enough to frighten demons. Although monsters have far longer lifespans than humans, the rumor that they are notoriously slow in training is true. This can be seen from the fact that the crow monster has been on the mountain for several years and is still in the early stage of the lowest level of monster soldiers. Of course, among them, monsters are greedy for pleasure and are not willing to practice hard and boringly, which is the main reason why monsters practice slowly. This can also be seen from the crow monster. Not long after the people who were involved followed Lu Fei in hard training, there were signs of a breakthrough, which is clear evidence. Back to the topic. If you don't take the elixir. Lu Fei then continued to be treated by Leader Xiong for 3 or 4 months, and was disgusted by wearing small shoes for 3 or 4 months. But if you eat. After adapting for the past half-month, he has become quite proficient in controlling his own demonic power, and he can eat it. But his main worry is that his strength has grown too fast and cannot be explained. After all, he had just advanced to the 3rd level of the Demon Soldier half a month ago, which was the late stage of the Demon Soldier. After half a month, he was immediately promoted to the realm of Demon General. This cannot be explained simply by finding a few more elixirs. After all, it can be seen from the fact that it takes other small leaders 30 to 50 years at the fastest and 100 or 200 years at the slowest time to advance to the body of a Demon General. The difficulty of the realm of the Demon General. Moreover, Lu Fei didn't know yet whether it would be the same as before if the realm value was maxed out this time. With just one click, he could ascend to the realm of the Demon General. If that's the case, then he rushed directly from the little demon to the realm of the general in less than a month. In the eyes of General He, there may be only one explanation, and that is that he ate some incredible treasure, or a higher grade elixir. It will definitely attract the attention of General Black. It's just that you pay attention to the quality of your gaze at that time, which is not necessarily the case. This is also Lu Fei's biggest concern. Of course, he also wants to break through to the realm of Demon General as soon as possible. Now every day on the mountain, little demons who have just opened their spiritual intelligence come to the mountain to seek refuge. At this time, little demons can also be recruited. There is no need to suffer under the leadership of the bear leader anymore. However, he has a clearer mind. Keep it up until 1.5 months later, after you have handed in the elixir task every 2 months. At that time, if you break through using drugs, it should not be so conspicuous. After all, I have always practiced very hard. Yes, if you set up the demon that you have worked hard to cultivate, it will be more convincing. This came to mind quickly. Lu Fei felt that the horse was being sold, and immediately answered with his usual expression, "Yes, leader, find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com to ensure the completion of the task." Hear the White Wolf Demon's answer. I also believe you can do it. The bear leader chuckled and nodded, then looked at the other little demons and gave instructions again. Half an hour later. The main mountain and the back mountain. A land of dense vegetation. Lu Fei, the crow monster, and the 3 red-skinned monsters each had an axe in their hands and were chopping down the tree. At this time, a big tree was cut down by Lu Fei and fell to the ground. The crow monster and the redskin immediately stepped forward and began to use their axes to cut the tree into pieces. Hey, there are birds' nests and eggs here. The crow monster looked at a hole in the tree trunk in front of him, took out 3 bird eggs, picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth. Let me taste it. Well, it tastes really good. Humpy, try one. The crow monster said and threw it to Redskin, who opened his mouth to catch the egg and chewed it immediately. Not bad, right? Seeing the expression of enjoyment on Redskin's face, the crow monster immediately walked towards Lu Fei with the remaining egg. Brother, do you want to try it? Looking at the egg handed over by the crow monster, Lu Fei was about to refuse, but his mouth felt itchy for no reason, so he took the egg and threw it into his mouth, and started chewing it. While chewing, he picked up the axe and struck it on the tree trunk in front of him. He said harshly in his heart, "Heaven has given this man a great responsibility." Boom! You must first work hard. Boom! Work your muscles and bones. Boom! Hungry for its body skin. Boom! The sun sets. The last trace of light disappeared in the horizon. Darkness began to fall. Hey, I'm so exhausted. The crow monster fluttered its wings and landed on the ground. It immediately transformed into a half-demon form and walked listlessly toward the cave. Why am I more tired than after a day of touring the mountains? The crow monster walked into the cave and immediately fell to the ground with weak feet inside. Chopping firewood is certainly more tiring than patrolling the mountains. Hompi took the words and walked to the corner of the cave where the dry firewood was stored. He picked up the firewood and went to the stone stove and started to light a fire. Bang bang! The 2 pieces of flint struck easily, and sparks fell on the small piece of soft velvet, which quickly ignited. The fire illuminated the cave. It made the site a little warmer. We just finished patrolling the mountains for half a month and immediately asked us to cut firewood. I think the bear leader did it on purpose. He deliberately tormented us and prevented us from looking for the elixir. Seeing the stove fire rising, the crow monster didn't want to move and rolled straight to the fire. He looked up at Lu Fei beside the stone stove and said, "We don't have time, so we can't go out to find the elixir. When the time is up, the other little demons have turned in, but we don't have the elixir. What should we do, brother?" On the side, Lu Fei ignored the crow monster he talked about every day. With a slight movement of his spiritual thoughts, a strong and colorful deer appeared on the ground. Then he took out a dagger and began to disembowel the deer. Redskin immediately came to help. Soon, with the cooperation of the two demons, a complete deer skin was peeled off, and the deer meat was hung on the grill. There will always be a way. Only then did Lu Fei reply to the crow monster, and he raised his leg to give the opponent a kick, and said, "There is no water in the water tank. Go get a tank of water quickly." The water tank Lu Fei was talking about was naturally not a normal water tank. That thing doesn't exist among the primitive and low-level crotch-pulling monsters in Lang Lang Mountain. Instead, the trunk of a large tree with good texture was cut in half, hollowed out, and then made into a water tank. The technique was inspired by the kitchen. "Why is it me every time I fetch water?" The crow monster struggled to get up, walked to the side of the cave, and picked up a large heavy wooden water tank. "Because you are fast enough," Lu Fei said casually. "That's right, I've always been very fast." Hearing his elder brother's praise, the crow monster immediately replied. However, he seemed to feel something was wrong when he heard his elder brother's tone, but he couldn't figure out the reason, so he had to take the water tank and walk out of the cave. "Brother, the crow monster is right." At this time, Hong Pai, who was handling the deer meat, opened his mouth and said to Lu Fei, who was shaving the meat from the deer skin, "He won't let us do all kinds of things all the time, right?" Lu Fei kept moving his hands and said, "No, it's not him who has the final say on Lang Lang Mountain. Let's see in a few days. If he still assigns us tasks every day and leaves us with no time to find the elixir, I will go find the wolf commander." If the bear leader still disgusted him 3 times a day, then Lu Fei would have no choice but to talk to the wolf leader. Although he didn't want to go to the wolf commander for such a trivial matter. But there is no way. He needs time to find the elixir. What's more, he also needs to consider the emotions of the crow monster and Redskin next to him. The superior-subordinate relationship in this world is not the earth. The bear leader made things difficult for himself because he didn't take the wolf leader's words seriously. I believe that the wolf leader will teach the bear leader how to be a demon. Of course, this premise is that the bear leader really targets himself too deliberately. So we need to wait for the bear leader to go too far, wait for other monsters to see that something is wrong, and then complain. Just wait a little longer. After thinking about this, Lu Fei said casually. Redskin nodded. He always respected and trusted his elder brother. Brother, Redskin. Before anyone arrived, the strange crow's voice came in. "Look what I caught." The crow monster walked in happily with a heavy wooden vat in both hands. He glanced at the fire and said, "That boy Huang Gue hasn't arrived yet? Redskin, it's not like you don't know he has a mission today." The crow monster slammed down the wooden water tank and said, "Of course I know, but it's already so late, so it's time to come back." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the palm immediately turned into a curved claw when it entered the water. He easily fished out a fish of about 1 foot from the water tank. He walked closer and said, "Look what I caught, we can drink again tonight. Fish soup." As he said that, Pidion went to the side of the cave and got an iron stew pot. Yes, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, that right, it's an iron pot, and it's an old iron pot with several cracks on the edge. This broken pot, which was supposed to be sold as scrap metal, was obtained by the crow monster who specially made friends with the kitchen demon and deceived it for several days. However, although the iron pot is worn out, it does not affect its use because the pot body is in good condition. Brother. The crow monster picked up a sharp stone and disemboweled the fish, and asked, "Do you think we can get that kid Huang Gue to join us?" Although he didn't make it clear. But Lu Fei still understood the meaning of his words, shook his head and said, "It's impossible. It's better for him to be under the leader of the deer demon now than to follow us under the leader of the bear." Crow monster, "But Huang Gue told me yesterday that he wanted to follow us. The little demon wants to switch to another leader. Unless assigned at the beginning, if you want to change later, two small leaders must be willing, one is the original leader, and the other is the accepted leader." Is this difficult to say? As long as the accepted leader talks to the original leader, such a trivial matter will basically give him face. It's hard to say it's not difficult. If the two leaders don't get along and don't give face, it will be difficult to deal with it. After Lu Fei reaches the level of demon general, he can go and get Huang Gue. But before that, certainly not. Lu Fei still shook his head, let him wait a little longer. The crow monster didn't understand the meaning of wait in his elder brother's words, and was about to ask. At this time, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps outside the cave. Soon, a thin figure walked into the cave. "Huang Gue, what's wrong with you?" The crow monster turned its head and saw the blood and scabs on Huang Gue's body and face, and immediately shouted loudly, "Did you get beaten by someone?" Hearing the crow monster's voice, Lu Fei and Hongpi immediately turned their heads and saw several wounds on Huang Gue's body. "Is there a fight?" Seeing Huang Gue approaching, Lu Fei frowned and asked. "Yes, brother, but I won." Huang Gue walked to the fire, immediately reached out to help Hongpi process the deer meat, and said, "I have no way to deal with a deer demon under our leader." After Huang Gue explained, Lu Fei finally understood the source of Huang Gue's injuries. It turns out that he has a grudge against a deer demon who belongs to the same deer demon leader. The deer demon bullied him, and Huang Gue's character was not willing to be bullied, so the two demons started fighting. But that deer demon also has a deer demon brother. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com, and the leader is also a deer demon. So, the results are obvious. The skinny Huang Gue was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme bullied and ostracized by the deer demon leader. During today's mission, he and the deer demon brother were assigned together again, so they started fighting without a few words. Huang Gue fought 1 against 2. Although the loss was serious, the opponent was also seriously injured. Two damned plague deer dared to bully Huang Gue like this. After hearing this, the crow monster became furious. He stood up suddenly and said, "Brother, let's go and avenge Huang Gue." "Sit down." Looking at the angry and excited crow monster, Lu Fei said in a deep voice. Hearing Lu Fei speak, although the crow monster was very angry, he still had to listen to his elder brother's words, so he had to sit down. Lu Fei then said, "Huang Gue is the subordinate of the deer leader, and the one who has enmity with him is also the deer leader's subordinate. The conflicting hatred between them can make it okay to fight each other. But, we are under the leadership of the bear leader and are not on the same side as them. If we rashly help Huang Gue deal with the deer demon, what do you think the deer demon leader will think? If you really do that, how can Huang Gue stay under the leader of the deer demon in the future? His situation will definitely be more difficult and dangerous than now. Even the deer demon leader will deal with Huang Gue personally. He may die." When Lu Fei said the word death in a calm tone, both Huang Gue and Hong Pai stopped their movements, and the crow monster became completely silent, with a slight embarrassment on his face. "Brother." At this time, Huang Gue suddenly asked, "Can I come under your leader's command?" "Brother, can I come under your leader's command?" When the words the crow monster said before sounded in Huang Gue's mouth again, Lu Fei felt deeply that he needed to break through in advance to become a demon general as soon as possible, which gave him another reason. Faced with Huang Gue's request, Lu Fei could only shake his head. There was nothing he could do now. Just wait a little longer. Facing Huang Gue's eager eyes, Lu Fei shook his head and said, "It shouldn't take long." Ever since that evening, Lu Fei turned around after saving Huang Gue's tall, handsome back. Huang Gue began to admire Lu Fei. I have a strong yearning for the friendship between Lu Fei, the crow monster, and the 3 red-skinned monsters. Therefore, he chased after him regardless of his serious injuries. And the ending was just as he expected. The eldest brother agreed to accept him. At that time, no one could understand the excitement and gratitude of a lonely little demon who had no other friends. Was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme bullied, ostracized, and even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme did not have enough to eat and was hungry. Affection. Therefore, he has great respect for his eldest brother. Although I dislike my second brother's familiarity and loud voice, I try my best to adapt to him. There is also the third brother who is younger than himself, whom he also respects very much. He tried his best to fit in with the group. He respects his eldest brother very much and believes in what he says. As for the crow monster and the red skin, they have always had unreserved trust in their elder brother. Naturally, I believe what my eldest brother said. It was also because of Lu Fei's words. The silent atmosphere that was originally caused by Huang Gue being bullied and hurt quickly dissipated. Coupled with the crow monster's loud mouth and gossip, the atmosphere inside the cave is lively. When the wild vegetable and fish soup simmers in the battered cooking pot, and the tender venison on the grill exudes the aroma of delicacies, a round and pure white figure emerged from a corner of the cave, from the corner of Lu Fei's pine needle fur bed. Zit-citi. Smelling the smell in the air, the little guy immediately made a cheerful sound and ran towards the fire. Lu Fei, who heard the sound, stretched out his hand and hugged the little guy who passed by the door. The long-nosed white mouse, which felt great in the hand, weighed the little guy and felt that it was at least 1/3 heavier than at first. The more Lu Fei masturbated, the angrier he became, and the more he looked at it, the more troubled he became. Then he looked at the 3 demons and said seriously, "From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to feed it privately, not even a bite." I'm not kidding you. Looking at the eldest brother's serious expression and serious words, the crow monster, red skin, and Huang Gue demon nodded immediately. As if he heard the meaning of Lu Fei's words, the little guy who was enjoying stroking his fur in Lu Fei's arms immediately started squeaking at Lu Fei. "Since you want the little guy to lose weight." Lu Fei stopped being used to it and immediately said seriously, "You are so fat now, you are of no use. If you still don't obey me in the future, then you can leave." The words fell. The little guy who was struggling and twisting in Lu Fei's arms immediately stopped moving. His originally smart, dark eyes quickly lost their sparkle, and his condition quickly became sluggish. The crow monster, red skin, and Huang Gue who were watching on the side couldn't bear it. But they all knew that this little guy was very smart and could completely understand what they said. Now he was obviously hurt by his elder brother's words. However, they didn't dare to say that their eldest brother was wrong, or even to interrupt. They all could only watch helplessly. What just caught them by surprise was, the little guy seemed to realize that his master was angry and pretending to be dead, so he immediately started moving again. He looked up at Lu Fei, let out a weak squeak, and then kept rubbing himself into Lu Fei's arms, while calling softly. Seeing the little guy's funny face change, Lu Fei and the 3 demons both laughed. The crow monster burst into laughter. The offended little guy immediately turned around and screamed at the crow monster in Lu Fei's arms so fiercely. Early the next morning, when Lu Fei arrived at the gathering place on the mountainside with the crow monster, red skin, and Huang Gue who was still sleeping in the cave. "A lot of little demons have gathered here. Are those 2 dear demons who bullied you here?" Lu Fei and the 3 demons stood at the edge of the gathering place, looking at the noisy little demons and asking Huang Gue beside him. "Arrive." Huang Gue immediately pointed to 2 monsters with deer heads, one tall and one short, not far away and said, "Those 2. Walk." Lu Fei nodded, and as he spoke, the half-demon's figure suddenly grew taller, and his figure also grew stronger and larger. He was taller and bigger than many bull and bear demons present. Immediately, Lu Fei led the crow monster, red skin monster, and Huang Gue monster toward the 2 deer monsters. Although he didn't dare to blatantly beat up the 2 deer monsters, it was still necessary to threaten them and let them know how many brothers were standing behind Huang Gue. "Is that him? Are you brothers Louis Tong and Luer Tong?" Quickly walking up to the two deer demons who were talking, Lu Fei reached out and patted the two deer demons on their shoulders and spoke softly. Wolf. Brother Wolf, I don't know. The two deer demons, who were trembling when they were slapped with huge force on their shoulders, immediately turned their heads and saw the white wolf Lu Fei, who was 2 heads taller than them. He was as tall and strong as a big guy. The deer demons swallowed their anger immediately. He went back and spoke carefully. Huang Gue. But when he saw the thin Huang Gue standing aside, he finally reacted and his face suddenly turned ugly. After Lu Fei had a relatively harmonious conversation with the two deer demons, the red skin next to him suddenly pulled a corner of the bearskin on Lu Fei's body. Lu Fei turned his head and looked at a figure approaching with sharp and spectacular antlers. He reached out and patted the faces of the two deer demons gently and said, "That's the end of today's conversation. I'm glad to meet you too." After saying that, Lu Fei turned around and left with the crow monster and red skin. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan. Calm returning to the group of monsters he was in, he recalled the looks on the faces of the two deer monsters and the other little monsters around them. Lu Fei knew that Huang Gui's situation would be much better in the future. But Huang Gui's situation has improved. But his own situation has not changed, and he is still deeply dominated by the malevolence of the bear leader. Half an hour later. Back Mountain. Lu Fei, the crow monster, and the 3 red-skinned monsters, each holding a hoe, were digging hard on a fairly broad mountainous area. They are clearing land and cultivating vegetable plots. Yes, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, that right. Monsters can also grow vegetables. The 3rd day after completing the mountain patrol mission, Leader Xiong still arranged tasks for the 3 Lu Fei brothers to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms for the meals of General He and Datong. The 4th day. The 3 Lu Fei brothers were still not spared. They were arranged by the bear leader to hunt and catch fish. Day 5. Just when Lu Fei decided that if he continued to be assigned tasks today, he would go to the commander-in-chief to reason with him, the bear leader finally let the 3 brothers go. Day 8. The 3 Lu Fei brothers, who had just rested for 3 days, faced the mission again. 9th day. The bear leader let them go again. Days 15 and 16. The 3 Lu Fei brothers were assigned tasks for 2 days in a row. Day 23. Day 28. Day 34. Day 39. Day 45. The 3 brothers, Lu Fei, Crow Monster, and Red Skin, spent the longest 2 months of their lives amidst the malice of the bear leader. Continuous mountains. When the first ray of sunshine in the autumn morning shines into a stone cave. In the cave, the Crow Monster, Red Skin, and the weasel spirit Huang Gue have all woken up. "Hey, it's more comfortable to sleep here, brother." The Crow Monster rolled over on the bird's nest that was cushioned with soft pine needles in a corner of the cave. He opened his eyes and looked at the red skin on one side of the other corner. Huang Gue said, "When I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in my own nest, I always feel that I can't wake up in the morning and will be late." Yes, the Crow Monster has found a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in these days, and has built a bird's nest in a big tree not far from Big Brother's cave. When the monster lives alone, the Crow Monster still prefers to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a tree because it feels safer. The red skin in the opposite corner turned over and said casually, "That's just because you are lazy and don't want to get up." The same goes for Hompy. He also found a place to stay. He dug a hole in the ground not far from his eldest brother's place, which he and Huang Gue dug together. The space in the cave is much smaller than that here, so he can only sleep by himself. On one side, Huang Gue sat up, looked at his 2 brothers and said, "I also think the eldest brother sleeps better here, because there are several brothers here, which makes it more lively." Hearing Huang Gue's words, the Crow Monster immediately said happily, "Huang Gue speaks nicely. Huang Gue understands me." That's what he means. Although the 3 demons each have their own residence, but they sleep at Big Brother's place far more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme than they sleep in their own place. It's just that the bear leader is so annoying. When the crow monster thought about going to gather in a while, he immediately said angrily, "Other monsters will be fine once they complete their mission. Only we have missions every few days. It's much better than before. Just be content." Pompey hugged his gourd and drank a lot of water. He stood up and said, "It's time to get up, otherwise it will be late. Today is the day to turn in the elixir." "Yep." Huang Gue immediately stood up and said, walked to the wooden water tank, picked up the water gourd made of half a gourd, scooped up a large gourd of water and drank it. "Hey, we gather every day and have meetings every day." The crow monster sat up and sighed, "When can we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a life where we don't have to gather or hold meetings, and we can sleep whenever we want? Just wait until you become as powerful as a general." At this time, Lu Fei's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a huge demonic force quickly swept across the entire cave. The three brothers, Redskin, Crow Monster and Huang Gue, immediately turned their heads and saw the great oppression in the eyes of the eldest brother who had just opened his eyes, and their hearts suddenly jumped. "Brother, have you made a breakthrough?" The Crow Monster reacted the fastest, jumped up immediately, ran to Lu Fei quickly and asked in an excited tone. Hong Pai and Huang Gue also immediately showed joy, and gathered around in great anticipation. The eldest brother has always been hardworking and diligent in his cultivation, much more diligent than Hong Shuangui. In addition, after taking a piece of elixir some time ago, his cultivation has improved even more rapidly. The eldest brother is already at the late stage of the demon soldier's strength. If he can go further, he will become a demon general above all the little demons and become the leader of the little demons. By then, they will no longer have to fear the bear leader. Huang Gue was also able to step out from under his deer-headed leader and completely become a little demon under his eldest brother, following his second, third, and third brothers. They already know these things these days. After Xiaobai led them to find enough elixir to hand over, the three brothers also unanimously asked the eldest brother to eat the extra elixir to speed up his practice. They all look forward to Big Brother's breakthrough as soon as possible. Not even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. But it's soon, all it takes is an opportunity. Feeling his increasingly full demon power, Lu Fei got up and got out of bed, looked at the three younger brothers and said, "Let's go, today is the day to hand in the elixir. It's been so many days, we can't make excuses for Leader Xiong." After saying that, after feeling the location of the spiritual mind below the cave, he walked towards the outside of the cave. The three crow monsters quickly followed. After transforming into his original form, he quickly arrived at the gathering place on the mountainside of the main mountain, a flat field that was widened a lot. A large number of little monsters with various heads have gathered here. Among them, many are ordinary beasts who have developed spiritual intelligence in the local mountains. They noticed that there was an extra monster here and then came to worship the mountain one after another. So much so that General He specifically ordered that not only mortal beasts with enlightened intelligence could not be touched, but also that the little monsters were not allowed to be hunted in the main mountain and the surrounding mountains, and the daily hunting of the little monsters was strictly restricted. The conditions of mortal beasts. Compared to when I first arrived 2 months ago, there are a lot more rules in the territory now. Brother Whiteface, have you heard that the gray-skinned old guy fought with a horse demon yesterday in order to earn a piece of elixir? Then what? Then Grayskin got beaten. Hey, even though that horse demon just came up the mountain last month and is a local demon, its size is still there. The demon soldiers can't defeat the little demon who was just transformed for a month in the mid-term. Gray Skin is really embarrassed this time. He deserves it. Apart from his mouth that can lie, that old guy has no strength. He deserves to be beaten. The old guy wanted me to deal with the white wolf before. Hearing some little demons talking about the gray skin of the rat spirit, Lu Fei couldn't help but get closer. Then, a tiger demon with a white tiger head just happened to look over. His face instantly became wonderful, and he quickly smiled and said, "Brother Wolf." Lu Fei didn't care. He nodded towards the tiger monster who greeted him respectfully, and then led the crow monster in red skin behind him to the place where the bear leader held his daily meeting. Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf. Brother Crow. As Lu Fei came with his two brothers, the few little demons on the side immediately moved away from their positions and greeted them with flattering voices. Although the three Lu Fei brothers were treated differently by leader Xiong. But the strength of the three Lu Fei brothers is obviously higher than that of other little demons. Especially as Bai Lang, the eldest brother among the three brothers, not only made many little demons know him at the banquet 2 months ago. In addition, the powerful demonic aura and powerful aura exuded from the other party these days also made the little demons under the same bear leader look at him with fear. Now even among the little monsters at the bottom of the mountain, Lu Fei also has a certain reputation. Because he, a black dog spirit named Bai Bo Lai, and a dung beetle spirit named Golden Armor are all in the later stages of the demon soldiers, and they stand at the head of all the low-level demons. The existence of the leader of promoted demon generals. Mu Chang is a gene engraved in the blood of all demon clans. If there is a chance to have a good relationship with such a monster, the little monsters will naturally be willing to do so. Attitude towards other little monsters. Lu Fei has long been used to it, and his face remains cold and cold. On the other hand, the crow monster was called Brother Crow today by a little demon, and his face immediately turned into a chrysanthemum smile, which he couldn't hold back. However, he knew what bluffing was, and he held his head high more and more, with no trace of evil in his eyes. But don't say that. The monsters really do this. After all, everything a strong man does is what he should do, everything is reasonable, and everything has deep meaning. Just like on Earth. A successful person's poop and farts smell good. For those who are frustrated, even breathing and living are wrong. Not long after. The monster leaders, who were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme tall, short, thin, or fat, but without exception had a strong aura, came to the gathering place wearing various iron and leather armors and stood in front of a group of little monsters. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure wearing a black robe and a white wolf head appeared on the mountainside above a group of small leader monsters. Finally, a tall and muscular figure wearing mighty golden armor and a pair of curved and ferocious horns appeared in the air above all the monsters. The 2-month deadline has expired. General Black's thunderous voice quickly resounded in the ears of all the monsters below. Master, I keep my word. If the leader fails to complete the task of handing in the elixir, he will cut off his arm, and the amount of elixir he will hand in will be doubled next time. If the little demon below fails to complete the task, take him to the kitchen. At this moment, General Black's voice was like real thunder, exploding in the ears of all the little monsters. Before that, although General Black said that there would be severe penalties for not completing the elixir mission. But I didn't expect it to be this serious. In the past, the leader was superior to all the little monsters. Punishment would never come to them, but they were always the ones executing the punishment. But this time it happened, and it was very serious. If you cut off your arm, the elixir will be doubled next time. This may not sound too serious. After all, a broken arm is not a serious injury to the monsters because it can grow back. But doubling the elixir is much more serious. It would be difficult to complete the task of the original 10 elixirs, let alone doubling them. And if the task fails again, at that time, General Black's punishment would probably be even more severe. As for the little demon's punishment, it was no longer serious, but immediate death. What General Hay means by dragging them to the kitchen means dragging them to the kitchen, killing them, and then cooking them into food. This sentence is what all little monsters fear the most. At this moment, all the little monsters who did not have the elixir in their hands immediately panicked, really panicked. Mentioned before. Since arriving in this new territory, when the little bosses punished the little demons below, they almost no longer devoured the little demons as casually as before, and the punishment seemed not as severe as before. Any smart monster would definitely be able to see this. This also emboldened some little monsters who thought they were smart. They didn't use the elixir they found to hand it over, but ate a lot of little monsters themselves. After all, not all little demons can resist the temptation brought by the elixir. It is the temptation and need of the deepest instinct in the body. But this moment, they knew that General Hay was still the same mountain king, his punishment was still as severe and terrifying as before, and death was never far away. Let's start. As General Hay finished speaking, the counting of the elixirs handed over began. Each of the little leaders looked much more serious. Obviously, the punishment set by General Hay was so severe that they did not dare to neglect it at all one by one. The bear leader held a wooden plate in one hand, pointed at the pheasant demon at the front of the team with one hand, and shouted, "You come first." "Yes, leader." The little demon with the pheasant head immediately stepped forward, reached out and took out a large, brightly colored raspberry, and put it into the wooden plate of the bear leader. After sniffing the medicinal aroma of the raspberries on the wooden plate, the bear leader nodded. Although he is not very good at counting, he can still count a little demon and a piece of elixir. Next, the bear leader spoke, and soon, another little demon came forward and handed over a root elixir as thick as a thumb. After the inspection, the bear leader spoke again. Next, one by one, the little demons came forward. Soon it was Lu Fei's turn. Looking at the white wolf walking forward, the bear leader seemed to notice something on his originally expressionless face, and suddenly frowned. Lu Fei didn't say anything, just took out a dark thing the size of an adult's thumb and placed it on the wooden plate. Lu Fei extorted this from the snake demon who robbed Huang Gui when he was patrolling the mountains. He didn't know exactly what this thing was called, but it was just a magical medicine. The bear leader sniffed the things Lu Fei handed over carefully for a long time before waving his hand and letting them go. The crow monster immediately stepped forward and handed over a piece of ginger-shaped Polygonatum japonica. Then there was Hongpi, who also handed over a piece of Huangjing. The little demons who had handed over the elixir stood on the other side. Lu Fei and the crow monster Redskin stood together, watching the little monsters hand over the elixir one after another. They watched the scene where one or two little monsters screamed and were carried out of the group of monsters from time to time, and each of them had mixed emotions. Because the number of little demons is limited. Turning in the elixir didn't last long. Not long after, all the little demons have been handed in. Perhaps the image the bear leader usually displays is too brutal and intimidating. He's lucky. Except for the two newly added little monsters who were unable to turn in the elixir due to lack of time to go up the mountain, all the other little monsters turned in the elixir. A total of 11 pieces of elixir were collected, one more than what General Black asked for, and there was no need to supplement it by oneself. As for the other leaders, except for a fox demon leader, all the little demons under his command have been handed over. Other leaders more or less have little demons who failed to complete their tasks. There are more than a dozen little demons waiting to be pulled into the kitchen. As for the little leaders, even if their subordinates didn't complete the turn-in, they all made up for it themselves, so they all completed their tasks. Pull away. The bear leader looked down at a group of more than a dozen little demons who were in extremely depressed condition and spoke coldly. Among the 9 little leaders, the sheep leader who was also in charge of the kitchen immediately stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a long vine flew out and trapped a dozen little monsters with frightened expressions. Find the bookstore www.zayeshuan.com. Immediately, the little demons followed the sheep demon and walked honestly towards the kitchen on the mountain. Each one is like a pig, dog, or beast waiting to be slaughtered. Watch this scene. The little demons who were noisy and whispering were completely quiet at this moment. Back to the cave. It's almost noon. There is no big pot meal in the mountains. Lu Fei returned to his residence with the crow monster Hongpi and Huang Gui. "Brother, it's still early." As soon as he entered the cave, Hongpi immediately said, "We want to take Xiaobai to find the elixir?" Xiaobai is a long-nosed white mouse, a little guy. After it successfully lost weight, Lu Fei named it Xiaobai. Wait a minute. When Lu Fei heard the sound, he immediately felt his spiritual thoughts and sent a message to the little guy who didn't move. Not long after, a big, pure white, slender rat jumped out from under the bed in the corner. Soon, Redskin, Crow Monster, Huang Gui, and the little guy went out again to find the elixir. That's true these days. Lu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate alone. Time passed slowly. The sun was setting behind the sky. Birds in the forest returned to their nests. Darkness once again enveloped the land. The crow monster talked and laughed with the three monsters Red Skin and Huang Gui as they approached the cave where the eldest brother lived. At this time, a huge and astonishing amount of demonic energy suddenly burst out from the cave, instantly knocking the three demons to the ground and sweeping across the entire mountain. For a time, birds flew around and beasts fled. Quack! Chirp! Yo-yo! Whoa! In an instant, under the dark night, the birds were frightened and flew around and screamed, and countless wild beasts fled in panic. This is the crow monster, which was pushed directly by the huge demonic energy, rolled over and climbed up. It immediately glanced at Hompi and Huang Gui, who were also crawling up in embarrassment, and then looked at the cave. The three demons immediately thought of going together, and their eyes Zhong was surprised and delighted. Brother has made a breakthrough. The surprise just fell. Xiaobai, who was so frightened that half of his body had already burrowed into the soil, leaving only half of his but exposed, immediately climbed up again. Then before the three crow monsters could react, the little guy immediately screamed and ran towards the stone cave door. Xiaobai's actions immediately made the three demons laugh. Quick, let's go see Big Brother. Only then did the three demons react and rush towards the cave. Half an hour ago. Inside the cave, Lu Fei sat cross-legged on a soft bed at the bottom of a pine needle cushion, covered with deerskin, bear skin, and other furs. He breathed in and out in an orderly manner, with a long breath, surrounded by a light black demonic aura visible to the naked eye. At this time, Lu Fei suddenly woke up from meditation and opened his eyes. It's time. As if blessing had reached his soul, Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. Brush, brush, brush. Lines of virtual ink handwriting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Level 3 Demon Soldier 500500 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Xiao Cheng 91,000 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 38,100, Archery Entry Level 21,100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 26,100 Supernatural Powers, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Skilled 185,500, Square CUN Beginner 23,100, Raid Beginner 57,100, Whisper Beginner 8100, Earth Escape Getting Started 7100. It's done. Look at the virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appearing in front of you. Lu Fei looked at the realm bar with the flashing green light in his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. It's finally. Actually 7 or 8 days ago. After the crow monster and the three red-skinned Huanggui monsters asked him to eat a piece of the elixir Huangjing, Lu Fei's cultivation value in the realm bar had quickly reached 499 points. Just that last bit. No matter how he breathed out, practiced meditation, he was always just a little bit behind, unable to improve, unable to reach perfection. At that time, Lu Fei already understood in his heart that he was missing a little bit short of understanding, and a little bit short of an opportunity. Speaking from Lu Fei, who has studied sages' books and gone through several years of compulsory education, he immediately stopped practicing the day he became aware of it. In order to gain this insight, he took several of his younger brothers up the mountain to hunt wild fruits, went down the mountain to catch fish in the mountain stream, and even used the magical power escape learned from the weasel Huanggui to follow the little fellow, scrambling underground in search of elixirs. However, I have never been able to gain any insights or find that perfect opportunity. Lu Fei knew that it was useless to deliberately look for opportunities for enlightenment. So he resumed his normal breathing and meditation, and even worked harder, trying to use the increasingly overflowing demonic power in his body to open up that little limit. But it's still a little bit worse. Just like what he said to the crow monster when he got up in the morning, he still had a little chance. This continued until the morning when we gathered together to carry out the task of handing in the elixir. We saw that the little demons who had failed to complete the tasks issued by the leader and regarded the Black General's orders as useless were bundled up and taken to the kitchen like ordinary beasts, pigs and sheep, just waiting for the meat to be killed and eaten. Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh that it was difficult for living beings to survive in the world. It is not only difficult for humans to survive on Earth, it is also the same even if they become monsters. If you don't pay attention, the sword will be added to your body. Not only will you die without a burial place, but even your physical bones will not be preserved. How cruel, how cruel. It was that moment Lu Fei realized that the breakthrough opportunity he was looking for might have arrived. So I returned to my residence in the cave. He immediately started practicing. Sure enough, the following breathing meditation was extremely smooth and came naturally. Now, it's finally harvest time. It's not easy. Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh. As he practiced hard day after day, his Taoist power became more and more profound, and Lu Fei's originally impetuous thoughts completely calmed down. Because of the existence of the system, he originally had a frivolous attitude towards practice. After being stuck in this realm for several days, now the attitude has been completely corrected. From now on, whether it is about the future path of cultivation or the attitude towards this world, all he had was deep awe. After sighing, his attention returned to the virtual panel in front of him. Lu Fei was not in a hurry to break through, but looked down one by one. The soul power experience column remains unchanged as always. Because after arriving in the new territory, there were no monsters for Lu Fei to kill. With General Hei's orders, even if he encounters a little demon with spiritual wisdom in the wild, he will not dare to touch it, and he must point out the direction of the main mountain. As for the wild monsters, except for the fish monsters that exist in the river between the edge of the territory and the snake-coiling mountain monster, Lu Fei was never seen again. Keep reading. It's the exercise column. The monster breathing method has been upgraded to another level, and the mastery level has been upgraded from proficient to minor achievement. Compared with the practice efficiency before the breakthrough, it has improved a lot. But similarly, the experience value increased speed of the upgraded monster breathing method has become much slower. Then there is the ordinary ability column. There was no change in the spear skill and archery skill. The harpoon skill increased a bit because he had harpooned a fish in order to sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Finally, there is magical power. In the past 2 months, Lu Fei has successively mastered the magical power whisper of his second brother, the crow monster, and the earth escape of the fourth weasel spirit Huang Gui. There is no need to say more about the role of the crow monster's magical power whisper. As mentioned before, you can hear farther, but you need to concentrate and consume demon power when activating it. Lu Fei has been coveting this very practical auxiliary magical power for a long time. As for the newly acquired younger brother Huang Gui's magical power earth escape, Lu Fei was even more surprised. Escape, as the name suggests, it is a magical power that can escape in the land. This is definitely a magical escape skill and a good magical power. Therefore, after he learned about Huang Gui's innate magical power, he immediately learned it. After testing it, I found that it really works. But the only drawback is that it consumes a lot of demon power. As for Lu Fei's 2 magical powers, Sky Wolf swallowing the moon and blackmail, he also taught them to his 3 younger brothers. Among them, apart from Hong Pai, who has initially learned the square inch, crow monster, and Huang Gui have not yet started. This is why Lu Fei allows the 3 monster brothers to experience, guide, and learn repeatedly. Otherwise, if it were a one-time deal, it would be like the time Lu Fei blackmailed the female rabbit demon. You can't learn it even if you change to red skin. This also shows positively how difficult it is for monsters to learn each other's talents and magical powers. Lu Fei became more aware of the power of his virtual panel. He had previously planned to wait until he was promoted to a monster general and became a small leader, and then he would inquire about the magical powers of other monsters one by one. If he met a suitable one, he would find a way to learn from them. After all, although he now has 5 magical powers, the rate he learned from Red Skin is to actively attack the magical powers. And it still requires accumulating energy. Although it will have unexpected effects when taking action, it has great limitations. Now there are 9 thorns raised by Lu Feiwen. He originally planned to warm up something on his body to use as a weapon, because the effect will be better. But he thought about it, and his fangs were the most suitable one, but the original owner didn't have the habit of collecting his own teeth. Lu Fei couldn't pull out his teeth right now to warm them up. So I settled for the next best thing, and after asking a few younger brothers, I found the thorns of a poisonous plant in the forest. This kind of thorn is 2 inches long, dark in color, hard in texture, and sharp. When it is freshly picked, it can pierce the red-skinned wild boar skin, which is the toughest defense among Lu Fei's 4 demon brothers. The power after being warmed up is naturally worth looking forward to. As for why there are only 9 thorns to be warmed, it is because Lu Fei's current warming pool is only enough to warm 9 thorns for the time being. Any more will not only reduce the effect of warming, but also consume more demonic power. Consider his current magical powers: accelerating cultivation, storage, intelligence eavesdropping, escape, and the last magical power of charged attack. The variety is quite rich. Just add 2 to 3 more attacking magical powers. Another defensive one. Even if they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme together. Beyond supernatural powers. That's weapons and equipment. Lu Fei could not forget General Hei's magical and powerful handkerchief. Although the treasure is now in the hands of the 3 kings. The reason why the low-level little monsters turn into their true colors when fighting is mainly because they don't have any decent weapons and equipment in their hands. That's why I can only use my real body to attack him. In addition, the strength of the little demons at the bottom is not that big, and they can fight each other several times. If you really can't fight, you can still run. But it needs to be replaced by a powerful monster. If one side has treasures, good magic weapons and other weapons and equipment, the other side does not. That fight would definitely be one-sided. And I can't even run. Lu Fei is not a local monster. As long as he can increase his strength, he has no taboo and is ready to get them all. In short, life-saving comes first. Wait until the equipment is finished. Just thinking of this, Lu Fei suddenly came back to his senses, immediately stopped his wandering thoughts, and focused his eyes on the virtual panel in front of him. Take a deep breath. Immediately, his spiritual thoughts moved slightly, and he clicked on the realm bar that was emitting green light. Suddenly. Great green light. For a moment. Lu Fei felt similar to the previous 2 breakthroughs and improvements. It was an extremely painful feeling of itching, numbness and pain that was constantly growing and spreading from the bones in the body's limbs. But this time, more intense and violent than before. At this moment, Lu Fei could feel more than just the painful feeling caused by the regrowth of the previously fixed bones. There are also bones that seem to be growing, enlarging, elongating, and dislocating in his body. The blood in his body seems to be boiling and rolling, the full demonic power is running rampant, and the entire flesh and blood body seems to be being recast. It made Lu Fei extremely painful, as if he was in hell. Ho! He gritted his teeth and held on, sweat pouring from his face, head, and body. Find the bookstore www.zayeshuan.com while he was struggling to support his body being transformed and recast. What he didn't know was the scattered violent demonic power quickly swept across the entire cave and rushed outward toward the entrance of the cave, which was the largest vent. At this time, brother! A sound of surprise came from outside the cave. Immediately afterwards, a big rat covered in snow-white body rushed into the cave first. Then 3 demon figures with demon heads and half-transformed demon bodies, namely Crow Monster, Red Skin, and Huangue, rushed into the cave. Then he saw his elder brother sitting cross-legged on the big soft real fur bed, soaked all over, hunched over, panting, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Brother! Seeing that something was wrong with the elder brother's state, the joy on the 3 monsters' faces quickly disappeared, and the crow monster gave a tentative breath. Lu Fei, who was sitting on the soft bed, closed his eyes and slowly sat upright, then took a deep breath. Whoosh whoosh. The air immediately made a whirring sound and was quickly sucked into Lu Fei's mouth and nose. The 3 demons were stunned. At this moment, Lu Fei opened his eyes and looked at the 3 demons. For a moment, a serious gaze as if it was real came to them, and the 3 demons instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, cold, oppressive, and they did not dare to move. The next second, no trace was seen. Lu Fei's figure appeared next to the crow monster in an instant. He reached out and hugged the little guy who was also stunned, and said casually, "How was the harvest this time?" The crow monster, who was shocked again, finally recovered, and immediately asked with an excited face, "Brother, have you made a breakthrough?" Lu Feiyun nodded lightly, "Well. Listening to the eldest brother's answer, looking at the eldest brother's calm expression, thinking about the powerful and miraculous behavior that the eldest brother just did that was different from the past. The crow monster suddenly shouted happily, "Great, great! The eldest brother is already a demon general, and the black general will definitely let him be the leader next. Now let's see who dares to bully us. We no longer have to be bullied by the bear leader." The crow monster looked excited and roared. This time, no one blamed him or stopped him. Although Hong Pai and Huang Gui did not express their emotions as intensely as the crow monster. But his face was also full of smiles and excitement, and his heart was full of excitement. Just like the crow monster said, now that the eldest brother has become a demon general, he will definitely become the leader soon. By then, the threat and trouble caused by the bear leader will no longer exist. And Huang Gui. Although the two brother deer demons under his deer leader were warned by their eldest brother more than a month ago, they no longer dared to bully him, and the same was true for other little demons. But it also rejected him even more. He himself has always been uncomfortable getting along with those little monsters, which is far less happy than when he was with his three brothers. This time the eldest brother becomes a demon general, and he will be able to follow his eldest brother just like the second and third brothers. This is such a joyful thing. It really makes him excited just thinking about it. We have to celebrate tonight. The crow monster immediately continued to shout, "I'm going to catch fish. If we catch a few more, we can stew soup and bake them. Brother, what do you think?" After saying that, the crow monster immediately asked Lu Fei. He was afraid of his elder brother before, but now he is even more afraid. "Well, it works." Lu Fei nodded immediately upon hearing this. These days, the three younger brothers have contributed a lot to his stable breakthrough. Since a month ago, in order to allow him to practice breathing more and achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible, the three brothers have not let him go out to look for medicine. As long as there were no missions and Lu Fei was meditating in the cave, the three demon brothers would take the little guy out to look for medicine, leaving early and returning late, and this continues to this day. After finding enough elixir to hand over, the three demon brothers unanimously decided to let Lu Fei, the eldest brother, take the extra elixir first. So whether it is to relieve myself from the anxiety on the surface these days, but my inner anxiety, still happy for a few brothers. It must be quite lively. So Lu Fei immediately said to the little guy in his arms, "Xiao Bai, go and take out some of those precious snacks you ate last time and give them to your uncles to try." When the little guy heard this, he immediately turned over and squeaked towards Lu Fei. After spending such a long time together, Lu Fei was able to understand what Xiao Zhao wanted to express. He smiled and said, "I know you must still have some hidden things. Go ahead and get you something delicious next time." After hearing what the owner said, the little guy turned over, jumped down, and ran towards the corner. What the little guy brought Lu Fei to eat last time was a kind of plant rhizome, which tasted somewhat similar to the root of Zirgus, but it had a stronger, richer, crisper and more refreshing taste. It's so delicious, I'm sure the three brothers will love it. Then I'll go catch fish first. Upon seeing this, the crow monster immediately picked up a harpoon in the corner and walked out. Big brother and second brother. Seeing the crow monster and the little guy leaving quickly, Huang Gui immediately said, "I'm also going to catch some mountain frogs. I know there is a place where the mountain frogs are very fat." At this time, Hongpi threw down the two deer from his storage space and said, "I caught this by chance on the road. I'm going to get some mushrooms and game. That stuff tastes great with meat. You go ahead." Lu Fei nodded, "Leave this deer to me." Huang Gui and Hongpi quickly left. The cave became quiet again. At the same time, the top of the main mountain is not far away. Inside the spacious cave, General Black, who was lying on the stone bed while tasting the fruit wine and shaking his head while admiring the dancing of the beautiful rabbit demon in gauze, suddenly changed his expression. Then he flew out quickly, stood in mid-air, and looked towards the top of the mountain where the demonic energy had just erupted. At this time, A figure in black robes also flew over quickly and stood next to the black general. General Hay glanced at Commander Wolf beside him and asked. The demonic energy erupted on the hilltop opposite. Do you know where the demon lives? The wolf commander replied, that little white wolf boy lives across the street. It's the same white wolf that the general saw at the last banquet not long ago, if he hasn't moved. Hear what the wolf commander said. General Hay suddenly thought about it and suddenly said, it turned out to be that little kid, but I remember that he seemed to have just reached the late stage of transformation last time, right? But the words just left his mouth. Only then did General Black remember that there was a white wolf standing next to him who was practicing faster, and he couldn't help but sigh, you are the ones with alien bloodline who are favored by God. Inside the cave. Lu Fei looked at the 2 deer on the ground and stretched out his hand. One deer was immediately caught by the demonic force and flew straight into his hand. This operation, which was extremely difficult before the breakthrough, is now so simple. Lu Fei did not use the dagger this time, but directly stretched out a finger, and a pure white curved claw appeared on the fingertip. With just a slight stroke, the outermost layer of fur of the plump deer in his hand was immediately scratched and peeled off. It hasn't damaged the inside at all, and it's extremely light. While feeling the changes in his demon power before and after the breakthrough. While handling the deer. Not long. The 2 deer were skinned, gutted, and hung on the grill. If he were on Earth, Lu Fei would definitely not let go of the offal of these game animals. But here, with seasonings, conditions, extremely limited circumstances. Lu Fei didn't want to taste the 9 turns large intestine. Moreover, Crow Monster, Red Skin, and Huang Gui are obviously not interested in internal organs. They can eat as ordinary beasts because they will starve if they don't eat, but if they become monsters with their spiritual wisdom, they will naturally understand what is in those intestines, so they are still willing to eat. Of course, there are quite a few monsters who have a penchant for eating feces. When Lu Fei took care of the deer and turned up the stove fire, the other 3 demons also came back one after another. The crow monster brought back a dozen fresh fish, Huang Gui brought back a large bunch of plump mountain frogs strung with rattan ropes, Redskin brought back several kilograms of game mushrooms, the little guy finally brought back a large handful of large folded ears. This one night, Lu Fei had the happiest night since time travel, and the other 3 demons must have had the same night. There is no need to mention the excitement. Early the next morning, when the warm autumn sunshine shines into the cave, a wonderful day has begun again. The crow monster's voice also rang on time like an alarm clock. Second brother, that's not what you said before. Huang Gui sat up, looked at his second brother crow monster opposite and said with a smile, hey hey. The crow monster chuckled and was not embarrassed. He turned his head and glanced at the soft bed in the corner. Black energy was rolling around his body. He was still in the process of breathing and practicing. After taking a look at the elder brother, he immediately said, but from now on, as long as the elder brother is here, every day of our lives will be wonderful. That is. Huang Gui deeply agrees with this. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. 2 brothers chatting. Lu Fei also woke up from his breathing meditation. Compared to before the breakout, he found that a great benefit was the carefully calculated allocation ratio of practice time to rest time. It's no longer needed. Because the extremely strong vitality in his body and the endless flow of majestic energy and blood can already keep him awake for a long time. Not to mention the restful breathing meditation. He has now basically accomplished what he thought before, using breathing meditation to replace sleep. I don't know how long it will take for the general to let my eldest brother become the leader. The crow monster's undisguised excited voice came. We'll find out after the meeting. Lu Fei opened his eyes, stood up as he spoke, and the black demonic energy surrounding him immediately entered his body. Let's go. When Lu Fei and his 3 brothers arrived at the mountainside of the main mountain, a large number of little demons have gathered in the increasingly widening gathering place. Lu Fei and his 3 brothers walked into the demon group. Warm greetings from familiar monsters were still heard all around. Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf. Brother Crow. Brother Crow followed behind his elder brother with a proud look on his face, chatting with the little demon who greeted him equally enthusiastically. Lu Fei felt extremely calm at this time. Compared with before the breakthrough, he also has certain changes. First of all, in terms of the appearance of the half-demon, he has maintained a slightly larger body shape, which is basically the same as other leaders. Also, the aura on his body is no longer as sharp as before the breakthrough. Even from a distance, you can tell that this is a powerful monster. Now Lu Fei's aura has become much more restrained. Just stay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to him. Only then could one feel the terrifying aura in him beneath his cold and quiet appearance, like a sinking abyss or a hidden volcano. Also, if you look carefully, you can find that Lu Fei's originally pure white hair has become more shiny than before, and is transforming into silvery white. Then his amber eyes were even colder, and his aura of keeping strangers away from him was even colder. Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf. Brother Crow. When they reached their old position, the little demons who belonged to the same leader immediately greeted each other. The crow monster immediately responded enthusiastically. Lu Fei's eyes were still indifferent and he said nothing. In his eyes, these little demons were no longer on the same level as him. Now except for the three brothers Crow Monster, Red Skin and Huang Gui who have been following him. All he needs from the little demons below the demon general is their awe and fear. Rather than any other nonsense. After all, for these little monsters that he can kill and swallow at will. Lu Fei doesn't have any friendship or anything like that. Just like you can't be good friends with your food. Except, of course, pets. This can be clearly seen by just looking at the other 9 leading monsters on the entire mountain. Time passed slowly. More and more little demons gathered on the field. Not long after, the 9 leader monsters appeared one after another. Then the wolf commander. Finally, when General Black's tall figure appeared above the demons again. Some of the monsters with their heads filled with anticipation were already looking forward to it. Under normal circumstances, the Black General will not appear easily if nothing happens. Just like yesterday I showed up because it was the day to turn in the elixir. But what about today? And why? Standing in mid-air, the Black General glanced at all the little demons below, and finally his eyes stopped on a white wolf demon with outstanding temperament, which seemed to stand out from the crowd. After looking at it carefully, he said, "Come forward, White Wolf boy." General Hay finished speaking. There was a buzz among the demon group below, and immediately there was a lot of discussion in whispers. Which one is the White Wolf? Who is the general talking about? Who else? We only have a few white wolves on the entire mountain? I know who it is. Is it the same white wolf demon that transformed into a demon soldier like the dog demon by Bulai and the dung beetle turned spirit Jinjia? Shoo, keep your voice down, kid. If you want to be beaten, I won't. Who else but him? After all, there are only 2 white wolves on our mountain. One is the commander, and the other is him. What's up with him? Why did the general call him? How do I know? Just look. Look, the tallest one there is. At this moment, not only all the little demons were talking and looking around. Even the 9 monster leaders above all glanced at Lu Fei's position. Lu Fei took a deep breath after hearing General Hay's words. He knew very well that when the general asked him to step forward, he was not asked to stand aside alone, but to stand on a higher level of earth where only the leader monster could stand. Although I have looked forward to this moment several times in the past. But really when it comes, Lu Fei's current state of mind can't help but be a little excited. Calm down your mind. Lu Fei stepped aside, and all the little monsters in front of him immediately moved out of the way. In this way, Lu Fei left the huge group of monsters at the bottom step by step, stepped onto a new level, and completely stood above all the little monsters. The young one has met the general and the commander. After standing on the earthen steps, Lu Fei immediately saluted respectfully towards General Black in mid-air and Commander Wolf above the mountainside. As for the other 9 leaders, he no longer needs to salute. Boy, you are very good. General Hay spoke again, and he could tell he was in a good mood. what's your name? The moment has finally arrived. He has been called by Mao, a small-time gangster and an unpleasant name for too long. Lu Fei immediately said respectfully, report to the general, the younger one's name is Bai Lang. Bai Lang. General Black, are we from Lang Lang Mountain? Lu Fei nodded, yes, General, look for Shuyu on www.zshua. Come, I would like to remember that I was born in Lang Lang Mountain and grew up in Lang Lang Mountain. No matter where I go in the future, I will always remember that I am a monster from Lang Lang Mountain. Always remember the general's kindness. Ha 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 ha. This moment of flattery made General He feel very happy. After laughing, he said, boy, you are really good. You have a good name, and your words are even better. I like it very much. I now declare that your boy is our 10th leader of Lang Lang Mountain. In a moment, I'll go find your commander, collect your weapons and armor, and also collect your soldiers. He will teach you. General Black talked about the process of becoming a leader and asked again, now, do you have anything to say? And this is such a good thing. Lu Fei suddenly felt happy when he heard this, and immediately said shamelessly, report to the general, I have something I want to ask the general for help. General He didn't care, say. Lu Fei, I am now the leader. I want the two of you to become sworn brothers and come under my command to help you. I hope the general will grant you permission. General He smiled, I thought it was something, that's right. I remember you were the subordinate of the big man. Then he looked at the bear leader and said, big man, did you hear it? The bear leader immediately saluted and said, yes, general. At this time, Lu Fei, who was supposed to thank Leader Xiong, didn't seem to see Leader Xiong. He saluted General Black in mid-air and said, thank you, General. On the side, the bear leader's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and his lowered hands clenched his fists tightly. Ever since Lu Fei was named by the Black General, not only the little monsters below were looking at him, but also the leading monsters on the steps were looking at him. Watch him step forward and up the steps. The eyes of the leading monsters included doubts, scrutiny, interest, indifference, and even hostility. They noticed something strange about Lu Fei, but they couldn't see clearly. This lasted until General Black announced that Lu Fei had become the 10th leader of Lang Lang Mountain. Only then did the leaders of the monsters confirm that the white wolf in front of them had actually broken through to the realm of Monster General and was the same as them. After realizing this, except for the several leader monsters who had a better relationship with the bear leader, the other leader monsters immediately became interested. After all, the little demons didn't know about the bear leader's broken arm before, so how could they still be unclear about it? There is not much for entertainment on weekdays. This kind of gossip is an excellent source of entertainment. Every little leader knows it very well. The big bear leader lost his arm and almost lost his life because of the white wolf demon under his command. However, because the little white wolf demon was valued and taken care of by the commander who was also a white wolf. Therefore, the big guy didn't dare to attack the little white wolf demon directly, so he could only use his identity to embarrass the white wolf overtly or covertly. Lang Lang Mountain is not big. They all know this very well. After all, they also wanted to see the reaction of the big black guy. Presumably the wolf commander must also know. I originally thought that the little wolf demon would go directly to the wolf commander to complain. However, the white wolf actually stood up. Now he can even quickly break through and become a demon general in a short period of time, becoming a leader like them. How could this not surprise them? This is simply a template for practicing hard and getting slapped in the face. They were now very much looking forward to seeing the white wolf in front of them face off against the big black man. After all, the big black man and his two sworn brothers were used to being arrogant among the leaders, and they were not good birds. They were happy to see the big black man deflated. Just when most of the leader monsters had this thought in their minds, they saw that the white wolf asked the black general for his two brothers who were still under the command of the big bear leader. Moreover, the white wolf is coming to the two brothers, and they don't even say thank you to the older one, which is really disrespectful. Such a clear and direct attitude. It made all the monster leaders feel happy when they saw it. That white wolf is interesting. Did you see that everyone's face turned dark, haha? Not only is his face dark, look at his hands. Hee hee, I laughed so hard. Come drink in my cave tonight, I got something good. Well, I just got a jar of wine from the kitchen. Let's have a good drink today. If the white wolf and the big guy don't have to deal with each other, we can get to know each other. Well, this is a good idea, but don't rush, just take your time. That white wolf doesn't give the big guy any face. Fox, you must have been right. I'm willing to admit defeat. Remember to place a bet later. Several leading monsters secretly spread the word of happiness. Lu Fei also thanked General He, glanced at the big bear leader and stood aside secretly. I just didn't give any face at all. He estimated that the bear leader must be very angry now. Just be angry. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel happy. When you fucked me the first 2 months, I didn't say a word. At this time, in mid-air, General Black turned his gaze to the monsters below and began to lecture. I've said it before. When we come to Dahuang Mountain, it will be different than before. There is plenty of meat here, rich spiritual energy, and many elixirs. You have to work hard to practice. I have said before that the King's competition is held every 3 years, and there are only 2 years left. At that time, not only you transformed little monsters, but also the leader will also need to compete with the monsters under the other 3 generals. The prizes for the competition include elixirs, magic weapons, armor, and even the teaching of magical powers. As long as you win, you will not only get the reward you won, but you will also get an additional reward from me. So, I need you. When General Black finished his lecture. When the demon group started to disperse. In the group of monsters below, the crow monster, red-skinned monster, and Huang Gue monster looked excited. Just as they were about to charge forward, Lu Fei signaled them to stop with his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fei walked up to the specially dug dirt steps on the upper level and walked towards Commander Wolf. Commander. Standing in front of Commander White Wolf, Lu Fei saluted respectfully. Good. Commander Wolf looked at Lu Fei in front of him and nodded. His eyes became more appreciative and he said, I didn't expect you to be able to practice to this point so quickly. It seems that you are not lazy. I saw you right. For the wolf leader who saved himself from the threat of the bear leader. Lu Fei was very grateful and respected. At this time, he met the other party again and faced the other party's praise. Lu Fei immediately said respectfully, thanks to the commander for this. Without the commander, Bai Lang would not be where he is today. Although Lu Fei Hua was a bit exaggerated, he was really right. If that night of the banquet, he failed to leave an impression in the eyes of the Black General and the commander. If he was ignored, his subsequent plan was to run away that night, leave the group of monsters in Lang Lang Mountain, and find another way out. Otherwise, no one would protect him, and he would have absolutely no chance of survival under the leader Xion. Now that he has advanced to the level of a demon general, he understands that there is absolutely no comparability in strength between demon generals and demon soldiers. They are completely different. He was a little overconfident before. If he left Lang Lang Mountain at that time, it doesn't matter where he is wandering or in danger now. That is the core territory of the Great Wilderness Mountain. The 3 kings all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme there, and the possibility of a wild monster being discovered and caught is not small. Once caught, Lu Fei would have no choice but to reveal his origins unless he wanted to die. Then he must have been sent to Lang Lang Mountain. General Black has no mercy for the defecting monsters. Have gratitude. Therefore, Lu Fei's gratitude to Commander Wolf comes from the bottom of his heart. Let's go. The Wolf Commander said casually. Of course he knew what Lu Fei meant, and he didn't care. Lu Fei was promoted to Demon General so quickly, which showed that he was a powerful little guy. Such monsters can thrive with just a little sunshine and dew. He is very satisfied with such a junior. While talking, black clouds rose up from under the Wolf Commander's feet, lifting his body up. Lu Fei had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run away, and he had tried it last night. Then he had a thought. Lines of demon power turned into black energy and quickly gathered and roiling under his feet. Soon, his entire body was slowly lifted up by the black energy. Not bad, I learned quickly. Seeing Lu Fei's clumsy movements, Commander Wolf smiled. You are lucky this time. None of the little demons who have come to pay homage to the mountain in the past few days have been allocated to you. They just happen to be given to you. But before that, I will take you to choose weapons and armor. This is the benefit of becoming a leader. After saying that, the wolf leader quickly walked away on the black clouds. Commander, wait for me. Lu Fei's face became anxious, and he immediately stepped on the churning black air and flew forward unsteadily. Call. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme passed quickly by my ears. Lu Fei stepped on the black cloud. It was the black energy, and chased straight towards the figure of the wolf commander in front of him. There was some emotion in my heart. Flying is the dream of many people on the earth. Lu Fei is no exception. He had dreamed countless times that he was flying in his dreams. Now, it has truly come true. For the fact that he can fly, Lu Fei is definitely the envy of many people, especially men. But flying is for monsters. As long as they can be promoted to become a monster general, it can be said that all monsters can fly. Because you only need to be able to skillfully use demonic power, lift it up, or wrap yourself up, and you can fly. Of course, this is just the most primitive, crudest, and most instinctive method of flying. The limitations are also great. Firstly, it cannot fly too high, and secondly, its speed is also very limited. Lu Fei estimated that with his current flying skills and speed, it should be a little worse than the speed he could run at full speed now. And because this kind of flight relies entirely on demonic power. Therefore, as long as you fly, you will continue to consume your own demon power. In comparison, running on the ground is obviously much more cost-effective. However, flying with style is also a display of strength. Unless you have to. Lu Fei doesn't care about the little bit of demon power consumed. Besides, if you can fly, you will never leave. This is the unfolding of the world of Xianxia. This is what motivates him to practice hard and study hard even if he is a demon. Wait for me, Commander. At this time, seeing the figure of the leader getting further and further away, Lu Fei immediately accelerated to chase him. Not long after, Lu Fei followed Commander Lang to the top of the mountain. Compared with the top of the mountain I saw 2 months ago, the scene in front of me has obviously changed a lot. A large number of trees were cut down, a large amount of mountainous land was bulldozed and repaired, and a decent pavilion was even built. Not far away, the stone cave where General Black lives, the writing on the doorstone has also changed from Dwang Cave to General Cave. The warehouse is over here. Follow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme of the wolf. Lu Fei soon came to a cave guarded by several little demons. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. The little demon guarding the cave immediately saluted the wolf leader when he saw it, but looking at the unfamiliar Lu Fei, a little demon who had been guarding the cave for a long time only hesitated for a moment and then shouted, "Here, Chief!" He ignored Xiaoyao's greetings. Commander Wolf pushed open the extremely thick stone door and stepped in. Lu Fei, who was called leader for the first time, didn't feel anything special and followed Commander Wolf into the warehouse. "Hey, we haven't seen the white wolf before, how do you know it's the leader?" Behind him, a few gatekeeper demons started chatting quietly outside. The little demon saluted. "Except for us, other little demons are not qualified to come to the warehouse. The only one who can be brought here by the commander-in-chief is the leader. The white wolf must also be the leader, but we have never seen it." Lu Fei didn't know that he was being talked about by the little gatekeeper outside. Follow Commander Wolf into the warehouse. Only then did Lu Fei see what the monster weapons warehouse looked like. He looked up and saw knives, long knives, guns, swords, hammers, iron bars, maces, axes, all kinds of weapons, all arranged randomly. Lu Fei even saw a halberd. There are many types of weapons. But there is obviously less protective equipment such as armor. As far as Lu Fei has seen, there are only 2 sets of complete armor with upper body breastplates and leg armors. The others are some loose pieces of breastplates, arm armors, leg armors, and the like. The quantity is not large. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. And looking at the material of these weapons and armor, they are basically made of iron. Look at everything in front of you. Lu Fei's previous dream that General He would reward him with a magic weapon, even the lowest level, was shattered. These ancient cold weapons in front of us are the reality. Choose. Looking at Lu Fei, who was holding all kinds of weapons in front of him intently, Commander Lang thought he was dazzled and said, "According to the regulations, you can choose a weapon and a set of armor. You have time to choose carefully and choose the one that suits you best." Hear what the Wolf Commander said. Lu Fei stopped thinking too much and started choosing carefully. The weapons in front of him were basically real ones with pure iron blades, rather than the crude wooden stick spears he had used before, except for the tip of the gun, which was made of iron. He estimated that General He might have robbed that family's martial arts gym or weapons shop or something. But when he picked up the long gun in his hand, even the barrel was made of iron. Lu Fei became a little suspicious again. A pure iron spear is definitely not something that ordinary people can use. However, no matter where these weapons come from, they can easily cause harm to the little demons whose true form appears. As for the leader monster, Lu Fei estimated that it was similar. After all, those who use weapons are also powerful monsters. And they have not yet practiced to the point of being invulnerable. Look at these weapons in front of you. Lu Fei couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Are the monsters on Lang Lang Mountain too poor, or are the magic weapons too precious? So much so that a monster as powerful as the monster general was actually rewarded with these ordinary iron weapons. You must know that with Lu Fei's current strength, if he wants to go to a human gathering place, such as the original fortified village at the foot of Lang Lang Mountain, he can easily sweep it now. Even in some towns, Lu Fei dared to try to break into them. After some thinking, Lu Fei felt that it must be true that the magic weapon was very precious, and the main reason should be that the demon group led by General Black was too poor. Find Shu Yuan www. Zaishuan who told him not to travel to a good place? Shaked his head. Lu Fei no longer thought about it, but carefully selected weapons. One after another, he took various weapons in his hands and tried them out by waving them around. Only then did he realize that popular weapons like daggers and swords were too light, and he didn't like hammers, axes, maces and the like. Finally, among the spears, knives, and iron rods, Lu Fei was the first to eliminate the iron rod. He was not Sun Wukong and could not use the iron rod. Finally, between the spear and a long knife. After thinking carefully, I considered that most of my future enemies should be demon generals and queens of the same level. Lu Fei chose the spear that was particularly good at breaking the surface and had the most concentrated power. As for the armor, Lu Fei was very practical and directly chose one of the armors that looked more pleasing to the eye. Seeing that Lu Fei had made his choice, Commander Wolf, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stepped forward, reached out and touched Lu Fei's forehead, and said, "You are lucky, I'll give this to you." The words fell. Lu Fei felt a piece of information about spear shooting appear in his mind. "Thank you, Commander." Lu Fei, realizing the value of marksmanship, immediately saluted respectfully. "You're just lucky. Let's go, your soldiers are still waiting for you." After finishing the teaching, the Wolf Commander turned around and walked out. Lu Fei quickly put the weapons and armor into the storage space and followed immediately. Not long. Commander Wolf led Lu Fei to an open space, pointed at the 5 timid little demons in front of him and said, "These are your soldiers. Bai Lang, from now on, you will be our 10th leader of Lang Lang Mountain." Main Mountain. In front of an open space on the top of the mountain, Commander Wolf finished explaining to Lu Fei and left on his own. Lu Fei was left looking at the 5 little demons in front of him, a little dazed for a moment. It stands to reason that Lu Fei has been in this world for less than half a year. He has traveled to several mountains and met a large number of various monsters. But it is rare for the 5 people in front of me to suddenly bump into each other. First of all, the first of the 5 little monsters with a bull's head is a bull monster, which is normal. There are many monsters like bull monsters, and they are big and strong, so they are good subordinates. The second one is rarer. It is a pheasant demon and also a pheasant demon. The pheasant demon is wearing 5 brilliant colors of red, green, black, and yellow on its head. Although it is not tall, it is definitely conspicuous. The third one, which is not uncommon among the monsters, is a yellow leopard monster with spots all over its body. Finally, a small mortal beast carnivorous monster has arrived, and Lu Fei is also very satisfied. The fourth one surprised him a little, because it seemed that the entire Lang Lang Mountain demon group had not seen it before. It was actually a donkey, a wild-ass demon, and it was not small, almost the same as a bull demon. Lu Fei was also very satisfied. As for the fifth one, which is also Lu Fei's last little brother, it is even more surprising. Because before this, not to mention Lu Fei had never seen it, most other monsters had probably never been seen before. Even if you have seen it, you will definitely not be able to recognize it the first time. This little demon is nearly 1 meter tall. Its body is covered with a black and translucent armor like carapace. Its head is also covered with a black carapace, and it seems to be harder. It has a pair of huge black compound eyes and 2 sticks standing back. It has long tentacles, a terrifying mouth full of messy fangs, and large black sharp and ferocious curved fangs on both sides of the mouth. Lu Fei estimated that any monster would be stunned when seeing this little monster in front of him, because he couldn't recognize it at all. But after Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, he still recognized the true identity of the little demon in front of him, because he had seen a similar picture of a ferocious appearance, which was the appearance of an ant magnified thousands of times. Therefore, he can be sure that the fifth little demon in front of him at this moment is an ant-turned spirit, an ant demon. This made Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was really an eye-opener and it was a long time to see him. I believe the general and the commander-in-chief have already told you. After sighing for a while and coming back to his senses, Lu Fei looked at the 5 little demons in front of him and said, I am your future leader, do you all understand? Able. I understand, leader. The 5 little demons immediately nodded. There was timidity, curiosity, and expectation in his eyes. That's good. Lu Fei nodded, pointed at the first bull demon standing in the row and said, Then let me introduce myself first, starting with you. Bezoar demon, reporting to the leader, my name is Dahan, I am a cattle-turned demon, and my family lives in. Luo Liba, the scalper demon named Dahan, talked a lot, but Lu Fei didn't interrupt. He just looked at the remaining monsters and said, This will be your home from now on. Keep it simple, just tell me your name. That's it. Continue. The pheasant demon who was in second place pointedly said, Report to the king. No, report to the leader. My name is a report to the leader. Do I still have a name? Lu Fei looked at the pheasant demon who was obviously a little nervous and said, I know, I will give you a name later. Next. The leopard demon immediately said, Report to the leader, I have a lot of pockmarks on my body, so I named myself Motzi. Isn't this a nice name? Seeing leopard demon's confident look, Lu Fei nodded in affirmation, this name is very vivid. Next. Hearing the leader's voice, the wild donkey demon immediately withdrew his eyes from the leopard demon. He seemed to have thought of something, and then he said, Report to the commander, my name is Madman, and I like the phoneme alphabet equals IPA peach equals win wine / phoneme. Well, this name is good and very thoughtful. Lu Fei didn't notice the way the wild donkey demon named Madman looked at the leopard demon. This guy must have been inspired by the leopard demon. Not only are the combinations strange, but the names are also very distinctive. This made Lu Fei sigh in his heart again. What kind of sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks have I collected? He finally looked at the ant demon in black armor and said, What about you? The ant demon raised his head and said, Report to the leader, my name is Black Tooth. Hearing what the ant demon said, Lu Fei nodded, finally hearing a normal name. Everyone follow me. Lu Fei said that he was about to take the 5 little demons to meet the crow monster and red skin. He was just letting the crow monster teach these little demons who had just climbed up the mountain some experience and precautions. When he saw the pheasant monster carrying his head looked at him eagerly. He then remembered that he had said he would give him a name later, and began to think about it. Suddenly, a picture flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but think of the pockmarked leopard demon, the crazy wild donkey. They were all sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks anyway, so let's get them all together. So he looked up at the pheasant demon and said, "Let's call you Kuan." Kuan. My name is Kuan. Hey, I have a name too. My name is Kuan. The pheasant demon was excited and quietly showed off to several companions around him. Lu Fei saw this and said calmly, "Follow me, I will take you to meet your other companions. They'll tell you what to do next." After saying that, Lu Fei turned around and walked down the mountain. The 5 little demons quickly followed him. When the sun reaches the zenith above your head. The crow monster was holding a branch covered with yellow and ripe wild fruits, flying down from a high altitude, and flew in front of Hong Pai and Huang Gui at the gathering place on the mountainside. Huang Gui asked, "Have you seen Big Brother?" The crow monster shook his head, "No." Huang Gui asked again, "What do you think eldest brother did with the commander?" The crow monster shook his head again, "How would I know? I guess I went to get something." Humpy picked a yellow fruit and put it in his mouth, saying, "I heard the general asked my eldest brother to get something." He didn't finish his sentence. Find Shuyu on www.zayashuyua. CM. The sharp-eyed crow monster immediately pointed at the tall white figure on the mountain path and said happily, "Big Brother is back." Hong Pai and Huang Gui immediately turned around and saw not only the figure of their elder brother, but also 5 little demons with strange faces behind him. "Have you seen those little monsters behind Big Brother?" Looking at the monster following closely behind his eldest brother, Red Skin narrowed his eyes and asked immediately, "Never seen it." Huang Gui immediately shook his head. "I haven't seen it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme." The crow monster also shook his head and continued, "Just ask and you will know. Let's go." The 3 demons came forward. Soon, the 2 groups of monsters met. The crow monster immediately asked nervously, "Brother, who are these guys?" Seeing that the 3 brothers seemed a little uneasy, Lu Fei smiled and said, "They are the little demons assigned to me by Commander Wolf. They are all local little demons who have just climbed up the mountain. They don't understand anything. Just in time, the task of teaching them the rules and precautions of our Lang Lang Mountain will be left to you." Teaching new demons? When the crow monster heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened up and he said, "Brother, don't worry, leave it to me." Lu Fei nodded, looked at Huang Gui who looked a little anxious and said, "Don't worry, I'll go to your dear demon leader to get you over right away." "Do you know where he lives?" Huang Gui's face lit up, and he immediately nodded like pecking at rice, "I know the Big Brother." Lu Fei nodded again, looked at Humpy and said, "I'll talk about the rest when I get back." After saying that, black energy began to surge under his feet. Lu Fei grabbed the thin Huang Gui and said, "Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way." There. Huang Gui glanced nervously at the billowing black energy at his feet, and immediately stretched out his hand to point in one direction. Lu Fei nodded, feeling the consumption of demonic power brought by Huang Gui, and then activated the demonic power and flew in the direction pointed by Huang Gui. Watching the eldest brother flying away with Huang Gui, the crow monster turned his head, put his hand on the shoulders of the wild donkey demon Madman and the yellow bull demon Dahan, and said loudly, "I am the leader's sworn brother, you can call me." The words have not yet finished. The crow monster turned around and finally saw Blackya, the smallest ant monster, behind him. He was immediately startled by his appearance. "Who are you?" But soon, the crow monster reacted and felt that the little man had a weak demonic energy. As the elder brother said, he was a monster that had just transformed, but it looked a little scary. So he immediately calmed down and said, "I mean, how did you become a monster?" Blackya then said, "Brother Crow, I am an ant-turned-demon. My name is Blackya." Ant. Hearing the ant demon's wise words, Brother Crow nodded with satisfaction and said casually, "I have seen other members of your race become demons before, but that was a long time ago. Your name is Blacktooth, right? You are very smart." As he spoke, the crow monster looked at the other 4 new monsters and said, "Just like Black Fong, you guys can call me Brother Crow. Let's go. It's already o'clock. It's almost time to eat." I'll take you to eat something first. When I'm full, I'll tell you what we need to pay attention to in Lang Lang Mountain. The crow monster said, turning around and walking in the opposite direction, and the 5 new little monsters immediately followed. By the way, what are your names? Brother Crow, my name is Madman. My name is Lauhan. My name is Motzi. Brother Crow, my name is Kuan. Watching the crow monster phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the 5 little monsters away. Redskin looked away, and couldn't help but think that his elder brother was right to let the crow monster be in charge of teaching the new monsters. He reached out and grabbed his butt, then shook his short tail behind his butt and walked down the mountain. When Lu Fei took Huang Gue back to the cave on the top of the mountain opposite the main mountain. The sky has darkened. Brother, you are back. Seeing the figure walking into the cave, Humpy, who had already lit a fire and was roasting rabbit meat, immediately spoke. Lu Fei nodded and asked casually, where is Haimeo? He took those little monsters to the mountain kitchen to eat at noon, and I haven't seen him since. They should still be teaching those new demons. Humpy said, turning the rabbit meat on the grill, while Huang Gue helped. Oh, it seems I found the wrong person this time. Lu Fei smiled, but he wasn't too surprised. The crow monster has the habit of being a teacher and likes to show off its holiness in front of others, so it is indeed an excellent candidate to guide those new monsters. Brother, is Huang Gue's matter done? Humpy looked at Huang Gue, whose eyes were filled with smiles, and asked Lu Fei opposite him. Lu Fei nodded, waved his hand and grabbed the dry firewood not far away from the air and brought it to the fire before he could speak. Huang Gue on the side couldn't help but said, Third brother, you don't know how enthusiastic my original leader was towards my eldest brother. Not only did he easily agree to my request, he also invited me to drink. Upon hearing Huang Gue's words, the red-skinned eyes immediately lit up and looked at his eldest brother. They and the eldest brother are one. The eldest brother is valued and respected, and the glory can also be felt on his face. It's just a coincidence. Lu Fei said casually without going into details. He looked at Humpy and took out another deer, ready to peel it and roast it. He stood up and said, I've already eaten it. You can eat it. After saying that, Lu Fei returned to his bed and sat up cross-legged. It's also interesting to say. At first, Lu Fei also felt that the posture of sitting cross-legged and practicing meditation was not like the style of the demon clan, but more like that of the human race. After he asked the crow monster, he found out that the reason why the monsters had developed spiritual intelligence was to initially transform into human half-demon forms. It turns out that the convenience of hands and feet is just a small reason. The main reason is that the human race is blessed with spiritual wisdom and is loved by heaven and earth. Transforming into a human form is more conducive to cultivation. This is how human cultivation postures are passed down from generation to generation among the demon clan. I saw my eldest brother going back to bed and preparing to breathe and practice. The voices of Hong Pai and Huang Gue immediately softened. At this time, I'm back. The strange crow's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. Red-skinned and Huang Gue immediately turned their heads and gestured towards the crow monster with a happy face, shoo. The crow monster immediately turned his head to look at the corner. Seeing his elder brother who was sitting quietly on the bed with his eyes closed and breathing, he immediately reached out and covered his mouth. When 3 brothers gathered around the fire and chatted quietly. In front of Lu Fei, lines of ink handwriting exuding pale white virtual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme began to appear. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Early Demon General 02000 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Xiao Cheng 91,000 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 43,100, Archery Entry Level 21,100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 26,100 Supernatural Powers, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Skilled 185,500, Square CUN Beginner 23,100, Raid Beginner 57,100, Whisper Beginner 8,100, Earth Escape Getting Started 7,100, Fang Suanbu Getting Started 1,100. 2,000 Experience Points. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appearing in the realm column in front of him, Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that after being promoted to a demon general, his realm value would definitely increase greatly, but he didn't expect it to increase so much. However, considering how difficult it is to improve the demon general, he didn't think much more about it. After all, no matter how slow or difficult the improvement is, it will definitely be faster than other monsters, much faster. After all, being able to see the progress experience bar is much faster and more motivating than blindly groping. Isn't there a saying that says this? As long as you have a health bar, God will kill you. It is the anytime efficiency feedback effect brought by the progress experience bar, which can give actors unparalleled motivation to move forward. Attention returns to the virtual panel. Lu Fei continued to look down. Move over unchanged phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. He soon discovered that his spearmanship proficiency had increased by 5 points. He hasn't practiced spearing for a while. The only explanation is that it was caused by a spear technique taught directly to him by the White Wolf commander today. After secretly feeling the spear technique in his mind, Lu Fei thought that he couldn't spend all his time in breathing meditation. He needs to take time to practice spears, practice magical powers, and deal with some necessary things after becoming a leader. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan. In short, there will be a lot to come. Keep looking down. Lu Fei soon saw the extra magical power Fong Cunbu behind the magical power column. This is the magical power he realized when he broke through the demon general. His ability is to move quickly in a small area. However, according to Lu Fei's understanding, flash is a more appropriate description. This is another auxiliary magical power, a very practical and powerful auxiliary magical power. The only drawback is that it consumes a little more demon power to use. However, compared to the powerful ability of Fong Cunbu, the consumption of demon power is secondary. Think about it, when Lu Fei perfects his spear skills and cooperates with Fong Cunbu, whether it is against the enemy or a sneak attack, the lethality will be absolutely astonishing. Early the next morning. Sunny. Lu Fei got up early and took the crow monster Hongpi and Huang Gui's third brother to the mountainside meeting point. There are not many little monsters on the field. Not even one of the leading demon generals arrived. But Lu Fei didn't care. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He is the new leader, so it is normal to arrive early. He closed his eyes and stood at the position belonging to the leader. The crow monster and the red-skinned Huang Gui, along with the other 5 new monsters who had arrived early, stood in front of Lu Fei and were chatting with interest. Time passed slowly. When the little monsters filled the venue. When all the leading demon generals also arrived. General Black actually appeared in mid-air again, appearing for 3 days in a row. Is there anything important happening today? Lu Fei and the leaders immediately cheered up. Looking at General Black appearing in mid-air again. Not only the 10 leading monsters are serious. The little demons below also raised their necks and kept looking at the Black General above their heads. As long as they are not stupid, the little monsters will all realize that there is a difference between the General's appearance and his absence in the morning meeting. There is a competition under the King's command. General He looked at the monsters below and said directly, I think we in Langlang Mountain also need to have a competition. So, I decided. Looking at the little monsters below, their eyes were full of curiosity and ready to move. General He said directly, when the first snow falls this year, our competition will begin. The rules of the competition are that each leader selects 3 little demons from under his command. With 10 leaders, that's 30. 30 little monsters will compete in a battle. The top 5 little monsters will receive a weapon and 2 elixirs as rewards. The words have not yet finished, boom. The demon group below instantly exploded. All the little demons immediately began to whisper and discuss like bees. Shall we compete? Are you blind? Didn't you see that the general said there was a competition? There are weapons and elixirs. I want to participate too. If you want to participate, you have to let your leader choose you first. Let's compete, that bitch by Bulai and that dung beetle with golden armor. They will definitely win, they are the strongest. Let me talk about the white wolf. No, the white leader has suffered a big loss. He will be promoted to the leader later. He will definitely win this time. You know what the heck, the benefits that the leader gets are beyond what you and I can think of, and they don't look down on them at all. Didn't you hear the general say that among the top 5 winners of the competition, even if the dog demon and the dung beetle occupy 2, there are still 3 positions? I want to have those 2 elixirs, and I can cultivate to the level of by Bulai that dog demon, and I also want to participate. As long as I have 2 more elixirs, I will definitely be promoted to the leader. Among the noisy demons, a tall dog demon with a white dog head and black neck stripes looked up at the pure white tall wolf demon standing at the end of the group of leaders, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy and hate. He envied the wolf demon, who had white hair without any impurities and was valued by the wolf commander. He was jealous of the wolf demon. It only took him 2 years to reach the level of a demon general and become a leader. And it has been 11 years since he went up the mountain, and he is still in the late stage of transforming into a little demon. His cultivation speed used to be considered very fast among the demons, but compared to that of the wolf demon, it was still far behind and incomparable. He hated the wolf demon, why he was just a dog demon while the other person was a wolf demon. He hated himself because his hair was not white enough, but black and white. He hates the wolf commander even more. No, the wolf commander is powerful, so forget it. Lu Fei didn't know that he was being obsessed with by a dog demon below. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He was speechless at the looks the other leaders were giving him. Of course he knew what those leaders' glances meant. It's just that winter is not far away now, only 2 months at most. If he had been promoted 2 months later, he would have received the rewards General Black mentioned. But for him, if he had known about this in advance, if the bear leader had not specifically made things difficult for him, he might have had some thoughts. But the reality is different. I didn't think much more about it. Lu Fei was thinking about the elixir issue that General He mentioned. He has become the leader. The important responsibility of the leader to turn in 10 elixirs every 2 months was automatically shouldered on his shoulders. However, he now has 8 little demons under his command. 5 of them are new monsters that have just come up the mountain. According to regulations, new demons do not need to turn in elixirs for the first 2 months after they arrive on the mountain. This can be regarded as the protection period for newbies. After 2 months, he and other little demons carried out the important task of handing in his spiritual medicine every 2 months. 5 new monsters minus the protection period. There are only 3 younger brothers left under Lu Fei's command, Crow Monster Humpy and Huang Gue. Just the 3 of them. It's not fair that Lu Fei has to hand over 10 elixirs in 2 months. Lu Fei must report this to Commander Wolf. He was going to leave after a while. As for what General Black just said about holding a little demon competition when the first snow falls in early winter, he is somewhat Buddhist and doesn't pay much attention to it. No way. After all, except for his few younger brothers, all of his men are new demons. How to compare? What's more, among the 3 younger brothers, Huang Gue is only in the early stage of the demon soldier. The Crow Monster and the Redskin have been promoted to the middle stage of the transformed demon soldier for too short a time. Their strength is definitely not comparable to that of the other old monsters who have been in the middle stage. What's more, there are 2 little demons in the late stage of transformation among the demon group. Therefore, it is completely foreseeable that in this year's little demon competition, he will be at best a participant and a bystander. Just a little thought. Lu Fei felt that there were many things and troubles involved in being a leader, and compared with the previous freedom of the little demon, it was really far behind. Before he became the leader, he envied him for his powerful strength, high position, and ability to control the life and death of the little demons below him at will. After taking over, I felt that there were many things to do and heavy responsibilities. Sure enough, even being a monster is not immune. But this is the only way for him to climb up. He has no choice. Unless he becomes a wild monster. But wild monsters can lose their lives too easily. Monsters more powerful than you can eat you without any burden. Just like General Black, if he hadn't taken out the handkerchief and dedicated it to the three kings, he would have been digested and turned into a daddy like the sheep commander who never said a word from beginning to end. When Lu Fei dispersed his thoughts, looking at the little demon below, they are almost done talking. General He continued, this competition is only for the little demons and has nothing to do with the leader. Besides, when General Black announced the competition and left, the wolf commander stepped forward and said a few words. Today the morning meeting of the little demons is over. But the meeting of the leaders and monsters has just begun. Because they are going to the general's cave for a meeting next. Brother. The sound coming from below made Lu Fei turn his head and look at the crow monster, Red Skin, and Huang Gui waiting together. Lu Fei waved towards the three brothers and motioned them to go back. Immediately, black energy surged under his feet, and he followed the leader monsters flying towards the top of the mountain. During flight, Lu Fei observed carefully and found that the black energy at the feet of other leaders was similar to his own, that is, the color was darker and the black energy was denser. Among them, the black energy under the feet of the sheep leader, the one who caught those little demons who had not completed the task of handing in the elixir a few days ago and slaughtered them in the kitchen, was the darkest and densest. It almost has the tendency to condense into clouds. As for the leader like Commander Wolf, there is no leader with black clouds gathering directly under his feet. Since his promotion breakthrough and becoming a demon general, Lu Feizai roughly knew some information about the strength of monsters. For example, about the wolf commander who supported him. After drinking and talking with the deer demon Da Jiao, Huang Gui's original leader, yesterday. Only now did Lu Fei know the strength of Commander Wolf. He was at the stage of demon general just like him. This is why he broke through. The reason why the wolf commander gave him much less pressure. Although the wolf commander is still very strong, he now knows that Commander Wolf is in the late stage of demon general, and is only one step away from General Black's realm of demon commander, also known as Demon Pill realm. As for his original bear leader, he was the demon general's early stage strength. The leader of the sheep demon is in the middle stage of demon general. The deer demon leader Dajia who told him this yesterday was also in the early stage of the demon general. It turns out that only 2 of the 9 little bosses are in the middle stage, and the others are all in the early stage. To be precise, including Commander Wolf, there are now a total of 11 demon generals in Lang Lang Mountain. These are all what the deer demon Dajia told him yesterday. Only when he asked about the strength of the 3 kings above General Black, the deer demon Dajia refused to say anything. After asking several times, the other party slowly and carefully told him that the 3 kings were in the realm of real demon kings, corresponding to the realm of human cultivation, with the word immortal attached to it. Then, no matter how Lu Fei asked, the other party refused to say anything anymore. But even if the deer demon only revealed one word, Lu Fei was shocked. If one has the word immortal, it is very likely that he is an immortal. Although I guess that the 3 black-faced kings who could make the black general unable to fight back, kneel down and beg for mercy and call grandpa would be very strong. But I really didn't expect that the other party might actually be an immortal. After all, for people who grow flowers on earth, the word immortal is too unimaginable and too tempting. This made Lu Fei, who had initially become a demon general and found out about the road to heaven, both shocked and expectant. I'm shocked because there are immortals in this world. As for expectations, the black-faced king can do it, so of course he can do it, not to mention he has a virtual panel with him. Although Lu Fei still doesn't know what kind of world he is in now. Bai Lang. While he was thinking, a voice suddenly came. Lu Fei turned around and saw a deer demon with a pair of large antlers flying over. Say Chow Chow and Chow Chow will arrive. Big horn. Lu Fei immediately said hello. Lu Fei naturally remembered the friendly attitude the other party showed to him yesterday. When he was a little demon, he could only have a few interactions with the crow monster Red Skin. But to become a leader, he must deal with other leaders. For now, don't worry about the reason why the deer demon leader in front of you is so friendly to him. But now, in the moment, he must treat the other party in a friendly manner, as he should. What do you think the general will say this time? Asked the deer demon with its big horns as it flew closer. Lu Fei, I think there must be something about the competition just mentioned. As for the other things, I can't guess. Dear Demon Dajiao, I think the little demon competition is a minor matter. The general may mention the competition between the three kings in 2 years' time. After all, this matter is the most important, and it is also related to us. As for the dear demon, Lu Fei somewhat believed it. Because he also has such thoughts in his mind. But because he came to this world too short and became the leader too quickly, there are too many things that he does not know, understand. Therefore, speaking less, listening more, and thinking more will be his motto for a long time to come. That makes sense. Facing the words of the dear demon Dajiao, Lu Fei nodded after thinking for a moment, and continued, but this probably has little to do with me. What matters is the relationship with you, Dajiao, and the other leaders. Of course the dear demon Dajiao understood what Lu Fei meant, but he still shook his head and said, if there is a competition in 2 years' time, and we have to compete first, I will voluntarily abstain. Oh. Lu Fei was a little surprised. Why is this? About this question. The dear demon Dajiao shook his head and did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his head and smiled, we're here. You'll know if my guess is right in a moment. Soon, the two demons walked into the large stone cave one after another. On the stone plate of the gate, there were 3 simple characters, General Cave, engraved on it. At this time, Lu Fei suddenly stopped when he thought of something. After looking up, he saw clearly the writing on the stone sign above his head again. Only then did he step into the General Cave. Entering the General Cave for the first time, Lu Fei's first impression was that it was spacious. It was about 3 or 4 times more spacious than his own cave. There were 3 stone tables in total, 2 in the middle and 1 inside, which were separated by a pink gauze curtain. Lu Fei estimated that behind the curtain was General Hei's bed. There is a large space in the cave. In addition to the leader monsters who just entered the cave, there are 4 other monsters in total. Among them, the beautiful humanoid rabbit demon who warmed General Black's bed was sitting behind the pink curtain and could be seen through the pink tulle. There is also General Black sitting on a stone table in the middle, and 2 banshees in half-demon form, one with a tiger's head and one with a fox's head, waiting beside him. Everyone, please sit down. General Black said casually as he watched a group of monster leaders come in. He picked up the wineglass filled by the female fox demon next to him and drank it all in one gulp. The ground was bare. General Hei gave up his seat, probably sitting on the ground. As soon as Lu Fei realized this, he saw all the leaders sitting down very skillfully. It was obviously not the first time. Lu Fei followed and sat down, and then heard General Hei say, "Today I have summoned you, there are 2 things in total. One is the competition between the little monsters below when the first snow falls. Find Shuyuan www.zshuan.com. The other thing is the competition in 2 years' time." General Black began to talk about these 2 things in detail. The first one was okay, it was just a test against the little monsters on the mountaintop. The second thing is important, because it was a competition between the 4 generals under the 3 kings. As for the subjects of the competition, they are the little monsters below and the leader monsters. When Lu Fei walked out of the General Cave, it was already noon. Rejected another invitation from the dear demon leader Dajiao. Lu Fei stepped on the black air and flew straight towards the opposite mountain. Just outside the General Cave, Lu Fei thought that his subordinates were all new demons, and it was a bit difficult to hand over 10 elixirs according to General Black's regulations, so he reported it to Commander Wolf alone. After thinking about it, Commander Wolf gave him an answer, which was that the number of elixirs handed over to him was reduced from 10 to 5. Lu Fei was very satisfied with this. This was also the reason why he did not react rashly in front of the general in the general's cave. The wolf commander will take care of him. But even if it dropped to 5 plants, it was still a large number. Lu Fei only had 2 pieces of elixir left in the storage space at this time. He tried it last night, and after his breakthrough and promotion, his breathing and meditation practice speed obviously slowed down a lot. Even if you take a piece of elixir, the effect after practice will be much worse than before promotion. In this way, it is completely conceivable that if he wants to maintain his previous practice speed, he will need more elixirs. Miraculous medicines are not easy to find. In addition, he still needs time to practice his magical powers and some things he needs to do as a leader. Next, he is very busy. When the first ray of sunlight shines into the cave in the early morning of autumn. Surrounded by black mist, sitting cross-legged on the soft leather bed, Lu Fei woke up from his breathing meditation call. Lu Fei opened his eyes and took a long breath. The black mist surrounding him immediately penetrated into his body. Looking into the empty cave. Although the atmosphere is less lively than before when I woke up to the bustling voices every morning, it is also a bit more peaceful. Lu Fei had no problem with the crow monster, red-skinned Huanggui and the others sleeping here. But those guys had no sense of propriety and would go back to their caves to sleep from time to time. But since he became the leader, those three guys never went back. After sleeping for 10 days and a half, Lu Fei kicked him out. Let them stay in their caves for 7 days without sleeping. Lu Fei doesn't like monsters that have no sense of boundaries. The silence is very comfortable now. Feel the sweet sounds of birds chirping in the early morning from outside the cave. Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. Lines of virtual ink fonts emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Early Demon General 792000 Experience Value, 147300 Soul Power, None Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Xiao Cheng 881000 Ability, Spearmanship Entry Level 72100, Archery Entry Level 21100, Harpoon Art Entry Level 26100 Supernatural Powers, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Skilled 199,500, Square CUN Beginner 25,100, Raid Beginner 61,100, Whisper Beginner 9100, Earth Escape Getting Started 8100, Fang Suanbu Getting Started 5100. It's up 3 points, the same as yesterday. Looking at the increase in practice value behind the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme realm column in front of him, Lu Fei looked calm. It has been more than 10 days since he broke through and became a demon general. After comparison, Lu Fei has roughly figured out the efficiency of his current practice, the value of breathing alone, the value of the vomit after practicing the buff time of the magical powers Sirius swallowing the moon on a moonlit night, the value increased after taking the elixir. Although it is much slower than the speed of practice before the breakthrough. But it's already pretty good. He carefully calculated that if he simply practiced meditation, without opening buffs or taking drugs, and just concentrated on practicing, it would take him about 3 years to reach the full level of the Demon General's initial cultivation value. 3 years, although it sounds like a long time. But compared to the other Demon General leaders on Langlang Mountain, the youngest is 50 or 60 years old, and the oldest is more than 100 years old, and even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 200 years old. Judging from the age of the demon generals, it is difficult to upgrade. You know that Lu Fei's 3 years are nothing at all. Lu Fei is not a greedy person. As long as you compare it a little, you will know how powerful the help brought by the virtual system on your body is. What right did he have to complain? What's more, those 3 years were just the most alone, hard work without relying on anything external. As long as he takes more elixirs along the way and is lucky enough to encounter a few good weather and full moon nights, allowing him to activate the Sirius Swallows the Moon acceleration buff, the time it takes for him to gain full experience points will be greatly shortened. What else is he dissatisfied with? Today I will continue my search on the mountain yesterday. I feel there must be a magical elixir there. At this time, the voice of the crow monster suddenly came from outside the cave. Lu Fei knew that his 3 younger brothers had arrived. Ever since he drove the threesomes who had no sense of boundaries back to their respective caves to sleep. The 3 of them would wait for themselves at the entrance of the cave on time every morning. Didn't think twice about it. Lu Fei dismissed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him and stood up. Activate your spiritual thoughts again. The next second. Pieces of black armor flew out of the magical storage space and covered Lu Fei's chest, arms, lower abdomen, and thighs in sequence. Soon, a set of black full-body iron armor consisting of chest armor, arm armor, skirt armor, and leg armor was put on Lu Fei. He is more than 2 meters tall, wearing a cold black armor, and his cold eyes, making his cold temperament that originally kept other little demons at arm's length more and more real. In addition, when walking around, the constant friction and collision between the armors produced a heavy sound unique to metal. Lu Fei seemed to be very difficult to mess with, and he looked more and more like a big boss and a big monster. Unknowingly, Lu Fei has grown into the look of the bear leader he feared and hated the most before. Although he has a different style. Bang bang. When Lu Fei walked out of the cave wearing iron armor and neatly dressed. Brother! 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 The three demons of Crow Monster, Red Skin and Huang Gui who were chatting lazily immediately stood up respectfully and started shouting. Although the tone of the three demons was still enthusiastic, it was obviously a little more respectful than before. Let's go! Lu Fei nodded. Black mist suddenly appeared under his feet, carrying him flying down the mountain. The red-skinned crow monster Huang Gui then changed into his original form, a big crow, a wild boar, and a weasel, and ran down the mountain closely behind Lu Fei. Not long after, the four demons came to the mountainside where they gathered every day. After these days of continuous widening and construction, the gathering place in front of us has become wider and the ground is smoother. Lu Fei flew straight to the location belonging to the leader monster. As soon as the crow monster and the three red-skinned, yellow and gui monsters approached the position under the stairs corresponding to the big brother, they immediately received warm greetings from the other little monsters who also belonged to the big brother and had arrived early. Brother Crow. Brother Crow. Brother Redskin. Brother Huang Gui. He is sworn to be the leader of his eldest brother, and he is also a mid-level demon soldier. The crow monster is now qualified to be arrogant. Looking for Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm not only under the command of his eldest brother, he also dares to be so among the little monsters in Lang Lang Mountain. Nodding to greet the little demon, the crow monster put his hand on the pheasant demon's shoulder and said casually, "I came very early today, Cohen." Pheasant demon, hey, come early. I have to thank Brother Crow. I dug up a piece of elixir yesterday on the mountain top that Brother Crow told me the day before yesterday. Brother Crow's eyes widened instantly and he said in disbelief, "You really found a magic medicine, are you kidding me?" Pheasant demon, hey, how dare I joke with Brother Crow? I have to thank Brother Crow for pointing me out. Look at the pheasant demon's tone and expression. Brother Crow finally believed that the other party had really found the elixir, and he suddenly became depressed. He told the other party the day before yesterday that the broken ground had been searched all over by other monsters, so why was there still a missing elixir? Got picked up by this idiot. Brother Crow was just about to get some benefits from the pheasant demon when he saw the figures of two banshees, one tall and one short, walking into his sight. Banshees, yes, two more. Just 3 days ago, Lu Fei added two more little demons to his command, a cat demon and a toad demon, both of which were female demons. The crow monster's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately dropped the pheasant demon koan and walked quickly to the front, which is the bottom of the steps closest to the eldest brother. He looked at the tall cat demon with bulging front and back and said, "San Yang, today we are with you. How about we go look for the elixir together? I just took that guy Kuan to find one yesterday." The cat demon who was called San Yang turned to look at the crow monster, shook her head, then turned her head and continued to stare at the tall, majestic, cold-looking figure of the white wolf leader on the steps in front of her. Seeing that the cat demon ignored him again and only looked at his big brother, the crow monster was not angry. Although he thinks he is very handsome, compared to his elder brother, he admits that he is still a little bit behind. He dared to pester the cat demon San Yang because he wanted to eat dumplings. But the eldest brother has no interest in this cat demon at all. Although this cat demon has just come up the mountain and has just been assigned to the eldest brother's command. But the cat demon showed love to the eldest brother on the first day he arrived. This is something that all the little demons under the eldest brother know. However, the eldest brother was completely indifferent. The crow monster only dared to try to please the cat demon San Yang after repeatedly asking his elder brother. It's just that San Yang is indifferent to the handsome self's advances, just like the elder brother is to San Yang. What are you looking at? Don't look any further. Sun Yang won't like you. At this time, standing next to the three cat demons, the short and stocky toad demon Genoa, with a green toad head on her head, looked at the crow monster and said, Sun Yang likes the leader, wait and see when you become the leader. The crow monster was immediately upset after being told by the toad monster, then what are you looking at? Are you attracted to me? I won't like you. Let's wait until you become like Sun Yang. After saying this in one breath, the crow monster suddenly felt relieved and immediately retreated to the group of monsters behind it, and was immediately surrounded by several little monsters. The wild donkey demon lunatic immediately said, Brother Crow, can you take me with you when you search for the elixir tomorrow? I am the most obedient. Leopard demon Motzi also said, Brother Crow, I am also very obedient, take me with you. Upon seeing this, pheasant demon Koan immediately pushed forward and said quickly, Brother Crow, don't forget me. For Lu Fei. The chaotic noise below was no different from the fiery gaze of the little kitten demon. Lu Fei's XP is normal. He is not interested in furry monsters. But this kitten demon is smart. After boldly showing her love to her on the first day, no other little demon dared to harass her. Otherwise, in Lang Lang Mountain, where the ratio of male demons to female demons is seriously imbalanced, a cat demon with a good appearance and figure will definitely be the target of countless male demons. Even some monster leaders are the same. The little banshees in the demon group cannot resist the leader. There are currently 10 leaders in Lang Lang Mountain. Except for Lu Fei, the other 9 leaders basically have 1 or 2 bed-warming banshees unless they are not interested in banshee. The banshee is a creature that is different from the leek-like male demon. It is a scarce resource in the demon group and is exclusive to the strong. Banshees are not counted among male demons, and even in normal battles, banshees will not be easily involved. The reason why he was assigned 2 banshees by the wolf commander this time was because Lu Fei probably saw that there were no banshees around him, so he assigned 2 banshees to warm his bed and vent his anger. This is the reason why other leading monsters would not come to ask for it easily even if they fall in love with the cat monster under Lu Fei's command. Time passed slowly. When all the little demons are standing in the field and all the other leaders have arrived, Lu Fei and the other leaders, who did not see General Black and Commander Wolf, knew in their hearts that they were allowed to make their own arrangements. It is late autumn now, and this winter is not far away. For the competition between the little monsters set during the first snowfall, a group of leading monsters began to train the little monsters below and let them compete with each other. Speaking of which, like Lu Fei, the other leaders didn't pay much attention to the little demon competition that General He mentioned, because the reward belonged to the little demon and had nothing to do with them. But General Black seemed to see this, so he ordered, for the top 5 demons in the competition, the leader behind them will have to turn in half the elixir for the month. They only need to turn in 5. As for the other leaders whose subordinates were defeated by the little demon, they were punished by increasing the amount of elixirs they turned in by half for the month, 5 more, for a total of 15. As soon as this order comes out, the 10 leaders who originally didn't care about the little demon competition immediately started to pay attention to it. There is no way, the pulse gate has been pinched. Lu Fei is no exception. Training started a few days ago. Lu Fei gave the order, and the 10 little demons under his command immediately ran towards the field behind the mountainside where they had been training for several days. Over the past few days, the entire mountainside has been dug up by the monsters, creating a huge circular site surrounding the entire mountain. Came to a clearing. Lu Fei began to give instructions, black-haired, red-skinned, you continue to sparring. Looking at the 2 younger brothers, Lu Fei said in a deep voice, except for the dog demon and the dung beetle demon, the other little demons are as strong as you guys. There is nothing to be afraid of. You 2 are the most qualified to receive the reward under my command, don't let me down. Facing the encouragement and requirements of the elder brother, the crow monster, who had always been playful and smiling, did not dare to be playful anymore, and said in unison with his 3rd brother Red Skin, yes, big brother. Lu Fei nodded, then looked at his 4th brother Weasel and the other 7 little demons and said, I am the fairest. The remaining place in the competition will be chosen from among you. The day before the competition, I will also let you compete. Whoever is stronger will get the last place to participate in the competition. You all know the rewards: 2 elixirs and a real weapon. Just like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu-Fei suddenly had a pure iron spear about 3 meters long with the tip included, and slammed it toward the ground. Boom! A huge flattened rock under the spear was instantly broken into pieces by the tail of the spear, and the ground suddenly shook. All the little demons' eyes suddenly shone when they saw the spear in Lu-Fei's hand. Only the cat demon San Yang looked at the majestic white wolf leader who was fully armored and holding a spear. There seemed to be water surging in his beautiful blue eyes. With Lu-Fei's 6 senses at this time, he could clearly detect the hot gaze of the cat demon looking at him from such a distance. Looking for Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. He frowned and looked at the cat demon coldly. The cat demon San Yang was immediately startled by the strong pressure and stinging feeling in Lu-Fei's eyes, and she quickly turned her head in fright. Lu-Fei said nothing more, just looked at Huang Gue, and said with black teeth, the ant demon who was more valued by him among the 7 new demons, you two are sparring. As for the others, you are free to choose your sparring partner. No one is allowed to stop before the sun reaches its peak. Start now. As soon as the order came out, the 10 little demons immediately found each other's opponents and started sparring. Lu-Fei looked at it for a while. Then he walked over to the crow monster and the red-skinned monster and said something. Immediately afterwards, black mist suddenly appeared beneath his feet, carrying Lu-Fei's figure as he flew up the mountainside. Not long after. Then he flew to a slightly sparse forest land. Standing firm with the spear in hand, he took a deep breath. Lu-Fei thrust out the spear in his hand. Then the spear was quickly pulled back, turned around, pressed the gun, drew the gun, and stabbed straight again. Whoosh! Lu-Fei immediately flew forward with the spear, and the spear plunged into the thick tree trunk in Haikawa ahead. Lu-Fei twisted his hand. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The thick tree trunk was immediately split into 2, with a ferocious gap opening in the middle. The entire tree immediately began to tremble violently. The red leaves all over the sky fell in shock. Lu-Fei pulled out his spear, turned around and stabbed. This shot pierced the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow all over the sky. 2 long months, fleeting. The first snow that Lu-Fei came into this world finally fell. Early morning. When a swirling cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew into the cave. The crow monster huddled in the corner facing the cave entrance suddenly trembled, and then opened his eyes from sleep. When he looked up, he saw the hazy white patch of snow outside the cave entrance opposite, and immediately exclaimed, "It's snowing! It's snowing red! It's snowing Huang Gue!" Although the crow monster lowered his voice, it still clearly woke up the sleeping pig demon Hong Pai and the weasel demon Huang Gue. Watching the 2 brothers wake up, the crow monster immediately stood up and walked quickly to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the foot-thick snow on the ground at the entrance, he stretched out his furry black iron claws and stamped a mark on the white snow in front of him. Mark, he immediately retracted his feet, reached out and quickly grabbed a snowball, and then quickly returned to the cave. Look what I brought. The crow monster returned to his pine needle nest and showed the 2 brothers the snowball he had just caught. What's so good about snow? Huang Gue yawned and sat up, and said with sleepy eyes, when I was a mortal beast, I had to work very hard to prepare a lot of food every autumn so that I wouldn't starve when winter comes. I hate winter when food is scarce, and I hate it even more. Snow day. Redskin turned over on the small leather corner bed, looked at the 2 brothers and said, when I was a mortal beast, I loved autumn the most, but now, I pay more attention to our competition. Didn't you hear what the general said, the first game of this year? The competition is held when it snows. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. But I guess tomorrow. Redskin changed to a more comfortable position and lay down. It was still early before the morning gathering, so he could lie down for a while. Hearing the 3rd brother talking about the competition, Huang Gue suddenly felt depressed and said, "It's a pity that I lost to that cat demon yesterday. Am I too useless?" Redskin comforted him, "You have already performed very well. Who knew that the cat demon would suddenly be so fast? I suspect it is the cat demon's magical power. Have you ever heard of the cat demon's magical powers? Huang Gue shook his head, no. Listening to the conversation between the third and fourth brothers, the crow monster's interest in playing in the snow suddenly subsided, and he continued, I have inquired about Huang Gue before, but I only found out that the magic power of the toad monster Genoa seems to be related to sound. But I didn't find out about the cat demon Sanyan, and I didn't know about the toad demon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Redskin, that's very possible, otherwise how could she be so fast? Huang Gue, yes, cat demons are always very fast. All the cats I meet are like that. You are really worthless. Hearing Huang Gue's words, the crow monster suddenly became angry and said, you actually compare it with ordinary beasts. Isn't your kid scared of being beaten by that cat monster? Huang Gue suddenly felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face turned red, and he immediately retorted, how is that possible? Second brother, didn't you see that I almost won? The cat demon's last move was really too fast. Just like third brother said, it must be magical power. The crow monster heard the sound and hummed, it's best if you don't be afraid. Otherwise, if you are scared by a cat monster, you will lose yourself as a monster if you tell me. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will beat you up. The three brothers chatted with each other. Soon, the topic of competition came up again. Redskin, I still think the competition will definitely start tomorrow. The crow monster shook his head, I guess it's today. After all, it was just a word from the general. It is very likely that we will start directly after gathering. However, I still think it is best to ask my elder brother about this matter. He will definitely know. Having said this, the crow monster turned to look at the big brother in the corner, sitting cross-legged on the large soft leather bed, surrounded by black mist. The three brothers looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything. I am not sure as well. At this time, Lu Fei's voice suddenly came, making the three brothers startled. Lu Fei opened his eyes and felt that the little guy was sleeping underground in the cave. He stood up and said, it depends on the general's mood. If he says when to start, then we will start. But I also think it should be today. The general doesn't like procrastination. Let's go, there's no harm in going early today. Pieces of armor flew up and were put on automatically. Lu Fei walked towards the outside of the cave as he spoke. Seeing that the eldest brother had gone out so early, the three crow, monster, red-skinned, yellow and noble monsters immediately jumped up from their respective beds and followed him quickly. When Lu Fei and his three brothers arrived at the mountainside, only then did I realize that a lot of monsters had gathered here, including two leader monsters, namely the sheep leader who was also in charge of the kitchen, and the elephant leader who was the tallest among all the leaders. These two were directing their little demons to clear snow and move tables and chairs on the field not far away. Obviously, these are all for preparation before the competition. The little demons competed, and today, General Black kept his word. Seeing that the little demons under the two leaders were busy, Lu Fei waved his hand, and the red-skinned and crow monsters immediately joined in to help. Time passed slowly. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and snow in the sky did not stop, but grew stronger. As the little monsters and other leader monsters arrived one after another. The figures of General Black and Commander Wolf also appeared above the mountainside. As I said before, when the first snow falls this year, that's when our little demon competition begins. General Hay is in a good mood today, and his voice is hearty and contagious. Now. As he spoke, he looked at the leaders below and said, bring the young ones over, the competition can begin now. Naturally, no demon can refute what General Black said. Lu Fei and the other 9 leaders brought their little demons to the widest place on the mountainside. 10 long low tables were placed on both sides of the venue. Apparently it was prepared for the 10 chiefs. There are 5 long tables facing each other on each side. In the middle of the long table, there are 2 long tables, one large and one small, led by General Black and Commander Wolf. The leaders sat down one after another. Lu Fei also sat on a low table that belonged to him, and his subordinates, including the crow monster Red Skin and 10 other little monsters, stood behind him. The same goes for other leaders and little demons. When the leaders sat down at the long table, a group of kitchen goblins carried a roasted beef, roasted pig, roasted lamb, and a wine jar from the side and started to serve the food. The little demons standing behind their respective leaders began to swallow their saliva unconsciously. But this time, these barbecue and wine have nothing to do with the little monsters. Only the leader monster is eligible to enjoy them. Although the constant falling snowflakes in the sky were a bit disappointing. But think about it from another perspective: on a windy and snowy day, eating barbecue, drinking wine, and watching the little monsters fight to the death and brutally compete, it will definitely be a unique landscape of life. Now, seeing the kitchen goblin exit, General Hay said loudly, "Let all the goblins chosen by each of your 10 leaders come forward." One by one, the little demons walked from behind to the front of their respective leaders' dining table. Find the bookstore www.zshuan.com. Seeing this, Lu Fei raised his hand behind him, and the crow monster, the red-skinned one, and the cat demon San Yang stepped forward one after another. Seeing this scene, General Hay became even more happy and said loudly again, "Now, the opponents of you guys are the 3 little guys opposite you." The words have not yet finished. A loud eagle whistle suddenly echoed throughout the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a handsome black eagle quickly flew towards the demons below through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow, and stopped accurately on General Black's table. "General Black, do you mind if I take a few bites to fill your stomach?" Black Eagle asked, looking at the steaming meat on the long table in front of him. Without waiting for General Black's response, he picked up a large piece of leg meat and ate it. "Certainly." General Black was not annoyed when he saw Black Eagle eating, and asked with a smile, "I wonder if the steward is here this time, but does the king have any orders?" Black Eagle ate a whole roasted lamb in one go, swallowed the last big bone with all the meat, and after burping again, he said seriously, "Of course, the king has an order, and General Hay is ordered to take his men with him immediately." All little demons rushed to the main mountain without making any mistakes. General Hay's expression changed immediately when he heard this, and he immediately wanted to ask. But Black Eagle stopped him and said directly, "General Black, there are changes in the main mountain, you should set off as soon as possible. I have to inform the other generals that I won't stay any longer." After that, the Black Hawk spread its wings and flew into the sky, quickly flew into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow, and disappeared. Looking at the disappearing figure of Black Eagle, General Hay's face suddenly became uncertain. After a long time, he suddenly smashed the long table with his palm and stood up, shouting at all the monsters in front of him, "Now, everyone gathers. If nothing else, it should be on the shelves at 0 o'clock in the morning tonight, that is, in the early morning of March 1st. It's about to be put on the shelves, just a few words. First of all, I would like to thank my editor Lu Mingda. He gave me the confidence and support to make this book come to this point. Thank you very much. The author used to be a veteran of Western fantasy, and this is his first time writing a fairy tale, so he is a little uncomfortable with his writing style. He is getting better now, and he will change it in the future. Here I solemnly recommend the author's excellent old book The Lord of the Rings fanfic, starting with The Lord of the Rings. If you are interested, you can check it out. Talking about Langlangshan in this book, although there are several characters borrowed from it, the storyline is basically different. After all, the original Langlangshan story is too short and small, and the original writing has limitations in interest. As for changing the name, the author actually wants to change it back, but because it involves copyright, there is no other way. Fortunately, it's just a name, nothing else will change. This book is still about Lu Fei, Bailang, and Langlang Mountain with the Crow Monster, Red Skin, Huanggui, Wolf Commander and other partners. There is Langlang Mountain in my heart. No matter where I am, it is my place of peace and my hometown. I also wish all my book friends success in studies, success in career, abundant love, and happy family. Finally, this book will be on the shelves at 0 o'clock in the morning tonight. Please order it first. Let us help Lu Fei Bailang on his journey to the 9 heavens, so that he can go further and longer. Thank you. Now, everyone gather. General Black's roar shook the entire audience, resounding like thunder in the ears of all monsters. This moment, all the little monsters knew something was wrong, something serious. Otherwise the general wouldn't be so angry. And it must be related to the big black eagle that just stayed briefly and dared to eat casually on the general's table. At this moment, all the monsters had various thoughts in their minds. For most of the low-level little monsters, it is still rare for General Black to be angry. They may be confused, perhaps novel, perhaps expectant, and perhaps a little afraid, but there is no fear. Because of ignorance. But for the leaders of the monsters, this matter is too serious. When the handsome black eagle was eating directly on General Black's table just now, a group of leaders paid phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention to it. Because the conversation between General Black and Black Hawk was not deliberately concealed. So many leaders more or less heard the conversation between the two. Everyone looked extremely serious at this moment. As for Lu Fei, when the Black Hawk landed, he activated the magical power whisper he learned from his second brother Crow Monster, and then listened to the complete conversation between General Black and the Black Hawk. An understanding. Brother. What should we do now? General Black's roar swept across the entire venue like a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and snow, making the little demons who were standing in front of the leaders' table, preparing for a competition, immediately become nervous. The Crow Monster immediately shouted, and the Red Skin and the Cat Demon Sun Yang immediately turned their heads to look at the leader Lu Fei behind them. What to do? What else can be done? Who dares to disobey General Black's orders? Without time to think, Lu Fei waved his hand and put all the food and wine in front of him into the magical storage space, then stood up and said, "You all stand behind you, gather and stand together." Gather, everyone stands. Gather. Stand still, stay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Why are you standing so far away? Do you want to fall down in mid-air, you idiot? I'm afraid that Black Bull guy is standing on end. Quickly! General Black gave the order, and all the leading monsters immediately got busy. Because of experience. Therefore, under the command of 10 leader monsters. The number of little monsters that had grown from 100 little monsters half a year ago to about 150 now was quickly gathered. According to the method requested by General Black before, the demons squeezed the demons, and the demons were squeezed together tightly. Just like the Crow Monster is now being squeezed face to face by the Toad Demon Genoa in front, and the strong body of the Yellow Bull Demon Lauhan is squeezing behind it. It is being attacked from both sides. It is really a dilemma, and it is even more difficult. Even Lu Fei was not spared. He was the leader and stood at the front of his team, but he was stuck closely to the Cat Demon Sun Yang. Lu Fei frowned but said nothing. After all the little demons must be as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme as possible, which is what he asked for. In this way, General Black can save some demon power when flying with a huge demon group. The cat demon behind him just stuck to him, so he stretched out his hand and hugged him. However, the cat demon's hands were too short and could not fully hug his leader's thick waist. Then, Lu Fei turned around and glared at the short cat demon behind him. The cat demon Sun Yang was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand, not daring to raise her head, but still pressed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him. Lu Fei ignored him and turned to look at General Black, who looked ahead and looked gloomy. But what he didn't see was that the cat demon behind him immediately snickered in his eyes after he turned around, and stretched out his hand to show the width and strength of the waist of the collar that he had just reached out to test. Then the cat demon pressed its head tightly against the area of the leader's body that was not covered by the cold iron armor. He didn't notice anything strange about the cat demon behind him. Lu Fei was looking at General Black in front of him. The demon group set off immediately. Not only the little demons in front of them had to be taken with them, but also the other little demons on the mountain had to be arranged whether they were to be taken with them or let them wait. After all, this place is far away from the main mountain, and even General Black would have to fly for several hours. Ordinary little demons can't find their way at all. Once it falls, it's trouble. General Black, who is eager to expand his demon group, is not willing to lose any of his little demons for no reason. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and snow are getting worse. The icy cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wrapped in the flying snow hit all the monsters hard on their bodies and faces, making them bone chilling. Thanks to the thick skin of all the little monsters, there were quite a few little monsters wearing only a grass skirt in such weather. However, they were usually not afraid of the cold. Now they were frightened by the snow, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. They curled up like grandchildren, looking a few years younger. This also made the little demons hug each other tighter. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and snow are getting heavier and heavier. All the long tables on the field and everything around them began to be covered with thick snow, and the vision began to become blurry. A white figure flew over quickly from a distance. Seeing the figure of Commander Wolf appearing, General Black immediately asked, "Are everything arranged?" Commander Wolf landed and responded, "Everything has been arranged." General Hay nodded, with a gloomy face and hesitant eyes, as if he was hiding a lot of things. Commander Wolf saw this in his eyes and saw that the general was not in a hurry to leave, so he couldn't help but ask, "General, I wonder who the Black Hawk was just now?" "General Black, that's one of the stewards in the Three Kings Cave, and his strength is equal to yours." Commander Wolf was silent for a moment, and then continued to ask, "Then he just came here?" Although Commander Wolf had clearly heard the conversation between General Black and the Black Eagle manager before, at this time, it was best to pretend not to hear. Snort. When General Hay heard the question from his commander, he immediately felt angry in his heart. He snorted coldly and said, "He said there has been a change in the main mountain. What does it have to do with us if the main mountain changes? We just experienced a battle half a year ago, and the number of little demons was less than 100, less than 1/10 as many as their 2 local generals. The general took my treasure. Just leave us the smallest and most remote mountain range. Now is the time when we need to recuperate. The war is coming again." In front of his own little demon and his own commander, General Hay, who was getting more and more angry as he talked, finally couldn't help but growled ferociously, "Do you want us to die in Lang Lang Mountain?" Listen to General Black's angry roar. Not only the wolf commander nearby, but also the monster leaders who had turned into snowmen not far away could clearly see that their general had suffered a lot from the Three Kings during this period. Different emotions immediately emerged in their hearts. For the Demon Clan, they are both united and exclusive. What they unite are the monsters of their own group, and exclusion naturally means excluding all monsters except their own group. Just like a strange little demon who crosses the line will be eaten. If General Black had died in the hands of the Three Kings in that battle half a year ago, even though the group of monsters from Lang Lang Mountain were brought to Dahuang Mountain and assigned to other generals, then there will definitely be no good end waiting for them. First of all, their status will automatically become the lowest status among the monsters under the strange general. Then, if there are any drudgery, difficult errands, or dangerous errands, priority will be given to them. It is normal to receive the heaviest beatings and the heaviest punishments, and finally to be casually wiped out and eaten like snacks. Any monster with a little bit of intelligence would know this. Find Shuyuan www Zaishuan. Calm. The leaders of the monsters are even more aware. At this time, the injustice suffered by General Black would not feel good in their hearts. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The Lord is worried about the humiliation of his subjects, and the Lord is worried about the humiliation of his subjects. Although the relationship between the leader monster and the general below is not to this extent, but the meaning is the same. General Hay was wronged and humiliated, which means that the entire Lang Lang Mountain demon group suffered the same humiliation and humiliation. How can this make the leaders and monsters feel better? General. At this time, Commander Wolf standing aside suddenly spoke softly, "Maybe it's not necessarily a war, I can't say for sure. After all, there are more than just our 3 kings in the entire Great Wilderness Mountain, there are also 2 kings, the king and the others. There is no reason for the 3 kings to be bullied. The other 2 kings don't care. If you were to be beaten into the Wilderness Mountain, what a powerful monster it would be. That kind of big monster is not something we can resist. I'm sure the king and the others can understand. Besides, Mrs. Hua and the others will definitely go this time. Their situation is similar to ours. At this point, the wolf leader stopped. General Hay was silent for a long time. When he raised his head, his face had returned to its former coldness and indifference, and he said, "Then let's go and see what kind of change is worth recalling all the generals." After saying that, General Black strode forward, and with a wave of his hand, an overwhelming black phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win/phoneme rolled up, swallowing up all the leaders and monsters. Immediately, General Black and Commander Wolf flew into the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win/phoneme and snow on a black tornado and disappeared. Whirring. Once again, he was carried up to the sky by the black general, listening to the whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win/phoneme in his ears, and feeling the feeling of his body being firmly wrapped by a huge layer of demonic power. Lu Fei could feel it this time. As long as he struggled a little harder, he could break free from General Black's demonic power. Unlike when he was a little demon before, he was completely wrapped and unable to move. Feel your body being moved quickly. Lu Fei couldn't help but think of General Black's angry roar before leaving. Lu Fei sighed inwardly after watching this. Even with General Hay's strength, he had to be restrained, surrendered, furious, and unable to break free, let alone a little monster like him who had just begun to embark on the path of evil. The essence of this world is actually no different from the Earth world. The slight realization that emerged at this time made Lu Fei's whole body and mind feel more relaxed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be integrated into this world, but in fact he was not. Maybe I should be more relaxed. Lu Fei, who had some understanding, fell into deep thought. Time passed slowly. When Lu Fei stepped on solid ground, thousands of people, he was not as confused as when he went there, but he estimated how long it took him to return from Sina Langshan Mountains to Dahuang Mountain where the three kings were, which was about 5 or 6 hours. It's where we first came. It's still so big here, and there are so many monsters around. Look, those monsters from Snake Pan Mountain are here too. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Over there, your eyes are so big that you can't even see? Let me go, you stupid dog, watch your whip. Stay away from me. You are truly a skunk. You stink too much. You don't need to be so phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close/phoneme now, you sexy fox. If you come here again, I'll blow your head off. As soon as they landed, the little demons in the demon group suddenly started making noise. Lu Fei looked up and found that it was the place he had been to at the beginning, a vast field made of cut-off mountain peaks. It was much more spacious than the current place on the mountainside of Lang Lang Mountain. At this time, in this extremely wide field, there are a large number of monsters with various heads and strange shapes gathered, many of them gathered together in groups. Obviously, it was not just a group of demons from Lang Lang Mountain who were summoned by the three kings this time. At this time, Lu Fei saw 3 snakes. No, it was 3 snake demons walking towards this side. The leader was the beautiful, plump and mature female snake demon from Snake Panshan. But now the other party's title should be General Hua. As for General Nawa, there were 2 monsters, a man and a woman, both snake monsters. The female snake demon, General Hua, led the 2 snake demons and walked straight towards General Black and Commander Wolf at the front of the team. Lu Fei looked at the group of snake-coiled mountain monsters behind him. If he had to say which one of the Snake Panshan little demons had the deepest impression on him, it was naturally the female rabbit demon that he had threatened and blackmailed. Not only did he give him the first piece of elixir, but he also captured a magical storage power, as well as a lot of knowledge about the demon clan and the elixir. If given the chance, Lu Fei would be willing to get to know and communicate with the female rabbit demon. After all, he got his first pot of gold by blackmailing the rabbit demon. In fact, at the beginning of his trip to the Sinalang Mountain territory, when he was targeted by the bear leader for patrolling the mountain, he had met the rabbit demon once. But at that time, across the river, nothing could be said. Now, let's see if we can get a chance to get to know each other again. What did you do to me? At this time, the crow monster's voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Fei turned his head and saw the crow monster looking at the toad monster Genoa with a sad and angry look. What can I do but kiss you? The toad demon Genoa looked at the crow monster with an arrogant look on her face and said, Didn't you hug me tightly just now? Don't you like me? Why, are you denying it? The toad demon finished speaking. The little demons around him suddenly started to cheer. I like you. The crow monster's face almost turned pale with anger. Although he was hungry and thirsty, he was not interested in a stocky banshee with green and yellow body and pustule-shaped spots on his body. So he pointed at the toad monster and said fiercely, "What sweet dream are you dreaming about, toad monster?" Toad demon Genoa said without fear, "You didn't like why I hugged me so tightly just now?" The crow monster was even more angry. It was the general's order, the leader's request, and the stupid cow behind Lauhan that squeezed you. Although the toad monster was quite comfortable and soft in his arms, he couldn't speak. He could only say, "I was forced. I heard that the people in the rear were all being dishonest." Lu Fei automatically blocked it and looked up not far away. General Snake Demon Flower was talking with his own General Black. "Mrs. Hua, who informed you to come back?" "General Black, that Black Hawk." "Mrs. Hua, me too." "Did he tell you the reason?" General He shook his head. "No, you just said that the main mountain has changed." "Mrs. Hua, me too, but I'm very anxious when I hear the Black Hawk's voice. If the three kings can rush to call us back, the enemy will definitely be stronger this time." General He slowly said, "Although we have had conflicts before, it was the need for the continuation of the ethnic group. Here, look for Shuyuan www.zayeshuan. Come among the four generals, the two of us are currently the weakest. The demons under our command are less than 1/10 of the other. The situation is serious this time. We can no longer withstand too many attacks. Losses, I think we can talk." Mrs. Hua thought for a moment and then nodded. "That's exactly what I meant." At the same time, if you look westward from the extremely broad Broken Peak platform, with good eyesight, you can faintly see an extremely huge and majestic peak reaching into the sky among the endless mountains in the west. On the top of that mountain, there is a quaint palace surrounded by floating white clouds. At this time, in the largest reception hall of the palace, there are 8 figures with astonishing aura and soaring demonic aura. On the main seat, 3 figures sit side by side. Sitting on the bench in the middle was a tall figure with dark hair, an ancient appearance, and a thin body. Sitting on the bench on the left was a middle-aged man wearing a fiery red robe, long fiery red hair, and deep eyes and an eagle nose. Sitting on the bench on the right was a tall, dark-faced, ordinary-looking young man. If Lu Fei were here at this time, he would definitely recognize that the dark-faced, ordinary-looking young man sitting on the far right bench among the 3 benches was the 3 men who once frightened his black general. King. The 3 great kings sit at the bottom, so the 2 in front of them are naturally the 2 great kings and the great king whose names are only heard but not seen. And in the presence of the 3 demon kings in Dahuang Mountain, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 terrifying figures emitting monstrous aura sitting in total, facing each other. It was different from the heavy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow when it came. The weather in Dahuang Mountain is clear and the sun is warm. Hey, do we want to sit here all the time? What's wrong with sitting here? I can't hold it in anymore. Then you go ask the leader. I'm not going. How long do we have to wait here? Can't we go back to the mountain where we were and wait? You have to ask the leader. I'm not going. Oops, I want to poop. Go and ask the leader. I'm not going, I'm holding back. Behind Lu Fei, 10 little demons were lying, standing, or sitting on the ground, whispering to each other and chatting constantly. Around him, not only the other 9 leaders but all the little demons were like this. Even the monsters in the Snake Winding Mountain are like this. They are in a state of confusion, sitting or standing, lying down or lying down. But anyone who stands there waiting for an hour or 2 will become very impatient. Not to mention monsters. Brother. At this time, the crow monster sitting behind him suddenly said, "It's almost afternoon, how long do we have to wait here?" As soon as the crow monster opened his mouth, all the little monsters around him immediately looked at the crow monster with admiration. The toad demon Genoa even looked at the crow monster with eyes shining brightly. Lu Fei turned his head, his eyes quickly scanned all the little monsters behind him, and finally stopped at the crow monster, and said casually, "Just wait." Facing the adoring looks of the little demons around him, especially when he saw the encouraging eyes of the cat demon Sun Yang. The bones of the crow monster are a bit fluttery. But when he saw the fiery eyes of the toad demon Genoa, he suddenly panicked and had to pretend not to see it. "Brother Crow, please ask again, I can't hold it in anymore." "Yes, I want to do it too. Brother Crow." The little demons surrounding him immediately gathered around and whispered. In order to protect his image in the hearts of all the little monsters, the crow monster looked at the big brother who turned his head. After taking a deep breath, he braved himself again and whispered, "Brother, how long do you have to wait? We can hardly hold it in. Living." The words have not yet finished. Lu Fei suddenly turned his head with a cold face, and the crow monster was immediately frightened. The surrounding little monsters who were instigating were even more frightened and their faces turned pale. Several little monsters who couldn't hold back their urine were frightened by this, and they could no longer hold back their urine. I couldn't hold it any longer, and my body immediately made a puffing sound. Immediately afterwards, like a domino reaction, several popping sounds completely erupted like a flood. The harsh stench quickly spread around. Ugh. It stinks, some idiot pooped in public. Stinky stink. Ugh, my eyes. Not just one idiot, many of them, ugh. Smelling the stench in the air, he watched the little demons flee in all directions. Even Lu Fei couldn't bear the stench and immediately stepped back. It just took more than 3 hours to fly over from the Langlang Mountain territory, plus another hour or two waiting in place in a large square like Duanfeng Terrace. Not eating or drinking for such a long time is nothing to the little monsters. But not eating or drinking does not mean not pooping or peeing. He held it in for 4 or 5 hours in a row, which is 8 or 9 hours when converted into hours. This is not something that ordinary people can bear, let alone a little demon who usually eats an astonishing amount of food. Ever since. After the little demon under Lu Fei couldn't hold it in any longer, other little demons who couldn't hold it in anymore also took the opportunity to relieve themselves. Most of the little monsters only wear grass skirts or animal skins, which are very convenient to pull up. For a while. The smell of feces and urine in this area of Duanfeng Terrace is overwhelming. The little monsters fled in panic. General Black was left behind, and the 2 wolf leaders looked embarrassed and angry. On the contrary, all the monster leaders had different expressions. As for Lu Fei, who was standing among the many leader monsters, he was a little worried, fearing that the Black General would come to him. After all, the embarrassing and helpless scene in front of him started with the little demon under his command, or it was frightened by him and made him unable to hold the valve. There was quite a lot of movement on the Langlang Mountain little demon side. The monsters in Snake Pan Mountain not far away were almost stunned. Some little demons who couldn't hold it back also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. But Mrs. Snake Demonflower reacted faster and immediately issued a stern warning to all the little demons. Anyone who dared to deal with them on the spot would have their lifeblood cut off. As a result, the little demon who was about to hold it back could only hold it back immediately. At this time, a burst of noise suddenly came from the distance of Broken Peak Terrace. Lu Fei followed the demons and turned around to look, and saw a group of black demons appearing on the field that was far more numerous than the little demons of Langlang Mountain and Snake Panshan combined. At the same time, to the west of Duanfeng Terrace, a towering, majestic mountain peak. Inside the quaint palace, in the center of the reception hall, 8 demonic figures are constantly clashing with each other. "Old Ghost Yuan, your brother stole my 3rd brother's beauty and brought him great shame. He also took away my 3rd brother's only daughter." There were 5 guest chairs side by side. The short old man sitting in the middle looked at the thin old man in black robe opposite the main seat with a gloomy face and said slowly, "It's too much to bully others, it's too domineering. Bar. If you don't give my brother an explanation, return my niece. Today, my 5 brothers will never rest with you. Fuck your mother." Hearing that the old man Fengyan was confusing right and wrong, Bai Mian, the 3 kings of Daihuang Mountain, couldn't bear it anymore. He cursed angrily and immediately retorted, Meiji originally followed me, but she was forcibly abducted by your third son when she went back to visit relatives. Go, and because you are pregnant with my blood, you have no choice but to commit yourself to your third brother, that ugly guy, for fear that he will harm your own flesh and blood. Now that Meiji has not returned, I have also found out the truth. The child is mine. If you want to take my daughter from the wilderness mountain, you can just take it from my body. Before the three kings by Mian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yuan Zhang, the slender eldest brother in the middle. Hey, what dirty words can you say in broad daylight? After saying that, Yuan Zhang looked across at the short old man, the eldest of the 5 demons, and said slowly, Brother Swallowing Tiger, you and I can't argue with each other about this kind of thing. In this case, instead of hurting the harmony between our Dahuang Mountain and your Fengyun Ridge, how about asking the ancestors to make a decision? The short old man Swallowing Tiger Demon King immediately smiled and said, I knew you would say that, but Ancestor Bai doesn't have time to care about us juniors these days. How about this? The old man swallowed the tiger with a pretentious expression, I know Yuan Gue, your third brother loves your daughter, but my third brother also misses the child. How about we let the two of them have a gambling fight? You, me, and the other brothers are not allowed to take action. How about they have a fight with the little monsters under their command? The stakes include the right to own the child. I also made a vow never to molest the mother of my child again. Find Shu Yuan www.zshuan.com. Finally, including the mountain range north of Fengyun Ridge, we have fought for more than 500 years. Having said this, the tiger swallowing demon king looked at Yuan Zhang and said word by word, Old Ghost Yuan, do you dare to bet with me? Yuan Zhang, the king of Dahuang Mountain, leaned on the bench and looked at the old man swallowing the tiger in front of him for a long time. Then he scanned the faces of the 4 demon kings in Fengyun Ridge one by one, and then glanced at his third brother. Then he looked at the tiger swallowing demon king and shook his head, I won't bet. What did you say? The 4 demon kings of Fengyun Ridge were immediately furious. They stood up suddenly and shouted, their demonic aura rising to the sky, almost overturning the entire hall. Wait a minute. The tiger swallowing demon king sat firmly on the bench, looked at the expression of his old rival Yuan Zhang, and said again, if you have any ideas, just say so. The stakes are too low, let's just play bigger. Yuan Zhang raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, casually stroking his well-maintained long beard, and couldn't help licking his lips with his tongue before saying, well, I'll take out the Linglong Rui bag, and you take out your broken gold gun, what? Sample? The words fell. Brother! 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 Several demon kings from Fengyun Ridge immediately stopped him in a hurry. Xnu, but the tiger swallowing demon king just raised his hand, and the brothers immediately shut their mouths. This time, it was the tiger swallowing demon king's turn to hesitate. He looked carefully at Yuan Zhang and his 2 brothers. After a long time, the tiger swallowing demon king finally fixed his eyes on Yuan Zhang's face and said word by word, I will accept this bet. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen Reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine /phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then? Download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well." Xingwen reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah. The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not so large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. Get dressed up. He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. Star reading app. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, Star reading app. The green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. Find Shuyuan www.zayashuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star reading app. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme. The latest chapter content on the Xinguan reading app. please download the Xingwen Reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen Reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Li after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile, "It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. Bai Nian, do you dare to come with me?" The red-haired demon king noticed something strange coming from the battlefield below, and knew that this was the death of the little demon caused by the aftermath of their battle, so he said, "Our battlefield is not here." Bai Mian, the three great kings of Daihuan Mountain, also realized this. His eyes quickly swept across the battlefield below and said, "Why don't you dare?" Finished. The two demon kings flew quickly towards the sky one after the other. Valley battlefield. Bang. He saw leopard demon Mozi's head suddenly explode like a watermelon in front of him, causing his face to be covered in blood. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, then immediately reached out and wiped the blood on his face, turned around and looked at the three red-skinned Huang Gui brothers behind him and said, "Follow me in a minute." He then looked at the 6 remaining newborn babies. "Demon, same to you." The words just fell. "Prepare." General Black's voice came from the front. With their respective leaders as the center, the little demons formed groups of 3 or 3. Don't be too eager to make progress. Prepare. General Black's voice kept coming. After continuously eavesdropping on General Hei's conversations throughout the day, Lu Fei knew that the other party was very reluctant to fight this battle. General Hei is now constantly talking about ways to save the lives of the little demons in battle, which is very illustrative. What's more, 1/3 of the approximately 150 little demons in Langlang Mountain this time are new demons that have only been on the mountain for less than half a year. These new monsters don't know anything, and they rush into such a war. They have no other role except to serve as cannon fodder, add a few more corpses to the battlefield, and add more rations to the final winner. But the order was from above. Even the 3 kings themselves went there in person. How could these little demons under his command be spared and watch? Get ready. Set off. General Black's voice came again. But this time, General Black, wearing golden armor and holding a pair of black gold hammers, stood in the middle of the valley. Standing side by side with him was Mrs. Hua and 2 other tall generals wearing armor. The army began to advance. Lu Fei immediately raised the pure iron spear in his hand, and together with several leading monsters around him, began to follow the army of monsters in front towards the opposite side. Behind him, the crow monster, the 3 red-skinned brothers and 6 new monsters were all holding inferior wooden spears and wooden bows and following their leader nervously. Before that, they talked and laughed, and seemed to think that there was nothing terrible about fighting, especially after knowing that they were fighting with the leader. Especially after waiting for a whole day at Duanfeng Terrace, it was a lot of fun. Finally, you can have a delicious barbecue. The new demons were in a great mood, and they had no fear of the nature of battle. But just when, the head of the leopard demon Mozi, who had been joking with him just now, suddenly exploded and died tragically in front of him without warning. Only then did the little demons realize what war is and what fear is, and the fear in their hearts finally began to ferment. At this time, they are also the most obedient, remembering their leader's words and following closely behind him. Bang 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 bang. The monster army began to charge. The ground starts to shake. Speaking of which, there are 4 generals under the 3 kings. Except for the 2 foreign monks, General Hei and Madame Hua, the other 2 generals not only had many demon soldiers, but also their equipment almost overwhelmed the demon soldiers under General Hei and Madame Hua. Those 2 generals have subordinates, not to mention the mainstay leader-level monsters. Just talking about little demons, even those who have just worshipped the mountain, almost everyone has a pure iron weapon. From this point of view, the combat effectiveness of the little monsters under the 2 generals is definitely higher than that of the little monsters in Langlang Mountain and Xipan Mountain. This is also the reason why General Hei and Madame Hua become shorter when they see each other. Without him, the combat effectiveness of his men would be greatly different. But that's also why The two generals' army of monster soldiers duty-boundly served as the vanguard. General Black and Madame Hua's demon soldiers can follow behind. But as the demon commander with the highest combat power under the king, General Black and Madame Hua herself must be on the front line to fight against the enemy demon commander. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The two monster armies began to charge, and the ground was trembling and shaking. For a time, countless flocks of birds were frightened and flew around in the peaks on all sides of the valley, and countless wild beasts in the forest fled. Bang 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 bang. The monster army is getting faster and faster. Lu Fei was in it, and the fierce war atmosphere reminded him of the battlefield half a year ago. At that time, he had just arrived in this world, and his strength was low. He could only rely on each other with the crow monster and the three red-skinned brothers to survive on the chaotic battlefield. That time, he was seriously injured and was chased by a snake demon leader from Snake Pan Mountain. He had no way to go to the sky or the ground, and he was extremely helpless and desperate. Now, in less than half a year, he has not only been promoted to the leader, but he has also fought side by side with the Snake Mountain monster, who was his life and death enemy at that time. It can be said that things are impermanent. Time is changing, the enemy is changing, and he is changing too. The only thing that remains unchanged is probably the ruthlessness of the battlefield. He once longed to become a leader, thinking that as long as he became a leader, he would be safe on the battlefield. Now, he has become the leader, but once again on the battlefield, he did not feel the sense of security he once imagined. On the contrary, he only felt that the battlefield was more cruel and worthy of awe, and he had to be more cautious. Bang 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 bang. The two armies were getting faster and closer. The monsters at the vanguard of both armies roared no longer. Come on! Kill! Kill the weaklings in Doangshan! Kill all the bastards in Fengyun Ridge! Kill! Bang 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 bang! Amidst endless roars, the two monster armies finally collided. Screams, armor clashing, swords entering the flesh, looking for the book www.zayeshuan.com. Angry sounds, all kinds of sounds erupted violently, and the ground shook. Kill! Seeing a team of monsters coming in, Lu Fei immediately rushed forward with a spear in hand. The leader, the tall black bear spirit holding two hammers, had just smashed the head of a gray wolf monster into pieces with one hammer, when he saw the tall white wolf coming towards him. Just as he was grinning and preparing to greet him, he quickly recovered from the size and aura of the white wolf. The black bear spirit, who noticed the identity of the leader of the white wolf, was shocked. He instantly lost his will to fight and immediately raised his two hammers towards him. He threw the attacking white wolf demon leader away, turned around, and ran away. Bang bang! Lu Fei held a spear and easily smashed away the flying hammer. Looking at the black bear who was about to flee, he raised the gun and threw it out. Whoosh! The spear arrived in an instant. Just when the black bear spirit thought he had successfully escaped, the spear instantly pierced his chest, and the fox spirit in front of him was also stabbed, and the spear came out of his chest. 2 in a row. Lu Fei's shot instantly defeated the team of powerful little demons that had entered, and the remaining 3 little demons fled in a panic. Lu Fei didn't care about the escaping little demons. He quickly stepped forward and bent down to pull out the spear that had pierced the 2 little demons. At this time, his increasingly sensitive ears suddenly heard the soft sound of a bowstring loosening. Lu Fei's unexplained heart palpitations made Lu Fei stop bending instantly, and immediately raised his hands in front of him and stepped back. The next second, a boom! A long arrow plunged into the boulder on the ground in front of him with such force that the tail feathers trembled violently. Idiot! He looked at the arrow that was shot deeply into the stone in front of him. Thousands and thousands of people. Even though Lu Fei's strength has greatly improved since he became the leader, and his mind has matured and calmed down so much, he couldn't help but break out in white hair and sweat at this moment, and couldn't help but spit out the fragrance. If he was even half a minute slower to react, he would definitely be shot through unless it hit his armor. He immediately turned his head to look, and saw a tall snake demon with a human head and a snake body a little further away, raising his bow and looking at him. The look in his eyes was obviously regretful that he missed the shot. Grass! Lu Fei, who was instantly filled with anger, stepped forward quickly, pulled out the spear that had passed through the two corpses, and immediately rushed towards the direction of the snake demon in front of him. Lu Fei started running quickly. The crow monster, the red-skinned Huang Gui, and 5 or 6 other little monsters following behind him immediately ran into trouble. Just now the leader is following the leader, which is naturally very good. The black bear demon just now seemed to be even stronger than the strongest red skin in the team, but in front of the leader he could only turn around and run, but he couldn't escape. He was instantly killed as soon as he came into contact with him. It really made all the little monsters excited to see it. But the leader is now rushing towards the hostile demon group on the opposite side. Not to mention that they can keep up with the speed of the leader, even if they can catch up, they can't rush over. As soon as the leader left. As the leader's brother and the strongest pig demon in the team, Redskin naturally became the leader of the team. As for the crow monster who usually has the strongest presence, although he is also the leader brother, he is still the second eldest brother. However, due to his usually frivolous personality, he was defeated in the competition with the Redskins. Therefore, the Redskin with a more stable personality and stronger strength is obviously more trusted by other little monsters at this time. The Red-Skinned man also had this consciousness. When he saw the other little demons looking at him, he immediately said, "Go this way. Pay attention to your surroundings. Let's follow the leader and don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme." Pompey, who quickly took out his attention, was about to put away the inferior wooden gun in his hand, but immediately saw the 2 hammers thrown away by the bear demon not far away on the ground, and his eyes suddenly lit up. So he immediately threw away the spear in his hand, stepped forward quickly, picked up the hammer and put it into the storage space he learned from his elder brother. Then it transformed into a large black-brown wild boar nearly 3 meters long. As the red skin continued to grow and his strength increased, the hair on his body also changed from brown-red at the beginning to black-brown. "This way, follow me." After completing the transformation, the red skin roared and walked forward. Upon seeing this, all the little demons immediately threw away the weak wooden sticks and spears in their hands, and chose to transform into their true round bodies and follow Red Skin. However, it can be seen from the clearly opened eyes of each of them that they clearly saw the action of the red-skinned brother just picking up the weapon, and each of them seemed to have new ideas. The group of little demons led by a large black wild boar with a body length of nearly 3 meters and a large crow with a wingspan of 3 meters was quite a bit of a fight, and ordinary little demons would not dare to approach easily. But it's just as visible. A 4-meter-long tiger monster stared at the monster team led by Hong Pai. The tiger demon licked its blood-stained mouth, quickly approached the team with silent steps, and then pounced on the young-looking yellow bull demon at the back. Moo! Being knocked down by a huge tiger demon that was twice his size and with a terrifying and ferocious face, the scalper demon Laohan was instantly frightened and instinctively let out a shrill scream. The tiger demon's attack immediately destroyed the team's relatively safe atmosphere, causing the toad demon, wild donkey demon, and pheasant demon to scream in surprise. Looking at such a huge tiger monster, they were very brave to not be frightened and run away immediately. But at the same time, no one dared to rush forward directly. At this time, Red Skin, who was leading the way at the front of the team, noticed this scene at this moment. Without any hesitation, Red Skin turned around and rushed towards the tiger monster who was larger than him. At the same time, the crow monster immediately flew up from the air and extended its hook-like iron claws to attack the tiger monster. Huang Gui, the weasel who still maintained his human and half-demon form, disappeared directly from the spot. The next second, Huang Gui's head suddenly popped out from under the tiger demon's belly, and at the same time, a low-quality spear stabbed into the softest belly of the tiger demon's body. Huang Gui moved the fastest. Although he failed to pierce the tiger demon's abdomen with a blow from the abdomen, it caused pain and shock to the tiger demon. At this time, the red-skinned attack arrived. The tall and thick wild boar, nearly 3 meters long, slammed into the tiger demon. The huge force caused the frightened and unprepared tiger demon to lose its center of gravity in an instant. The sharp and ferocious fangs fell directly to the ground, causing a big somersault. However, the tiger demon reacted very quickly. He quickly turned over and stood up. When he saw that the wild boar demon was attacking him, he immediately became furious, seeking death. He roared and rushed towards him. At this time, a pair of hook-like iron claws descended from the sky, grabbing the tiger monster's eyes fiercely, and the crow monster's attack arrived. The crow monster, which has had several experiences, is becoming more and more skillful in sneak attacks. The timing chosen this time also failed to prevent the tiger monster who was trying it for the first time. With one blow, the crow monster's iron claws tore off a piece of flesh without any hesitation, and immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. The body of the tiger demon that had just jumped high fell from the air in an instant. When he turned over to stand up again, one eye socket was already bleeding and bright red. One of the tiger monster's eyes was blinded by the crow monster. Seeing this opportunity, the redskin immediately rushed towards the tiger demon again, only this time the tiger demon did not have the courage to fight again. Facing the incoming big wild boar, the tiger demon kept retreating, and finally turned around and fled backwards, quickly escaping into the chaotic demon group. The three brothers Huang Gue, who valued the red-skinned crow monster, worked together to quickly fight off an obviously more powerful tiger monster. The 5 little demons on the side were almost stunned. Redskin looked at the approaching yellow ox demon without any problems, then looked at the 5 little demons surrounding him and scolded, "If you dare not move when you see your companions in danger next time, get away." After that, the redskin turned and left. The scalper demon Lao Han did not turn around this time, but followed immediately. The crow monster then landed in front of the 6 scolded monsters and said calmly, "The battlefield is very dangerous, but companions are more important. After all, you don't want to be attacked by other monsters like Lao Han. When you are in despair, your companions are just you watching from the sidelines? Looks like Huang Gue, he is not much stronger than you. This is how the leader brought us here. Let's go, don't be afraid, the more afraid you are, the faster you will die." The redskin turned into a cold-faced instructor, while the crow monster, who was more familiar with the little monsters, became a counselor. The combined teachings of the two of them gave the members of the rookie monster team under Lu Fei a deep understanding of the words companion and partner for the first time. It also laid the foundation for them to become Lu Fei's generals in the future. Regarding what happened to the little demon under his command, Lu Fei couldn't care about it for the time being, because he was facing an evenly matched opponent, a leader-level snake demon. Whoosh! Another arrow shot out, but Lu Fei easily dodged it. Swinging the spear in his hand, he smashed the head of a deer demon blocking the way and quickly approached the leader of the snake demon in front. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows continued to shoot out one after another. But when faced head-on, the snake demon's arrows are like the attacks of dogs and snakes in a cat's eyes. The speed is too slow and the picture is too high definition. Lu Fei easily dodged one arrow after another and quickly approached. Finally realizing that bows and arrows could not harm the white wolf demon, the snake demon immediately put away the long bow in his hand, and then took out 2 spears, the same weapon as Lu Fei, from somewhere. Just when the snake demon was distracted, he changed his weapon. Lu Fei disappeared instantly. Earth escape. Seeing the white wolf disappearing out of thin air in front of him, the snake demon suddenly looked shocked. Immediately afterwards, the snake demon realized something and immediately thought about it. The next second, the whole body of the snake demon immediately glowed with a bright light. Immediately afterwards, each of the hard scales, which were originally yellowish to black, rapidly expanded by more than twice as fast as you could see. The scales became wider, larger, thicker, and more lustrous. At this time, a white figure emerged from the ground behind the snake demon. It was Lu Fei. The moment he jumped out of the ground, Lu Fei held a spear and immediately rushed towards the snake demon, who raised his upper body in front of him and was 3 or 4 meters high. Boom! Lu Fei shot out from behind the leader of the snake demon without any warning, and stabbed the upper body of the snake demon in the half-demon chest. This powerful shot was blocked by the scales hidden under the half-demon skin of the snake demon. It made a sound like gold and stone, and could not be saved at all. So hard? Lu Fei was shocked when the blow missed, and he immediately retreated backwards. As everyone knows, the snake demon who turned around was even more shocked when he saw the white wolf demon retreating quickly. His magical power can greatly enhance the defense of scales in a short period of time. However, after being transformed into a semi-demon, the defense of the upper body, which is not directly covered by scales, is inevitably much worse than that of the snake body. But he has a treasure, which he got at a great price. Rumor has it that it is a forged scale from a Demon King level snake demon. Although the snake demon did not believe this rumor. Because the ability of the scales is to refining itself once a day to withstand a fatal attack below the level of the demon commander, not an attack below the level of the demon king. But even so, that's just as precious. He relied on this scale to survive several dangerous times. I just didn't expect that this battle would not take long after it started. He used up his scales as many times as he could today. Did the shot fired by the white wolf demon just now endanger your life? The snake demon turned around, shocked and worried in his heart, but looked at the white wolf demon in front of him calmly and said coldly, "That was good just now, now it's my turn." While talking, the 3 to 4 meter tall snake demon raised its head and immediately charged towards Lu Fei with great momentum, brandishing its 2 guns. Facing the attack of the snake monster, Lu Fei showed no signs of weakness and faced it with a spear in hand. Bang 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 bang. The 2 guns hit each other, and the huge force continued to explode little sparks. But only after 5 or 6 moves. Lu Fei could clearly detect that the snake demon's double spears had not been specially honed in marksmanship, and were wielded entirely based on his usual fighting instincts. That being the case, Lu Fei stopped testing, and used a sideways shot to skillfully pick out a spear from the snake demon's hand. He turned around and moved to the side of the snake demon, and stabbed the snake demon in the abdomen with force. Boom! A slightly dull sound. The spear failed to break through the snake demon's scale defense, but it obviously caused pain to the snake demon, with a look of pain on its face. Lu Fei didn't care phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The snake demon couldn't block Lu Fei's spear with both hands, let alone a single spear. What's more, although the spear used by the snake demon is sharp, the spear is made of wood, and its weight is much worse than the pure iron spear in Lu Fei's hand. Boom! Lu Fei once again shot the snake demon's remaining spear and knocked it to the ground. Call! A thick snake tail suddenly swept from the side. This snake demon is also tolerant and has never used its tail to attack since the beginning of the battle. This sudden sweep gave the unprepared Lu Fei a big whip. Boom! It was comparable to a head-on collision with a small truck. Lu Fei instantly flew 8 or 9 meters upside down before falling and hitting the ground. Bah! Xnu Lu Fei, who turned over and stood up, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Having experienced his first battle with a snake demon on the battlefield, he had been on guard against the snake demon's venom attack and all the other party's magical powers, but the other party took out a big broom. This was because he wasn't cautious enough, so he was totally screwed. But fortunately he had iron armor on him, and he himself was thick-skinned, so it wouldn't matter if he fell. How about it? The snake demon swam over quickly, looked at the embarrassed white wolf that was vomiting blood, and said with a smile, "How strong is my strength this time?" Seeing that a double-sided halberd weapon appeared in the snake demon's hand, Lu Fei smiled, raised his spear and pointed it at the snake demon and said, "It's just average strength, just enough to scratch Grandpa's itch. Now let Grandpa tell you, being skilled in all kinds of weapons is not as good as being skilled in the same weapon." The words fell. Lu Fei disappeared again. Fong Suan Bu. Seeing the white wolf demon attack again, the snake demon instantly activated his magical power again. The whole body once again became shiny, and the scales all over the body quickly expanded, became larger and thicker, and the entire demon body also became larger. At the same time, the body also stood up high, with the head 5 or 6 meters above the ground, not giving the white wolf a chance to sneak attack like before. But as soon as the snake demon raised his body, he saw the white wolf suddenly appeared in front of him, then he jumped up with a gun and stabbed directly at his face. But this time, the snake demon didn't panic. If he was tall enough, he would have more time to react. He immediately waved his halberd to meet the white wolf demon's spear. At this time, he suddenly seemed to see something shooting out of the white wolf demon. Not good. The snake demon who reacted instantly wanted to hide instinctively. But the magical raid is faster. Two thorns that Lu Fei had warmed up for a long time shot to the snake demon's face in the blink of an eye, and shot directly into the snake demon's two big black eyes, which shocked the snake demon's body. In an instant, the halberd in the snake demon's hand lost its power and direction. Lu Fei dodged it and shot straight into the snake demon's throat and out of his head. Ah! Ah! The incomparable pain coming from the eyes made the snake demon couldn't help but want to shout out, looking for Shuyuan www.Zayashuan.com, but the throat no longer allows it. Only the snake demon was left with its mouth wide open, moaning hoarsely and feebly. When Lu Fei landed, the huge body of the snake demon also fell to the ground with a crash, only its body was still twitching unnaturally. Lu Fei stepped forward defensively, quickly pulled out his spear and shot another shot into the snake demon's 7-inch chest. Seeing that the snake demon was completely silent. Just as Lu Fei was about to step forward and touch the corpse, he saw the body of the half-demon snake demon undergoing a violent transformation, turning into a large black and yellow snake that was 14 to 15 meters long. Seeing the true form of the snake demon, Lu Fei suddenly realized that this guy was a big cauliflower snake. No wonder it didn't have any venom attack. Without any delay, Lu Fei sighed and immediately stepped forward to touch the body. This snake demon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme has magical storage powers or has treasures like storage bags, otherwise it would be impossible to explain where his halberd came from. If it is a magical space. After the death of the snake demon, without the demon power to maintain it, the magical space will collapse, and everything hidden in the magical space will explode. But the snake demon in front of me has nothing but the halberd. Just thought of this. Lu Fei saw a ring with a pale white luster falling next to the huge corpse of the snake demon. Just as Lu Fei stepped forward to pick it up, he looked up and saw a scale with a faint golden luster slowly emerging from the body of the snake demon. Victory belongs to the king, and the treasure belongs to me. For a moment, this was the only thought left in his mind. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward and grabbed the golden scales tightly in his hands. In this vast valley, in a big battlefield where thousands of monsters fight, the death of one or two monster general level leader monsters is nothing at all. Moreover, the 15-meter-long body of the snake demon was everywhere on the surrounding battlefield, with corpses of various monsters ranging from 1 meter to 10 meters to 20 meters. The 15-meter-long body of the snake demon can only make other monsters look at it once or twice. Because there is enough meat. As the body of the snake demon fell to the ground, the surrounding monsters did not dare to approach Lu Fei at all, let alone come up and cause trouble for him. Lu Fei grasped the golden scales tightly. Although I still don't know what this thing is, I know it is a good thing and a treasure just by looking at the appearance. But the treasure needs to be refined. The refined treasure belongs to Lu Fei himself. There is also this ring with a light white luster, which is undoubtedly also a treasure. If it is a storage space ring equipment, it should contain the snake demon's property. The battlefield was dangerous. Lu Fei just took a quick look and put the golden scales and white rings in his hands into the magical storage space with a thought. This snake demon is the leader of Fengyun Ridge. The other party must be much richer than my newly upgraded poor Ha. The harvest was good. Lu Fei was in a good mood. Looking at the chaos around them, various monsters started to fight again. Lu Fei then thought of the crow monster, red-skinned Huanggui and the three brothers. Oh, and those new monsters. He immediately turned around and looked around, and saw far ahead the red-skinned, crow monster, and Huanggui were taking the new monsters to besiege a rather large rhinoceros monster. He looked carefully and found that Huanggui, who was playing for the first time, used his Earth Escape magical power to cooperate well with the red skin and the crow monster. There are also the 5 or 6 new demons under his command. Although they seem a little timid, they are generally pretty good. Especially the performance of the ant demon Black Fang and the cat demon, as the real new demons who entered the battlefield soon after going up the mountain, performed well. As expected, the rhinoceros demon should not be able to escape. It's just that if there are no accidents, there will be accidents. Just as Lu Fei was about to look away, he saw two tiger monsters in the distance that were 4 or 5 meters tall, and a black bear monster that was slightly smaller than the two tiger monsters striding towards the crow monster and the red-skinned man. Run to the battlefield. One of the tiger monsters had blood-stained eyes and was obviously blind in one eye. Even if one of the tiger monsters is blind, the three tiger monsters and bear monsters whose strength is at least in the late stage of the monster army, if they deal with the crow monster and the redskin, I am afraid that the new monsters I just collected will have to be reimbursed. Didn't think much about it. Lu Fei immediately picked up the snake demon's halberd and put it away. He glanced at the previous battlefield and couldn't see the two spears of the snake demon in front, so he had to give up. No wonder Lu Fei was too diligent and thrifty. He wanted to clean up the battlefield before the war was over. It's just that the monsters are too poor. If the monsters in Lang Lang Mountain are poor, it can be said that they are country monsters born in a corner. But as for the monsters in Daihuan Mountain, they are organized and calculated, so they can be considered a large force, right? But their little demons only had one weapon in their hands and no armor on their bodies. It is incomparable to the human warrior army that wears a full set of armor at all times. As for General Black and all the monsters under his command, they can't even mention it. Let alone armor, the little monsters don't have any weapons. They are really too shabby and miserable. This is why Lu Fei is still thinking about the snake demon weapon at this time. General He didn't give it to him, so he earned it himself. If he earned enough money, he would give it to his brothers and the little demons under his command. Put away the halberd. Lu Fei immediately picked up his spear and walked towards them like a crow, monster, and red skin. Then he saw that the targets of the long-distance attack by the two tiger demons and the bear demon were revealed to be the little demons under his command. Although I wonder why the three demons are staring at the crow monster, red skin, and the others. Wait a minute, one of the tiger demon's eyes. Quickly thinking of this, Lu Fei immediately remembered the crow monster's favorite fighting method of airstrikes and catching eyes, and seemed to understand the reason why the three monsters came. But no matter what the reason is, just kill it. Lu Fei quickly approached the little monsters under his command with a spear, and casually stabbed to death two monsters that came to them with red eyes and were confused about life and death. Let's briefly talk about them. They are all similar monsters, and there is no uniform armor to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. That's because all the monsters on the Great Wilderness Mountain exude an aura that the monsters on your side can feel from a distance and know that they are friendly forces. Lu Fei estimated that this should be marked by the three kings. And he guessed that the monsters on the opposite side of Fengyun Ridge should have similar methods. Otherwise it will definitely be a mess. Kill. Another dizzy bear demon rushed towards Lu Fei with red eyes. Lu Fei casually poked the spear in his hand, and the spear instantly pierced the chest of the attacking bear demon and came out through the back. He pushed harder, and the entire spear passed through the bear demon's chest. Lu Fei quickly passed over the dying bear demon, reached out and grabbed the spear from its back and continued moving forward. At this time, the two tiger and bear demons in front had quickly rushed into the battlefield of the little demons under their command. Lu Fei sped up and rushed forward. He raised the spear in his hand again and threw it forward. Redskin, left. They all avoided it. Flying in mid-air, the crow monster originally planned to attack the rhinoceros spirit below again. At this time, it suddenly discovered three tiger and bear monsters sneaking over not far away. It looked frightened and immediately roared downwards. The red-skinned Huanggui and a group of little monsters who were hunting the rhinoceros spirit soon heard the crow monster's warning. When they turned around to look, they discovered three monsters approaching sneakily. Looking at the tiger demon who was blind in one eye, the little demons instantly understood that it was the tiger demon who was seeking revenge. Just being reminded by the crow monster, it was useless to discover it in advance, because the three monsters actually sneaked closer from three different directions, and running around rashly at this time would only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to death. At this time, except for the red-skinned ant demon and the black fangs, which seemed to have a harder shell, they could block the blows of the two tigers and a bear from the three powerful little demons. It was possible to find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com and escape. Other little monsters who dare to run around will die. These three monsters obviously want to catch all these little monsters in one go. I see you are running away like this time. Where is the crow spirit? Where's the weasel? Where have they all gone? The blind tiger demon roared with a ferocious face and gritted his teeth, approaching step by step. Step by step, he forced the 7 little demons in front of him together. The red-skinned one in the middle of the siege was panting heavily and looked normal, but most of the other 6 new demons were almost nervous and looked desperate. At this time, a black spear fell from the sky, stabbing the bear demon among the 3 demons to the core instantly, and stabbed him to the ground hard. For a moment, the expressions of all the monsters present changed drastically. The difference was that the faces of the red-skinned little demons were shocked and then overjoyed, and their eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. But the eyes of the remaining 2 tiger monsters were filled with shock and even more horror. Looking at the white wolf approaching quickly, the 2 demons' eyes widened instantly. Then, the 2 tiger monsters turned around and fled to the rear in unison. At this time, no! A roar before death suddenly came from the sky, instantly resounding throughout the battlefield and the valley. At this moment, countless monsters looked up and saw a huge bull monster with a body as big as a hill falling straight from the sky in the distance. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the ground shook. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen Reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then? Download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well." Xingwen Reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star Reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not so large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumien nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumien Lee, you can just call me Lumien." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. "Star Reading app, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, "Anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine. What do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, Star reading app the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us. Life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find the book at www.zayashuyuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is Wolf Comes. Whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star reading app take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latest chapter content on the Xingwen reading app. Please download the Xingwen reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then? Download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well." Xingwen reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah. The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not so large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. Get dressed up. He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. Star reading app. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Star reading app. The green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan. Calm, the middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star reading app. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the latest chapter content on the Xingwen Reading app. Please download the Xingwen Reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen Reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Li after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen Reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then, download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense. Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, as you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly. After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, it seems that she writes really well. Xingwen Reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others? Lumian smiled. The guest from out of town nodded, my name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah. The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star Reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not so large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. Get dressed up. He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders, my name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. Star Reading app, what's wrong, is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Star Reading app, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, "Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, "Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes. Whoever lies all the time will lose credibility." Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "May I?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumian didn't care. "Then have another cup of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, "Generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star reading app take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme. The latest chapter content on the Xingwen reading app. Please download the Xingwen reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme. The latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme. The latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well." Xingwen reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star Reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not so large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had 2 small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the 3 outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. Star Reading app, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, Star Reading app, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star Reading app, take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latest chapter content on the Xingwen Reading app. Please download the Xingwen Reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen Reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen Reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download the Xingwen Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then? Download the Star Reading app to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story?" he tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense. Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well." Xingwen reading app, sorry, you misunderstood. The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumian smiled. The guest from out of town nodded, "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. Star reading app. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-big eyes are a little darker than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the light of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. Star reading app, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary." I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, "Anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee." That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, "Thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "Star reading app, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here." Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, "Oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more." "Okay." Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, "1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me." Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I was the one who told you the truth just now. I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, "Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, "Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is Wolf Comes. Whoever lies all the time will lose credibility." Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "May I?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumian didn't care. "Then have another cup of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled. "Generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a bodyguard? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star reading app take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content on the Xingwen reading app. Please download the Xingwen reading app and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already in the Xingwen reading app, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumien nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumien Lee, you can just call me Lumien." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary." I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Tryer's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. Early morning. It was just getting dark. A cold sun rises slowly from the sea of clouds in the east. The golden sunshine shines on the Langlangshan mountains after a snowstorm, and they are covered in silver, making them particularly enchanting. In a spacious cave. A small, large golden grain curled up in a corner of the cave, purring very rhythmically. There is a soft leather bed in the middle of the cave. A tall figure with a wolf's head and silver hair all over his body was meditating with his eyes closed. The whole body was surrounded by streaks of billowing black smoke, and the aura was astonishing. When the crisp chirping of birds in the forest outside the cave entered the cave, Lu Fei opened his eyes. Suddenly, the black mist that originally surrounded his body quickly penetrated into Lu Fei's body like a living thing and disappeared. Call. A long breath blew out. Lu Fei looked at his cave and all kinds of familiar objects, and felt an inexplicable feeling of intimacy in his heart. This time we left Langlang Mountain for only 2 days. But I have seen too much, the battle is too fierce, the battlefield is too tragic, and my mind is too exhausted. As a result, when Lu Fei looked at the familiar things in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of long absence and peace of mind. At this time, a soft, rhythmic purr came from the corner. Lu Fei turned around and saw that Wandishan number 1, who he had brought back last night, was sleeping in the crow monster's nest. He was immersed in sleep and snoring constantly. Look back. Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. Lines of virtual ink handwriting emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Early Demon General 315-2000 Experience Value, 161-700 Soul Power, 1 Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Xiaocheng 227 1000 Ability, Spear Skill Proficient 6500, Stick Skill Beginner 52-100. Supernatural Powers, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Proficient 23500, Feng Suanjian Proficient 48500, Feng Cunbu Proficient 25100, Earth Escape Proficient 18100, Raid Entry 88100, Whisper Entry 24100. The realm value has increased a lot because I ate monster meat all day yesterday. The proficiency of the breathing method has also increased to a certain extent, but the increase is obviously less than before. Next time, ask other leaders to see if they use the same breathing method as me. The proficiency of the magical powers Syrian wolf swallowing the moon has also increased slightly. Unfortunately, the moonlight appeared for too short a time last night, otherwise the cultivation, skills, and magical proficiency should have increased a little more. But the moonlight on winter nights is short-lived, so you can't force it, just let nature take its course. As for the remaining soul power, wait until the little demons under my command come to gather in their cave, and then ask about their magical powers one by one. I hope I can find a suitable magical power as soon as possible. Looking at the virtual panel in front of him, Lu Fei made a brief inventory and didn't think much more. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme in front of him was scattered. Lu Fei's arms immediately appeared with a bluish-white ring emitting light white mist, and a scale emitting light golden light. These two things are treasures at first glance. Because it is forged from materials that contain the aura of heaven and earth, it is inherently extraordinary. As for the source of these two things, they were all contributed by the leader of the snake demon who attacked him shortly after the battle the night before yesterday. Look at the scales first. Lu Fei casually brought the scales in front of his eyes. This scale is about the size of an adult's thumb, and its entire body is light yellow in color. If you feel it carefully, there is a hint of coercion. Because it comes from the leader of the snake demon in Fengyun Ridge, and because the shape of the scales is very similar to snake scales. Lu Fei estimated that this scale should come from a snake demon whose strength far exceeded that of the leader-level demon general. It was not impossible that the snake demon was at least as powerful as a general or even a higher-level snake demon. But it was definitely not the Fengyunling snake demon leader who died under his own hands before. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one who died at that time, and there would be no chance of any luck. Now counting the treasure, it must have been replaced by the snake demon. Although he doesn't have anything valuable on him. Hey, forget about being poor on Earth. When I came to this world, I was still poor even though I had reached the level of the boss monster. This made Lu Fei feel emotional for a moment. But there are still differences. As a low-level Yellow Knight on Earth, it is difficult for him to see a way out because the way out is extremely limited. But that's not the case in this world. He is on the right path and has a long way to go. To restrain the ape mind that began to run wild like a wild horse and start to spread out at will. Lu Fei detected a trace of his consciousness and began to approach the golden snake scale in his hand. Because the previous owner, the snake demon, was dead, Lu Fei easily reached into it and left his mark on the snake scales. At the same time, Lu Fei also knew the power and use of this snake scale. Function: when properly maintained, snake scales can withstand a fatal attack once a day, with strength below that of the demon commander. The condition is that he must use his demon power to patiently warm his scales every day. The better the temperature is, the better the effect will be. Can withstand a fatal attack from a demon commander or less? As long as it's not damaged, it can be like this every day. Isn't this equivalent to one life every day? Lu Fei, who quickly extracted the specific ability of the scales, looked overjoyed. Although the upper limit of this snake scale is a bit low, it is indeed a good treasure. If you can block fatal attacks of a level below that of the Demon Commander, what about the Demon Commander's strength? Even if it can't be completely blocked, at least it can block most or half of it. That's not what Baby is. Because Lu Fei has many magical powers, his strength at this time is definitely not bad among the leader monsters in the early stage of the monster general, and he is not afraid even in the middle stage. However, he lacks the life-saving means, or life-saving treasures, to stay at the bottom of the box. Once you encounter a truly powerful enemy, his situation is dangerous. Lu Fei knew this, but he had only been in this world for more than half a year, less than a year. Everything takes time. Just like the snake scale in his hand now, who would have thought that within a few days, he would have this treasure in his hand? Changes in circumstances are nothing more than this, just take your time. Lu Fei is very satisfied with his current life. I am more satisfied with the system panel on my body. Even after he became a demon general, every stat in the system would be harder to upgrade than before the breakthrough. But Lu Fei's enthusiasm for the system remains the same. Because the system gave him a new life and the opportunity to change his destiny again and again. Lu Fei is forever grateful for this. His attention returned to the golden scales in his hand again. Lu Fei picked up the scale and pointed it towards his eyebrows. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. So, Lu Fei raised his hand and pressed the golden scales to his chest. Soon, the scales were floating in a small space. Beside it, there are 7 black thorns floating in a neat row. This is the warm and nourishing pond where magical powers raid. Now it seems that it is just right to warm up the snake scale treasure. Lu Fei felt it and found that the snake scales were growing normally in the warming pool. He stopped paying attention and immediately looked at the pale white ring in his arms. The golden snake scale baby made him very satisfied. I just don't know what to do with this baby. Lu Fei once again explored his consciousness. Like the snake scales, the previous owner was dead, so Lu Fei easily penetrated it with his spiritual consciousness. Soon, Lu Fei's face showed joy again. Sure enough, it lived up to his expectations. This is indeed a storage ring with built-in space. However, its built-in space is not very large, at most it is equivalent to half the size of Lu Fei's current enhanced storage space. Of course, the size of the ring is not the most important thing. The most important thing was the contents inside. Lu Fei once again found a surprise. Through his spiritual consciousness, Lu Fei could see, among a pile of broken pieces, something that looked like a silk scarf, with a trace of pink light emitting from its entire body. Not all babies look glowing though. But anything that shines is certainly not a mortal thing, and mortal things don't emit light. For a poor person like Lu Fei, it doesn't matter whether the baby is good or bad, as long as it is a baby, it is a gift from God. No, it is a gift from fate. Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. The baby with pink light immediately appeared in his hand. Then, look at the baby in your hand. Lu Fei had a strange look on his face. Because he just made a mistake, this baby is not a silk scarf, but a belly band, a pink belly band. The material is extremely silky, and the belly band exudes a faint pink light. Is it a treasure used by women? Looking at the belly band in his hand, although it was a bit strange, Lu Fei didn't pay too much attention. Although this thing is probably very stressful to use in the hands of other monsters, especially shameless monsters. But here in Lu Fei, there are not many scruples. After all, for him, who once dared to buy lace underwear for his girlfriend in a lingerie store alone on the street, using a belly band to protect his baby was just child's play. As long as it is useful and usable, he will accept anyone who comes. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme a book then. Lu Fei once again explored his consciousness. Not long. Lu Fei's originally weird face once again showed joy and joy. Because this is actually a treasure that can activate large-scale magic circles. When this treasure is activated, a radius of 5 miles will be filled with a miasma called peach blossom miasma. Any creature that mistakenly enters it will be induced to desire as long as it inhales the peach blossom miasma. If you cannot get out of the magic circle in time, you will not only get lost, but also get lost in the illusion of desire induced by the magic circle and be unable to extricate yourself, eventually leading to death from detachment. As for the conditions, after the peach blossom miasma is activated, anyone whose level is not higher than Lu Fei's will be trapped in the peach blossom miasma. The difference is that the trapped creatures have different strengths and are affected by the peach blossom miasma to varying degrees. Just like if the new leader sheep demon Changshu, who has reached the late stage of demon general, is trapped in the peach blossom miasma like deer demon Dajiao. The impact on the former will certainly be minimal. But the latter is not necessarily the case. As for the lower level, monsters below the monster general, if you don't have special magical powers, you may need to use other treasures and other means. Then everyone will be trapped within the scope of the peach blossom miasma. Lu Fei can also clearly sense the location of monsters trapped in the peach blossom miasma, and can arrive at extremely fast speeds. Because within the scope of the peach blossom miasma, he can move at will. This ability to move at will is quite overbearing. Moreover, the most important thing is that the scope of peach blossom miasma and its ability to trap living beings will change with the strength of the host user. The stronger Lu Fei is, the better the effect of peach blossom miasma will be. The weaker Lu Fei is, the worse the effect of peach blossom miasma will be. The power of peach blossom miasma depends entirely on the strength of the owner and host. Feel more carefully. The more Lu Fei realized, the more powerful the belly band was. The smile on his face became even brighter. The only drawback of this peach blossom miasma belt is that it is slightly slow to activate. Even if it covers the smallest mile, it will take at least half an hour to breed enough miasma. As for larger and further range, it will take longer. This is also the only shortcoming of this belly band. But for Lu Fei, this shortcoming was nothing compared to its powerful functions. After all, such a large protective array would definitely not be activated that quickly. A good while. After thoroughly understanding the functions of the belly band, Lu Fei left his mark and withdrew with satisfaction, looking at the pink belly band in his hand. At this moment, Lu Fei was truly grateful to the snake demon in Feng Yun Ridge. He was really a gift boy. He also understood why the snake demon didn't use it to deal with him since he had this treasure. Because the startup speed is too slow. Let's see how it works. Thinking of this, Lu Fei spit out a spell, and the pink belly band in his hand suddenly shone brightly. Then, the belly band flew up from Lu Fei's body, quickly grew several times in size, then landed on the ground and disappeared. He felt that the belly band was in the ground beneath his cave. Lu Fei didn't care about it anymore. Let it slowly breed miasma. Lu Fei only planned to activate the smallest range this time, a 1-mile radius centered on his cave. But this will take at least half an hour, which is an hour. Just thought of this. Lu Fei suddenly stood up, and immediately after, a huge burst of demonic energy suddenly burst out from his body, and quickly poured out of the cave and rushed to the surrounding area. For a while, birds screamed and flew around, and beasts fled in panic. Feel the movement of various birds and animals coming from outside. Lu Fei then sat back on the bed. Once the peach blossom miasma is activated, ordinary little demons cannot withstand it, let alone ordinary birds and beasts. Although General Black attaches great importance to the orders of mortal beasts, this has now become a thing of the past. But Lu Fei estimated that with General Bai's character, he should continue some of General Black's rules, because they are indeed very effective. And Lu Fei didn't want all the creatures on the mountain top where he was to run away. He usually kept his crows, monsters, redskins and the others far away when hunting. At this time, we can't kill all the birds and beasts just to test the treasure. It should be fine now. After driving away the birds and beasts, Lu Fei picked up the green and white ring again and counted the rest of the snake demon's collection. At this time, Wandishan No. 1, who was frightened and woke up, came over and rubbed his big head against Lu Fei. Zit Siti. Suddenly, a cry came from the corner. A slender white mouse jumped out from the foot of the bed and ran straight into Lu Fei's arms. Then, Xiaobai, the long-nosed treasure hunter mouse in his arms on the bed, and Wandishan No. 1, the little tiger standing beside the bed, met their eyes. Zit Siti. Ouch. The two beasts immediately yelled at each other. Wandishan saw that Xiaobai was still small and still occupying his master's arms, so he immediately stretched out his big flesh-padded paws to pull at it. Xiaobai, the treasure-hunting mouse, was not afraid of Wandishan's size, and squeaked loudly with his elongated mouth. Xiaobai also wanted to pull Dashan to the end, but his hands were too short, so he had to push his head against his father Lu Fei to help. But Dad didn't react, and the cat was not afraid and immediately bit the big paw that Darshan extended with his mouth. Reading books at Sidi. Ouch! The two little beasts fought lively. Lu Fei used his spiritual consciousness to count the winning items in the storage ring. In addition to the red belly band, the Snake Demon's collection only contains several pieces of mortal iron weapons, arrows, several corpses of little demons, several jars of fruit wine, as well as a small amount of gold and silver money and some odds and ends. Time passed slowly. The cold sun rises high. The sky is getting brighter. Take the area within 1 mile around Lu Fei's stone cave. At some point, wisps of pink mist began to float in the originally quiet snow forest. Gah! When the crow monster woke up from his sleep, he instinctively opened his mouth and yawned. Take a deep breath of cool air. The crow monster looked up at the eastern sky with sleepy eyes. The sky was bright and the sun was warm, but it felt a little hazy and couldn't see clearly. It's such a heavy fog. He sat up unsteadily, only to see the hazy pink sky and earth around him, and couldn't help but mutter. White snow, look for Shuyuan www. Zayeshuan. Calm plus pink mist. This made him feel inexplicably happy. Then, after a few more yawns, the crow monster jumped straight out of the big bird's nest. His nest is very high from the ground. The crow monster in half-demon form immediately fell down quickly. But when it was about to land, the crow monster spread its wings calmly. Then, fall down easily, ah. The crow monster yawned again, and at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It's General Black's hairless woman. At this moment, the crow monster recognized the figure in front of him and felt happy. At this moment, something even more surprising happened to the crow monster. The naked, hairless woman in front of her suddenly turned around and waved to the crow monster. For a moment, the crow monster felt his nose was warm, as if something was leaking out. My lower body is also very hot. So, without any hesitation, the crow monster rushed towards the woman in front of him, hugged the laughing woman, and thought, ah, it's so soft and fragrant. At the same time, Redskin shook his head and walked out of the small hole step by step. Huang Gue also shook his head and got out of the cave. At the foot of the mountain, the pheasant demon Koan, who had colorful chicken feathers on his head, the wild donkey lunatic, and 4 other little demons also walked into the pink mist-filled mountain forest in front of them, heading in the direction of the leader's residence. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-big eyes are a little darker than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. Get dressed up. He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the light of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. What's wrong, is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I was the one who told you the truth just now. I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshua.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a bodyguard? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumion was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumion took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile, "It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability." To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumien nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumien Lee, you can just call me Lumien." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, "Anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee." "That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary?" Lumien asked. Ryan shook his head, "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad." He stopped the topic and said to Lumien, "Thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumien was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "The green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here." Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumien said, "Oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us. Life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more." "Okay." Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender. "1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me." Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. "Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid." The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, "Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" "Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyuan www.Zayeshuan. Calm, the middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, "Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is Wolf Comes. Whoever lies all the time will lose credibility." "Okay." Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "May I?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumian didn't care. "Then have another cup of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, "Generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xinguan reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumian smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-big eyes are a little darker than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the light of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. What's wrong, is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Tryer's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I was the one who told you the truth just now. I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a bodyguard? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xinguan reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly. After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumian smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, "Anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee." "That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary?" Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, "Thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "The green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here." Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, "Oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us. Life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more." "Okay." Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender. "1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me." Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. "Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid." The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, "Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" "Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zaosuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, "Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility." "Okay." Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "May I?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumian didn't care. "Then have another cup of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, "Generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumion was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumion took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was green and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was blue and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker. After that day, every time I went to bed, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped, then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good-looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but deep facial features that can make people's eyes bright. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-big eyes are a little darker than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumien nodded to the three outsiders. "My name is Lumien Lee, you can just call me Lumien." "Lee?" Leah blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss explained to Leah, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, "Anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee." "That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary?" Lumien asked. Ryan shook his head, "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad." He stopped the topic and said to Lumien, "Thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumien was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "The green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Tryer's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumion said, "Oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us. Life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more." Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender. 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumion told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, "Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine." Lumion responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumion added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, "Your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes. Whoever lies all the time will lose credibility." Okay. Lumion shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "May I?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumion didn't care. "Then have another cup of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled. "Generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old? How could he go to the hospital to be a bodyguard? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumion was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumion took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but the Xingwen reading app has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those in charge of these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker after that day. Every time I went to bed, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but profound facial features that can make people's eyes brighter. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Serenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Serenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-big eyes are a little darker than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the light of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had 2 small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the 3 outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. What's wrong, is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I was the one who told you the truth just now. I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan.com. The middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a bodyguard? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. Wearing monk's robes, he is tall, has delicate eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth. Not far upstream of the creek, he looked at the monk who was carrying a large backpack and fetching water. The moment he raised his head, the charm between his brows was very much like that of the pilgrim in his memory. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw it, and he couldn't help but subconsciously he blurted out, "Tang monk." Just spoke. Lu Fei realized that he had made a mistake and immediately suppressed the remaining words of monk. Lu Fei spoke up. He immediately alerted the monk who was fetching water not far away. He saw a smile on his face, and then he stood up, clasped his hands together and saluted Lu Fei, and said, "I've met the donor. It's really fate that I can meet the donor in this barren mountain. Even though it was just the first time we met. It was the first time we met in such a hurry, and I could only hear the tone of the other person's words, and the gentle and elegant temperament displayed silently in his voice and appearance." It really made Lu Fei's heart become more and more firm in what he subconsciously said before. The handsome and tall monk opposite was Tang Sang. No, not Tang Sang, but one of Tang Sang's previous lives. In memory. Lu Fei was called Tang Monk because he knew the 10th reincarnation of the Sutra Seeker who was reincarnated by Jin Chanzi, the second disciple of Tathagata Buddha. As for what the previous 9 lives were called, Lu Fei didn't know, but he was sure that the monk in front of him was so handsome that it made people jealous. His temperament was elegant, he was gentle and kind, and his bearing was heartwarming. Apart from the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, he couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, this road is not far from Lusha River. Lu Fei's memory was that the monster Sha monk turned into a curtain-rolling general said that he once ate 9 Buddhist monks, which were the 9 skulls he hung around his neck. They were the first 9 of Tang Monk's souls. World. So, near the Lusha River. It is not impossible for Tang Sang's past life to appear. But it was such a coincidence that I met him. Could it be that I have a predestined relationship with Buddha? No. Lu Fei immediately shook this terrifying thought out of his mind. He doesn't want to be a monk, let alone be kept as a pet by Buddhist monks. Without thinking anymore, Lu Fei immediately saluted the monk in front of him. "I've seen the master." "It is indeed fate," Lu Fei replied, and as he spoke, the package that he had put into his storage power immediately appeared on his shoulder. "It is my great fate to be lucky enough to meet the master in such a barren mountain." While talking, Lu Fei walked closer and looked at the handsome monk. At this time, I finally understood why many female fairies would rather not eat Tang Monk's meat than have sex with Tang Monk. Why would the king of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom rather than be the queen, use the country's wealth to recruit Tang Monk to be the king? In fact, the other party is too handsome and handsome. Many people think that being handsome is useless. They are wrong. It's just that you are not handsome enough. This also made Lu Fei believe that being handsome is hereditary. In his memory, because he admired the moral character of the 10th Tang monk who was reincarnated by Jin Chanzi, Lu Fei became more and more polite to the Tang monk in front of him in his previous life. Each other. The monk joined his hands and saluted again. The distance between the two people unconsciously became much closer. Lu Fei frowned slightly, then suddenly said, "In such a deserted mountain wilderness, there are large insects and beasts infested. It is very dangerous. I wonder where the master came from and where he is going." The monk then filled the kettle, took the water, stood up and said, "I came from the east and went to the west to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. As for the big insects and beasts, there's no need to be afraid. Don't you think I'm fine now? Come from the eastern land and go to the western heaven to worship Buddha and seek scriptures." The master must have gone through a lot of hardships along the way. Lu Fei's face immediately showed surprise when he heard this, and he quickly said, "I admire it. I see that the donor came here alone. He neither looks like a woodcutter nor a hunter." At this time, the monk suddenly asked, "I wonder where the donor is going." When the monk asked, Lu Fei smiled and said, I'm just an idle person. I can't control my temper. I just walk around." As he spoke, he squatted down, exposed his back generously, held up the clear stream water with both hands and drank heavily. Hearing Lu Fei's words, the monk said nothing for a while and just stared at Lu Fei who was squatting in the river. He suddenly said again, "Since the donor knows that there are large insects and beasts in these barren mountains and wild mountains, and it is so dangerous, he shouldn't come here to play. That's it? Zit City." At this moment, the long-nosed white mouse suddenly poked its head out from the collar of Lu Fei's neck and screamed fiercely towards the monk who was looking at his father from behind. The monk was startled and immediately withdrew his focused gaze, but suddenly discovered something and said in surprise, "Donor, where did you catch this mouse? The skin and flesh are white and tender, I think it tastes great." The words just left his mouth. The monk seemed to know that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately clasped his hands and blamed himself. It is a sin to have greedy thoughts. Zit Siti. Xiaobai still shouted at the monk. Lu Fei felt calm after hearing this. He drank enough water, stood up, punched the black iron rod in his hand that was used as a hiking pole, and said with a smile, "I have some skills, so I am not afraid of those big insects and beasts. As for my little white guy, he is not a mouse, let alone a poultry or domestic animal. He dare not even think about eating it." Lu Fei reached out and touched Xiaobai's head. After comforting him, he looked at the monk and said, "Master, it was just an honest mistake. There is no need to blame yourself. Master is going to the west." Lu Fei suggested at this time, "I happen to have nothing to do, so why not accompany the master for a while to relieve the master's boredom?" The monk suddenly looked happy and said, "That would be perfect. Donor, let's go, it's still early, we need to speed up." Seeing the impatient look on the monk's face, Lu Fei also smiled and said, "Of course, take advantage of the good weather and go farther to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to the good spring weather." "That's right, let's take a walk," the monk said with a smile and immediately stepped forward to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way. Lu Fei followed behind him and saw that the direction he was heading was the evil cloud leader. He didn't say anything or get to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme. He just kept chatting with the monk without saying a word. "Lu Fei, I wonder how many people there are in the master's family." "Monk, this is gone. I am the only one left." Lu Fei, I'm sorry, it turns out that the master is an orphan." "Monk, orphan, yes, I am an orphan. Orphans are good." Lu Fei asked again, "I wonder if master has seen other monks?" "Monk, I've seen it, of course I've seen it. He was a real master. It's a pity that he didn't listen to my advice, so he died beside the Lusha River." "Lu Fei, what? I didn't hear it clearly. Could you please say it again, master?" "Monk, didn't you hear clearly?" "That's better, it's okay. Little brother, no, the donor came to this dangerous wilderness so rashly, won't the family be worried?" "Lu Fei, I have 3 brothers, and they are also worried about me, but I don't like to be restrained." "Monk, there are 3 brothers, that's quite a lot. Donor, if you are in danger in the wild, will they come to you?" "Lu Fei, they must be thinking about it, but they probably can't find it. After all, I'm too far away from home." "That's it." At this point, the monk who was walking in front suddenly stopped and said, "Does that mean that no one else will take the bait again if I keep you?" Lu Fei stopped and asked with confusion on his face, "Master, what do you mean?" Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt sounded. Immediately afterwards, gusts of dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme began to blow. What for? The monk's originally fair and handsome face instantly turned ferocious. He looked at Lu Fei behind him and said harshly, "Your brother will never come to you again, so what's the point of keeping you? You're annoying, talkative, you stupid talkative boy. After you die, go to the king of hell and ask what you mean." The words fell. The originally fair and handsome skin on the monk's face began to fall off piece by piece, and black bone-like tentacles protruded from the face, a dark carapace, 2 huge dark eyeballs, and a mouth full of messy fangs. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the handsome monk in front of him instantly transformed into a ferocious monster. I saw him stretching out his ferocious, sharp and long claws, about to grab the human guy in front of him. What made him feel strange was that the humans who had watched him instantly transform into a terrifying monster, even if they had good martial arts skills, were frightened and scared out of their wits, without exception. But the young man in front of him had a calm expression. This made him a little curious, and he asked in a dark voice, "Boy, aren't you afraid of me or monsters?" As if he was reminded, Lu Fei immediately showed a look of fear on his face and nodded quickly, "Afraid, of course I am afraid. Looking at the exaggerated expression of the human race in front of them, the monk monster became more and more annoyed and disgusted, as if he had just been asked this and that, and was very unhappy. He felt very unfulfilled when facing this human boy. He wanted to say more to scare this boy, but he didn't know what cruel words to say and his vocabulary was limited, so he could only say, "Damn boy, I'm going to eat you alive." Let's see if you can still show such a disgusting expression and say such disgusting words at that time. The words fell. The monk and monster roared and rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei immediately turned around, dodged the attacking monster's attack, turned around and smashed it down with an iron rod. Boom! The monk and monster suddenly felt as if they had been hit hard by a huge force, and were slammed to the ground, splashing smoke and dust all over the ground. This moment. Lu Fei did not continue the attack immediately, but immediately retreated. As expected, a jet of black light shot out from the fallen monster and shot straight into the sky. If Lu Fei dared to take the opportunity to continue, the black light would definitely hit him. Ahem! The monk monster quickly stood up, looked at Lu Fei, who was not far away, and said bitterly, "You are definitely not a human race. Who are you?" Facing the other party's question, Lu Fei immediately grinned and said, "Don't care who I am. Originally, I was bored on the road and wanted to chat with you for a few more words, but you couldn't help but want to eat me. Just right, now I want to eat you too." Having said this, Lu Fei looked at the monster across from him carefully, looked at it from top to bottom, and then asked, "Hey, are you a Jin-chan demon? I haven't tasted the Jin-chan monster yet?" The monk and monster became even angrier when they heard this, and shouted loudly, "I don't care what you are, but if you want to eat me, there's no way. I will kill you today." The monster roared, raised a black short-bone spur-like weapon in his hand, and was about to charge forward. Lu Fei's expression changed slightly. No matter what kind of monster the opponent is, there is always something unique about being promoted to a monster general. Just when he was holding a black iron rod and preparing for it, then I saw the monster suddenly turned around and ran away. Grass! After pretending to be cool, you still want to run away. Lu Fei was furious and immediately chased him with a black iron rod. They chased him less than 2 miles away. Lu Fei, who roughly noticed the speed of the monk and monster in front of him, immediately activated his magical power. Quick step! Lu Fei, who was already almost catching up, suddenly surged in speed. The escaping monster in front quickly noticed. Black light suddenly shone on his body. Immediately afterwards, his speed also increased. But it is still not as good as the magical power quick step that has reached the level of minor success. Seeing the speed getting closer and closer. At this time, I saw the monster in front of me leaping into the air and about to fly, and not good. Lu Fei was suddenly startled and couldn't wait any longer. His thoughts moved. Fong Cun Bu. The square-inch steps in the Xiaocheng realm can be faster and farther than those in the beginner realm. In addition, there is the superposition of the quick-step magical power of Xiaocheng. Just after 2 square inches flashed, Lu Fei chased after the monk monster, who had already flown into the air 10 feet above the ground. Lu Fei was seen stepping forward again, but this time, he flashed in mid-air, raised the black iron rod high, and slammed it down on the back of the monster below, who looked shocked and turned pale with fear. Bang! After a heart-stopping muffled sound, the monk monster was like a bird with broken wings. Its wings broke instantly, and then it accelerated and hit the ground hard. Boom! There was a loud boom. The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. The monk monster was smashed into the pit, the wings on its back were broken at the waist, and the entire hard waist of the carapace was greatly dented inward. This moment, Lu Fei did not turn around and retreat like before, but accelerated forward and swung the iron rod and hit the monk and monster on the head. Boom! There was another muffled sound. The monster's head, which was originally so hideous and terrifying that ordinary people would have nightmares at night, had a hard black carapace on its head, with all kinds of brains and eyes exploding in all directions. Lu Fei was 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and some of his body was contaminated, so he was not spared. Pooh! A drop of juice splashed into the corner of his mouth and Lu Fei licked it into his mouth. he felt extremely bitter and spit it out immediately. Then, I saw that the headless monster quickly completed its transformation and turned into its true form, a golden cicada nearly 2 meters tall. I thought you were the reincarnation of Jean Chanzi, but I didn't expect you were the real Jean Chanzi. Looking at the oversized golden cicada in front of him, Lu Fei couldn't help but complain. At first, he really thought that this guy's transformed image was tall and handsome, with fine features, red lips, and white teeth, and he was also wearing a monk's robe, a hat, and a backpack. Lu Fei really thought that he was the reincarnation of Jean Chanzi, the second disciple of Buddha, and the previous life of Tang monk. After all, this place was not far from Lusha River. But we just talked for a few words. Lu Fei felt that the monster's words did not sound like a master monk at all. With Jean Chanzi's Buddhist cultivation, no matter how many times he is reincarnated, he should not be like this, just like Tang monk. However, there is obviously something wrong with this guy's speech. This immediately made Lu Fei suspicious. Then, Lu Fei deliberately asked a few more questions, and he could tell more and more that this Shibei guy had flaws. A lifetime of doubt. All the other party's actions were problems in Lu Fei's eyes. Then, when Lu Fei asked him where he was from and where he was going, he replied that he was from the east and was going to the west to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. Such seemingly innocent words suddenly reminded Lu Fei of what Monk Sha, who was entrenched in Lusha River, said in his memory. He ate 9 Buddhist pilgrims and threw his head into the Lusha River, but it did not sink. Why are pilgrims eaten? Because he wanted to cross the Lusha River. The Lusha River separates Nanzanbuzu and Ziniohizu, making it impossible for pilgrims to take a detour. Therefore, even if a real scripture seeker appears, he should be on the opposite side of Lusha River at this moment, and should not be standing on the ground of Shinyo Hajo like Lu Fei. Think so. The identity of this scripture seeker is even more doubtful. Finally, when he deliberately bent down to drink water and Xiaobai shouted at him, the other party could still say that Xiaobai was white and tender. Lu Fei was already sure that this fake must be a monster. Then he thought back to what the old man from the village had specifically told him before, that there were monsters in the evil cloud territory. Wasn't this correct? But Lu Fei was not in a hurry to expose the other party. Instead, walk with the other person and continue the conversation. After all, if a monster has never seen a human being, it will be difficult for him to create a detailed human image based on his own imagination. And once this image is determined, you can't change it anymore, unless you have the power of change. Just like Lu Fei, he can only change into what he looked like when he was on Earth. Since this golden cicada demon can transform into a Buddhist scripture seeker, he must have seen it before. So, this was tricked out by Lu Fei. From the other party's previous words, Lu Fei clearly heard that Jin Chan had really seen the pilgrim, but it was just across the Lusha River. It was revealed from Jin Chan's demonic words that he had obviously come into contact with the Buddhist scripture seeker of unknown incarnation, and he seemed to have even advised the Buddhist scripture seeker. But in the end, the pilgrim still died by the Lusha River. The changed appearance of this monster is indeed that of a pilgrim, but a dead pilgrim. Zit Siti. At this time, Xiaobai's figure emerged from the ground in the distance. Seeing that the battle was over, he quickly ran to Lu Fei's feet and quickly climbed up. Lu Fei walked up to the golden cicada demon and waved his hand to put away the corpse. For such a big golden cicada demon, the meat must be of good quality. Collect the body. Lu Fei saw a gray pouch with a faint light and a short black bone spur. Lu Fei waved his hand away again. I learned that the gray pouch is a storage bag. As for the short black bone spur, it was an object from an unknown monster. It was very hard and sharp. Lu Fei reached out his consciousness and briefly scanned the contents of the storage bag. I found a lot of hatchets, hunting bows and other things, which undoubtedly belonged to those who chopped wood and hunted. This monster eats a lot of people. There are also some human clothes, a very weak medicine, which seems to be an immature raspberry elixir. And a large, complete, hard golden cicada body. This is also the most valuable thing in his storage bag. Finally, there was some small silver scraps, and then some odds and ends. After a quick scan, Lu Fei's evaluation of this monster was that it was a poor monster. Then the strength is also a bit worse. The strength of these wild monsters from the enclosure is obviously much lower than those of the monster generals in the Great Wilderness Mountain who have experienced battlefield baptism at every turn. Of course, this is also related to Lu Fei's somewhat too strong strength. Originally, the number and types of magical powers far exceeded those of ordinary demon generals. Plus several bloody and cruel battlefield baptisms. It took another 3 years to reach the human settlement from the extremely remote mountains and swamps. The crises, killings, and battles he experienced during this process were much more dangerous than what he had experienced on the battlefield. In addition, the black iron rod in the hand is a magic weapon, which can be combined with a variety of stick techniques. Although Lu Fei is still in the middle stage of the Demon General, he dares to face the monsters in the late stage of the Demon General, that is, the leader of the demon group in Langlang Mountain. All put together. In the early stage of dealing with a Demon General, in the past, the opponents of the battle were only farmers chopping wood, hunters, and travelers passing by. These opponents are golden cicada demons. Lu Feijian just did it casually. The golden cicada demon was also clever and ran away immediately after eating his stick. If he hadn't escaped, Lu Fei would have ended the fight faster. Clean the battlefield. Without thinking anymore, Lu Fei walked in the previous direction. It's off track here. Return to the foot of the previous mountain. Lu Fei saw a large number of skeletons and bones piled under a lush and extremely lush tree at the foot of a hillside. Lu Fei took a closer look and found that they were basically human skeletons. Undoubtedly, those people should be eaten by the golden cicada demon, and this hillside should be the golden cicada's eating restaurant. Lu Fei raised his head and looked at this overly lush tree. He suddenly picked up the black iron rod and slammed it on the trunk of the tree. Click! With just one blow, the incomparable force instantly smashed and broke the giant tree that required 2 or 3 grown men to hug. There was a loud click instantly. Then, there was a boom. The giant tree fell to the ground. Lu Fei stepped forward again and swung the black iron rod against the hillside. Bang! There was a loud bang. The ground shook violently and sand flew everywhere. The hillside shifted out of thin air and completely fell to one side, burying all the exposed bones underground. Do it all. Lu Fei then clapped his hands. Carrying a black iron rod with a package hung on one end, he headed towards the Lusha River ahead in the following time. Lu Fei was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme in a hurry or on his way. Maybe it was because he showed too much strength in the battle to kill the golden cicada demon. He never encountered another monster again. The journey was smooth for about 20 days. Lu Fei heard a faint rumbling sound from the mountain ahead. Lu Fei's face suddenly became happy when he heard this. After 1 day. From a distance, Lu Fei saw a vast white fog appearing in front of him in the distance. It was impossible to see anything more. But from the flow of water coming from the white mist, the sound of collision can be heard. In the vast white mist, there is a river. Another day passed. Lu Fei's eye finally reached the edge of Lusha River. The edge was several miles away. At this time, he could finally see clearly. With his eyesight, he could only vaguely see some general features of Lusha River at this time. Others are still shrouded in a white mist. Even the edges are like that. A place shrouded in mist. You can also hear various weird sounds coming from it. Just standing on the edge of this edge. I have yet to see the turbulent water of Lusha River with my own eyes. Lu Fei could feel the ferocity and terror of this river. It was not a river that a mortal could cross. He put the package into the storage space inside his body and tightened the animal skin belt around his body. Lu Fei touched Xiao Bai's head, which was sticking out his head, and told him to hide it. Lu Fei then took the black iron rod and began to slowly approach the Lusha River. Although he was not prepared to cross the river. But now that we have come to the river, how can we not see the original appearance of Lusha River? What's more, if he wants to find Wanshou Mountain, which is not far from Lusha River, he must risk his life and see if he can catch a few monsters or ghosts around it. Anything is fine, as long as they can communicate. As for Sha Wujing, the Sha Wujing who was demoted to the earth for breaking the glass lamp and causing trouble for the demons and troubles in Lusha River. Lu Fei had no intention of meeting each other. Based on the information he knows, the time when Sha Wujing was demoted to the mortal world was before Sun Wukong caused havoc in the heavenly palace. Because when Tang Xing took Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to subdue Sha Wujing, the other party did not say that he had never seen Sun Wukong before, so he could deduce it. As for when Sha Wujing was demoted to earth, Lu Fei didn't know. But judging from the golden cicada demon he killed a month ago, Sha Wujing had undoubtedly occupied the Lusha River at this time. Because the original form of the golden cicada demon's transformation, which was one of the reincarnations of the true master Jin Chanzi in his mouth, had died in the Lusha River. Therefore, facing the occupying Lusha Hesha Wujing, how dare Lu Fei provoke him? Even if the other party played an inconspicuous, seemingly loyal and honest junior brother Sha on the way to learn the scriptures, he was definitely not someone Lu Fei dared to come into contact with now. Those are big monsters who kill without blinking an eye. You can tell just by looking at the other person who has eaten Buddhist scriptures for 9 consecutive lives. Yet there is something ironic about it. Never mind how much carnage and sin you have caused in the mortal world. As long as you surrender, everything will be fine. Just like Sha Wujing, who has been doing evil in Lusha River for many years, and the 3 old demons who have been in Shichualing, eating up the golden-winged rock eagles of the entire human population of Shitua Kingdom. This is also Lu Fei's impression of those big guys in the fairy world. As long as you have strength and value, you are willing to submit. It won't be a problem for you to create carnage and sin in the lower realm. This can also be seen in the eyes of those aloof immortals. Mortal life is really like an ant, extremely contemptible. Holding a black iron rod, Lu Fei approached the Lusha River step by step. The closer you get to the river, the more rumbling and alarming the sound of water flow is. From the river to the river, there was no living thing within a few miles that was shrouded in a large amount of water mist. Skeletons could be seen scattered everywhere. There are various animals and humans among them. There were also strange sounds coming from the mist. With a thought in Lu Fei's mind, streaks of black smoke rose up all over his body and began to swirl around his body. Lu Fei moved forward step by step. At least half a mile away from Lusha River, Lu Fei finally saw the true nature of the Lusha River, a river that was always roaring and filled with waves. The river water is clear and dark, not as turbid as sand as described in many books. The surging and roaring waves splashed up to a height of 6, 7, or even 10 meters, and suddenly fell with a roar. Wave after wave, always rushing and roaring. Such a river is simply not something that mortals can cross. Witnessing the spectacular scene of Lusha River in front of him, he immediately thought of the inscription on Lusha River: 800 quicksands, 3,000 weak water depths, goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. At first I didn't think it was too exaggerated. After seeing it with my own eyes, I realized it was not exaggerated at all. As for the width of Lusha River, the book says it is 800 miles wide, which is 400 kilometers. But with Lu Fei's current eyesight, he couldn't see very far from the shore, and his sight was blocked by endless water mist and waves. I also feel it deeply. As a mortal in his 9th life, Tang Sang must have felt so hopeless and helpless when he encountered such a big river blocking his way with no one around him. Standing by the river nearly 200 meters away, Lu Fei had no intention of moving forward. I don't plan to continue reading. What if that Sha Wujing is summoned? With his current strength, in the hands of the water demon Sha Wujing, he might not even be able to escape. After experiencing the splendor and magnificence of Lusha River that is unlike anything else on earth, Lu Fei made a decisive U-turn. Then he chose a mountain forest with the most bones on the roadside and walked in. He didn't even know where to go to Wanshou Mountain, so it would be better to catch a monster first and ask for directions. At the same time, in the endless waves of Lusha River, suddenly, in the middle of the river, a huge terrifying head with a green face and fangs, a red beard and red hair, eyes like big lights, and fangs like sharp swords emerged from the water. He glanced in the direction where Lu Fei was before. Then it sank into the water and disappeared. Lu Fei didn't know that he was only one step away from death. At this time, he was walking into a towering mountain beside the Lusha River. Looking for a trail with faint traces of the road, we walked towards the mountain. It was noon. Leaving the misty Lusha River, the sky became obviously normal. Although I can still hear the rhythmic sound of water waves coming from far away from time to time. He looked up at the sun in the sky. Lu Fei lit a fire under a big tree beside a stream at the foot of the mountain. Then, he took out half of the yellow dog demon corpse from the magical storage space. He discovered this yellow dog demon 2 months ago when he passed by a small village. At that time, the dog demon almost ate up 20 or 30 households in the village. Discovered by Lu Fei, who asked for directions. Find Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com. Then he was killed casually. The dog meat rolls around, and the immortal cannot stand still. Such good stuff. Lu Fei was naturally reluctant to give it to those land and mountain gods. You have to keep it to yourself, eat it slowly, and pair it with wine slowly. Take out cooking pots, bowls and chopsticks, salt, spices, and other items from the magical storage space. Lu Fei set up the grill, hung the cooking pot on it, and started cooking dog meat hot pot. Not long. The dog meat in the cooking pot begins to roll, and the aroma begins to spread. Because Lu Fei deliberately chose the position of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme outlet, the fragrance was magnified several times and began to spread toward the surroundings and into the depths of the mountain. As long as there are monsters, they can't stop the smell of dog meat. Lu Fei's move was to attract other monsters. Let him search all over the mountains and plains, and he will not choose such a stupid method. Using dog meat in this way, or poisoning the dog meat hot pot, there must be few monsters that can stop it. Maximize the 5 senses. The magical power whisper is also on call. Lu Fei took out the wine bowl and put it on the table, and then took out the wine jar and filled it up. Right now. Bring me a bowl of wine too. A voice suddenly sounded. Lu Fei was suddenly startled. He looked up and saw a tall man with a green face and fangs, a red beard and red hair standing in front of him. He was holding a crescent shovel-shaped weapon in his hand and several human heads and skulls hanging around his neck. A tall and mighty monster is standing in front of him. For a moment, Lu Fei's eyes widened suddenly, and he was shocked. Sha sang. I'm a loser who barely pays attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have a high degree of education, and I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, but has updated the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the harsh winter weather. Unusually cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Finally, I got a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad, and from time to time, deceased people were stuffed in body bags and brought in. We cooperated to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can also use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have even been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to rotate my duties during the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a bit weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day the movers arrived with a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. The content of the website is updated slowly. Please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest. It was green and black. I can't describe the specific appearance. The light was too dark at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, but it was nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I was thinking, if I keep doing this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those in charge of these things would not find it troublesome to just find a river and throw them away in a wasteland. This will cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I made the body bag and stuffed it back into the cupboard. The lights in the room seemed to be getting darker after that day. Every time I went to bed, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen in the near future, and that sooner or later something that could not be called a human would come to me, but no one wanted to believe me. They felt that my spirit had changed in such an environment and that kind of work. It's not normal anymore, I need to see a doctor. A male customer sitting in front of the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? This male guest is in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair flattened and a simple dark round hat on hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was not good looking or ugly, and lacked obvious features. The narrator in his eyes is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight body, slender limbs, the same short black hair, light blue eyes, but profound facial features that can make people's eyes brighter. The young man looked at the empty wineglass in front of him and sighed, then? Download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the latest chapters. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country to come here and brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a somewhat narrow smile. The male guest was startled. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a moment, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Foreigner, you actually believe Lumien's story. He tells it differently every day. Yesterday he was an unlucky guy whose fiancée broke off his engagement because of poverty. Today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, talking about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River is just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets of black, gray, or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "As you know, this is not a story I made up. It was all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After saying that, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems like she wrote really well." "Sorry, you misunderstood." The ordinary-looking man wearing a brown tweed jacket was lifeless. He stood up and responded with a smile, "Very interesting story. What do you call it? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking others?" Lumien smiled. The guest from out of town nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to the man and woman sitting next to him. The man is in his mid-20s, has yellow hair with a little powder on it, and his not-so-large eyes are a darker color than lake blue. He is wearing a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers. He is obviously confused before going out. "Get dressed up." He looked quite indifferent and rarely looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile. She seemed to be only interested in what just happened. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamp in the tavern, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and gracefully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a countryside like Cordu village. She was wearing a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, an off-white coat and a pair of Marcel boots. She also had 2 small silver bells tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, they were jingling all the way. It is very eye-catching and makes many men stare straight at it. In their eyes, this must be a fashionable dress only found in big cities like Baijer, the provincial capital, and Trier, the capital. Lumian nodded to the 3 outsiders. My name is Lumian Lee, you can just call me Lumian. Lee? Leah blurted out. What's wrong, is there something wrong with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Kos explained to Leah, your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing that the farmers and herdsmen around him looked puzzled, he further explained, anyone who has been in contact with sailors or maritime merchants knows that there is such a saying spread across the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee, is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head, I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must not be bad. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, thanks for the story, it's worth a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, the green fairy absinthe? I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This drink may cause insanity and cause you to hallucinate. I didn't expect Trier's popularity to have spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumian said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy for us, life is hard enough, and there is no need to care about a little more harm. This kind of wine can help our spirits to relax even more. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, 1 cup of green fairy and another cup of spicy heart for me. Spicy heart is a famous fruit soju. Why don't you give me a cup of green fairy? I told you the truth just now, and I can also tell you the whole situation of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who was the first to expose Lumian told stories every day. The man shouted dissatisfied, Outlander, I can see that you still have doubts about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free glass of wine. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumian added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. Find Shuyu on www.zayeshuan. Calm, the middle-aged man named Pierre said with a proud smile, your sister's favorite story to tell the children is wolf comes, whoever lies all the time will lose credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another cup of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre suddenly smiled, generous foreigner, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Do you think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a cadaver? Well, it's the closest to us. The hospital is in Liège down the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village? Leah asked keenly. She tilted her head slightly, bringing out the tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. To see the latest chapter content, please download in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme the latest chapter content for free without ads. The latest chapter content is already here, and the website has not updated the latest chapter content. Then, his surname was Lee after Aurora, and even his name Lumian was given by Aurora. I forgot what it was originally called. Lumian took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he has no sense of inferiority or shame at all about his past being exposed in this way. It is different from the rolling mountains of Daihuang Mountain. It is different from the dangerous, high, and remote mountains around it. It was different from all the mountains Lu Fei had seen before. boulders, green pines, bamboo forests, flying birds, white deer, unicorn, green locust trees, mottled bamboos, green pine trees, lingering over thousands of years of flowers, the white plums, red peaches, and green willows are all gorgeous in the three springs. Thousands of auspicious energy, thousands of rays of light, stepping on the Wancho Mountain, stepping on the white stone stairs, looking around, the front seems to have been carefully carved by man, but it is more like the wonders of the mountain peaks naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Fei finally understood what the immortal mansion and the heavenly paradise were. Stepping on the white stone steps, Lu Fei looked around as he walked. The birds who saw him on the road were not frightened, and the wild beasts did not run away. He wasn't surprised. Instead, the excitement in my heart began to slowly subside, and I gradually emerged. Keep moving forward step by step. Zit Citi. At this time, the little guy Xiaobai couldn't bear to feel depressed. Finally, regardless of his father's instructions, he poked his little head out of his arms and looked around. When Lu Fei saw this, he touched Xiaobai's head and warned him not to go down. One person and one animal walked and looked at each other. The speed was not slow, but leisurely. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was here to become a disciple or to visit the mountains. In this way, after Lu Fei and Xiaobai climbed up the white stone stairs for an hour, Lu Fei suddenly stopped. He looked toward the mountain. Not only did the scenery ahead not feel overlapping or tiring at all, but it was even more beautiful and moving. But there is no end in sight, and there are no stone tablets or sex slogans. Looking back again, there is an abyss and white clouds behind. It turned out that he had unknowingly climbed to the mountainside scene that he had seen at the foot of the mountain before, which was just covered by white clouds. But now it seems that this is where he initially thought it was on the mountainside. In fact, it seems that it has just begun. Because further up here, covered by white clouds, standing below, at the foot of the mountain, is the Wancho Mountain that cannot be seen from the mortal world. Even though he had been walking down the mountain for an hour, Lu Fei was not tired of looking at the surrounding scenery. But he has decided that he cannot go so slowly any longer. Although he is not slow. But considering the height of Longevity Mountain and what he saw at this time, if he continued at the same speed as before, he might not be able to see the mountain gate until dark. As for the little guy Xiaobai, he had gone from being as excited and joyful as a country dog when entering the Grand View Garden to being tired and fell asleep on his chest, constantly purring. This is the thought. Lu Fei took a deep breath, and then began to speed forward and start jogging. With his physical fitness and intensity at this time, he could usually run on Lang Lang Mountain for a whole day without getting out of breath. But in Longevity Hill, just as he ran up the unknown number of white stone steps in one breath. Anyway, less than 2 hours. Lu Fei started to breathe a little. Looking at the more pleasing scenery ahead, and the endless white stone stairs, Lu Fei let out a long breath. He looked up at the sky. The light group, which was far clearer than on the ground, had passed overhead. It's past noon now and it's afternoon time. Lu Fei turned his head and looked behind him again. It was already filled with white mist, and he couldn't tell whether he was in heaven or on earth. Look at the stairs that are completely invisible in front of you. Lu Fei didn't slack off at this moment, nor did he have any regrets. On the contrary, he was increasingly looking forward to becoming a disciple of the great immortal Jin Yuanzi. A leopard can be seen in the tube. He climbed such a fairy mountain for most of the day, but it was probably just a trail outside the Longevity Mountain Dojo. It is completely conceivable how powerful the great immortal, who is called the ancestor of the earthly immortals and is the equal of the world, will possess. Lu Fei didn't even dare to think about the name of the great immortal in his mind at this moment. Take a deep breath. Lu Fei was full of fighting spirit and walked quickly towards the white stone stairs ahead. Time passed slowly. When the red sun sets in the west, sunset fills the sky. Lu Fei was still climbing the mountain tirelessly. In front of him was still a long and winding white stone staircase with no end in sight. He didn't know how many miles. When the light group in the sky completely disappeared from the sky, darkness began to cover the land. Lu Fei lit up a fire in a relatively flat and open place on the roadside, then took out pots and pans and waited for the guy to come. Xiao Bai, who had slept for most of the day, woke up from Lu Fei's arms. When he saw his father preparing to light a fire for cooking, he immediately jumped down and ran around. "You can look around, don't go too far." Looking at Xiao Bai, who was full of energy, Lu Fei warned him and then stopped caring about it and started making food by himself. Climbing from early in the morning until now. Climbing all day long. Except for a little bit of fatigue. Lu Fei didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, because I learned that this will be my future Shanmeng queen. Lu Fei was very excited in his heart, even more so than the little guy seeing something new. Also because I was a little tired. Lu Fei didn't have a simple barbecue for dinner today. Instead, they cooked stew. There was not much monster meat left that was eaten by Sha Monk beside the Lusha River. After 3 months of replenishment on the road, the number has increased a lot. At this time, what Lu Fei was stewing in the pot was venison, the meat of an old deer demon. Lu Fei met him a month after he left Liashe. Because of his prolific nature, and because he seemed to be practicing the art of harvesting yin and replenishing yang, he went to human villages to abduct women, and he also tried his best to capture a lot of half-demon banshees for harvesting and training. However, the banshee can barely bear it because of her physical constitution and cultivation. But the human women were all humiliated to death, and a cave was filled with withered bones. After being bumped into by Lu Fei, even the deer demons in the early stage of the demon general were unable to survive 10 moves under his hands. Lu Fei smashed their heads with an iron rod and cut off the deer whip. This old deer demon's deer whip is not a whip blown out by merchants on Earth. The little monsters will have a big reaction if they smell this stuff. Let alone eat it. Such spiritual objects with special effects can definitely be regarded as elixirs. So Lu Fei left him alone. As for the rest, it's all in this pot. Gulu gulu. Not long after, the pot began to churn, and the deer demon meat added with dried vegetables quickly gave off a rich meaty aroma. After climbing the mountain for a day, Lu Fei was already hungry. He immediately picked up the bowl and chopsticks and prepared to feast. Zit Siti. At this time, Xiao Bai quickly rushed to his side and shouted. Lu Fei looked up and saw a circle of people eating melons, including white deer, white sheep, white rabbits, and even rare birds such as white cranes. They seemed to be attracted by the smell of meat and all gathered around. Look at Lu Fei and Xiao Bai, one person, one beast, one hot pot. Lu Fei looked at the beasts around him with some surprise. Although we already know that these animals are not afraid of life, but watching them at such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme distance is a bit bold, right? Or is it that fires are not allowed here? They looked at each other for a while. Lu Fei suddenly said, "Why don't you come and try it too? It's better if he doesn't speak, but when he speaks." A group of white beasts ran away immediately as if they were frightened, but they did not leave yet, but stood and watched from a distance. See this. Lu Fei ignored the gazes of those beasts, even though these animals with pure white hair were regarded as auspicious beasts. But it's nothing special, he is also a white wolf. So under the watch of a crowd of beasts, Lu Fei ate a large pot of deer demon meat soup with bones and all. After eating, he didn't rush away. Instead, he took out the wine jar, poured a few bowls of wine, and drank slowly. He finally understood. This Wancho mountain might not reach the end in a day or two. In those fairy novels, don't the immortal sects use similar methods to test their disciples? Therefore, Lu Fei's originally excited mood gradually calmed down. Stay firm and tenacious. Without speculating too much, this is Lu Fei's next attitude. Then finished the third bowl of wine. Lu Fei continued on the road. Just as he imagined. He continued to climb the mountain during the night. We climbed until the next day when the sky in the east turned white, and we still couldn't see the end of the road. Undeterred, Lu Fei stopped and started to light a fire and cook a meal. After having a full breakfast, he started the next day's mountain climbing trip. Then the third day. Day 4. The 5th day, 10th day. I climbed the mountain for 10 days in a row. Looking ahead, there is still no end to the white stone stairs. Although Lu Fei felt a little emotional that Wanqiu Mountain was really high and huge. There are no other thoughts in my mind. After another meal, Lu Fei continued on the road. The 11th day. Day 20. Day 30. Early morning. The red sun rises from the eastern sky. Next to my ears are the sweet chirps of birds coming from the surrounding mountains and forests. Once again, Lu Fei climbed up at night until the sky was clear and looked at the white stone stairs ahead. Although each piece of white stone was different, they formed a mountain path that seemed to be endless and had no end in sight. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If it weren't for the surrounding scenery and the mountain trails at our feet, the journey would have been completely different. Lu Fei really thought he was walking in some formation that would be repeated forever. Oh, and that round of light in the sky. Compared to a month ago, Lu Fei felt that it was obviously clearer now. As for looking back, apart from the vast sea of clouds and many birds and white cranes soaring around the mountains below, I saw nothing else. These are all explained. Lu Fei was not walking on a repetitive road, but was indeed still walking on the Wanqiu Mountain Trail. Not sighing too much, Lu Fei, who was hungry, immediately lit a fire and made rice. It was different from the time when I first arrived at Wanqiu Mountain a month ago. At that time, he dared to eat monster meat every day. Now there are not many demon corpses left in Lu Fei's storage space. He is now eating the meat of ordinary beasts. Thanks to his always cautious attitude, he had a lot of storage space for food and water. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to grab something to eat from the surrounding Wanqiu Mountain. After a full meal, when Lu Fei finished packing and was ready to continue on the road, Xiaobai quickly climbed onto his father's chest and fell asleep. I climbed the mountain with my dad for a month straight. No matter how beautiful and fresh the surrounding mountain scenery is, the little guy is tired of it. Now he just sleeps on his father's chest every day, lazily, and no longer has the energy he had when he first arrived. When the little guy purrs, Lu Fei continued on the road. Although climbing mountains day after day is boring, but I remembered that since I left Langlang Mountain, I had gone through many hardships in the past 5 years to seek immortality, just to walk up the mountain at my feet. Lu Fei suddenly lost all his depression. He didn't know if the great immortal Jin Yuan, the ancestor of the earth immortals, was looking at him on Longevity Mountain at this time. But I must believe that someone on the mountain must have noticed me. And from the moment he stepped onto Longevity Mountain, he probably noticed him. The righteous teachings of the immortal sect are so precious, how can they be passed down lightly? How could a god born as a monster easily step into the blessed land of gods? Persistence, perseverance. It's not just words. This is the thought. Lu Fei felt his heart suddenly lightened a lot. I didn't think much more about it. Lu Fei continued his mountain climbing journey. He still doesn't believe it, as long as he doesn't fall into a formation or some magic weapon. He still can't climb the Wanqiu Mountain. Then, Day 35. Day 45. Second month. The third month, early morning. Lu Fei woke up from the sound of cicadas, opened his eyes and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, at the white stone stairs beside him, and then at the mountain road in the distance that still had no end in sight. I sighed inwardly. He took out a cold leg of lamb from the storage space and took out a pot of water. Lu Fei drank the water and finished eating the cool roasted lamb leg. On the way. After climbing the mountain for 3 months, there is still no end in sight, no shadow of the gate of Wanqiu Mountain. Even though Lu Fei was determined, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Of course he knew this emotion was wrong, but he couldn't contain it. This caused Lu Fei to lose a lot of his energy in climbing the mountain. On the contrary, the little guy Xiaobai is now active again after being depressed for more than a month. And he was in great spirits whenever Lu Fei stopped to rest or make a fire to cook. It's like a wild horse running around, and it can find all kinds of delicious fruits from time to time. These days, Lu Fei, who was depressed by the unexplained boredom in his heart, would feel much better every time he ate the fruit Xiaobai found. Every time Xiaobai sees this, he will be very happy. Of course, it also noticed that its father was in a bad mood these days. In order to make his father the same as before, it tried its best to find ways and efforts. In this way, Lu Fei's pace did not stop. In the blink of an eye, summer passes and autumn comes. Another 3 months passed in a hurry. Lu Fei was still walking on the white stone path of Wanshou Mountain. It's another early morning. The red sun rises in the east. Autumn is crisp. A gust of cool breeze blows, and the red leaves fall down, dyeing the forest. Lu Fei woke up from his breathing meditation and quickly made breakfast with a few fruits collected by Xiao Bai from the surrounding picturesque mountains and forests. Then he continued on his way. There is no excitement of early spring and no boredom of summer. In the autumn, Lu Fei looked calm and indifferent. He touched Xiao Bai, who climbed up on his chest and continued to sleep, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. After adjusting the position so that Xiao Bai can sleep better, Lu Fei walked briskly and continued on the road. All year round, he most likes autumn when the mountains are in red and the fruits are abundant. The same is true now. Cold comes and summer comes, autumn harvests and winter hides. When snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, the already picturesque Wanshou Mountain is dressed in silver. Lu Fei was still walking on the white stone path of Wanshou Mountain. The winter snow picture of Wanshou Mountain becomes more and more beautiful, indescribably beautiful. Lu Fei touched the little white head that poked out his head. He was very interested in the Snow Queen. He sighed between his hands, looked at the pure white ice and snow world in front of him, and walked quickly towards the mountain. Climbed the mountain in early spring. We have walked all the way through summer, through autumn, and now we have reached winter. After a year of cold and heat. Just like Lu Fei's mood has been ups and downs this year. From excitement to irritability, from depression to confusion, from sobriety to joy, from happiness to indifference. Lu Fei let his soul go through reincarnation. Today, he persists and walks on the mountain road. Just compared to before, Lu Fei will no longer easily get angry because of some delusional thoughts. I no longer worry about how long I need to walk on the Wanshou Mountain road before I can reach the end and see the true immortal. He just kept walking. Maybe one day, he suddenly feels tired from walking and will turn around and go down the mountain. But before that, Lu Fei will continue walking tirelessly and regardless of time. The ice and snow melt, winter turns to spring. When Lu Fei saw peach blossoms 3 times on Wanshou Mountain, I heard cicadas chirping 3 times, together with Xiao Bai, we beat ripe fruits 3 times on the mountain road, we built a snowman 3 times together. Time has also come to the 4th year. This year is the 9th year since Lu Fei left Langlang Mountain and the 4th year in Longevity Mountain. This year, Lu Fei broke through the middle stage of Demon General and advanced to the late stage. This year, he still walked on the mountain path of Wanshou Mountain. Persistence remains the same. It's spring again in March, and the grass is growing and the orioles are flying. Early morning. Wake up to the busy sounds of the surrounding mountains and forests. Lu Fei smelled the intoxicating fragrance of flowers in the air, stood up and stretched. He took out 2 large fruits from the storage space, stuffed one into his mouth, and handed the other to Xiao Bai on his chest. 3 years and 3 years. Xiao Bai's white hair has completely transformed into silvery white like Lu Fei. But the size still hasn't increased. But this was good for Lu Fei, as the little guy lay on his chest without any trouble. I picked a few small flowers and vines from the mountain path and simply made a flower hat for Xiao Bai to wear. Lu Fei bit the red fruit and continued on his way. Spring is the season of hope. Lu Fei's mood at this time was like the busy little beasts and birds around the mountain road and in the air, full of joy. Wanshou Mountain. Inside Wuzhuan Temple. Main Hall. Dozens of Taoist priests in blue robes were meditating. Head up the hall. Incense curls up. On the high seat. A figure in a yellow robe woke up from the meditation path and said, "How long has that monster at the bottom of the mountain been up the mountain?" "Master, it's been 3 years, 2 months, and 3 days." Under the high seat, one was wearing a green robe and the other was wearing a pink robe, dressed as 2 boys. The boy with an immature face immediately spoke back. "It's been 3 years." The yellow-robed figure closed his eyes again and said, it's considered a bit of perseverance. That's all, go open the door and welcome him. The two boys immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Finished saluting. The two boys immediately ran towards the mountain gate outside the hall happily. I heard that the person coming below is a monster. Hey, this is the first time a monster has come to our Wuzhuang temple to worship as a disciple. It's really strange. I just don't know what kind of monster is coming. I asked my senior brothers and them, but they refused to say. Why do you think Master also accepts monsters? I don't know, but that monster is pretty good. It's very rare to be able to walk under the mountain for 3 years. As far as I know, 500 years ago, a monster once came to our Wanshou mountain to pay homage. However, after less than a month, it went down the mountain in despair. 300 years ago, another monster came. This monster persisted for 2 months longer than the previous one. Looking for Shuyuan www.zayeshuan.com, but in the 3rd month, the master asked him to go up the mountain the day before. The monster turned around and went down the mountain. Even monsters can't bear their temper. This is probably why Master will test the monster for 3 years this time. You know, in the past 3 years of practicing mind skills, that monster has been ranked among the top 15 among our current senior brothers. I'm a little curious about what kind of monster it is. You'll soon find out. But no matter what monster comes in after us, it is our junior brother. It's great. We are now senior brothers, and there is also a monster as a junior brother. That's right. Let's go and see what kind of monster it is. While talking, the two boys quickly arrived at the front mountain gate of the Taoist temple and opened the tall gate from inside. At the same time, at the foot of Wanshou Mountain, on the white stone stairs, after Lu Fei turned a corner, his eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a huge white jade stone tablet standing on the mountain road beside him. There were 10 simple characters on the tablet: Wanshou Mountain Blessed Land, Wuzhuang Temple Cave Sky. A moment. Lu Fei's eyes widened and he was stunned. At this time, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from a distance. Lu Fei, who had not yet recovered from the surprise, turned his head numbly and saw that not far ahead, an imposing mountain gate was slowly opening. On both sides of the mountain gate, there is a couplet written in the main book: "The immortal immortal's mansion, the Taoist mansion that lives as long as heaven." The immortal immortal's mansion, the Taoist mansion that lives as long as heaven. Looking ahead at both sides of the imposing mountain gate, one can see the domineering and arrogant Qiangu Absolute. Look at the mountain gate that shines from legends and myths into reality. Lu Fei finally recovered from the surprise. 3 years. It's been 3 whole years. I finally waited until Wuzhuang Temple opened. At this moment, Lu Fei's heart was rolling and roaring. But no matter how his heart was boiling, Lu Fei's expression became calmer and calmer. I wandered on the mountain path of Wanshou Mountain for 3 whole years. However, my mental state has been tempered more and more deeply than in the previous 2 lives combined. But even so, Lu Fei still had an uncontrollable heartfelt smile on his face. It was a complicated smile mixed with joy, grievance, excitement, and other emotions. At this time, 2 Taoist boys wearing green robes and pink robes, short in stature, with their hair tied in boy buns, and with delicate faces walked out of the door. They looked at Lu Fei and said, "Master said that a monster came down from the mountain and worshipped the mountain. Is it you?" When Lu Fei heard the sound, he immediately stepped forward, bowed his hands and said with a smile, "Fairy boy, if there is no second monster, it would be me. You know how to be polite, and you don't look like a monster." The Taoist boy, who was wearing a pink robe and looked more like a woman, looked at Lu Fei from beginning to end and spoke to his companions, not shying away from Lu Fei's presence. A monster who doesn't understand etiquette won't be able to survive 3 years of mental training. The Taoist boy in green robe casually addressed his companion, then looked at Lu Fei and said, "That's you, come in with us." Lu Fei pretended not to have heard the 2 Taoton's face-to-face comments. At this time, after hearing the green-robed Taoist boy's words, Lu Fei immediately saluted again with the idea of being polite to many people, and then quickly walked into the mountain gate with the extremely domineering couplets hanging on it. Standing inside the mountain gate, Lu Fei watched the two Taoist boys behind him struggling to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the seemingly inconspicuous mountain gate. After they closed it, he politely said, "I wonder what you call these two fairy boys?" The pink-robed Taoist boy walking in front was also taking care of Lu Fei. When he asked about it, he said, "I am Mingyue." The Taoist boy in green robe also said, "I am Qingfeng." Really? Lu Fei's heart jumped when he heard this, and some memories flashed through his mind, but he didn't feel too surprised. However, there must be a difference between being a Taoist boy and a disciple of Jinyuan Great Immortal, so he was polite again and complimented, "I wonder where the two immortal boys will take up their posts? Who should I call them?" Faced with Lu Fei's compliment, the pink-robed female Prime Minister Mingyue immediately raised her head and said proudly, "I am the master's boy, you little devil, you have to call me senior brother after you become the master." Ahem. The outspoken Mingyue didn't finish her words. Qingfeng, who was wearing a green robe on the side, immediately coughed and interrupted, "Mingyue and I are both master's servants. You will know it when you meet the master with me." Qingfeng said in a different tone, "By the way, you little monster, you only asked about our names and never told us your own name. You are really cunning." Lu Fei immediately apologized and said, "It was the little demon who was arrogant. Please forgive me, the two fairy boys. The little demon's name is Bai Lang, and he turned into a demon from a white wolf." Lu Fei spoke sincerely and took the initiative to tell them his identity, which made the two Taoists ignore Lu Fei's rudeness. After some conversation, Lu Fei now also knows the identities of Qingfeng Mingyue. They are the youngest disciples of Jinyuan Immortal and the boys who serve beside them. He also roughly figured out the personalities of these two boys who he probably would interact with the most in his future career. Mingyue is impatient and quick-tempered, without any foresight or fortitude. She can say whatever she wants and is quick-tongued. Qingfeng's character is more stable, but also limited. His head is clever and quick, and his mind is a bit bright, but not much. Likewise, these two are quite sharp-tongued. In Lu Fei's memory, he remembered that these two boys scolded Tang Monk until he was dizzy and unable to resist. Sun Mukong was even more dizzy and angry with shame, and then he committed the astonishing feat of beating the ginseng fruit tree with a stick. As for the strength of these two boys, Lu Fei could feel that the aura of the other party was similar to that of his own General Bai. Both of them were in the realm of a handsome and enchanting general. Of course, in the human world, corresponding to the realm of the demon clan's demon commander, is the realm of golden elixir. Lu Fei learned this when he traveled to the human world before. In other words, the strength of Qingfeng Mingyue's golden elixir stage monk in front of him is equivalent to that of the demon commander general in the demon clan. But compared to General Bai, whom Lu Fei was more familiar with, although the aura exuded by Qingfeng Mingyue was also very powerful and somewhat domineering, it was obviously much softer. Lu Fei stood with them. Although his strength was a whole level lower than theirs, he didn't feel much oppression or discomfort. It is far better to stand next to those demon generals in the demon clan and feel the powerful and terrifying aura emanating from them. It is cold, oppressive, and absolutely overwhelming. And why are they both in the same realm? Why are they so different? That's because Qingfeng Mingyue has been living in the picturesque Wanshou Mountain. In Wuzhuang Temple, there is no chance or need to fight, so that she can develop such a soft aura. The demon commanders and generals in the demon group are truly strong men who have fought their way up from the bottom of the jungle, from the battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, through thorns and thorns. Only then can there be such a big gap. Just when Lu Fei wanted to ask more questions and get more information, the main hall has arrived. Looking ahead, in the ancient, exquisite, and spacious hall, there are Taoist priests wearing blue robes, each with an amazing aura, and a figure in yellow robes on the high seat at the end of the hall. Lu Fei was speechless immediately. He didn't dare to look or think anymore, but followed Qingfeng Mingyue as quietly as a chicken. "Master, the monster at the foot of the mountain has brought." At this time, Mingyue in pink robe stood at the door of the main hall, which was blocked by many senior brothers in blue robes who had finished meditating, and immediately shouted loudly. He shouted. Suddenly, all the blue-robed Taoist priests in the spacious hall immediately turned their heads and looked at the three people. Finally, all their eyes focused on Lu Fei behind Qingfeng Mingyue. Hey, when did a little white wolf demon come to our mountain? Do not you know? This little demon came here 3 years ago, but has been climbing at the foot of the mountain for more than 3 years. Oh, I didn't pay attention to that. Looking at this, the teacher is going to accept him. I guess so, but to be able to spend 3 years on the path of spiritual training is a very perseverant little demon. By the way, when senior brother went up the mountain, how long did he walk on that road? Teacher is tolerant, I only left for 1 year and 8 days. Hey, I've been around longer, exactly 1 month longer than my senior brother. 2 junior brothers, there is nothing to say about an extra month. You might as well be that little wolf. Senior brother, although you have more time than us, don't you also not have that little demon's time? Yeah, so I'm not as good as. Under the various gazes of the blue-robed Taoist priests with astonishing auras, Lu Fei followed Qingfeng Mingyue obediently, and walked step by step to the innermost part of the hall. Under the high platform, he also met his future master for the first time, Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, whose holy name is Tongshi Tongjun Immortal. After just a quick glance, Lu Fei didn't dare to look again, and knelt down under the high platform with great respect. Master, this is the little demon. Qingfeng saluted Jin Yuanzi on the high seat. After saying this, Mingyue stood aside and said nothing, stand up. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in Lu Fei's ears, but if he listened carefully, he felt a young voice coming from it. He immediately stood up. At this time, Lu Fei finally saw clearly the appearance of the legendary ancestor of the Earth Immortal in front of him. There is a poem that says, wearing a purple gold crown, worry-free crane cloak, the shoes are on the feet, and the ribbon is tied around the waist, the body is like a boy's appearance, and the face is like a beautiful woman, 3 whiskers float under his chin, and crow feathers fold on his temples. To use Lu Fei's slightly more popular words to describe him, he is a tall and handsome middle-aged man wearing a bright yellow robe and cassock, wearing a purple gold crown on his head and holding a fly whisk in his hand. I have observed that you have been at the foot of the mountain for 3 years and have good perseverance. Tell me, why are you here? Immortal Jin Yuan's voice sounded again. Lu Fei immediately knelt down on the ground with his knees snapping when he heard the sound, and explained with great respect, the little demon has heard about the fame of the great immortal since he was a child, and yearned for the blessed land of the immortal mountain, so he left the group alone and searched all the way to this place. He hoped that the great immortal would be kind and accept the little demon. After saying that, Lu Fei immediately lowered his head with utmost respect. Where are you from? Where is the country, and whose surname is it? Let's hear it. Immortal Jin Yuan's voice, neither sad nor happy, continued to be heard. The little demon is Xinyo Hazhou, the demon clan of Dahuang Mountain. Name Bai Lang. Under the high platform, Lu Fei knelt on the ground and revealed all the information. The little demon was originally a white wolf in the forest. By chance, he became a demon. It has been 11 years. The clear breeze and bright moon on both sides, as well as the blue-robed Taoist priests in the main hall behind, heard this and couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, where is the great wilderness mountain? Just like all the disciples under his command. The great immortal Jin Yuan on the high platform had also never heard of the unfamiliar name of Dahuang Mountain, but after some contemplation and calculation, he knew where the little demon below came from, and said again, I know that Dahuang Mountain is the extreme south of Xinyo Hazhou. It's tens of thousands of miles away from here, and there are countless dangers along the way. With your strength, how did you get here? Lu Fei continued to say respectfully, thank you to the great immortal, the little demon left the Dahuang Mountain 9 years ago. It took him 3 years to walk out of the vast mountain, and he wandered in the human world for 2 years, searching all the way, and then he found this place. I heard Lu Fei talk about his experience. The blue-robed Taoist priests at the rear listened with different expressions. Most of them come from secular kingdoms, dynasty nobles, or from monastic sects, and only a few of them are truly ordinary people with no background. Although being able to enter Wanshou Mountain is a matter of fate. But you must first have the background and resources before you can know about Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, and the existence of Jin Yuanzi. Only then can we find ways to find this place to become a disciple. Therefore, all living beings who find themselves here alone and without any background They are all people with perseverance, opportunity, and a certain amount of luck. Otherwise, it would have died midway. On the high platform. After listening to what Lu Fei said, the immortal Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes and smoothed the long beard under his chin. After a long time, he opened his eyes, looked at the kneeling demon below and slowly said, "There are 12 characters under my sect distribution. You just happen to have the word none." Listen to what immortal Jin Yuan above said. Lu Fei, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his heart beat wildly. Even though he had been practicing for 3 years, no matter how calm he was, at this moment, when he heard that Jin Yuan Immortal, who was famous in the 3 realms, wanted to accept him as his disciple, he really couldn't calm down. Trying his best to suppress the emotions in his heart, Lu Fei, who was kneeling on the ground, became more and more respectful and humble. "From now on, you are the disciple of the 9th generation in my monastery, the generation with the character. Let's see you as a gift." Immortal Jin Yuan finished speaking. That is the golden saying. The apprenticeship information that Qingfeng had pointed out before quickly came to mind. Lu Fei immediately saluted and banged the ceremony of apprenticeship. At the moment when Lu Fei became a man. In the main hall, all the blue-robed Taoist priests saluted together and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Master, for gaining a great disciple. Get up." On the high seat, Jin Yuanzi spoke again. Lu Fei then slowly stood up from the ground and stood respectfully, waiting for orders. "Bailang, now that you have become my disciple in Guanzhong, from now on, you must abide by the rules of Guanzhong." "Yes, I will obey my master's orders." Lu Fei immediately responded respectfully. Jin Yuanzi looked at Lu Fei and nodded, then glanced at the 2 Taoists, Qingfeng Mingyu. The 2 Taoist boys immediately stepped forward and stood up, waiting for instructions. "Next, you will be responsible for teaching your junior brother and getting him familiar with the things in the contemplation." Qingfeng Mingyue immediately saluted and said, "Yes, Master." Jin Yuanzi looked at Lu Fei again, "Come find me again in 3 months." After saying that, Jin Yuanzi stood up, left the high seat, and walked toward the back. In the main hall, all the disciples saluted together, "Farewell, teacher." When Jin Yuanzi's figure disappeared, the hall immediately became lively. "Junior brother Bai, congratulations." Qingfeng, who had previously been somewhat interested in Lu Fei, immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Master has not accepted a disciple for many years. It is really gratifying and congratulating that you can join my Wuzhuang temple today. I was taken in by Master, and I have the honor to serve Master together with senior brother Qingfeng and senior brother Mingyue." Faced with the rather mature words of Qingfeng, a boy in a green robe, he did not dare to neglect. He immediately saluted Qingfeng and Mingyue, who was beaming with joy, and said, "This is a blessing that Bailang will never know how many lifetimes to cultivate." Ha ha! When Mingyue heard Lu Fei's compliments, she immediately laughed happily and said, "Junior brother Bailang, I love to hear what he says." After saying that, Mingyue immediately looked at Qingfeng aside and said, "I said that this little demon Bailang will definitely become our junior brother. We are also senior brothers now. It just so happens that we still have some firewood that has not been chopped, and the water tank has not been filled yet. Junior brother came at the right time. Let's go." Mingyue didn't say a few words before pulling Lu Fei and leaving. At this time, "Junior brother Bailang." A voice came over. It turned out that a group of other senior brothers came over and started greeting Lu Fei. One after another, the senior brothers in blue robes came forward to say hello to Lu Fei. This also made Lu Fei initially feel the harmony and unity among the brothers in Wuzhuang Temple. Yes, I met all the senior brothers one by one, got to know each other briefly, and became familiar with each other. Lu Fei could clearly feel that every senior brother was friendly to him. A good while. When Lu Fei just finished greeting the other senior brothers, then he was pulled away by Qingfeng Mingyue. The 2 senior brothers first took him to receive 2 sets of gray robes. Then he couldn't wait to take Lu Fei all the way to a yard. He pointed to a pile of black logs in the corner of the yard and the 2 large water tanks in front of the kitchen door and said, "Junior brother, it's better to carry water or chop firewood. You choose one, and that's your mission today." Looking at senior brother Mingyue, he asked very seriously. Lu Fei subconsciously paid attention to the physical labor of chopping wood and carrying water. His eyes glanced at the black logs in the corner of the yard and behind the large water tank in front of the kitchen door. He said, "I choose to chop wood." Xingfeng and Mingyue on the side immediately laughed. Mingyue even stepped on her feet, stretched out her hand and patted the strong shoulder of Lu Fei, who was more than a head taller than him, and said, "I knew that junior brother would choose this, junior brother. It's just right to be strong enough to do this." After that, Xingfeng and Mingyue picked up the buckets next to the big water tank and walked out of the yard. When they reached the door, they said, "Junior brother, the black wood is very strong. You need to chop it slowly and not be impatient." After saying that, the two of them carried the buckets and left the yard. Lu Fei was left standing alone in the courtyard. Look at the black log in the corner. Although Lu Fei lamented that his situation today was wonderful. In the morning, I was still climbing tirelessly on the white stone trail of Wanshou Mountain. Then, suddenly, I discovered the Wuzhuang temple that I had been climbing and searching for 3 years. Then, as I wished, I worshipped at the gate of Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals in the myths and legends I had seen since I was a child. Finally, standing in this small courtyard, I was ordered by the two senior brothers Xingfeng Mingyue to cut firewood. But he didn't think much about it. He walked forward honestly and stood in front of a pile of black logs. Without any delay, Lu Fei casually grabbed the sharp axe standing in the corner. Good weight. The moment he picked up the axe, Lu Fei felt the weight of the axe. It was much heavier than the black iron rod, the magical weapon that General Bai had given him. He is now at the late stage of Demon General. It made him feel like he was holding a very heavy and strenuous axe. The weight can be imagined. Lu Fei immediately looked at the axe in his hand, wondering if it could be a magic weapon or something. But he couldn't see anything interesting after looking at it over and over again. It's just plain heavy. At this time, Lu Fei also realized the extraordinary nature of this wood-cutting job. Then look at the black log in front of you. His nose immediately smelled a nice woody scent. After sniffing carefully, he realized that the scent could not come from other places except the pile of black wood in front of him. Such a heavy axe. Even the wood to be chopped has a nice woody aroma. The kitchen of Wuzhuangguan is indeed a little different. At this time, Lu Fei remembered what Xingfeng Mingyue told him before. He was the youngest, and in the future, he could have one more person to share the work of sweeping the floor, chopping firewood, carrying water, making fire, and making food. Only at this moment did he truly realize that this was both a job and a practice. With this understanding, Lu Fei didn't waste any more time, stepped forward and reached out to grab a piece of black wood that was no bigger than the mouth of a bowl of the ocean. So heavy. I instantly felt something strange about this black wood. At this time, Lu Fei no longer felt strange. He arranged the black wood, picked up the axe and chopped it down. Boom! A dull sound came. Kuroki was cut about an inch deep by his own axe. Lu Fei felt a little relieved when he saw this. It's fairly easy to chop, although it will take a long time to finish chopping this pile of wood. But it can always be cut. As long as it can't be cut, it's fine. Lu Fei, who quickly changed his mentality, was in a good mood. He did not come to Wuzhuang Temple. Senior brothers who were born as masters are not counted. Among the 48 brothers in the temple, Xingfeng Mingyue, who has the lowest cultivation level in Jindan and the realm of Demon Commander General among the Demon Clan. Now that Lu Fei is here, he will naturally be the one with the lowest cultivation level. Even some senior brothers who are in the late stage of Jindan and are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the realm of human immortality are doing odd jobs. He saw it when he was brought to the kitchen by Xingfeng Mingyue. There is nothing in his mentality that cannot be changed. The realm of human immortality is above the realm of golden elixir. This is what Xingfeng Mingyue told Lu Fei. The realm of human immortals corresponds to the realm of the true demon king among the demon clan, which is the realm of strength of the three kings of the great wilderness mountain and the demon king who became a black dog and became a spirit that Lu Fei had seen among the senior brothers who had met and greeted him before. He could clearly feel the powerful and terrifying auras that could not be emitted from many of his senior brothers, who were at least in the realm of immortals and even higher. Even those extremely powerful senior brothers still have to do various things in the temple. He is in the later stage of foundation building. Yes, the foundation building period corresponds to the realm of the demon general, which is his current realm. He is a little demon in the late stage of demon general, and he is also the youngest junior brother to get started. How can he complain about doing such chores? To put it bluntly, being able to do odd jobs in Wuzhuang Temple is a dream that even many monsters in the entire 3 realms can't ask for. I didn't think much more about it. Lu Fei started chopping wood without any distractions. Boom. 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 The smell of chopped wood becomes stronger and stronger. Find Shuyuan. Zaya Suiyuan. Calm listening to the sound of chopping on the wood, it sounded like it was beating in the bottom of my heart. Lu Fei also chopped more and more vigorously, becoming more and more absorbed in it. The sound of his axe striking one after another became increasingly rhythmic. Ever since, he seemed to be trapped in a mysterious realm, and the axe in his hand was moving faster and faster without realizing it. When Mingyue Qingfang's laughter sounded outside the hospital, Lu Fei's eye suddenly woke up. Only then did I realize that the pile of black wood in front of me had lost nearly 1/3 of its value in a short period of time. Junior brother, you cut all these? Qingfeng and Mingyue each carried 2 buckets of water into the courtyard, and was surprised when she saw a large number of split black wood in the corner. Lu Fei nodded and scratched his head again. He was also a little confused. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only say, yes. Qingfeng clearly saw the strange look on Lu Fei's expression, and couldn't help but ask, with the strength of my junior brother, I shouldn't be able to cut him so fast. As he said that, he immediately changed his voice and said, but, did something happen to junior brother that even I don't know about just now? Lu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately looked at Qingfeng and nodded, that's right, senior brother, I couldn't figure out what happened just now. It was only when I heard your voices that I came back to my senses and realized that this firewood was stolen by me. Cut so much. Qingfeng Mingyue immediately laughed when he heard this, and said with cupped hands, congratulations to junior brother. I have experienced the state of enlightenment on my first day here. Junior brother is not far away from condensing qi into elixir. Epiphany. After hearing the words of the 2 senior brothers Qingfeng Mingyue, Lu Fei immediately grasped the key point and asked, what does this epiphany mean? Mingyue immediately smiled and said, junior brother, tell me the truth. When we asked you to chop wood at first, did you feel that you were overusing your talents and underutilizing them? There has never been. Hearing what Mingyue said so directly, Lu Fei shook his head, and then said seriously, I am not deceiving the 2 senior brothers. In fact, the junior brother was born in the wild mountains. After luckily opening his spiritual wisdom, he joined a group of monsters. At the bottom of the demon group, the little demons have to do very heavy work every day, such as chopping wood, carrying water, patrolling the mountains and hunting. Thanks to teacher's kindness, junior brother is lucky enough to enter this Wuzhuang temple and meet 2 senior brothers. All senior brothers have advanced cultivation and have worked so hard. Junior brother, how can I have the dignity to think such a thing? Lu Fei answered seriously and Qingfeng smiled and nodded, but Mingyue pretended to complain, junior brother, you only need to answer yes or no. There is no need to say so many words. Senior brother felt uncomfortable when he heard it. It turns out that junior brother has suffered so much before coming here. Suffering. But here, after entering our Wuzhuang temple, no other monsters will dare to bully our junior brother. If there is. At this point, Mingyue slapped her chest and promised, senior brother, I will stand up for you. Only the words fell. Qingfeng on the side burst out laughing when he heard the sound. Mingyue immediately realized that she had spoken a big lie, then her face turned red, and she immediately changed her words, even if your senior brother and I are not strong enough, there are other senior brothers in the temple who have higher cultivation levels. If not, there are also those who have already been born. The senior brothers are here, in short, they will not let the junior brother be bullied. Lu Fei somewhat understood the meaning of Qingfeng's sudden laughter, that is, Mingyue grew up in the temple, under the protection of teachers, and under the care of her senior brothers. Apart from her golden elixir cultivation, she didn't know anything about fighting or protecting the Tao. This is probably because of Qingfeng's joke. But Lu Fei couldn't laugh. Ever since he learned that he had arrived in the mythical world of Journey to the West, he had been risking great dangers to go out. The path he has traveled in the 8 or 9 years he has been searching for immortals is far longer than the more than 20 years in his previous life. He took such a big risk and came to Wuzhuang Temple not only to learn the rectification of the immortal family, but also for the backstage and background mentioned in Mingyue's mouth. After all, in this cruel 3 realms where the sky is full of immortals and Buddhas, the demon clan can only survive by relying on others. As a little demon with no background, he would not dare to go out and earn his life. You might be caught and killed by some passing deity one day. Even if he could rely on the system to gradually become stronger and grow to the level of strength that Monkey King had in his memory, he would still be just a stronger monster without a background. If you don't see me, you are as unruly as a monkey, and you will be beaten by reality. I'll give you 500 years of pressure first. Okay, be obedient, let's talk about other things. Everything is arranged clearly. Don't you see, the team of pilgrims in my memory? Even if you encounter monsters and monsters with backgrounds along the way, they will survive under the protection of the immortals and bodhisattvas behind them. What about those without background? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme he was beaten to death by a monkey with a stick, or he was hit by a rake by Zhu Beiji. How true. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Fei immediately bowed to Mingyue and said, the safety of junior brother will depend on senior brother in the future. Mingyue took advantage of Lu Fei's attitude. She snorted at the laughing Qingfeng, raised her head, and then told Lu Fei about her sudden enlightenment. Junior brother, do you know that there is a divine object in my Wuzhuang temple? Mingyue said to Lu Fei somewhat mysteriously, the reason why we can achieve enlightenment is because of it. Oh. Lu Fei suddenly had a guess in his mind, and he immediately became interested and asked following the words, what kind of magical object is that? Can you tell me, junior brother? At this time, Mingyue became more concerned and said, junior brother finished chopping the firewood today, and tomorrow senior brother will take him to see the divine object. Senior brother, do you keep what you say? Lu Fei immediately became more interested and said, junior brother, I'll be waiting. Mingyue smiled even happier and said, I won't lie to you. Junior brother, just feel free to chop wood. Say it. Mingyue and Qingfeng walked towards the kitchen. Lu Fei played with the black wood in front of him and continued his work of chopping wood. In his mind, he was distracted by the divine object mentioned in Mingyue's mouth just now. According to his memory, what Mingyue is talking about should be the most famous ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Temple, the spiritual root of heaven and earth. Its fruit ginseng fruit is also known as Chaohuan Dan, which blooms once every 3,000 years and bears fruit every 3,000 years. It will take another 3,000 years to ripen, and only 10,000 years before it can be eaten. It seems that in these 10,000 years, it will only bear 30 fruits. If a person is destined to smell the fruit, he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme to be 360 years old. If you eat just one, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme for 47,000 years. Such a divine thing. If only I could be lucky enough to eat one in the future. Why? Don't dare to think, don't dare to think. Shaking his head, Lu Fei immediately controlled his thoughts and didn't think anymore. Being able to worship at Wuzhuang Temple as he wished was already a blessing that he had cultivated for countless lifetimes. He really thought so. Next, his task is to concentrate on practice and work hard to improve himself. As for the rest, one sentence can very accurately describe his state of mind at this time. If I get it, I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. Don't think about anything else. This is the thought. Lu Fei was no longer distracted, picked up the axe in his hand, and concentrated on chopping the wood in front of him. Boom. Boom. Time passed slowly. That day the light group in the sky sank to the west. The sky began to darken. In the kitchen of the small courtyard, the aroma of rice is already wafting out. One by one, the senior brothers in blue robes smelled the smell and came to the kitchen in twos and threes to start dinner. In fact, relative to the scale of the entire Wuzhuang temple. At this time, apart from Jin Yuanzi and Lu Fei, there were only 49 disciples practicing in the temple. In fact, it was not many, and it was even a bit empty. But compared to other immortal family bosses who don't like to accept disciples, these disciples are numerous. The other senior brothers in the courtyard were walking back and forth, but they could not affect Lu Fei, who was concentrating on chopping firewood in the corner. He was very focused at this time, and he began to pay attention to every time the axe struck, such as how deep it was to penetrate the wood, how many strokes it took to cut a section, and how long it took to cut down a piece of blackwood. However, he was never able to enter the realm of his first enlightenment at noon. Boom. Boom. Lu Fei was concentrating on chopping wood in the corner. The other senior brothers saw him and did not come forward to disturb him. Not long after, when the senior brothers finished their dinner and began to leave one after another, Qingfeng and Mingyue walked out of the kitchen, walked to the corner of the courtyard, and walked in front of Lu Fei. Two senior brothers. Lu Fei stopped his movements and saluted, and then he noticed that Mingyue was holding a bowl of rice in her hand. Qingfeng said, "Junior brother, take a rest first and finish eating before you start." Mingyue smiled and then handed a bowl of white rice to Lu Feiming. Lu Fei was already a little hungry at this time, so he put down his axe without any politeness and took the white rice from Mingyue. It's real white rice. However, the rice grains are round and plump, crystal clear and shiny, and it also exudes a rich rice aroma. Here, junior brother. At this time, Mingyue handed over another pair of bamboo chopsticks. Lu Fei took it and didn't ask if there was any food. He picked up the rice bowl and took a big bite. Then, there was only one thought in Lu Fei's mind: it smells so good. It's really fragrant. Chewing the plump rice, Lu Fei felt as if he had taken a big mouthful of rich spiritual energy, and it was not tasteless. Instead, you are really chewing the rice, which is full of soft, sweet, and fragrant texture. So rice. Where do you need side dishes, and what dishes can go with them? For Lu Fei, he could make as much rice as he wanted. Ever since. After just a few mouthfuls, Lu Fei devoured the small bowl of rice. Every grain of rice was left, and even the sides of the bowl were licked clean. Immediately, Lu Fei took the empty bowl and looked at the two senior brothers with unfinished thoughts. Is there any more? One more bowl. No, 2 bowls. See Lu Fei like this. Mingyue smiled and shook her head. Qingfeng explained with a smile, without junior brother, we used thousands of years of blackwood as firewood, and then used the spiritual spring water with spiritual roots in the ground for cooking. It took us a whole day to make such a pot of rice. Every day all the senior fellow apprentices are well aware of the food in their mouths. I see. When Lu Fei heard this, his eyes were opened. At this time, I also felt a little regretful that I had eaten too quickly, and it was gone after a few big mouthfuls. Just like the memory of Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. I just thought of Zhu Beiji. Lu Fei thought of the scene where the pilgrims passed by Wuzhuang Temple and the monkeys destroyed the ginseng fruit trees. Now he has joined Wuzhuangguan. With the memory of foreseeing a certain period of time in the future. He will never let that scene appear in his memory. Then senior brother. Lu Fei smacked his lips, savoring the taste of the rice in his mouth, and asked, when will we eat next? Qingfeng smiled and replied, maybe this time tomorrow, because the rice needs to be boiled for enough time, so the mealtime is basically at this time every day. Mingyue then answered, if junior brother can get up early tomorrow to help, we may be able to cook the rice earlier. Oh. Lu Fei heard the sound and immediately replied happily, then I can get up. I wonder what time I will get up tomorrow. Qingfeng continued, get up at Inshur, and the spiritual rice must be cooked at Maoshur. Lu Fei immediately made some calculations in his mind. Inshur was from 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning, and Maoshur was from 5 to 7 o'clock. That is to say, I get up around 3 or 4 o'clock and put the rice into the pot at 5 o'clock. I understand, then I can get up in the morning. Lu Fei immediately said, then when I get up, should I call the two senior brothers, or should I wait for the senior brothers? Due to the different division of labor, Lu Fei was temporarily assigned to chop wood and carry water and other groceries. Cooking with spiritual rice was already an advanced job, and he couldn't do it without enough experience and cultivation. However, in order to integrate into Wuzhuang Temple as soon as possible, Lu Fei didn't mind doing more. Meeting such a diligent junior brother, Qingfeng felt satisfied and said, "Junior brother, just wake up and wait for me to call." Lu Fei nodded, "That's good." Qingfeng Mingyue explained again, then took back the empty bowl and left. Lu Fei continued to chop firewood. Not much left. Although Qingfeng said that the remaining black wood can be saved and chopped tomorrow. But Lu Fei decided to cut it off before going to rest. Not long after, Qingfeng Mingyue, who finished working in the kitchen, greeted Lu Fei and left the courtyard. Lu Fei was left alone in the courtyard holding an axe. Bang bang bang. It got completely dark. Boom. The half-piece of blackwood in front of him was struck repeatedly and precisely at the previous position with the last axe, and finally cracked. Lu Fei finally completed today's mission. Collect the split firewood, pile it up and put it away. After doing all this, Lu Fei left the small courtyard and walked towards his room. During the day, Qingfeng Mingyue had already taken him to many places in Wuzhuang Temple and arranged a place for him to stay. It was quiet inside the temple at this time. In addition to the flickering lights in the direction of the main hall, there were only some rooms with lights on in the attic where a group of fellow apprentices lived. Everything else was pitch black. Lu Fei did not wander around, nor did he dare to wander around. He walked straight to his own room according to the memory in his mind. It was the last room on the second floor of a large attic building. When he opens the window, he can see a lush bamboo forest, which is very quiet and he likes it very much. Click. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. Lu Fei took a shower and went to bed. For the disciples of Wuzhuang Temple whose lowest cultivation level is in the realm of golden elixir, the purpose of the quilt is just for meditating and not for sleeping. Qingfeng Mingyue arranged the same for him. There was just a thin quilt on the bed and nothing else. Lu Fei got on the bed and sat cross-legged against the bed wall. He did not immediately practice breathing, but with a thought, he summoned the virtual panel in his body. Lines of virtual ink fonts emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Late Demon General 125 Experience Value, 456 6000 Soul Power, None Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Perfection Ability, Staff Skills Deshang 3082000, Spear Skills Proficient 311500, Archery Skills Proficient 88500, Harpoon Skills Proficient 65500 Supernatural Power, Feng Suanbu Deshang 8222000, Heavenly Wolf Swallows the Moon Xiaocheng 929 1000, Earth Release Xiaocheng 898 1000, Quick Step Xiaocheng 752 1000. Raid Xiaocheng 225 1000, Whisper Xiaocheng 219 1000, Square Cun Xiaocheng 31 1000, Breath Holding Proficient 331 500, Tiger Roar Skilled 198 500. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals det data slash phoneme flashing in front of my eyes. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. So he immediately activated his magical power of whispering and pricked up his ears. The teacher he is studying now is Jin Yuanzi, whose cultivation is earth-shattering. He was really worried about whether summoning the system panel would alarm his old man. Time passed slowly. All that is heard through the whispering power is the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme. This made Lu Fei feel relieved. As he had guessed before, the virtual panel in his body had been hidden from his teacher Jin Yuanzi. Because of the existence of virtual panel, Lu Fei's coming to apprentice this time was not only about the dangers on the road, but he also took the risk that immortal Jin Yuan might discover the strangeness of Golden Finger. The benefits of becoming Jin Yuanzi's apprentice were so great that it was completely worth the risk. If he is discovered, he is ready to show his cards directly to his teacher Jin Yuanzi. With Jin Yuanzi protecting his shortcomings, even if he discovers something strange about his little apprentice, he may not do anything to Lu Fei. Likewise, this is also a temptation. If teacher Jin Yuanzi can find out, that means other big guys at the same level as him, such as Tathagata Buddha, 3 pure ones and 4 emperors, will also find out. Although Lu Fei can't deal with those big guys now. But as his strength grows day by day, it will be a matter of time for him to make friends. Rather than being discovered by other big guys who don't know their enemies or friends, it's better to let the teacher Jin Yuanzi know first. In this way, even if he is discovered, Master Jin Yuanzi will be there to take care of him. In this way, whether it is discovered or not, there is no big harm to Lu Fei inside and outside. This is why Lu Fei must leave Dahuang Mountain and seek apprenticeship with a big boss. Of course, it would be best not to be discovered. The virtual panel is his trump card and his greatest help in this world. He naturally does not want to be noticed by others. Now, his master Jin Yuanzi has not responded, which means that the other big guys should not be able to find out. Lu Feining could let go of his worries. Didn't think much about it. Lu Fei looked at the various phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals det data/phoneme in front of him that represented his abilities. He had already advanced to the late level of Demon General a few months ago on the White Rock Mountain Road. Speaking of which, the aura of Wanshou Mountain is much richer than other places. This is also the reason why Lu Fei has made rapid progress in his cultivation on the mountain road. Not to mention the rich spiritual energy in the Wuzhuan Temple. There is a ginseng fruit tree with spiritual roots from heaven and earth. Looking at the mortal world, there are only a few fairyland blessed places such as Lingshan Mountain in the west, Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, and Panglai Fairy Island that can rival it. Of course, there are ginseng fruit trees that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The environment around Wanshou Mountain was also severely damaged. To the east of Wanshou Mountain is the Lusha River. Everyone knows what the 800-mile-wide Lusha River looks like, full of the aura of death. To the west, there is Baihu Ridge, which is feared by snakes and beasts, and is the home of the White Bone Lady. The bones are exposed in the wild, and there is no rooster crow for thousands of miles is the portrayal of Baihu Ridge. They are all desperate situations in the world. Of course, those Lu Fei wouldn't care. In short, his cultivation speed in Wuzhuan Temple was definitely much faster than in Dahuang Mountain. When he goes to Dahuang Mountain again, he will surely give all the monsters who know him a big surprise. Ha! Because the growth of each breathing meditation is now limited, Lu Fei has also reduced the frequency of looking at the panel. The most recent time was 2 days ago, and it was only over 40 o'clock. Even with 2 days of meditation practice, the increase is only a few points. Why did this suddenly become 125 points, which was obviously a big increase? Lu Fei immediately recalled the past 2 days in his mind. There must have been no changes before entering Wuzhuan Temple. The only possible change in practice value is after entering Wuzhuan Temple. But after entering and not having time to practice, there is only one possibility. It was his epiphany when he was chopping wood in the kitchen courtyard during the day. The 2 senior brothers Qingfeng Mingyue said at that time that their golden elixir could be expected. I'll ask them carefully tomorrow. Think of this. Lu Fei stopped thinking about it and returned his attention to the panel in front of him. Keep looking down. There is nothing to say about soul power. There are no large-scale battles, or there are not enough opponents, and the soul power experience rate is very slow. Anyway, Lu Fei doesn't expect this thing to improve other abilities now. He relies on time and proficiency to grind. Then there is the monster breathing and breathing technique. This low-level cultivation technique for the monster clan has been practiced to the full level by him. Now the efficiency of breathing and breathing meditation is not bad. But Lu Fei is already waiting for the skills given by his teacher Jin Yuanzi. After successfully becoming a disciple in the main hall during the day today, when the teacher Jin Yuanzi left, he explained the reason why he would look for him in 3 months. Lu Fei has already asked Qingfeng Mingyue and his 2 senior brothers, and it is very likely that they will teach him the techniques and spells. Lu Fei was looking forward to this. Further down the panel are abilities. The stick technique has reached the state of great success. Apart from the monster breathing technique that has been perfected, there is no other skill that is higher than the stick technique. As for other lance skills, archery and harpoon skills, there is no need to say more. At Lu Fei's current state, unless he can get better weapons and magic weapons, he will not change weapons easily. Finally, it is the magical power column that has changed the most. This is also where Lu Fei's strength lies. Because of its practicality, the magical power Feng Cunbu has surpassed Lu Fei's proficiency in his own magical power Sky Wolf swallowing the moon. It is currently second only to the magical power of breathing and inhalation technique and stick technique. The speed and distance of each step of Deshang Realm's Feng Cunbu are far beyond those of the original entry-level Feng Cunbu. As for the other magical powers, except for the magical power Keeping Breath which has not been used much, and the new magical power Tiger Roar which has not been learned for a long time, other magical powers have reached the level of minor success and have grown considerably. Lu Fei now relies on time to improve his proficiency instead of soul power, let alone talk about it. As for the new magical power Tiger Roar, as the name suggests, it is easy to understand, it is a roar, but it is just a silent roar. This is an attacking magical power that Lu Fei has been looking for a long time. It is a sonic type that attacks the spirit, soul, and will. It is a rare special attacking magical power. This is really a big surprise. Moreover, the source of Lu Fei's Tiger Roar magical power was also unexpected. It was a young tiger demon who had just developed his spiritual intelligence and had not long since become a demon. In order to thank the tiger demon for contributing such magical powers, Lu Fei spared the life of the tiger monster that caused the disaster. Although in Lu Fei's view of right and wrong, good and evil, the tiger demon was originally worthy of death. After seeing the changes in myself, Lu Fei didn't think anymore. Dispersing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme in front of him, clearing his mind, he activated the demonic breathing method. He began his first meditation practice at Wuzhuang Temple. Time passed slowly. I don't know exactly how long it took. Anyway, the sky outside the window is still dark. Lu Fei suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. It was already Inshur the next day. Lu Fei promised his senior brother Qingfeng Mingyue that he would get up early and go to the kitchen to help them. It's just that he seemed to care too much and woke up a little early. I couldn't hear anything outside for a while. Lu Fei continued to practice breathing and breathing. When the sky in the east outside the window was slightly filled with white clouds, Lu Fei opened his eyes again. This time, not long after, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Junior brother. Senior brother Mingyue's voice came. Find the book garden www.zaoyuan.com coming. Lu Fei got up and got out of bed. Half an hour later, Lu Fei, who had been busy in the kitchen for a while, carried 2 buckets and followed his senior brother Mingyue towards the depths of Wuzhuang Temple. Junior brother, do you still remember what senior brother said yesterday? Walking in front, also carrying a pole, with 2 buckets hanging on the pole, Mingyue turned around and said. Lu Fei immediately thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said, but the divine thing that senior brother said? Mingyue smiled mysteriously and nodded, yes, you will see it soon. Although I roughly guessed what Mingyue said. But Lu Fei was still a little excited at the moment. That is the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the ginseng fruit tree, and the fruit ginseng fruit it bears is comparable to the flat peaches of the Queen Mother. Follow senior brother Mingyue to carry a pole and move forward. After turning around a courtyard wall, Lu Fei felt that the sky in front of him suddenly became dark. Immediately afterwards, he felt the richness of the spiritual energy contained in the air. It was so rich that it condensed into mist entities and floated in the air. Looking further into the distance, a huge tree with lush, leafy and eerie branches blocked the sky in front of him. A cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blue. Lu Fei trembled all over, and suddenly he felt a cry coming from above his head. He immediately raised his head and saw among the dense and gloomy sky-covering branches and leaves above, there were hanging dolls that were the size of 2 or 3-year-old children, with all limbs and facial features, and white and tender bodies. They were struggling and crying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. This is. Looking at this strange scene in front of him, Lu Fei was suddenly shocked. But then he quickly reacted. The big tree in front of me is the famous spiritual root of heaven and earth and the 3 realms, the ginseng fruit tree. The dolls hanging on the tree, all white and tender, with complete arms and legs, clear facial features, moving in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and screaming, are ginseng fruits. Ginseng fruit looks like this. At this moment, Lu Fei was really shocked. Snapped. At this moment, a hand slammed on his shoulder, causing him to be startled. Ha ha. At this time, a voice suddenly came from my ear. Lu Fei immediately turned his head and saw his senior brother Mingyue looking at him with a mischievous look on his face and smiling. Junior brother, are you scared? Looking at Mingyue, who was a head shorter than him, Lu Fei let out a breath, nodded, then turned his eyes to the huge tree covering the sky in the distance, and asked, Brother, I wonder what this tree is? And the aura here? Lu Fei took a deep breath as he spoke, feeling as if his whole body was soaked in a sea of spiritual energy. He couldn't help but reach out and pluck the white flocculent spiritual energy floating in the air, and asked, I can feel it here. The richness of the aura is really amazing. And what's that doll hanging on the tree? After that, Lu Fei pointed to the vivid doll hanging on the tree high in the sky, and asked a series of half-understood questions in his heart. Watch the expression on Lu Fei's face change from frightened, to scared, to confused and curious. Mingyue smiled even happier and said, Junior brother, don't worry, wait until I explain it in detail for junior brother. With that said, Mingyue put down the carrying pole on her shoulders, then pointed to the lush tree covering the sky in front of her, and began to say, that is the sacred object that my junior brother and I mentioned. Ginseng fruit tree. Sure enough, Lu Fei was shocked, and then pointed to the doll on the tall leafy branch and said, What about the child? That's not a child. Mingyue shook her head and smiled, and then said with a very proud face, that is the fruit produced by our ginseng fruit tree, called ginseng fruit, also known as grass-returning pill. It takes 3,000 years to bloom, and it takes another 3,000 years to bear fruit, and it takes another 3,000 years to ripen, and it takes a full 10,000 years to be able to eat it. And in these 10,000 years, it can only produce 30 fruits. A mortal can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme 360 years with just one whiff. If I'm lucky enough to have one. Knowing this senior brother's character, Lu Fei asked at the right time, how about eating one? Mingyue became even more proud and said, hey, that's incredible. You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme 447,000 years. Also, the reason my junior brother asked about the rich spiritual energy here is because our ginseng fruit trees are the spiritual roots of heaven and earth and are naturally capable of gathering spiritual energy. When junior brother comes to our longevity mountain, you should be able to find that the spiritual energy in the surrounding places is thin, but only our longevity mountain has strong spiritual energy. This is naturally due to the ginseng fruit tree. And the state of enlightenment that junior brother accidentally entered yesterday is also related to this fruit tree. With junior brother's current strength, junior brother's golden elixir, no, junior brother is a monster, it should be called demon elixir. Anyway, it means that the shackles for junior brother to advance to the realm of demon elixir basically no longer exist. As long as junior brother can master it, my cultivation has improved. Then condensing chi into elixir is just a matter of course. Lu Fei, who had already experienced the invisible and real existence of the realm when a little demon was promoted to a demon general, knew it. When he heard Mingyue's explanation, he felt overjoyed. He knew all too well the helpless and painful feeling. Breaking through the demon general from the demon soldiers is so difficult. You can imagine how difficult it is to break through from the demon general to the realm of the demon commander and demon pill. But now, listening to Mingyue's words, it seems that there is no obstacle in his path to becoming a demon commander. What a blessing! Is the epiphany so great? Lu Fei looked surprised and happy. Although he heard two senior brothers mention it yesterday, he didn't take it to heart because he didn't understand. But it was clear then, certainly. Mingyue nodded and continued, this is what the senior brothers who are fortunate enough to have experienced it say. This is true given the advanced level of cultivation of the senior brothers, let alone the junior brothers. Looking at Lu Fei's expression, Mingyue, who thought he was suspicious, immediately said, Junior brother, don't think that enlightenment is easy. Now all the brothers in our temple, including the junior brother, have only a 1/3 chance of being lucky enough to experience enlightenment. Just a few. Lu Fei naturally wished that the effect of the epiphany would be better. Seeing Ming Yue's serious expression, he quickly said, "Junior brother, I don't think so. After noon yesterday, Junior brother wanted to see if he could have another epiphany like before. It didn't work out at all." Lu Fei shook his head as he spoke. "It seems that it is exactly what Senior brother said, enlightenment is something that can be encountered but not sought." Right. Ming Yue was very satisfied with Lu Fei's reaction. She picked up the bucket again and said, "So, it is your opportunity for Junior brother to have an epiphany just after he arrived. Furthermore, Junior brother, do you know?" Having said this, Ming Yue looked up at the trees high above her head. The ginseng fruits were swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, making sounds like babies crying when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew them. She said with a hint of excitement, "The maturity period of our ginseng fruits is approaching. Already." Hearing what Senior brother said, Lu Fei understood it almost instantly this time, and said with suppressed excitement in his heart, "What does Senior brother mean? Master has already said it." Ming Yue continued, and this time, Lu Fei could clearly hear the excitement hidden in his voice. "When the ginseng fruit matures this time, all our brothers and sisters in the temple will be able to taste the taste of ginseng fruit." Having said this, Ming Yue turned to look at Lu Feidao. "So, Junior brother, I have good luck and a good opportunity." "Say it." Ming Yue picked up the bucket and left. Lu Fei was so excited by the news that Ming Yue revealed one after another. When he saw his senior brother leaving, he quickly picked up a bucket and chased after him and asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean, Junior brother, I can also taste the taste of ginseng fruit?" Ming Yue nodded. "Of course, Junior brother is one of our members." Lu Fei asked again, "I wonder when our ginseng fruit will mature?" Ming Yue, 3 months later. When Lu Fei heard the sound, he immediately remembered something. That is, yesterday his teacher Jin Yuanzi asked him to look for him in 3 months. However, he had already asked his 2 senior brothers about this matter yesterday. There was no need to say it again. Instead, he said, "It is indeed very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme." Ming Yue, really, I said it's a good opportunity, Junior brother. Junior brother, do you know how long Senior brother has been waiting for that day? Lu Fei, how long have you been waiting? Ming Yue, it's been more than 500 years, and Senior brother Qingfeng has been even longer. You know, back then master. In the following time. Senior brother Ming Yue kept talking about what happened in his past. Lu Fei echoed uncomfortably, but he kept thinking about Ming Yue's words in his heart. 3 months later is the day when the ginseng fruit matures. On the first day I came to Wuzhuan Temple, I was very lucky to experience an epiphany opportunity that was equivalent to enlightenment. There is still a period of ginseng fruit ripeness that only occurs once in 10,000 years, and I can catch up with it. It seems that I came to this Wuzhuan Temple at the right time. Thousands and thousands of people in 3 months, Master Jin Yuanzi should teach him the magic method. It will also be the time when the ginseng fruit is ripe. With the help of this unique and rare fruit, the ginseng fruit, you should be able to modify the method faster and more smoothly. This is the thought. Lu Fei was looking forward to it even more after 3 months. At this time, suddenly there was news in his consciousness. Lu Fei's expression suddenly changed and his steps slowed down. Junior brother? Ming Yue, who kept talking on the side, noticed that the pace of the junior brother next to her had slowed down. She turned around and saw the change in the junior brother's face, and then asked, "But is there something wrong?" Lu Fei stopped at this time without saying anything. He put down the 2 heavy buckets of spiritual springs on his shoulders and saluted to his senior brother Ming Yue beside him. Upon seeing this, Ming Yue immediately put down the pole and quickly asked with concern, "But what happened?" Junior brother, no matter what you say, as long as the senior brothers are here, we will never let junior brother be bullied. Lu Fei then said, "Junior brother, I have raised a spirit-seeking rat. The spirit rat has followed me since I was a little demon. It has been with me all the way from Dehuang Mountain through several years of cold and summer dangers. When my 2 senior brothers came to pick me up yesterday, my spirit rat happened to be wild and ran a little far away, so I couldn't bring it with me. But because I left my spiritual consciousness in its body, I knew that it had been at the foot of Guanwai Mountain yesterday. I originally wanted to finish my work and ask my senior brother if he could let me take it with me. But just now, I felt the message of its cry for help. He must have been in danger outside the viewing area. I thought. Junior brother, there is no need to say any more. Hearing this, Mingyue immediately interrupted Lu Fei and said directly, "It's a small matter when the spirit rat comes in to observe, but it's a big deal when it encounters danger. Let's go back quickly. The preliminary work of cooking the rice has been completed. When we go back and put down the spirit spring, we can go out and rescue Junior brother's spirit rat." After saying that, Mingyue immediately picked up Lingquan and left. Seeing his senior brother acting like this, Lu Fei didn't hesitate, so he immediately picked up Lingquan and followed him. He actually wanted to ask the two senior brothers about bringing the little guy Xiaobai in last night, but because of the matter of chopping firewood in the previous epiphany, Lu Fei was delayed and forgot about it. When I remembered, the two senior brothers had already left. Because the consciousness left in Xiaobai's body can sense Xiaobai's emotional state. Realizing that Xiaobai was safe, Lu Fei planned to wait until today. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai just sent out a cry for help, which made Lu Fei immediately worried. Not long. The two of them carried Lingquan back to the kitchen courtyard. Mingyue finished telling Qingfeng about Lu Fei Lingshu. Without saying a word, Qingfeng led Lu Fei and Mingyue and ran quickly towards the mountain gate. The three men were running so fast that some senior brothers they met didn't even have time to say hello to them, and ran straight to the mountain gate. Soon after Qingfeng Mingyue recited a few spells, he immediately opened the door of the Taoist temple. Lu Fei immediately rushed out quickly, and then ran towards the place where the consciousness came from in his mind. Didn't get very far. Sensing Lu Fei's approach, a big white mouse quickly came from the forest in the distance, rushed straight towards Lu Fei, and crashed into Lu Fei's chest. Squeak, 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 squeak. Xiaobai jumped into Lu Fei's arms and immediately screamed excitedly and aggrievedly. Just as Lu Fei was about to say some nice words to appease him, he saw three big white mice with white fur all over their bodies, bigger than the little guy, chasing him quickly from a distance. Xiaobai in Lu Fei's arms immediately jumped out of his father's arms when he heard the sound coming from behind, then stretched his neck and bared his teeth and shouted fiercely at the three big white mice that slowed down. Lu Fei finally understood at this time. He must be a little white rat who was bullied by those three big rats. When I saw myself coming, I immediately felt confident. Zit-citi. Squeak, 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 squeak. Xiaobai and the three big white mice across from him were yelling in the distance, and no one dared to step forward. Lu Fei didn't stop him for a moment, and just watched the two big rats spraying each other in the air. "Junior brother, is this your spirit rat?" At this time, Mingyue's voice came. Lu Fei turned around and saw the two senior brothers Qingfeng Mingyue walking out of the Taoist temple and walking beside him. Yes. Thank you two senior brothers for opening the door to convenience. Lu Fei nodded and said, "Xiaobai." Hearing his father's voice, Xiaobai immediately gave up all thoughts of confronting him and jumped into his father's arms. "These two are your father's senior brothers. You want to call them senior uncle." Lu Fei pointed at Qingfeng Mingyue beside him and said, "Xiaobai is not an ordinary mouse. In addition to being unable to speak, its IQ is much higher than that of some intelligent monsters in Langlang Mountain." At this time, Xiaobai was signaled by his father, and he immediately stood up from his arms, shouted affectionately towards the two junior uncles, and even waved his short legs to beg for a hug. The eyes of the two fairy boys who knew little about the outside world immediately widened. This spirit rat is so smart. This hair is so smooth. Mingyue was brave. When she saw Xiaobai begging for a hug, she reached out and picked up Xiaobai from Lu Fei and held her in her arms, stroking her wildly. Qingfeng looked at Xiaobai and said thoughtfully, "The breath is pure, the whole body is full of spiritual energy, and the spiritual wisdom has been opened early. It is indeed a spirit-seeking rat. Junior brother is lucky. With this spirit rat here, it will be much easier to find spiritual objects outside." Lu Fei nodded when he heard this, the little guy really helped me a lot. Xingfeng glanced at the three big rats on the ground, and then said, since junior brother has found the spirit rats, let's go back. Lu Fei nodded immediately, it should be so. After saying that, Lu Fei followed the two senior brothers and walked towards Wuzhuang Temple with Xiao Bai in his arms. Xiao Bai stood up and looked at the three big mice behind him. At this moment, there was no hatred in Xiao Bai's eyes, but the eyes of the three big mice were filled with envy as they watched the mouse that was just like them walk into the mountain gate. But they were just three mice, really ordinary mice. Because I was lucky enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme on Wanshou Mountain, I was influenced by the rich spiritual energy, gained some spiritual wisdom, and developed a body of white hair. There is no comparison with the real spiritual creature, the spirit-seeking mouse Xiao Bai. Therefore, neither Lu Fei nor Xingfeng Mingyue bothered to take a second look. White creatures called auspicious beasts, such as the three white rats, are the most indispensable on Wanshou Mountain. They are so common. Watching the heavy mountain door phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme behind him, Lu Fei approached Xingfeng Mingyue and asked, I wonder if the two senior brothers know anything about spirit-seeking rats like Xiao Bai? Mingyue shook her head directly. Today, my junior brother brought me to see this kind of spiritual creature for the first time. I don't understand it. After hearing the sound and thinking deeply, Xingfeng said, I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme some relevant information in the book. It said that spiritual beings can only be born in places with strong spiritual energy. However, because they are born with spiritual energy, their spiritual wisdom develops early, so it is instinct to be able to find other spiritual beings, but because of this, spiritual beings are so beloved by heaven and earth that it is extremely difficult to transform like ordinary monsters. So, junior brother, let's take care of him first. Hear Qingfeng's words. Lu Fei reached out and touched Xiao Bai's head, but he didn't feel too surprised. After all, it had been a long time since he came here, and he had already guessed that it would be difficult for Xiao Bai to transform. At this point it was just a certainty. Junior brother. At this time, Xingfeng continued, I know that spiritual creatures like spirit-seeking rats like to burrow into the ground, but our Wuzhuang Temple is a self-contained cave. Although there is no forbidden area magic circle, there are dangers in many places. Junior brother still has to it's the spiritual thing that restrains you. Facing Qingfeng's reminder, Lu Fei immediately nodded, it's a great opportunity for this little thing to have the opportunity to enter our Wuzhuang Temple. It doesn't dare to be presumptuous. That's good. Xingfeng nodded and looked up at the sky. At this time, the eastern sky is bright and a red sun is about to rise. Xingfeng immediately said, Junior brother, the morning class time is coming soon, we should go to morning class. Yes, senior brother. Lu Fei immediately comforted the little guy who was looking around with wide eyes, and then quickly followed the two senior brothers towards the main hall. Xiao Bai heard his father's words, although he was a little reluctant, but he still retracted his neck into the gray robe on his father's chest. Not a moment. Lu Fei followed Xingfeng Mingyue to the wide circular square in front of the main hall. At this time, more than a dozen senior brothers in blue robes had gathered on the white jade stone field. Following the two young senior brothers into the square, I felt the powerful and terrifying aura hidden in each of the blue-robed senior brothers. Lu Fei was obediently brought by Xingfeng to sit cross-legged on the ground next to the other senior brothers, not far from Xingfeng Mingyue. Time passed slowly. When the red sun in the eastern sky jumps out of the horizon, a slender, thin, handsome, middle-aged blue-robed senior brother with a gentle temperament appeared at the front of the white jade field, taking the chief position. Teacher Jin Motoko doesn't appear every day. In his absence, the chief disciple in the temple will basically preside over the ceremony. Watching the chief's senior brother sit down, Lu Fei immediately sat cross-legged. The chief's senior brother said that when all the senior brothers came to say hello yesterday, he was among them, and his Buddhist name was Qingchen. Lu Fei has a good memory, and he can remember it basically as long as he has seen it once. Recalling this Qingchen senior brother, Lu Fei's biggest impression on him, he asked him to use one word to describe it, is quiet. Yes, senior brother Qingchen has a calm temperament. Just one look at those dark and gentle eyes can calm down the restless heart. All in all, Lu Fei was deeply impressed. As for its strength, Lu Fei couldn't tell at all. Because he didn't feel the powerful and terrifying aura in the other party at all, like other golden elixir and human immortal level brothers. All he felt was silence and just being phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the other person. Lu Fei could quickly quiet down and calm down. However, as the teacher Jin Yuanzi, the chief of the 49 disciples who have not yet been born in the temple, Lu Fei guessed that the opponent's strength must be beyond the realm of human immortality. As for the specific cultivation level, he might have to ask Qingfeng Mingyue and his two junior brothers to find out. Soon, senior brother Qingxin's lecture began to sound. Lu Fei calmed down and began to listen without any distractions. Half an hour later, when the red sun begins to rise in the eastern sky and the sunlight shining on everything begins to become warm, Chief Senior Brother Qingxin's lecture also stopped. That's it for today's morning class. The senior brother's voice spread throughout the entire venue, and he immediately stood up and walked out of the venue. The other junior brothers immediately saluted in unison. "Thank you, senior brother." "Junior brother, how do you feel?" At this time, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Fei turned around and saw two young senior brothers, Mingyue Qingfeng, walking over. Mingyue smiled and said, "Senior brother Qingxin's lectures have the best voice. I like listening to them very much. The sound is nice." After hearing Mingyue's words, Lu Fei remembered that the chief senior brother's sermon voice was really nice. However, this was my first time to participate in such a level of Wuzhuangguan morning class. He didn't notice whether the elder brother's voice sounded good or not during the whole process, but he was immersed in the rhythm, artistic conception, and content of the scriptures he was speaking. Although there were many parts that he didn't understand at all. But just the sound the other person recited could make his ears clear and his eyes clear, and his spiritual platform sober. He also has a deeper understanding of the monster breathing method at his own perfection level. The effect is really amazing. It sounds really good. Lu Fei nodded in reply to Mingyue, then asked, "Senior brother, I wonder if there is a place in the temple to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the Taoist scriptures that senior brother Qingxin just explained?" Qingfeng smiled immediately after hearing this and said, "It seems that junior brother has benefited a lot from this morning class. The scriptures in our temple are all in the library. Junior disciples can go and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme them when they have free time. However, although the teacher has no restrictions on the library, I still suggest that junior brothers start reading from the scriptures on the first floor of the library. This will make it easier for junior brother to understand." Facing Qingfeng's guidance, Lu Fei immediately stood up and saluted, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. "It's not about giving advice, it's just that my junior brother is not familiar with it yet. Let's go, junior brother, morning class is over, our things have just begun." At this time, Mingyue reached out and patted Lu Fei on the shoulder and said, walking towards the kitchen. Lu Fei followed and asked, "Today's task is to cut firewood for tomorrow, right?" Mingyue nodded, "Yes." Lu Fei asked again, "Then if I finish chopping today all that I need to chop tomorrow, will I not need to chop wood anymore tomorrow?" Hearing Lu Fei's question, Qingfeng and Mingyue both laughed and said happily, "Let's wait until junior brother, you finish cutting today's wood." "Junior brother, you will definitely not think so." Ha ha. 3 people and 1 mouse walked towards the kitchen courtyard. While talking, there was laughter and laughter. Time passed slowly. The sun was setting in the west. After all, Lu Fei failed to achieve his goal after morning class, because the blackwood appeared regularly and was counted every day. After cutting it in one day, it no longer appeared. I can only wait until the next day to show up again. This is obviously set up to train disciples. Because it's not okay to work too much. Only then did Lu Fei realize that it was no wonder the 2 senior brothers were laughing in the morning. In the following time, Lu Fei's daily routine consists of going to morning classes, chopping wood, or carrying water. After finishing, he goes to the library to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, and finally he meditates. My life in Wuzhuangwan was extremely fulfilling and comfortable. This also made Lu Fei feel more and more grateful that he had made the right decision to leave the mountain. Time passed unconsciously. In the blink of an eye. 3 months pass quietly. This summer. For the disciples of Wuzhuang Temple, it is destined to be an extraordinary day. Because Lu Fei finally waited until it was time to see his teacher Zheng Yuanzi again. And a group of other disciples finally waited until once in 10,000 years for the time when the teacher would taste the fruits of life. Early morning. It was just getting dark. Wuzhuang looks at the cave sky. In an attic. An innermost room. The large windows were open. A big silver white mouse was lying on the windowsill with its legs in the air, snoring softly. The cool breeze of midsummer morning blows into the room from time to time. Blow up the silvery white hair of the big rat. The big mouse hummed comfortably, stretched out his short hand to scratch his head, turned over, and continued to sleep peacefully. The cool breeze blows through the window, blows through the hall, and blows directly into the big bed in the bedroom. Big bed. A figure was sitting cross-legged. The whole body was surrounded by black smoke and mist that kept interlacing and billowing, making it almost impossible to see the true appearance, and it was inexplicably terrifying. At this time, the figure who was sitting cross-legged and meditating suddenly opened his eyes. The black mist and smoke immediately dispersed like clouds and rain, and penetrated into the figure's body, revealing a young and handsome face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Call! The young boy let out a long breath, and a black bolt spewed out from the boy's mouth, quickly passing through the bedroom hall and flying towards the wide-open window. The big silver mouse that was originally lying on the windowsill seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned over with a groan. The next second, the black horse in the hall flew quickly, flew phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the body of the silver white rat, flew out of the window, flew into the world outside, and disappeared. On the windowsill, the big mouse was still soundly asleep, murmuring and humming from time to time, as if he hadn't noticed anything and was dreaming. At this time, a young boy in a gray robe walked out of the bedroom. Walking to the table in the living room, he picked up the teapot on the table and drank it all in one breath. Then he strode towards the door, and on the way he shouted towards the large windowsill, "Xiaobai, I'm going to work, come to the kitchen with me." The big mouse on the windowsill just turned over when he heard the sound, and continued to sleep soundly without any regular meeting. The boy didn't care that there was no reply. He opened the door, left the room, and strode outside. This one is a man and a mouse. Of course it was Lu Fei and his youngest son, the treasure-hunting mouse Xiaobai. No, it won't necessarily be a son. Lu Fei still doesn't know whether Xiaobai is a male or a female. Every time he was about to take a look and confirm Xiaobai's gender, Xiaobai would resist. Lu Fei couldn't force it, so he had to give up. Since 3 months ago, I have been climbing on the white stone path of Wanshou Mountain for more than 3 years before my master Zheng Yuanzi took me in. Lu Fei's job as a handyman at Wuzhuangwan has lasted for 3 months. In the past 3 months, he has been eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. To eat, although 1 meal a day, a small bowl of rice, it seemed that the treatment was similar to that at the beginning of Langlang Mountain. In Langlang Mountain, it was to fill our stomachs and survive. But in Wuzhuang Temple, eating is purely for better practice. Because the cultivation level that Lu Fei gained through painstakingly practicing the Yaozu breathing method all night long was actually not as good as the cultivation level that he absorbed and improved after eating a bowl of spiritual rice every night. Although the latter's cultivation level is not much higher than that of the former. Although this may sound outrageous, but it's true. Because Lu Fei compared it. At this time, his proficiency in the monster breathing method has reached the level of perfection. Just like this, one night's practice is not as good as the small bowl of rice that Wuzhuang Temple has every day. If this were replaced by other monsters in the wilderness, how long do you need to practice to catch up with this bowl of rice? What a bummer. But if you know that the richness of spiritual energy in Wuzhuang Temple is one of the best in the entire mortal world, even the well water you usually drink contains spiritual energy. You won't think why that bowl of carefully cooked rice is so outrageous. At this time, the sky in the east will not be bright yet. Listening to the seemingly ubiquitous chirping of cicadas, Lu Fei strode toward the kitchen courtyard. Not long after. Come to the small courtyard. Go into the kitchen. Lu Fei skillfully lit the split black firewood with a strong woody scent using his cultivation. This process took him a lot of effort. When lit, his forehead was already covered with sweat. A firewood was raised. Lu Fei walked to the small urn next to the corner of the kitchen and peered into it with his spiritual consciousness. He saw that the energetic and bouncing spiritual rice inside was running back and forth, jumping and fighting, turning it into a mess of porridge. At this time, they discovered that spiritual consciousness had entered, and all the spiritual ricers were immediately frightened. They all scrambled to shrink and hide under the bottom of the urn, subconsciously squeezing into a ball. In this way, Lu Fei didn't need to fish for every grain of rice. One roll of divine consciousness is a big handful. Then he packed them in containers to prevent them from escaping, and then walked towards the steamer. At the same time, outside the small courtyard, two figures wearing one pink and one green robes and hair tied in boy buns walked over talking and laughing, looking at the bright lights in the kitchen from a distance. Xingfeng Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and Mingyue immediately smiled and said, "I guess the junior brother in the kitchen must have arrived early." As he spoke, he looked at Xingfeng beside him and said, "Senior brother, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Xingfeng immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Who in the audience doesn't know that junior brother is the most diligent and the one who gets up the earliest every day, so I won't bet with you. Let's hurry up. The opening day of the park is approaching, so we should finish our work early." Saying that, Xingfeng strode into the small courtyard, and Mingyue quickly followed. "Junior brother, it's getting earlier and earlier for you." Walking into the kitchen, looking at junior brother Lu Fei who was busy and sweating profusely, Xingfeng immediately stepped forward to help and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you should meditate more, your cultivation level is still low." Lu Fei carefully put the bouncing spiritual rice into the steamer and covered it. Then he wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "Doing these jobs is also practice. Besides, I am the youngest in the world, so I should work more. It's a pity that my cultivation level is not as good as those of the two senior brothers. Otherwise, there would be no need to bother the two senior brothers with regard to steaming rice and making rice." "This sounds nice to say," Xingfeng said with a smile on his face. Mingyue's face was even more happy when he said that. He walked quickly to Lu Fei, holding a cattail leaf fan he found from nowhere in his hand. While fanning his junior brother Lu Fei, he said, "Junior brother, we are indeed right. You, junior brother, are a real person. No, you are a real monster. Junior brother, you must remember what you said today. When you achieve the demon elixir, the difference in making food every day in this kitchen will be handed over to your junior brother. Junior brother, you must not regret it." Mingyue was afraid that what Lu Fei had just said was irrelevant, so she immediately shook the cattail leaf fan for her junior brother, and quickly repeated what Lu Fei said. Lu Fei smiled, what he just said was indeed true. He was the last to enter Wuzhuang Temple. Before he came, among the 48 disciples in the temple, Xingfeng Mingyue was the youngest. Even so, the youngest Mingyue is already over 500 years old at this time, while Xingfeng is over 100 years older than Mingyue and is over 600 years old. These two senior brothers are usually not very active in cultivation, and they are very playful. Their cultivation of golden elixir is completely influenced by the excellent environment of Wuzhuang Cave, the rich spiritual energy between breaths, and the spiritual springs and spiritual rice they eat and drink. Also because the breeze and the bright moon are the smallest. So for many years, these two juniors have been doing things like steaming and making rice. No matter how interesting something is, if you do it too many times, you will get tired of it and become bored. Not to mention it has been done for hundreds of years. But that is homework, Xingfeng Mingyue cannot do it without doing it. Now Lu Fei is here. He entered the scene the latest and has the lowest strength. In addition, Xingfeng Mingyue took good care of him after he came to Guangzhong. Whether it is to leave a good impression in the eyes of other senior brothers, or to give a good impression to Master Jin Yuanzi, Lu Fei should be like this. Of course I won't regret it, as senior brother Qingfeng testifies. Bicked facing Mingyue's excitement, Lu Fei immediately smiled. After joking for a while, the three brothers quickly became busy. Qingfeng is responsible for taking care of the steamer in the kitchen, among other things. Lu Fei once again carried 2 buckets and walked with his senior brother Mingyue to the garden deep in Wuzhuang Temple where the fruit trees grew. Brother, has master returned from the banquet in heaven? After leaving the small courtyard, Lu Fei asked. Today is the 4th month of his apprenticeship at Wuzhuangwen. When his master Shen Yuanzi became his apprentice, he told him to go find him in 3 months. But after that, in the 3 months since Lu Fei had been doing odd jobs in the temple, he had only seen the teacher once 2 months ago. At that time, he showed up for morning class and then went to heaven for the banquet. He didn't say how long he would go or how soon he would be back. If this were the human world, 1 banquet in a month or 2 would be enough. But the teacher went to heaven. A day in heaven is a year in the world below. A month or 2 in the lower world is really not worth mentioning in heaven. Now the March period has arrived. Lu Fei is still waiting for the teacher to teach him the exercises and spells. How can we not be anxious? Master. Mingyue was stunned for a moment when she heard the sound, looked at Lu Fei's face, then reacted and smiled. Junior brother is thinking about the teacher's teaching, right? Lu Fei nodded and said directly, yes, the method I practiced before came from the poor methods of low-level demons. The power I gained from practicing in one night was not as much as a bowl of spiritual rice. Junior brother has been waiting for a long time. When Mingyue heard Lu Fei talk about this matter again, she immediately laughed and said, that should be replaced as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the master has already ordered that my senior brother and I cannot teach the method to others, otherwise the junior brother does not need to wait. But the opening date of the fruit orchard is approaching. Master must be back soon. We will ask senior brother later. Having just said this, Mingyue immediately shook her head and said, no, there is no need to ask senior brother. After morning class, I will take junior brother directly to the quiet room to find the master. Lu Fei looked happy and said with a smile, thank you, senior brother. Little things. Mingyue waved her hands and smiled, then walked forward with a pole. Lu Fei followed. Not long after, the two came to the orchard of life again. Feel the substantial spiritual energy coming towards you like mist. Lu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge fruit tree that covered the sky and the sun, as well as the fruit trees hanging on the high branches, each one becoming whiter and more vivid, just like 2 or 3-year-old children hanging on the tree. Every time I marvel at the miraculous creation of this world. Junior brother, are you greedy? Seeing Lu Fei's appearance, Mingyue Jianji immediately smiled and said, don't worry, the garden will open in a few days, and then you and I can taste the most precious fairy fruit in the world. Hey. Lu Fei chuckled and said, Junior brother has eaten a lot of fruits and melons before, but I never thought that one day I would be able to eat such a delicacy. Mingyue also smiled and said, Senior brother, I am the same. This fruit can only be eaten once every 10,000 years. It shows that we both have a chance. Lu Fei suddenly laughed, ha, that's right. The two of them walked towards Lingquan, talking and laughing. Not long. The two of them carried Lingquan and quickly returned to the small kitchen courtyard. When the red sun begins to emerge in the eastern sky. Finished taking care of the kitchen. Lu Fei followed Qingfeng Mingyue and his 2 senior brothers towards the main hall square. Every morning class is essential. As long as the disciples are present in the contemplation, no one can be absent. Even Xiaobai, the ghost-seeking mouse, knows the importance of morning classes and will attend morning classes with his father Lu Fei every day. Just today. Hey, junior brother, why hasn't that guy Xiaobai arrived yet? Mingyue noticed that Xiaobai was not there at this time and asked. Lu Fei shook his head and was a little confused, maybe he overslept. Passing through gardens, pavilions, waterside pavilions, attics, rockeries, no, it's a real mountain. The scenery in Wuzhuang Temple is beautiful and natural. Just when the 3 of them, Lu Fei and Lu Fei, were about to arrive in front of the main hall, at the White Jade Square where morning classes were held every day. A big silver white mouse suddenly rushed over from the square, jumped up, and jumped on Lu Fei's chest. "Ha, I just said that this little guy wasn't here, and now he appears. It actually hurts." Qingfeng Mingyue immediately smiled when she saw this. They all saw the spirit-seeking rat owned by their junior brother just now being watched and amused by many senior brothers in the square. "You are so courageous." As a parent, Lu Fei rubbed Xiaobai's head and educated him. "Now you know that you have to come directly to the square. You are not allowed to run around in the future. Do you hear me? This is no joke. Wuzhuang Temple is a cave, but there are many formations, and it is dangerous to run around. Moreover, most of the senior brothers in the temple practice meditation all year round. Although Xiaobai is cute, not all the senior brothers are willing to be disturbed. Lu Fei must restrain Xiaobai. Otherwise, it would be bad if you really make your senior brother unhappy." Zit Siti. After being taught a lesson by his father, Xiaobai's voice immediately weakened. But under Lu Fei's serious eyes, Xiaobai squeaked a few times to express his knowledge, and Lu Fei said nothing more. He just kept stroking Xiaobai's head, which was getting smoother and smoother. Feeling the increasing demonic energy in Xiaobai's body, Lu Fei sighed in his heart. It turned out that it wasn't that Xiaobai couldn't grow up, but that the elixirs he had taken in the past were not enough. This was the reason why he couldn't become a demon and had no demonic aura in his body. "It has only been 3 months since I came to Wuzhuang Temple." Not only did Xiaobai begin to have demonic aura on his body, but his aura also became much stronger. At this time, it has reached the level of a junior demon soldier. Qingfeng Mingyue on the side saw Lu Fei teaching Xiaobai a lesson, but he didn't say anything. Because Lu Fei's lesson is right. Mingyue wanted to speak several times but hesitated. Soon, the 3 people and 1 beast arrived at the White Jade Square. The time has not yet come. There were not many disciples gathered in the square. Lu Fei took Xiaobai to his seat and sat down cross-legged. At this time, a huge, vast, and profound aura descended from the sky. Lu Fei immediately looked up and saw a towering figure in a wide robe and long sleeves appearing in mid-air in the square. It was his teacher Jin Yuanzi, whom he had not seen for several months. I noticed the teacher's breath coming. Soon, colorful streams of light suddenly shot from all over Wuzhuang Temple towards the square. Wuzhuang Temple usually does not have a legal formation that prohibits the air. But all disciples will not fly rashly when there is nothing important. Of course, things are different when something happens. Like now. The teacher rarely showed up for morning classes, and disciples immediately came to the square from all over the place. Soon, all 59 disciples arrived. The fruit of life is ripe. The opening of the park is scheduled for 3 days. Jin Yuanzi's voice was as concise and ethereal as ever, and he disappeared in mid-air after speaking. The disciples below immediately saluted in unison, "Farewell, teacher." Lu Fei also bowed respectfully and spoke. At this moment, there was a sudden sound in his ears. "After morning classes, I will have a quiet room." It was Master's voice. Lu Fei was immediately overjoyed and respectfully replied in his heart, "Yes, teacher." Half an hour later. Morning class is over. After Lu Fei followed the other senior brothers and thanked the chief senior brother, he immediately found Qingfeng Mingyue and handed Xiaobai into Mingyue's hands, saying, "Brother, please take Xiaobai back, I want to find the teacher." Mingyue heard the sound and immediately asked, "Junior brother knows where the teacher is, do you need senior brother to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the way?" Lu Fei smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. Junior brother still knows this." Qingfeng Mingyue knew that this matter was very important to Lu Fei, so they said nothing more. Soon, Lu Fei separated from his 2 senior brothers and strode towards the main hall. He thought that his teacher Jin Yuanzi would forget about him, but he didn't expect that the other party had already remembered it. "I don't know what method the teacher will teach me this time." Walking on the road to teacher Town Yuanzi's quiet room, Lu Fei couldn't help but think to himself. It was not that he had not asked his 2 senior brothers, Qingfeng Mingyue, who had the best relationship with him, but because of the teacher's order. What each disciple has learned cannot be said or passed on to others. Therefore, Lu Fei didn't know the cultivation techniques of Qingfeng Mingyue. I also have great expectations for the teacher to teach me the same skills as my own. After all, there is the monkey in memory. I felt anxious all the way. Lu Fei walked through the main hall, garden, and pavilion, and came to an attic. There are no servants in Wuzhuang Temple. Naturally, there is no need to notify. As soon as I arrived in front of the teacher's attic, I heard the teacher's voice again. Lu Fei gathered his thoughts and immediately respectfully went up to the only room in the attic. Come in. At this moment, teacher Jin Yuanzi's voice was less distant and more popular than usual. Is teacher. Lu Fei saluted again, then opened the door and looked at his teacher Jin Yuanzi, who was sitting behind an incense burner with his eyes closed to rest. Lu Fei stepped in, his figure and expression became more and more respectful, and then he knelt on the ground. Get up, but I'm too cautious. At this time, Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes and said with a smile, You are much more courageous than you when you see Qingfeng Mingyue. Looking at Jin Yuanzi, the look and words in front of him were completely different from those in his mind before. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly thought of what Mingyue had said, You no longer need to worry about being bullied after entering Wuzhuang Temple. The teacher is very protective. He suddenly had a new understanding of the master Jin Yuanzi in front of him. Yes, master. Lu Fei spoke respectfully and stood up. His face looked more relaxed than before, but his figure was still respectful. I'm aware of your recent behavior. Jin Yuanzi looked at his little disciple and nodded with satisfaction, and continued, Study seriously and practice hard. It's time for Master to teach you and me the exercises of Wuzhuang Temple. But you are from the demon clan, and your cultivation method is completely different from mine. You want to revise your skills, but you need to practice them again, do you know? Faced with this question from the teacher, even a perfect level demon clan practicing the breathing technique for one night could not compare to a bowl of spiritual rice. Lu Fei had made his decision long ago and immediately knelt down on the ground without hesitation and said respectfully, I will never regret it. I beg Master to have mercy on me and give me the art of immortality. Looking at the young apprentice with such a determined look in front of him, Jin Yuanzi smoothed his long beard under his chin and said with satisfaction, That's good. You are determined to seek the truth. Master will be happy. He didn't waste any time and said directly, Come forward. When Lu Fei heard the sound, he suppressed his excitement, stood up immediately, and stood respectfully in front of Jin Yuanzi. Master is now teaching you how to practice the Handong Jin Gang Tian Sutra. Jin Yuanzi stood up from the futon as he spoke. His figure suddenly became extremely tall. He looked at the young apprentice in front of him and whispered, Awe at the gods, calm down. Lu Fei's mind trembled, and he immediately cheered up. Immediately afterwards, Jin Yuanzi stretched out his hand, and a little cyan light flickered on his fingertips, and then touched Lu Fei's eyebrows. For a moment, Lu Fei only felt that a little cyan light suddenly fell in his originally dark dantian, and the endless black mist and black smoke began to escape in all directions. Just don't wait for him to think about it. He heard the teacher's voice ring again. Let's go back. When you return to the realm of foundation building, come find me again. I will teach you the method of protecting the Tao then. The words fell. Lu Fei didn't even have time to say thank you and salute. I just felt that everything around me was changing instantly. When Lu Fei raised his head again, he saw himself in an empty room. Master Jin Yuanzi has long since disappeared before his eyes. Once again, without waiting for him to think about it, he heard laughter coming from a distance outside the door. He listened carefully and discovered that the voices of the two junior brothers Shi Qingfeng and Mingyue were also mixed with the squeaking sounds of Xiaobai, the treasure-hunting mouse. This moment, Lu Fei finally reacted. Find the book garden www.zayeshuan. Calm looking at the familiar layout around him, isn't it the room where he has lived for more than 3 months? So he immediately saluted respectfully in the direction of the teacher's attic. Finished the ceremony. Lu Fei immediately felt the distinctive green light in his dantian again. Hundong Zhengon Tianjing. After a while, Lu Fei came back to his senses and couldn't help but murmur. At this time, footsteps and laughter outside the room approached. Lu Fei didn't think anymore, got up and opened the door to the room. Hey, junior brother, didn't you go find the master? Mingyue, who was about to push the door open, suddenly said unexpectedly. Already been there. Lu Fei smiled and took the xiaobai from Brother Qingfeng's hand, and then said, Master just taught me the dafa. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the kitchen for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng Mingyue immediately comforted Lu Fei and asked him to stabilize before going to the kitchen. It is important to spread your energy, and don't forget about the opening of the fruit garden in 3 days. Qingfeng told Lu Fei a lot of information and left quickly with Mingyue. After Lu Fei explained to Xiaobai, he quickly returned to the bedroom, cross-legged on the bed. After calming down and concentrating. Here we go. 3 days later. Early morning. On top of the wide-open windowsill, Xiaobai, who had fallen into sleep, suddenly woke up with an excited squeak, jumped off the windowsill and ran towards his father's bedroom, in a dimly lit bedroom. On the big bed, Lu Fei's eyes that had been closed slowly opened. After taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth, and a white breath suddenly spurted out from his mouth. The breath was like a sword, rushing through the bedroom and through the screen. Fly straight outside. Breath is clear and white, the breath is turbid, muddy, and black. Before that, Lu Fei practiced the lowest and worst cultivation techniques in the demon world. Not to mention whether the entry is slow or not. Just talking about the essence, it is completely different from Taoist practice. This also confirms Lu Fei's previous thoughts. Why do monsters travel with black smoke and mist, regardless of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme control or other means, while Taoist immortals are just the opposite, with white clouds and auspicious clouds? In short, they are completely different from monsters. Now we can determine that it is the difference in the cultivation methods. Before that, Lu Fei was just skeptical about this. Now, it can be confirmed. Because he himself is the proof. Thoughts moved slightly. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Before dispersing the energy, the originally dark, turbid, and sticky aura disappeared. Instead, there was a lingering green air. Although it is far less dense and powerful than before. But every green energy is full of vitality, which is obviously better. From the realm of the late stage of demon general, that is, the late stage of foundation building, he suddenly returned to the realm of chi refining demon soldier, which made Lu Fei very uncomfortable. But this time the Sangong training went smoothly. Next, he only needs to follow the steps step by step and keep practicing. Because he had the experience of being promoted once, he only needed to improve his cultivation level this time. Without any bottleneck, he could directly cultivate to the late stage of the demon general before Sangong. And now I have re-educated the Taoist Dafa Handong Zhengang Tian Sutra, which was just passed down by my teacher Zhen Yuanzi. Lu Fei, who had experienced the speed of his cultivation in 1 day yesterday, was beyond words to express his joy. Because it was only the first time to practice, his practice speed was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the efficiency of the monster breathing method that he had used before to achieve perfection. It only takes a few more days of familiarity, and the efficiency of practice can be equal to, or even exceed. And once the proficiency of Hundong Zhengang Tianjing is increased, his cultivation speed will far exceed his previous cultivation speed, and will also far exceed the monsters in Langlang Mountain and Dahuang Mountain. It just so happens that the aura of Wuzhuang Guantanshan is so rich that it surpasses the mortal world and the lower world. Based on the current speed of practice, he estimated that he would be able to return to the realm of foundation building in 1 to 2 months. In about a year, you should be able to return to the late demon general state before practicing Sangong. All in all, the rebuild will be quick. Wait, why is it so smelly? At this moment, Lu Fei, who had completely come to his senses, suddenly smelled a strong fishy smell, just like the smell that many monsters have. Then, he felt sticky on his body. Looking down, he saw a thin layer of black dirt covering his whole body. He lowered his head and smelled it. It stunk. This is Excreted from the body? At this moment, Lu Fei understood immediately. He also immediately realized the power of the Han Dongjin Gangtian Sutra passed down by his master. It's just the first time you practice it that you have such wonderful abilities. He had practiced from a little demon to a late demon general before, but he had never had a similar experience. Quick thought here. He looked at the disgusting thin black dirt on his body and couldn't bear it anymore. A thought came to my mind. The whole person appeared in the living room instantly. At the same time, Xiaobai squeaked excitedly, jumped down from the windowsill, and ran towards his father's bedroom. Just when he ran to the hall, he saw a white aura flying towards him. It immediately rolled over and dodged. Then, he hit a wall that appeared out of thin air. Xiaobai watched as he was knocked down and bounced down again. Lu Fei ignored it at this time. He disappeared again and appeared in front of the large water tank in the corner of the room. Start scrubbing. Not long after, Lu Fei washed the dirt off his body and looked refreshed at his reflection in the calm water in the large water tank. A young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, sunny and handsome temperament. Phase comes from the heart. Come to Wuzhuang Temple in Wanshou Mountain. At this time, he is not only the youngest in age, but also the youngest in mentality. He came here to learn from his master. It's different from being in Langlang Mountain. There, he needs to be strong, tough, cold and cruel in order to survive better. But Wuzhuangwen, he doesn't need it. This is also the reason why he is young at heart. As long as the change is not deliberately maintained. Appearance changes can actually best reflect the state of mind of the person who changes. Lu Fei has never deliberately changed his appearance since he came to the world. I don't want to change it now. Although he was in Langlang Mountain, he was a powerful and ruthless little boss. But in Wuzhuang Temple, he is just the youngest, humble and eager to learn. Just as he is ignorant in the way of practice, there is no need to change. Let's go. Today is the opening day of the ginseng fruit garden. Looking back, Lu Fei took out a gray disciple's robe and put it on. Lu Fei turned to look at Xiaobai, who was still lying on the 8 Immortals table in the center of the living room, and said, "We have to get there early." Squeak. Hearing the ginseng fruit, Xiaobai squeaked, immediately turned over and jumped off the table, and jumped towards his father within a few steps. Lu Fei took Xiaobai, shook it and said, "Why is it so heavy again?" Zit Siti. Xiaobai immediately shouted, dissatisfied. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Lu Fei immediately laughed out loud and patted the little guy's head to comfort him. Then he put Xiaobai on his shoulders, walked towards the door, opened the door and walked out. The sky was slightly bright at the moment. The sky in the east turned over, revealing some white clouds. At this point in the past, he was already on his way to work in the kitchen courtyard. Today is no exception. There is still some time before morning class time. He was going to go to the courtyard to help. Although Qingfeng Mingyue had told him not to worry, he would help after his cultivation was stable. But Lu Fei couldn't sit still. The chores in Wuzhuang Temple are not only in the kitchen, but also outside the kitchen, such as planting vegetables, planting flowers, planting trees, planting millet, growing various melons, fruits, care and other chores, all of which require effort. Yes, there is more than just ginseng fruit in Wuzhuang Temple. Is ginseng fruit considered a fruit? There are also various other fruits and vegetables available to the audience. As for vegetables and the like, they are not as necessary as a bowl of spiritual rice every day. Because in the golden elixir realm one can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme without grains for a long time. And in the higher realm, you can completely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme without food, no longer need to eat, just absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a supplement. Therefore, some disciples will despise the trouble of eating ordinary food and thus give up the desire in this regard. Although these vegetables that can grow in Wuzhuang Guandangshan are not ordinary. But it is definitely much worse than lingmi. Even with lingmi, there are still some disciples who don't want to move, and don't want to run to the kitchen just to take a bite. But growing vegetables is part of the homework, and it's up to you whether you eat them or not. Therefore, if you want to eat some ordinary vegetables, other than doing it yourself, you can only ask a fellow apprentice with cooking skills. Immortal Jin Yuan has optimized the methods of cultivating his disciples over the years, not just to let his disciples do odd jobs. Lu Fei himself was unwilling to relax. Although with his current level of cultivation that can't even build a foundation, what he can do in the kitchen is very limited. Humming a little tune all the way towards the kitchen. Looking at the two blue-robed senior brothers in front of him, Lu Fei quickly stepped forward to salute and said hello, good morning, senior brother Liu Guang. Senior brother Lu Yi, morning. Junior brother Bai Lang, morning. Junior brother Bai Lang is also. Watch Lu Fei politely leave quickly. The senior brother named Lu Guang couldn't help but smell the smell in the air, then looked at Lu Fei Yuan's retreating back and said with some surprise, hey, the smell of monsters on my little junior brother is gone? Well, the aura is much weaker than before. The senior brother named Lu Yi beside him nodded thoughtfully, and then said, it should be that the exercises have been changed, and the Sangong has been retrained. Calculating the time, it should be the same. The teacher just came back a few days ago. Senior brother Liu Guan looked at the figure going away and sighed, junior brother is very lucky. He only came here for 3 months and was taught Dafa. I think I had to do odd jobs for a full year and a half in Guangzhou before being taught. Master passed down the secrets. Senior brother Louis laughed when he heard this, brother, you are better than me. I came to meditate but it was only 2 years before I was handed down the cultivation method. Junior brother has been on the road to refining the mind at the foot of the mountain for more than 3 years. When he came here, he was still in the late stage of foundation building. The master taught the method early, so it must be related to this. That's true. Lu Guang nodded when he heard the sound, and then said, junior brother, do you know about the white mouse on my little brother? Lu Yi, it should be a spiritual beast or something. Junior brother is very lucky. Lu Guang, it's quite interesting to have such a little thing by my side. I decided to go out and look for it next time I go down the mountain to see if I can find 1 or 2 and raise them to relieve my boredom. Ha ha. Lu Yi was immediately amused and said with a smile, I didn't expect senior brother to have such a plan. I know that thanks to my junior brother's white mouse, many senior brothers now have the idea of raising a spiritual beast. I'm really looking forward to seeing it in a year's time. It must have been very lively then. I just don't know what master will think. Ha ha. Lu Fei obviously didn't know that his 2 senior brothers had pushed out the idea of recultivation in Sangong. He walked all the way towards the kitchen. Soon we arrived in front of the hospital. As soon as I walked into the small courtyard, I heard the voices of the 2 senior brothers Qingfeng Mingyue coming from the kitchen. I don't know how my junior brother is doing with his Sangong training again. Has it stabilized yet? Today is the opening day of the park. We can't help him with this kind of thing, because it will involve his future foundation. We can only hope that everything goes well for junior brother. But junior brother has always been lucky, I guess this time. Before Qingfeng finished speaking, a voice came from outside, thank you, senior brother Qingfeng for your good words, junior brother, I'm fine. While talking, Lu Fei was already standing at the door of the kitchen. Mingyue was immediately overjoyed and said, junior brother, you came at the right time. I thought I would have to carry water again today. As she said that, Mingyue handed over a pole. Lu Fei. He looked at the pole handed over by his senior brother. Lu Fei suddenly realized that it was not a good thing that he came too early. Because of his cultivation before spreading the power, it was quite laborious to carry water. How can I withstand it now? He originally just wanted to do some small jobs such as chopping wood and sweeping the floor. So he looked at Qingfeng aside and asked weakly, senior brother, with my current level, can I pick up 2 buckets of water? Qingfeng immediately smiled and said, junior brother, just go and try it and you will know. Finally, Lu Fei and his senior brother Mingyue walked back from Lingquan one after another carrying 2 buckets full of water. Only then did he realize that the weight he felt when lifting 2 buckets of water was the same as his later cultivation as a demon general and his demon soldier cultivation. Half an hour later, Lu Fei, who had completed today's homework in advance, took Xiaobai and Qingfeng Mingyue to the White Jade Square, the morning lesson place in front of the main hall. Just as Lu Fei was doing it, it was Chief Qingchen who was presiding over the morning class again today. Teacher Jin Yuanzi suddenly appeared in mid-air. Only then did I know that the teacher was presiding over the morning class today. Teachers may not host morning classes only a few times a year. The disciples immediately calmed down and listened attentively to the lecture. Lu Fei was also very energetic. Xiaobai beside him was even more motionless and extremely well behaved. It was an extremely wise move for this little guy to follow his father out of the mountains. Otherwise, there would be no chance for it to follow its father into the Wuzhuang temple to practice cultivation, let alone listen to the sermons of Jinyuan Immortal, the ancestor of the earth immortals, whose holy name is Yushi Tongjun. I guess in the future, when this guy can speak, he will definitely be able to brag to his uncles Crow Monster, Red Skin, and Huang Gui in the Wilderness Mountains. As for Little Tiger Wandishan number 1, well, that is not worth mentioning. Time passed slowly. When the light group in the eastern sky begins to rise, the light shining in all directions becomes dazzling. Mid-air. Teacher Jin Yuanzi's lecture finally stopped. On the white rock square below, all the disciples immediately stood up and saluted. Lu Fei, who was sitting next to the senior brothers, suppressed the joy in his heart, then stood up and thanked the teacher in mid-air in unison. "Thank you, master." When the sound stops, Jin Yuanzi stood in the air and looked in the direction of the ginseng orchard, then looked at the sky, and then said, "The time has come, all the disciples follow me to the ginseng orchard." While talking, Jin Yuanzi flew straight towards the ginseng fruit tree. The disciples immediately flew up one by one, following closely behind the teacher. Lu Fei was able to fly before he started practicing his martial arts. But now, he who is not even a demon general has no choice but to leave. At this time, Qingfeng Mingyue came over. Qingfeng took Lu Fei, and Mingyue took Xiaobai, following the brothers all the way to the Orchard of Life. Soon, a group of disciples followed their teacher to the Orchard of Life. Lu Fei and Xiaobai also followed Qingfeng Mingyue and landed behind the senior brothers. Bright breeze and bright moon. At this time, Jin Yuanzi in front spoke again, and Qingfeng Mingyue immediately stepped forward to stand by. "The two of you hold my golden hammer and elixir plate." While speaking, Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, and a golden long-handled object and a tray covered with silk cloth fell into Qingfeng Mingyue's hands. At this time, Jin Yuanzi asked the disciples, "Do you know what you need to pay attention to when picking ginseng fruits?" The disciples immediately replied, "I don't know." Jin Yuanzi said again, "Then let me tell you now, this ginseng fruit is afraid of the 5 elements. It falls when it encounters gold, withers when it encounters wood, melts when it encounters water, burns when it encounters fire, and enters when it encounters earth. Therefore, when picking, you must use a gold tool to knock it down. Once it is knocked down, it can be returned to the plate and lined with silk cloth. If you receive some wooden vessels, they will wither, and you will not be able to prolong your life even if you eat them. It is useless even if it is scorched by fire. Finally, you must use porcelain to eat it, and then dissolve it with water before it can be eaten." After a while, only then did Jin Yuanzi look at the 2 boys who were standing by and said, "Qingfeng Mingyue, you go pick the fruits. Remember what I just said?" "Yes, master." Qingfeng Mingyue immediately replied, and the 2 of them stepped forward. Qingfeng quickly climbed up the tree with a golden hammer in hand, while Mingyue waited under the tree with a pill tray. Under the gaze of the master and all the brothers below, Qingfeng was seen climbing and flying like a monkey to the nearest ginseng fruit, and Mingyue holding a pill tray below immediately stood at the corresponding position. Qingfeng was holding the golden hammer and was about to hit it. Then he thought of something and asked quickly, "Master, how many will you hit?" Jin Yuanzi glanced at the disciples who could not hide their excitement and said casually, "Let's hit 3. Okay." Qingfeng took the words and then shouted down, "Okay." After that, he reached out and knocked on the big fruit that was still twisting and looked like a 2 or 3-year-old child. Bicked after hearing a cry that sounded like a child's, the ginseng fruit fell straight down. The bright moon below quickly grasped the pill tray and firmly caught the falling ginseng fruit. In this way, Qingfeng Mingyue took down 3 ginseng fruits one after another. Not long after, everyone returned to the White Jade Square again. This time, there was a large porcelain urn in front of the disciples, which contained 3 ginseng fruits that had been melted by water. Jin Yuanzi, who was standing in front, just waved his hand, and 49 more cups appeared in front of him. Then, one cup after another flew into the porcelain urn, filled it with a cup of clear and transparent water that seemed to contain nothing, and then automatically flew to each disciple. When the last cup flew into the hands of the youngest disciple by Lang, Jin Yuanzi suddenly found that there was still a drop of water left in the urn. At this time, his eyes happened to catch sight of his young disciple Bai Lang, who was born as a wolf demon. Standing with one of his legs upright, he looked eagerly at his spirit rat like all the disciples before him, and smiled. "Well, this is yours too. I'll give you the blessing." He just pointed at the little spirit rat. The only drop of ginseng fruit liquid left in the porcelain urn flew directly towards the spirit rat. Xiao Bai's anxiously waiting eyes looked at the spiritual liquid flying out of thin air, and his eyes were suddenly overjoyed. He saw it jump up suddenly, catch the flying spiritual liquid in one gulp, then screamed, knelt down and faced towards Shin Yuanzi in front of him, Kaoda's desperately in a very humane way. Ha ha! Such a funny appearance immediately amused Jin Yuanzi in front of him, and he smiled and disappeared into the air. The disciples then started drinking from the cups. For a while, there was constant grunting. Lu Fei looked at Xiao Bai, who was kowtowing. He originally planned to share some of the spiritual liquid with him, but saw that he didn't want to. He raised the porcelain cup and drank the ginseng fruit spiritual liquid in one gulp. For a moment, Lu Fei felt that his body was completely transparent. It seemed as if what he had just drank was not spiritual liquid, but a large amount of life essence. He couldn't describe the feeling, but he could definitely feel it. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to surge. This is. Feeling the strangeness in his body, Lu Fei immediately looked overjoyed. He didn't care that the porcelain cup in his hand had dissipated in the air. He reached out to pick up Xiao Bai, who was still kowtowing, and threw it onto his shoulder, and then ran towards his residence. "Junior brother, what is this?" Mingyue walked to her senior brother Qingfeng and couldn't help but ask after seeing Lu Fei's back running away. Qingfeng watched the finished porcelain cup in his hand slowly dissipate in the air, and replied, "We can all clearly feel the improvement in our cultivation after drinking this cup of ginseng fruit spirit liquid, let alone the fact that we can't even build a foundation now." Junior brother. Don't worry, this is a good thing for junior brother. He ran all the way back to his room. Lu Fei's face was red, and he was in a hurry, just like when he had diarrhea and couldn't find the toilet when his baby came. But it was Daddy who I was holding back. What he is holding back now is his spiritual energy cultivation. The door slammed shut with a clang. Lu Fei flashed into the bedroom, then got on the bed, sat cross-legged and meditated, and quickly started the Hundong Gang Tianjing. Inside the hall, Xiao Bai looked at the anxious father with doubtful eyes. But that's it. It suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of sleep coming from it. So I immediately ran towards the windowsill on the big window where I usually slept. Just as it jumped up, extreme sleepiness broke out violently. Xiao Bai fell asleep in the air for an instant, then fell straight down, half leaning against the wall, and fell into a deep sleep. For a while, the room that had just made a noise fell into silence again. Time passed slowly. I don't know how much time passed. In the bedroom, Lu Fei, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around first. Then he made some mental calculations and realized that 2 days had passed since the opening of the ginseng fruit garden, and today was the 3rd day. Not a hindrance. His spiritual consciousness then sank into his dantian. Soon, after turning around in dantian, he had a thought in his mind. One after another, ink fonts emitting pale white light appeared before my eyes. Post, Lu Fei Realm, Late Demon Soldier 1852 Experience Value, 456 6000 Soul Power, None Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Perfection, Hundong Jingong Heavenly Sutra Introductory 6100 Ability, Staff Skills Desheng 316-2000, Spear Skills Proficient 311 500, Archery Skills Proficient 88 500. Harpoon skills proficient 65 500 supernatural powers, Fong Suanbu Deshang 112-2000, Heavenly Wolf swallows the moon Xiaocheng 937 1000, Earth release. Xiaocheng 898 1000, Quickstep Xiaocheng 752 1000, Raid Xiaocheng 225 1000, Whisper Xiaocheng 222 1000, Square Cun Xiaocheng 33 1000, Breath Holding skilled 331 500, Tiger Roar skilled 198 500. Sure enough, the Fallen Realm practice value has returned to 1800 points. As long as you reach 2000 points, you can return to the realm of Foundation building Demon General. I thought it would take a month or two to regain the realm of the Demon General, but I didn't expect that the ginseng fruit spirit liquid that has been diluted so much is still so powerful. I almost sent myself back to the Demon General realm. It only takes 3 to 5 days to return to the Foundation establishment realm. Once you return to the realm of Foundation building, you can go find Master Jin Yuanzi again. Look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme in front of you. Lu Fei was shocked and thought to himself. He remembered it very clearly. Not long ago, when his master taught him the Hundong Zhengong Heavenly Sutra, he told him to go back to the Foundation building realm and then go find him, and then teach him the magical power of protecting the Tao. This is the thought. He stopped thinking about it and quickly scanned the other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. During these 3 months of practicing at Wuzhuangguan, I basically spent all my time studying and doing homework, leaving little spare time. Other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme have increased but not significantly. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme was scattered. Lu Fei stood up, stretched and walked out. He remembered that 3 days ago in the square, Xiao Bai was asked by his master for a drop of ginseng fruit diluted spiritual fluid. His whole body almost exploded due to the surge of spiritual energy. The little guy took a drop and didn't know what to do. Noob. After walking out of the bedroom, Lu Fei opened his mouth and saw Xiao Bai sleeping soundly in the corner below the window. Hey, I changed the bed, what kind of position is this? Judging from Xiao Bai snoring while sleeping, he knew that it was okay. Lu Fei stepped forward, picked up Xiao Bai and put it back on the windowsill. Looking at Xiao Bai who was sleeping deeply, Lu Fei felt that this little guy had good fortune. I became a teacher and worked hard for 3 months, and then I was lucky enough to get a cup of ginseng fruit liquid. This little guy is doing well. He eats well and sleeps well every day. He just lay down and touched a drop of spiritual fluid, which was given by the teacher himself. If you have to go back to Langlang Mountain and tell them, you will not envy the dead crows, red skins and the others. I stroked 2 little whites who were sleeping soundly. Lu Fei looked out the window. It was around noon. Although there is a lot of sunshine outside the window. But in Wuzhuangguan Tangshan, you can't feel much enthusiasm. Warm in winter and cool in summer, the 4 seasons are like spring. Lu Fei just thought about it for a moment. Then he returned to the big bed in the bedroom and once again sat cross-legged and meditated. We are already very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the realm of Foundation building. He was going to rush forward in one go and then go find the teacher. 5 days later. Early morning. It was just daylight. Lu Fei woke up from his meditation practice. He let out a long breath of white breath. Lu Fei opened his eyes and felt the powerful power flowing through his body, and a hint of joy immediately appeared on his face. Finally returned to the realm of demon generals. You can go find the master. Think of this. Lu Fei's thoughts moved slightly. The whole person disappeared from the bedroom in an instant and appeared in the living room. Just then, I saw a white figure jumping down from the windowsill and running over quickly. Zit Siti. The little guy jumped into Lu Fei's arms and screamed. Lu Fei touched Xiao Bai's head and took out a pile of various yellow, red, orange and green melons and fruits from the storage space. These were the spiritual fruits given by the senior brothers who asked Lu Fei to cook them. The little guy has been taught repeatedly by him that he is not allowed to run around, make trouble, steal food, or beg for food. I had been in seclusion for several days, and the little guy had also been hungry for several days. Only then was he so hungry. You eat these first. Dad is going out for a trip and will be back soon. Be good and I'll give you rice to eat tonight. Squeak. Comfort Xiao Bai. Lu Fei tidied up his appearance. Then he opened the door and walked out. Supernatural power to protect the Tao. I don't know what the teacher will tell me this time. Strolling among the gardens, hills, pavilions, looking for the bookstore www.zayeshuan. Calm, Lu Fei couldn't help but think about the magical powers that the teacher would teach him next. After all, I have memories of Sun Wukong learning from Patriarch Bodhi. It really made Lu Fei have to think about it. The eastern sky gradually lights up with white clouds. Lu Fei walked quickly and strode to the high pavilion he had visited last time. Come up. Immediately, I heard the teacher's voice. Standing in front of the high pavilion, he took a deep breath, then calmed down and walked up steadily. Same as last time. Lu Fei respectfully entered the place where his teacher Jing Yuanzi was meditating and stood respectfully. Do you know the dangers of the three disasters? Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes from the futon, looked at his little apprentice and asked. Lu Fei immediately replied respectfully, Disciple knows that the three disasters are thunder, fire, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. The three disasters are all caused by the mind, and they are all caused by desires. Jin Yuanzi nodded and said, It seems that you have been to the library. It's good to know how powerful it is. So, I have a way to avoid the three severe disasters. One is the number of Tiangang, which has 36 changes, the second is the number of earthly evil, which has 72 changes. Which one do you choose? Lu Fei's heart was pounding for a moment, and he immediately knelt on the ground and asked tentatively, I dare to ask Master, what is the difference between the two? Jin Yuanzi smiled and said, One is easy to succeed and the other is difficult to learn. What do you think? Lu Fei was immediately determined, gritted his teeth and said, Disciple is not afraid of thorns and pains, and is willing to learn difficult skills. The words came out of his mouth. Lu Fei knelt on the ground with a respectful expression and a firm mind. He has memories of traveling to the West, and also knows about the disputes among some people about the 32 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly evil transformations given to monkeys by Bodhi Patriarch. Lu Fei disagreed with this. He always didn't like to overinterpret something. But he never imagined that fate would be so unpredictable. He was introduced to the common people. There is actually a day when I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme forever. However, he is diligent and studious. If he doesn't know how to learn, he will ask questions when he doesn't understand. Just like in front of you. He heard clearly what his teacher Jing Yuanzi said. The Tiangang transformation technique and the Earth Evil transformation technique are both ways to avoid the three disasters. In fact, this has been made clear. But affected by the memory in his mind, he asked directly. The results were just as he thought, they were all spells to avoid the three disasters. There are 36 transformations and 72 transformations. The latter is of course more difficult than the former. Spell cultivation is not about treating guests to dinner, or making money, the more, the better. On the contrary, the more spells you have, the more difficult it becomes. Without great perseverance and great wisdom, it is impossible to cultivate. If you are so ambitious, you will only lose sight of others if you choose rashly. The reason why the monkey chooses the more difficult Earth Evil transformation technique. That's because of his character. He's arrogant, unruly, talented, competitive, and always trying to figure things out. How could he be willing to give in to someone inferior when he had a better choice? That's true, he did what he said. There is actually a good comparison object here. That is Marshal Zhu Beiji of Tianpeng. He has a relatively lazy character, is drunk, lustful and full of desires. He also knew himself very well, so he chose the 36 Tiangang transformation techniques. Of course, something needs to be mentioned here. The techniques of Tiangang and Earth Evil are only ways to avoid the three disasters. It's not that whoever learns more difficult spells will be stronger. Just like in the same classroom, the same teacher, the same books and textbooks, some people can get perfect scores, while others can hold duck eggs, just like the same set of Taizu Changquan in Xiaofeng's hands, it can be far better than others. This is the reason. The success of spell cultivation lies more with the cultivator himself. The decision of which one is stronger still depends on the level of cultivation and the level of magical power. Get up. Looking at the young disciple kneeling on the ground in front of him, he heard his choice. Jin Yuanzi was not surprised. Being able to come out of the wild monster land in the extreme south of Xinyo Hazhou and brave all the hardships to come to Wanshou Mountain to seek enlightenment as a disciple shows that this little disciple of his has perseverance, courage, and wisdom. It's not surprising that he would choose the more difficult technique of earth evil transformation. Speaking of which, over the years, among the many disciples under his command, there seem to be only 4 who have chosen the art of earth evil transformation, and including this little guy in front of him, there are only 5. However, the Dishan number is much more difficult than the Tiangang number. You have to make it clear to this guy. So, looking at the young apprentice who stood up, Jin Yuanzi said, the number of Tiangang is included in the transformation of earthly evil. Although the latter only has twice as many transformation techniques, its cultivation is far more difficult. Double, do you know? Is the number of Tiangang included in the earth evil technique? Hearing what the teacher said, Lu Fei was surprised and happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice, and he immediately said respectfully, I know, I don't regret it. Seeing the little apprentice determined, Jin Yuanzi nodded and said, then I will teach you the 72 transformation techniques to avoid the 3 disasters. It's just that people who practice Taoism will inevitably encounter times of competition. Therefore, the Tao can be cultivated, and the method of protecting the Tao must also be. Especially if you are from the demon clan is good at fighting and possessing magical powers to protect the Tao. You need to be powerful. But other magical powers are within the Hundong Zhengong Heavenly Sutra, and you still need to understand it on your own. Master, here is a technique of knowing the universe within one's sleeves. It's much more difficult than the earthly Sha transformation technique. But as long as you practice properly, you can be protected and safe. Having said this, Jin Yuanzi looked at his young apprentice and asked again, are you willing to learn? The universe is in your sleeves. Lu Feizai's calm mind started to pound again. He immediately knelt down on the ground again faster and said respectfully, thank you, Master, for teaching me the Dharma. I am willing to learn it. Looking at the disciple who was kneeling down again, Jin Yuanzi smiled and nodded, come forward. Lu Fei immediately stood up and stepped forward respectfully. Jin Yuanzi once again reached out and touched his little apprentice's eyebrows, completing the inheritance of Taoism. After a while, Lu Fei appeared under the attic. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Fei, who had already experienced it once, immediately reacted. After bowing respectfully to the top of the attic, he turned around and strode away into the distance. 72 changes. The universe is in your sleeves. Great supernatural powers and great changes that I had never dared to imagine in the past just appeared in my mind and were learned by myself. At this moment, after leaving the teacher's attic and walking along the main hall corridor, pavilions, hills, and waterside gardens in Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Fei felt a little fluttering under his feet. But at any rate, he came through the big scene of life and death. Just took a few deep breaths. Lu Fei suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and walked straight towards his residence. Not long after, before returning to his room, Lu Fei opened the door normally, closed it again, and walked to the 8 Immortals table. Lu Fei picked up the teapot and poured himself a full cup of tea. After drinking it all in one gulp, he felt unsatisfied. He picked up the teapot again and started drinking from the spout. After draining a whole pot of tea that had been sitting there for who knows how many days, Lu Fei put down the teapot, sat down on the bench, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. It took 3 years to leave Daihuang Mountain, 2 years in the human world, another 3 years to Wanshou Mountain, and nearly 9 years to find the way. Isn't it just for today? Now, I have learned the exercises and magical powers. Next, as the teacher said, it all depends on yourself. Zit Siti. As if he noticed the change in his father's mood, Xiaobai, who was lying on the table, turned over and walked forward, rubbing his little head against his father's hand, call. Take a long breath. Lu Fei reached out and touched Xiaobai's head. He felt it was not enough, so he took him into his arms and stroked him. Then his mind moved slightly. Lines of ink handwriting emitting pale white light began to appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Fei Realm, Early Demon General 2023. Exercise, Demonic Breathing Method Perfection, Handong Jingong Heavenly Sutra Introduction 11-100 Ability, 72 Transformations 0-100, Stick Technique Desheng 316-20-00. Supernatural Power, Universe in Sleeves 0-100, Fang Suanbu Desheng 112-20-00. I finally returned to the realm of demon generals. Hey, how come the 72 transformations are classified as abilities? The universe in the sleeves is in the magical column. But I just learned these two great spells. I didn't even get started, so I pushed the Desheng Stick Technique and Desheng level Fang Suanbu to the back of the ability list. It seems that the level is indeed very high. Looking at the changes in phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals det data slash phoneme representing his own panel in front of him, Lu Fei couldn't help but secretly thought. At this time, it was almost dark outside. Lu Fei didn't look at it much. After a brief inspection, he scattered the panel. He hasn't been to the kitchen for 7 or 8 days since the ginseng fruit garden opened. During the process, he noticed that 2 senior brothers, Qingfeng Mingyue, came to see him outside the room. He was in the midst of an urgent practice at that time, so he did not get up. Now everything is in order. He had to help as soon as possible. This is the thought. Lu Fei didn't think anymore. He grabbed the little guy in his arms and put it on his shoulders. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. The most valuable thing about practicing is to persevere and accumulate over time. Next, his task in Wuzhuang Temple is to practice, practice and practice again. Open the door. Lu Fei led Xiaobai towards the kitchen. Morning, senior brother. Hello, senior brother. Junior brother, too. Say hello along the way. When Lu Fei came to the kitchen courtyard, he happened to see 2 figures wearing green and pink robes approaching from a distance. Good morning, 2 senior brothers. Lu Fei immediately stopped and stood there waiting for the 2 senior brothers. Junior brother, you are finally here. Mingyue saw Lu Fei from a distance and said loudly and happily, if junior brother doesn't show up again, I will think something happened to junior brother after eating ginseng fruit. No nonsense. Hearing Mingyue's words, Qingfeng scolded him, then looked at Lu Fei and said, seeing that junior brother's breath is stable now and his face is red, he obviously has achieved success in cultivation, which is a good thing. Borrowing my senior brother's good words. Seeing the 2 senior brothers approaching, Lu Fei bowed and then said with a smile, with the help of the ginseng fruit, I can make up for the decline in Sangong. No, I am thinking about the 2 senior brothers. I have just stabilized my realm and will be here soon. Hearing this, Mingyu suddenly looked overjoyed and said, that's great, junior brother can do more work. Qingfeng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, congratulations to junior brother. There is a mystery in the time between dispersion and replenishment. Junior brother will have a worry-free journey to the golden elixir. Lu Fei immediately returned the gift and said with a smile, thank you for your good words from senior brother. He was not lying at this time. After the teacher Zheng Yuanzi taught the Dharma, spread the exercises and lectured on the scriptures, Lu Fei, who had returned to the realm of foundation building demon general, felt that the spiritual platform was becoming clearer and clearer. Next, he only needs to improve his cultivation step by step, believing that the realm of the golden elixir demon commander is just ahead. Are we still going to stand here? It's past 9 o'clock, but it's getting late. If we don't light a fire to make food, our senior brothers will be hungry later. It's my junior brother's fault if you're hungry. Why blame me? It's my fault that you took so long talking to us. Clam. That's none of my business. Zit Siti. Look, Xiaobai can testify for me. While joking, the 3 brothers walked into the kitchen and started another day of daily life in Wuzhuang Temple. In the following time, Lu Fei spent every day in Wuzhuang Temple doing exercises, practicing, doing odd jobs, attending classes, listening to scriptures, reading books. He lived the most comfortable and carefree days since time travel. Big time passed quietly and unconsciously. In the blink of an eye. Half a year has passed by in a flash. Spring morning. Even the soil exudes fragrance. The spring breeze swirled around the Wuzhuangguan cave with various fragrances, blowing back and forth, and accidentally turned into an attic room with a large window. On the windowsill, a big mouse with silver white hair was sleeping soundly. At this time, the spring breeze blew by. The sleeping big mouse immediately stretched out its short legs and covered its nose. But only a moment later. The big mouse couldn't hold it back anymore and sneezed suddenly, achoo. Then the second one, the third. The spring breeze moved forward, passed through the hall, bypassed the screen, and blew into the dimly lit bedroom. Big bed. A tall figure surrounded by wisps of pale white aura suddenly opened his eyes, call. He spit out an arrow like white breath and flew out. Lu Fei closed his eyes again, and after feeling it secretly, he opened his eyes again and scanned the entire bedroom. After seeing a pair of black cloth boots on the ground, he waved one of them into the magical storage space. Then he shouted out of the bedroom, "Xiaobai, come to me quickly. I'll share your meal with you tonight." The words fell. Lu Fei immediately had a thought in his mind. The whole person disappeared on the bed in an instant. Under the bed, a pair of cloth boots were neatly placed. On the windowsill, Xiaobai, who was covering his nose with his short legs to avoid the smell of pollen in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, suddenly squeaked happily when he heard his father's voice. He immediately jumped off the windowsill and ran towards the bedroom. Soon, Xiaobai rushed through the living room and rushed to the bedroom screen. He squeaked outside, as if to say that I was coming. Then he walked into the bedroom with gentle steps. It first jumped onto the big bed, looked at the empty bedroom, smelled the remaining smell in the air, and scanned everything in the entire bedroom with a pair of smart dark eyes. I saw it first walk to the most conspicuous futon, where dad phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme sat, stretched its nose and sniffed. But the futon was used by dad for regular meditation practice, and the aura on it was too strong, so he couldn't smell anything strange. He had to step back and look around the futon carefully. After turning around, he still couldn't see anything strange.